What a vexing world this is. After 9 years of compulsory education, I have studied everything related to Pokemon. The college entrance examination tests our skills in Pokemon battles, and the university courses revolve around meeting beautiful young ladies and embarking on adventurous journeys. For someone like Chen, who has struggled academically, this world seems utterly perfect. Wait a moment. Chen glanced down at the Pokeball in his hand, a reward from the sign-in system, guaranteed to capture any Pokemon with absolute certainty. And then he looked up, and what did he see? A majestic Lugia soaring through the sky. Blast it! It's time to make a bold move and ambush the Lugia. Here I come. Go Pokeball. Chapter 1. Rebirth in the Pokemon world? Come on, Chimchar. Unleash an Electroweb. Now's your chance. Go Mewtwo. Counterattack with double hit. Boom. A dazzling light erupted. Amidst the cacophony in the arena, dust filled the air and debris flew. Cheers erupted from the crowd, celebrating the victory. Chimchar is defeated, Mewtwo wins. With that proclamation, the battle came to a definitive close. Yet, the crowd did not disperse instead. They eagerly anticipated the next confrontation. On a bench at the battle park sat a young man with a vivid red handprint on his face. His name is Chen. The thrilling battle lingered in his mind, leaving him in a daze, mouth slightly agape. He remained in this stupor for quite some time. However, no one knew that within Chen's heart, the following questions echoed repeatedly. Where do I come from? Where should I go? What has transpired? When the world is this place? Rewind time to 10 minutes earlier. Chen lazily opened his eyes on the park bench, only to witness this very battle. Chimchar versus Mewtwo. Good heavens, isn't this the classic Pokemon trope? Doubting his own reality, Chen slapped himself. To his astonishment, it was not a dream, it was all too real. Thus, his face bore the mark of his disbelief. Pikachu, don't run off. Suddenly, a yellow electric mouse darted out, nearly landing at Chen's feet. Yet its owner, who was in hot pursuit, swiftly caught up and scooped it up. Chen looked up, and in an instant, memories flooded back. This was his classmate, Xiao Yasi, the belle of their high school, Shishueno. 1. The girl was undeniably charming, with a long ponytail swaying gracefully, a delicate face, eyes like shimmering stars, and a slender figure. For Chen, who had always been enamored with mature women in his past life, she seemed a bit too youthful, but undeniably beautiful. Hey Chen. Upon seeing him, Xiao Yasi suddenly confronted him. Are you still daydreaming? The college entrance exam is just days away. What about your battle Pokemon? Her brows furrowed, disappointment evident in her gaze. You're not seriously giving up, are you? Her eyes sparkled with concern as she noticed the handprint on his face, and her disappointment deepened. You've gotten into another fight, haven't you? You're hopeless. With that, Xiao Yasi turned and ran away. Not even glancing back, her ponytail, dancing in the wind, became a striking sight. Chen. He realized that despite being a 20-something soul in his previous life, he had been looked down upon by a young girl. The look in her eyes resembled that of a heartbroken ex-girlfriend. The sense of sorrow was unparalleled. Sigh, it's time to process what exactly has happened. After another 10 minutes, Chen finally comprehended the situation. It turned out he had been reborn into a parallel world. He remained Chen, and even his friends had not changed. Yet, this world was no longer as it once was. It was an era where Pokemon had merged with reality, and everyone was a trainer. The 9 years of compulsory education focused entirely on Pokemon knowledge, from their appearances to their unique abilities and moves. In high school, students learned how to interact with Pokemon, strategize in battles, and counter opponents. The college entrance examination, once a pivotal moment in life, now tested knowledge of Pokemon battles and questionnaires. As for the arts and humanities, Chen had no issues, he had aced them long ago. However, he now faced a daunting battle examination in just 2 days. At this thought, Chen recalled his most pressing dilemma. Every family should prepare a battle Pokemon for the entrance exam, but Chen was without a partner. At this late hour, cramming was futile. The Pokemon eggs he could buy from the breeding facility required a day to hatch, and newly born Pokemon lacked combat prowess. To make matters worse, his family was out of money. Should he venture into the wild to capture one? But that would be a reckless gamble. Did he think everyone was as skilled as a prodigy? Chen ran his fingers through his hair, drowning in confusion. In fact, half a month ago, he had successfully hatched his own Pokemon, a Froakie. His family had spent 200,000 star coins on the egg from the breeding facility. However, during a field training session at school, his Froakie had gone missing. Since then, Gu Chun had endured mockery and exclusion from his classmates, and he had fallen into despair for over half a month. A trainer who lost their Pokemon was indeed a source of shame in this era. What did this signify? The Pokemon did not trust him. He was unworthy of being its trainer. How could a trainer who couldn't tame a newly hatched Pokemon escape ridicule and ostracism? Damn it, Gu Chun felt like cursing. Rebirth was one thing, but starting out at hellish difficulty was another. What a farce. He tugged at his hair, gazing at the ongoing battles while pondering solutions. Gu Chun. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out once more. Gu Chun turned to see Xiao Yasi approaching again. This time, she was cradling not the Pikachu, but a snow-white rabbit with crimson accents. The rabbit's nose bore a bandage. It was a fire bunny, a fire-type starter Pokemon. What do you want? Gu Chun looked at her, a vague notion of her intentions dawning upon him. This. Xiao Yasi hesitated, her face flushing with embarrassment. Here, take this fire bunny. Use it to pass your exam, she said, extending the adorable flame rabbit towards him. This was the little Pokemon she had secretly prepared for Gu Chun after his unfortunate incident, hoping to assist him in his time of need. Gazing at the alluring flame rabbit. Before him, a creature worth a staggering 250,000 star coins, Gu Chun felt an overwhelming urge to express his gratitude. However, at that moment, an unexpected occurrence transpired. Ding! Detection indicates that the host's rebirth has reached 1 hour, officially commencing a new chapter. Ding! An event has been encountered, triggering a scenario. Ding! The host is required to make the following choices. Option 1. Boldly refuse the generous gift from the campus belle, Xiaoya, thereby acquiring the fairy sign-in system and embracing a life of systematic fortune. Option 2. Timidly accept the alms, thus resigning oneself to a life of dependency, forever a man living off others. Ding! The host is urged to make a prompt decision. Failure to do so will result in a random selection. Ding! 10-second countdown initiated. A cacophony of voices reverberated within his mind, leaving Gu Chun utterly bewildered. Chapter 2. Behold, it is Lugia. Ding! 5 seconds countdown. Damn it, there's no time left. Choose the longest among the 3 options. I refuse to be a kept man. In a fit of urgency, Gu Chun shouted at Xiao Yasi. Although his voice was moderate, it still attracted the attention of those surrounding the battle, startling Xiao Yasi and the fiery rabbit in her arms. Ding! Rejection successful. The host will receive the super extraordinary Pokemon sign-in system. Ding! System binding in progress. Ding! System binding successful. Ding! Today a sign-in is available for rewards. Does the host wish to use this opportunity? Sign in. Having read numerous sign-in novels in his previous life, Gu Chun was already well acquainted with this routine and quickly recited it in his mind. Ding! Sign in day 1. Sign in at the battle park. Ding! Sign in successful. Received 1 super extraordinary Pokeball. As he spoke, an orange Pokeball materialized in his mind's eye, accompanied by a heartwarming introduction below. A marvelous Pokeball. Guaranteed 100 capture success, regardless of whether it's a divine beast or a mythical creature. Incredible. Just as Gu Chun was about to express his admiration, a loud shout pulled him back to reality. You bastard, what have you done to Xiao Yasi? One could easily mistake the tone for that of a sycophant close to a goddess. However, when Gu Chun looked up, he was taken aback to see a woman. And not just any woman, but one far more mature and beautiful than Xiao Yasi. An elegant woman. Gu Chun was astonished. His ideal type from his previous life stood before him, about 172 meters tall, with a perfect oval face framed by wavy flaxen hair and skin that gleamed with a porcelain-like luster. She wore light makeup, appearing delicate yet not overly alluring, striking yet not vulgar. Her tall figure was draped in a loose bohemian-style long dress, topped with a large beige sun hat. Though her eyes were hidden behind dark sunglasses, one could still sense her radiance. This woman, both alluring and poised, fit Gu Chun's criteria for a partner perfectly. His heart raced. Cousin, what are you doing here? Xiao Yasi was taken aback. She had not expected her cousin to drop in unexpectedly. Wasn't she still at school? Initially feeling a bit downcast, all her sorrows vanished with her cousin's arrival. Hey, I'm talking to you. Luo Wuxi nodded toward Xiao Yasi, then couldn't help but frown, casting a glance at the silent Gu Chun. What was with that look he was giving her? She felt a twinge of displeasure. Luo Wuxi had just returned from Yangzhou to provide her cousin with insights on the challenges she would face during the college entrance examination. It was a request from her aunt, making it difficult for Luo Wuxi to refuse, hence her return. Unexpectedly, she encountered Xiao Yasi on the street. And noticing her hurried demeanor, Luo Wuxi worried something was amiss with her cousin. Thus, she decided to follow. Little did she know, trouble awaited her. What can I do? Of course, I'll talk and communicate with her. Gu Chun, facing her inquiry, felt a surge of annoyance. What if she was his ideal type? Her aggressive demeanor was enough to irk anyone. Therefore, Gu Chun retorted without reservation. Is that how you speak? I clearly saw you yelling at her. As she spoke, she glanced at the fiery rabbit in Xiao Yasi's arms, her eyes flickering as she said, Yasi, has he threatened you or extorted you into giving him a Pokemon? If so, speak boldly to your cousin, and I will ensure he pays for it. Luo Wuxi glared at Gu Chun, her teeth gritted and her face displaying anger. Clearly, she was fiercely protective. In her mind, Luo Wuxi had already conjured an elaborate scene of a delinquent threatening a well-behaved rich girl. Gu Chun thought, is this a gradual descent into delusion? This woman's imagination truly left him speechless. Just as he was about to counter, a gasp erupted from the crowd. Look, what is that? In the sky. Everyone looked up. Even Gu Chun, Luo Wuxi, and Xiao Yasi could not help but mimic the action. Above them, a colossal beast with blue and white hues performed a graceful loop in the sky before soaring forward. It stirred up a silvery storm in its wake, with the trainers below feeling the powerful gusts. Oh my, is that the divine beast Lugia? Wow, it's my first time seeing Lugia. I'm so excited. I could talk about it for a lifetime. So cool, I'm in love with it. What are you all thinking? It's a divine beast, go catch it. Someone yelled, finally awakening the crowd. What are we waiting for? Charge! Capture Lugia! Damn, don't tug on my pants. That bastard, it's a bad omen. Who touched my backside? Damn it, not even the men are spared. Beasts! Chaos ensued as everyone scrambled. The trainers, initially focused on the battle, went wild at the sight of Lugia. Naturally, with titles such as the God of the Sea, God of Wind, and God of Currents. Who wouldn't he want to capture a divine beast like Lugia? Achieving that would surely lead to a life of luxury and success. How could the trainers not go mad? Hey, where's Gu Chun? Xiao Yasi looked down, her eyes flashing with confusion. She realized that Gu Chun, who had just been in front of her, had vanished without a trace. Not only him, but her cousin Luo Wuxi had also disappeared. Both had vanished simultaneously. Meanwhile, Gu Chun had already dashed off. Upon seeing Lugia, the thought of capturing it immediately sparked in his mind. How could he not? The Pokeball in his hand was a rarity with a guaranteed 100 capture rate. Would he use it to catch a caterpie instead of a divine beast? The mere thought of the opportunity to capture Lugia sent waves of exhilaration through Gu Chun. He sprinted forward as if propelled by the wind itself. In that moment, Gu Chun embodied the spirit of an athletic champion on the competitive field, full of vigor. All he needed was one chance, just one opportunity to throw the Pokeball. Chapter 3. Everything for the sake of saving a life. What is a first kiss worth? How infuriating to have let that Lugia escape. The young man gritted his teeth and kicked a stone beneath his feet with great force. Thud! The crisp sound echoed as the stone plummeted into the sea. Moments ago, Gu Chun had exerted all his strength to chase after Lugia. However, how could mere legs outrun a creature soaring in the sky? Moreover, Lugia had been gliding over the ocean. As it ascended and descended, it became increasingly elusive, making it impossible for him to catch sight of it. Ultimately, he had no choice but to concede defeat. Nevertheless, Gu Chun had performed admirably. At the very least, he had managed to pursue it to this beach. The trainers who had once shouted about capturing Lugia behind him had long since given up. Or perhaps they simply lacked the strength to keep up. Only he had continued the chase until this point. Surely, Lugia must have sunk to the depths of the ocean. How could he possibly find it now? Gu Chun furrowed his brow, the fabric of his clothes flapping wildly in the wind, as he strained to contemplate his next move. He was certain that Lugia remained somewhere along this shoreline. However, the treacherous underwater terrain was fraught with dangerous creatures. What was he to do? Suddenly, a loud splash echoed, markedly different from the earlier sound of falling stones. This one was far heavier, resembling the sound of a person plunging into the sea. Gu Chun's brow knitted in concern. Help! Help! The somewhat familiar cry rang out, prompting him to turn in the direction of the voice. Indeed, someone had fallen into the water, and it was someone he recognized, the woman who had scolded him earlier, presumably the cousin of Xiao Yasi. A life was at stake, despite her earlier reprimands. Gu Chen hesitated not a moment longer. He swiftly shed his clothes and sprinted forward, leaping into the water. Both in this life and his previous one, he had always been an adept swimmer. Battling the surging waves, he swam with all his might, inching closer to the struggling figure of Luo Wuxi. Yet, just as she fought desperately against the tide, she suddenly sank deeper, placing her in grave peril. Gritting his teeth, Gu Chen took a deep breath and dove beneath the surface without hesitation. Under the ocean, he encountered the creatures of the sea: agate jellyfish, starfish, lanternfish, and seal balls, but they all kept their distance, wary of the commotion. Just ahead, however, was the elusive Lugia he had been searching for. Their eyes met momentarily, but then, to his dismay, Lugia abruptly turned away, completely unhesitant. Gu Chen surmised that it must have noticed the human in distress and intended to assist, but was interrupted by unforeseen circumstances. Casting a glance at Luo Wuxi, who was sinking, he clenched his jaw and abandoned the pursuit of Lugia to swim toward her. After all, human life was paramount, and he could not be certain he could catch up with Lugia. After considerable effort, Gu Chen finally managed to pull Luo Wuxi back to shore. Her complexion was pale, her chest heaving as she appeared to have ingested a significant amount of water. "Damn it, my first kiss? Is it really going to be sacrificed like this?" Gu Chen muttered, caught in a whirlwind of conflict. Even more so than in the moment he had bravely jumped into the sea to save her. Resolving to set aside his personal feelings in the face of duty, he decided to proceed with the rescue. Gritting his teeth, he placed his hands firmly on her chest and pressed several times before taking a deep breath and pinching her nose to deliver air into her lungs. This was a basic method of resuscitation he had learned, albeit not in great detail. After several attempts, Luo Wuxi finally jolted awake, expelling several mouthfuls of seawater. Yet, she remained unresponsive. It seemed she lacked sufficient breath. Clenching his jaw again, Gu Chen acted without hesitation, kissing her once more to transfer his breath to her. He thought to himself that if he prolonged the exchange, it might just work. Yet, unexpectedly, as soon as his lips touched hers, Luo Wuxi snapped her eyes open in shock. The soft sensation on her lips startled her, and she instinctively pushed away the man who had been acting up. "What are you doing?" she exclaimed, her brow furrowing in anger as she wiped her mouth with disdain. "What do you think I'm doing? I'm saving you. Don't you understand artificial respiration?" Gu Chen responded, indignant yet firm in his conviction that he was doing the right thing, leaving no room for shame. "You." Luo Wuxi was momentarily at a loss for words. She recalled that she had fallen into the sea while chasing Lugia, and with no one else around. The only person to save her was this young man before her. Yet, what had he been doing? Why had the kiss felt so intense? Was he attempting to take advantage of her in this vulnerable moment? As this thought crossed her mind, Luo Wuxi felt a surge of anger. "Hey, how rude. I'm your savior, and this is how you treat me? Not even a word of thanks." Gu Chen frowned. He had given up on pursuing Lugia to save her, despite knowing it was a futile chase. Yet, he had made that choice. "Thank you." Luo Wuxi finally forced out the words, sounding somewhat reluctant, but she said them nonetheless. Fine. I can't be bothered to argue with you," Gu Chen replied, his gaze drifting beyond her shoulder. From the waters ahead, he spotted the silhouette of Lugia once more, this time veering towards a nearby trench. Gu Chen's spirits soared. Did this suggest that Lugia was searching for something? Did it periodically emerge from the trench? With this thought igniting within him, a smile crept across his lips. Luo Wuxi observed the sudden grin on the young man's face, bemused by its abruptness and peculiarity. Was he perhaps harboring ulterior motives? Out here in the wilderness, such a possibility was not entirely unfounded. Suddenly, Gu Chen stood up, startling Luo Wuxi. "What, do you think I would do something to you?" He quickly grasped her thoughts. "I'm leaving. You can find your own way back." No good deed goes unpunished. With a huff, he turned away, collecting his clothes and swiftly slipping into the rocks ahead. Within moments, Luo Wuxi could no longer see him. He was too eager to ambush Lugia to waste any time on her. Chapter 4. Laying in wait for Lugia. Was this the trench he sought? Behind a massive cliff, Gu Chen held his breath, concealed behind a rock. He lay quietly, awaiting that captivating moment. Clutching his perfectly designed capture ball, he had been waiting here for an hour. Yet he remained undeterred, convinced that Lugia would emerge from this very spot. This was his unwavering determination and persistence, bordering on obstinacy. He remained there, lying in wait, until even the underwear he had sacrificed to save her had dried. Time ticked by. The sun that had once blazed overhead now dipped beneath the horizon, yielding to the twilight. Eventually, it transformed into a starry night. Had Lugia truly slipped away from the depths of the ocean? Chen clenched his teeth, unable to suppress a quiet murmur. His lips were slightly cracked, a clear indication of mild dehydration. Should he venture into the sea to take a look? The bold thrive while the timid perish. He couldn't help but recall how, in his previous life, he had lived in a pitiful state, working 9 to 5 for a mere pittance. Now, having been granted the rare opportunity to live again, what was there to hesitate about? Why be so timid? Damn it! Suddenly squatting down, Chen resolved to strip off his clothes and plunge into the ocean. However, at that moment, the previously tranquil surface of the sea began to ripple, prompting him to quickly retreat behind the rocks. In the hazy distance, he sensed that the main event was approaching. A profound cry resonated, and a massive blue and white figure surged up from the depths of the sea, creating a powerful gust of wind that caused the surrounding rocks to tremble. It was Lugia. It had arrived. At that moment, Chen felt his blood surge with excitement. The familiar words echoed in his mind, a reminder of the times when his mentor would successfully capture a Pokemon. Go, Pokeball! With a mighty shout, Chen hurled the Pokeball skyward, transforming in that moment into the finest baseball player. The soaring Lugia turned its gaze towards him, noticing the rapidly approaching Pokeball. A fleeting expression of surprise and alarm crossed its face. With a crisp sound, the Pokeball burst open, and in synchronization with Chen's heartbeat, Lugia was captured within. The Pokeball landed on a nearby rock, gently shaking twice. A triumphant beep rang out, signaling a successful capture, and the Pokeball sealed shut. Damn it! He had successfully captured the divine beast. Lugia! Chen raised his arms in celebration, letting out a roar to express the exhilaration swelling within him. At this moment, all the waiting had been worthwhile. All had borne fruit. Without hesitation, Chen scrambled up the rocky outcrop, seizing the Pokeball containing Lugia. The weighty sensation ignited a smile of satisfaction on his face as he pressed a kiss to the Pokeball. This was his future and his life. Come forth, Lugia! He commanded, and a flash of silvery light illuminated the air, revealing a blue and white figure before him. But something was amiss. The Lugia he had just seen was so imposing. Yet this one appeared to be a mere juvenile. It looked adorably bewildered. Chen felt his composure shatter. This was indeed Lugia. Yet somehow it had transformed into a smaller version, resembling a child. Had the Pokeball malfunctioned? In his mind, he recalled the Pokeball-esque description, which contained a line he had neglected to read. System, what on earth is happening? He inquired, unable to ignore the discrepancies any longer. After all, if something was amiss, who else could he turn to but the provider? Ding! The system has detected the host's skepticism regarding the product. Fortunately, the system has retained a screenshot for your review. No further explanations will be provided. A haughty voice echoed in his mind, and a moment later, the Pokeball's description materialized before him. He quickly focused on the fine print, only to find it utterly illegible. System, this is completely unreadable. Did you not know that smartphones allow for magnification? The system's voice turned petulant. With a sigh, Chen magnified the text, revealing usage instructions. The captured Pokemon will revert to its original state. Use with caution. Damn it! Chen felt as if he were coming apart at the seams. This small line had required magnification 20 times to be legible. Was the system truly that cruel? Suppressing his frustration, Chen reminded himself that even a small version of Lugia was still a legendary creature. He could always train anew. With the system at his side, would he not surpass others? After rallying his resolve, Chen shifted his attention back to Lugia. This round little creature gazed back at him with bright, curious eyes, exuding an endearing charm. The more he looked, the more his heart warmed. Little Lugia, he called out. The little one responded with a cheerful chirp, clearly understanding its master's call, flapping its wings joyfully. It was Chen's first time hearing little Lugia speak. He recalled that this adorable creature had appeared in the Pokemon movies, whereas the adult Lugia had been rather taciturn. It seemed this little one was much more spirited. With his earlier frustrations evaporating, Chen said, Little Lugia, I look forward to our journey together. A smile graced his face as he extended his hand, echoing a classic line from his mentor, a sentiment he felt compelled to recreate on the very first day of his rebirth. After all, it symbolized his youth. Little Lugia, still young and somewhat perplexed by human emotions, hesitated but ultimately reached out with its wing. Under the luminous moon and starry sky, their hands, one human, one beast, met in a shared bond. Chen had taken a significant step towards his journey as a trainer. This land would soon belong to him, starting with little Lugia as his companion. One day, his name would be etched into the annals of trainer history. Here, at this moment, was his beginning. Together, they would strive for greatness. Little Lugia. Chapter 5. Young Pokemon. Fear not the challenge first. He had chased after Lugia and fallen into the sea. Then, his communication device had been rendered useless by the salt water. Finally, he had twisted his ankle, and to make matters worse, he had stumbled and injured himself further. Oh dear, was this the darkest moment of his life? When would he find his way back? Luo Wuxi muttered to herself, tearfully gazing ahead at the seemingly endless expanse of Shishui City. She had exerted every effort to return, but her ankle was swollen like a pig's head, and her other foot bore scratches. Yet, she blamed no one but herself for hastily seeking out Xiaoya, forgetting to bring her bag with the Pokeballs. Otherwise, how could she have ended up without assistance? Gritting her teeth, Luo Wuxi pressed onward. Every meter counted. Perhaps she would encounter campers along the way. If that happened, she could contact her friends and family. Holding on to this hope, she persevered, inching closer to Shishui City. In a sudden flurry, a blue figure darted out from the shadows. Its formidable blue shell gleamed ominously in the darkness, and its right arm, robust and powerful, seemed to dwarf its entire body, radiating a chilling light. Its piercing gaze was fixated intently on Luo Wuxi. The name Steel Cannon Arm Shrimp immediately sprang to mind, prompting her expression to shift to one of grave seriousness. This creature was known to attack trainers. Truly, misfortune compounded upon misfortune. Today had been anything but smooth. Biting her lip, Luo Wuxi's thoughts raced as she sought a strategy. But she quickly realized she was at a complete loss. She could only silently wish for a miraculous savior to descend from the heavens, or hope that the Steel Cannon Arm Shrimp had somehow failed to notice her. However, observing its sharp gaze, she suspected the latter was far less likely. The steel cannon, seemingly enraged by her silent insult, began to gather a pale blue light within its right arm. Water gun attack? The name flickered in her mind, but in the next instant, her assumption was proven wrong. This was no mere water gun befitting of the Steel Cannon Arm Shrimp's stature. It was instead an ice beam. Was it truly so ruthless from the outset? Luo Wuxi was genuinely taken aback. Even ordinary Pokemon would struggle to withstand such an attack, let alone her fragile human form. Boom! As she stood frozen in shock, the ice beam was unleashed, and Luo Wuxi felt as though her feet were weighed down with lead. Her body was unable to respond to her frantic thoughts. Had she been paralyzed with fear? A booming voice shattered her stupor. In that moment, she felt herself swept off her feet and hurled onto the rocky ground. The ice beam struck precisely where she had just stood, leaving a frosty patch that was considerable in size. The sheer power was terrifying. It was unfathomable to contemplate the dire consequences had her flesh met that icy onslaught. "Is it you?" Looking up, Luo Wuxi was astonished to find the very same young man from earlier. He had appeared at this pivotal moment. Without a moment to spare for her, Chen focused intently on the battle ahead. With an agitated cry, little Lugia, believing its master to be in peril, soared into action, its blue and white form glimmering as it unleashed a dazzling silver wing attack, sending the Steel Cannon Arm Shrimp tumbling away. The effectiveness of this surprise assault elicited a surge of elation from Chen. He had initially thought little Lugia was starting from scratch, yet this little creature possessed formidable abilities. Truly, the offspring of a divine beast. The Steel Cannon Arm Shrimp, infuriated by the unexpected blow, unleashed a water gun attack from its massive pincers, aimed at the soaring Lugia. Just as Chen opened his mouth to caution the little one, he was taken aback by its agility. It deftly evaded the water gun with seamless movements, embodying the essence of a born warrior. As it continued to spin gracefully, a silver radiance emanated from its wings, fearlessly charging toward the Steel Cannon Arm Shrimp. The latter was no slouch either, its pincers glowing with silver light as a thunderous collision ensued. Lugia soared skyward, while the steel cannon-armed shrimp, unable to maintain its balance, collapsed onto the ground. Chen's eyes sparkled with realization. In that moment of collision, he discerned little Lugia's hidden ability. Multi-scale, its defense is heightened, and damage reduced. This little creature was indeed a splendid specimen. High attack power coupled with resilience, truly a perfect combination. Before he could utter a word of praise, little Lugia ascended, dancing gracefully toward the heavens, surrounded by a visible gale. Could it be a divine bird's special attack? Chen gasped in disbelief. Surely, it could not be that fierce. It was still just a fledgling. Yet, soon he witnessed the wind transform into a brilliant blue light. As little Lugia executed a perfect 180-degree turn and dove downward, the blue light surged forth, revealing the silhouette of a dragon. A faint dragon's roar echoed in the air. Dragon dive? Luo Wuxi gasped, her eyes wide with astonishment, mouth agape in disbelief. Little Lugia was his Pokemon. How could this be possible? Boom! A perfect hit. Sand and debris erupted as the mighty impact sent the steel cannon-armed shrimp soaring into the air, eventually landing in the sea with a graceful arc. It was powerful, stunning, truly worthy of being a divine beast. Even as a youngling, this little Lugia surpassed ordinary Pokemon by leaps and bounds. Chen was exhilarated, for this was his Pokemon. With a jubilant cry, little Lugia reveled in the victory of battle, flapping its wings in delight before landing gracefully before its master, seemingly awaiting praise. Well done, little Lugia. That battle was absolutely spectacular. For an ardent combat enthusiast, it was essential to lavish praise and instill confidence in his Pokemon. Thus, Chen generously offered his commendations, reaching out to stroke its head in encouragement. He recognized that little Lugia's spirit was one of fierce determination, growing bolder with each skirmish, unafraid of any challenge. As the old saying goes, teach according to the individual. A competent trainer must possess such wisdom. Meanwhile, Luo Wuxi could only gaze in disbelief at the duo before her. They interacted with such intimacy. How could this be? Who was he really? How could he possibly have a Lugia as his Pokemon? Chapter 6. Signing in the wild for the Rotom Pokédex. Thank you for bringing me here. Luo Wuxi inclined her head politely toward Chen. Although she had many questions during their journey, she refrained from voicing them, feeling somewhat embarrassed to be carried back by a boy several years her junior. Neither of them spoke throughout the journey, yet Chen had learned her name. No need for thanks. He glanced at Luo Wuxi and added, next time we meet, just refrain from being so aggressive right from the start. With a casual flourish, he turned and waved goodbye, his silhouette elongated under the bright city lights. Luo Wuxi understood his meaning. Upon reflection, she realized she had been overly sensitive when she first encountered Xiao Yasi. A pang of regret welled up within her. However, by the time she gathered her thoughts to apologize, Chen had already walked away, leaving her no opportunity to express her sentiments. Yet deep down, she knew they would undoubtedly meet again. Miss, let us go. The butler's voice resonated from behind. Luo Wuxi withdrew her gaze and turned around. Chen, the only child of his parents who were in good health, came from a modestly comfortable family, where basic needs were well met. However, when it came to substantial wealth, there was none to speak of. The largest investment he had made was in a tadpole-like creature, which he ultimately lost. This was a matter Chen had never dared to disclose to his parents. Perhaps it was for the best, as he now had a better companion. Upon returning home, he found his parents absent, likely working the night shift at the Elven Breeding Center. This establishment required night supervision, allowing the couple to commute together, which must have been a delight. After rummaging through the refrigerator for something to satisfy his hunger, Chen promptly retreated to his room. He released the little Lugia from its confines and proceeded to consult the computer for information about this world. To his surprise, he discovered that wild elves indeed existed. However, unlike the gentle creatures in the Pokemon universe, some possessed formidable aggressiveness, especially the Dark-type elves, whose ferocity was unparalleled. Ghost-type elves, with their penchant for mischief, also posed significant danger when encountered in the wild. Moreover, this world occasionally revealed secret realms housing elves of archaeological significance, or those yet to be discovered. Within these realms, one could find extraordinary elf eggs or enhancement tools for their elves. Overall, many aspects remained reminiscent of the games and anime, including the existence of elf traits and skills. After perusing the news, Gu-chan noted that the frequency of secret realm appearances was quite high. However, trainers like him, who had yet to enroll in university, lacked the qualifications to enter these realms unless they were inadvertently swept into one in the wild. To gain entry, one needed to obtain a trainer certification, which could only be acquired through the league. Having gathered this information, Gu-chan slapped his face, invigorated by the newfound knowledge. He resolved to work diligently starting tomorrow, aspiring to achieve great accomplishments and scale unprecedented heights in this world. Glancing back, he noticed that little Lugia had fallen asleep on the bed, perhaps feeling neglected by its owner. Despite its fierce demeanor in battle, its sleeping form was adorably naive, even somewhat endearing. After watching for a while, Gu-chan smiled with a paternal warmth, gently relocating the creature to the other side of his bed and tucking it in. He decided that tomorrow, he would take little Lugia into the wild for more battle experience, as the best way for it to adapt was through combat. There was no choice. It was all for the sake of his future. Although its performance in tonight's battle had been commendable, a cautious approach was wise. The following day, Gu-chan left home at 7 o'clock, while his parents were still at work. As he exited the city, he suddenly remembered that he hadn't signed in today. System, may I check in now? He inquired as he stepped outside. Ding. Correct. Please remember to sign in daily. Signing in for today, Gu-chan declared with a flourish. Ding. Second day, outdoor sign in. Ding. Reward. A super powerful, transformable Rotom Pokédex. Ding. Would the host like to claim it? Gu-chan recalled that Rotom was a form introduced in the Sun and Moon series. If that were the case, he would no longer feel so lonely. Claim it. He responded eagerly. Ding. Claim successful. Suddenly, a silvery light flickered before him, and a red robot resembling Rotom materialized. At first glance, it looked identical to the one on television, but upon closer inspection, this Rotom had a more feminine appearance. As soon as it spoke, Gu-chan understood. Hello, Master. I am the super intelligent, adorable, lively, understanding, gentle Rotom Lugia. You can call me Lugia. The little red robot circled around Gu-chan several times, clearly ecstatic and gleeful, as if it had just emerged into the light of day. In the next moment, it transformed into a small elven girl, clad in a red miniskirt, with delicate elven ears and gossamer wings standing before him. She leaned forward slightly, gazing at him with her big, adorable eyes, seemingly relishing his astonishment. Then she covered her mouth and giggled. Indeed, Gu-chan was taken aback by the sudden transformation. The system's offerings were extraordinary. He remembered that Rotom was genderless. Yet here it was, showcasing its impressive ability to transform between its Pokédex and elven forms. Come here, Gu-chan beckoned, extending his hands. The system had truly understood his desires by sending such a delightful creature his way. Such a peculiar request. Lugia mused aloud, yet obediently descended into Gu-chan's outstretched hands, where he cradled her gently. Stay still. Let me take a look, Gu-chan said with curiosity, poking her cheek, only to be met with a pleasantly soft sensation. I expected a jolt, he remarked, but soon felt a tingling sensation in his hand. It was Lugia allowing him to sense her electrical energy. No witties. I can't control it well. Otherwise, it could harm you, Master, she explained, wrapping her little arms around Gu-chan's fist, gazing up at him with a playful expression that brought him joy. Gu-chan was utterly enamored. Let's go. It's time for some outdoor battles, he declared, placing Lugia on his shoulder and releasing Lugia from its Pokeball. He had not forgotten the purpose of his venture into this forest. Chapter 7. The One-Ball Wonder. By noon, Gu-chan had already taken Lugia on a tour around the forest's edge. Creatures like Caterpie, Pidgey, and Beedrill had, without exception, fallen to little Lugia's prowess. On this particular morning, the most formidable opponent encountered was undoubtedly Pachirisu. This electric squirrel deftly navigated through the jungle with remarkable agility and cunning, consistently utilizing the terrain to engage in guerrilla warfare against little Lugia. However, it was precisely the presence of such a rival that intensified Lugia's competitive spirit. Unbeknownst to it, both speed and agility had improved considerably due to the skirmishes. This was the essence of combat, the very outcome Gu-chan yearned to witness. Meanwhile, Lilia, the little creature, incessantly chattered away, imparting knowledge about Pokémon battles and lore to Gu-chan. Every time a new Pokémon appeared, she would eagerly reiterate her insights. Gu-chan found solace in her incessant prattling. It was quite delightful to have her voice resonating nearby. Finally, After sensing that little Lugia was utterly fatigued, he decided to return it to its Pokeball, preparing to depart. At that moment, however, sounds of battle echoed from ahead. Witnessing trainers clash in the wild was indeed a splendid experience. Thus, after gesturing for Lilia to remain silent, Chen stealthily approached. "Why is that Ralts so powerful?" exclaimed a male trainer, who appeared to be a novice like Chen. Beside him was a female trainer, equally inexperienced. In front of them stood two Pokemon. One was a victorious Ralts, while the other, a little Charmander, lay defeated on the ground. "Are you even capable? Your Charmander can't even defeat a Ralts. How useless," the female trainer lamented, clearly displeased. "Come on, what do you know? Ralts possesses fairy and psychic types. How can your Charmander compete against it?" retorted the male trainer, visibly agitated. "And why should a woman be able to declare a man incapable? Don't you realize how hurtful those words can be to a man? Also, do you even understand that fairy types are strong against dragon types? What did you learn in school? Charmander is at a disadvantage. How can it possibly win? Are you out of your mind?" The male trainer's frustration grew, as if the entire rationale stood firmly in his favor. The female trainer pondered his words and began to feel guilty, realizing that Charmander, by its very name, was indeed a dragon-type Pokemon and thus susceptible to being countered. She bowed her head, chastened by the male trainer's tirade, and dared not respond. Meanwhile, Chen, hidden in the grass, couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of it all. Charmander is a dragon type? No wonder these two could engage in such a conversation. Their logic is completely upside down. His laughter caught the attention of the trainers, as well as the little green and white Ralts, who turned to him, lips slightly pursed, as if questioning, "What is this human laughing about? Hey, what are you laughing at? Am I wrong?" The male trainer snapped, his face flushed with indignation. "Of course you are." Lilia, irritated by the male trainer's aggression, soared from Chen's shoulder and boldly declared, "Charmander is a fire-type Pokemon. When it evolves into Charizard, it becomes both fire and flying types. Who says it's a dragon type? Who says it's weak against Ralts?" With her hands on her hips, Lilia confronted the two trainers, her demeanor intimidating enough to leave them momentarily speechless. "Let us go, Lilia," Chen said, casting a sidelong glance at the Ralts, which was indeed a fine Pokemon, though not part of his capture plan. Moreover, he currently lacked any Pokeballs. Reluctantly, he called Lilia to follow him, and although she was fuming, she flitted over to his side, ready to leave, leaving the two trainers staring blankly at one another. "What was that Pokemon just now?" the male trainer asked. "I don't know, it seemed to speak." The female trainer replied, bewildered. "And what about that Ralts? Did it just run away? You promised you would help me catch it." "Catch it? My only battling Pokemon, Charmander, is in this state." "Master, that Ralts is following us," Lilia suddenly exclaimed, having spotted something. She flitted down from Chen's shoulder and pointed ahead. Indeed, just as she indicated, not far ahead, the Ralts stood, gazing intently at Chen. "Do you wish to battle?" Chen mused, reaching for a Pokeball at his back. Though little Lugia had just returned to rest, it would certainly be willing to engage if a battle were to ensue. "Come forth, little Lugia," Chen proclaimed, hurling the Pokeball forward. The ball shot forth like a cannonball, only to collide with Ralts, causing it to stumble backward and collapse to the ground. "Wait, what?" Chen exclaimed, suddenly realizing that throwing a Pokeball in such a manner would not release the Pokemon inside. The correct approach was to press the button. Blast it. This isn't an animated world. Chen thought to himself, bemused by his own folly. "Master, you mustn't throw Pokeballs like that. They can easily break," Lilia admonished, returning with the Pokeball containing little Lugia, evidently worried for her forgetful master. "How weak is it? A mere hit, and it can't even stand up," Chen remarked, observing the Ralts still sprawled on the ground. "Well, it was already wounded from battling Charmander and then unexpectedly attacked by you. How could it recover so quickly?" Chen thought to himself, how unfair this is. Lilia, pouting, flapped her wings and flew closer to inspect, then exclaimed, "Oh no, master. It looks quite injured and has fainted. What should we do?" Lilia, in a state of panic, whirled around, mumbling anxiously. Chen approached to take a closer look and confirmed that Ralts had indeed fainted. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "Let us take it to the Pokemon Center." Chapter 8. The dramatic and proud Ralts at the Pokemon Center in Shishui City. Chen inquired, "Nurse, is this Ralts going to be all right?" He gazed at the Ralts resting on the small hospital bed, unable to suppress his concern. "It's nothing serious. Just injuries from the battle and exhaustion, the nurse replied, glancing at the little Pokemon. Weavee already administered a restorative potion and treated its wounds. She handed Gu-chan a receipt, stating, "This is the payment slip. Once you settle the bill, you can take it home." Gu-chan's gaze was sharp as it swiftly fell upon those numbers. Goodness, they were more precious than gold. For such a minor injury, the treatment cost a staggering $18.88. No wonder it was said that being a trainer was a costly profession. Why wasn't it like in the television shows, where treatment was free? What a nuisance. Gu-chan felt a headache coming on, but then he seemed to recall something important and spoke up. "Nurse, this Ralts is a wild Pokemon. I am merely responsible for bringing it here. It has nothing to do with me." He remembered the wild Pokemon rescue regulations he had seen the previous night. The document clearly stated that the Pokemon Center had an obligation to treat wild Pokemon without charge. This Ralts completely fit the criteria. Thus, Gu-chan felt compelled to explain his circumstances. "Why did Pokemon?" The nurse cast a doubtful glance at Gu-chan, her expression tinged with skepticism. Although there were wild Pokemon rescue regulations, who would be so foolish as to bring wild Pokemon here? Surely, they could just rest in the wild? Therefore, she suspected that this young man was trying to deceive the Pokemon Center. "I swear, I am an honest and good-natured fellow who would never lie. This Ralts has no connection to me." Gu-chan raised his right hand, but before he could finish his oath, the sound of Ralts calling out interrupted him. He looked down to find the little creature reaching out towards him, appearing to seek a cuddle. Its tiny hands waved in the air, shaking and swaying. Gu-chan felt a tingle of surprise. He turned to see that the nurse's gaze had noticeably shifted. With Gu-chan ignoring it, Ralts wobbled to its feet, but stumbled and fell back onto the bed. However, it seemed frightened and quickly stood up again, clinging to his arm, still displaying its needy demeanor. Its little mouth continued to call out, as if pleading, "Don't abandon me, don't abandon me." At this moment, the nurse's expression transformed completely. Such an adorable and affectionate little Pokemon, and he claimed he wanted to abandon it? To say it was wild? Her sharp gaze pierced Gu-chan's heart like a knife. He quickly raised his hand, realizing he had no choice but to pay. "Damn it, I concede." The nurse, visibly displeased, shoved the payment slip into his hands and turned to leave. In the end, Gu-chan paid the full treatment fee of $18.88. Damn, that was all the money I had saved up. He had intended to use it to buy a few Pokeballs or prepare some supplies for Lugia. Now, it was all gone without a trace. On the contrary, Ralts showed no signs of injury at all. Once they exited the Pokemon Center, it was lively and energetic, likely capable of battling Lugia for 300 rounds. Gu-chan mused silently. Could this little one be deliberately scheming against me? But how could such a charming little creature harbor ill intentions? He preferred to believe it was all unintentional. Lost in his thoughts, Gu-chan glanced at the Ralts cheerfully, striding ahead. It seemed to be in quite a good mood. He made a decision. Since fate had brought them to this point, he would not return this little Pokemon to the wild. He would keep it for himself. Either he would capture it for personal use or sell it. At worst, he could capture more Ralts of the opposite gender and breed them for sale. Surely many would be fond of Ralts. A wicked plan began brewing in Gu-chan's mind. He felt a sense of pride for his economic acumen, akin to the cleverness of the era's top merchants. With this thought in mind, Gu-chan resolved to win Ralts' affection and keep it. However, before he could make a move, Ralts suddenly halted, turned to look at him, and opened its tiny arms. Not only that, its little face tilted upward, displaying a mix of pride and shyness. Clearly, it was tired and wanted Gu-chan to carry it. After contemplating, Gu-chan chose to prioritize the little one's comfort, squatting down to embrace its petite form. Ralts clearly relished the warmth of his embrace, gently patting his chest as if to say, "I am quite satisfied." This little creature was remarkably human-like. Gu-chan couldn't help but recall Ralts' final evolutionary form, Gardevoir. His heart raced at the thought. Gardevoir was the aspiration of countless Pokemon trainers. He dared not dwell on it further. Shaking his head, Gu-chan hurriedly embraced the compliant Ralts and headed home. Chapter 9. The warm daily life of a Pokemon. Gu-chan, I heard from my cousin that you've resolved the issue with your exam Pokemon, right? As soon as he reached the bottom of the stairs, Gu-chan spotted Xiao Yasi. She must have been waiting for quite some time, as she fortuitously encountered him as he returned home. Thinking of his cousin, Gu-chan couldn't help but recall the journey back to Shishui City with Luo Wuxi last night. That woman, well, her figure was indeed impressive. "Ah, is that Ralts in your arms?" Xiao Yasi finally noticed the adorable Ralts sleeping in Gu Chen's embrace and spoke up again. Yes, it's all taken care of, so don't worry. Gu Chen glanced at the adorably sleeping Pokemon in his arms, unable to suppress a smile. From Xiao Yasi's words, he gathered that Luo Wuxi had not revealed to her that his Pokemon was a Lugia. That woman's lips seemed to be tightly sealed. Thus, Gu Chen felt no need to explain further. By the way, thank you for your thoughtful offer to give me a fire rabbit. He recalled how Xiao Yasi had offered him a Pokemon worth 250,000 star coins the day before. To be honest, upon reflection, Gu Chen felt quite touched. Hence, he couldn't help but express his gratitude. He had to admit, Xiao Yasi was undoubtedly a little wealthy. However, it also indicated that Gu Chen was not in dire straits. There were still those who remembered him. That was comforting. No worries, she replied, feeling his gaze and smile, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. After a moment of hesitation, she nervously fidgeted with her clothing and asked, "So, are you confident about your exam?" "Absolutely." As he uttered those words, a surge of confidence enveloped Gu Chen, elevating his aura significantly and rendering him particularly charming. Indeed, Gu Chen was filled with confidence. Not only was he confident, but he also intended to seize the opportunity of the upcoming exam to make a remarkable impression. Well then, seeing him like this, Zayawayashi was evidently very pleased. A smile gracing her face as she waved her fist at him, encouragingly saying, "Do your best the day after tomorrow. You must also put in your effort." Gu Chen reciprocated her sentiments. After watching Zayawayashi depart, he made his way home. Upon returning, he discovered that, indeed, his parents were not at home. They seemed to have left for work quite early today. Accustomed to their absence, Gu Chen said nothing. After placing Lilura's on his bed, Lilia, who had been transformed into a watch-like form, finally resumed her true appearance. "Master, it's so boring. I don't like that form at all." The little sprite pouted, her large eyes floating before Gu Chen. Previously, she had to take on the guise of the Rotom Pokédex due to her master's insistence on maintaining a low profile, which had stifled her spirit. It's important to note that this little creature was quite the chatterbox. "Shoo!" Gu Chen gestured for silence, pointing to Lilura's, who was comfortably asleep on the bed, and said softly, "Let us keep a low profile for a couple more days. After that, you can do as you please." Before the college entrance examination, he wished to avoid drawing too much attention. Although the world featured the Rotom Pokédex, none could shine as brightly as Lilia. She was truly one of a kind. "All right," Lilia pouted again, flapping her wings and landing on Gu Chen's shoulder, playfully tugging at his ear. Whatever her master said was law, and she dared not voice any dissent. Following the rhythm of the previous night, Gu Chen engaged in simple study and exploration. Today, he did not utilize the Wild Pokemon Rescue Ordinance, yet it indirectly reflected that possessing such knowledge would facilitate his daily life. At the very least, he would be able to tackle any issues that arose. With Lilia's companionship, studying these mundane facts became anything but tedious. On the contrary, he felt invigorated. Without a training schedule, Gu Chen planned to indulge in a long lie-in, but it seemed that Lilura's had no intention of granting him that luxury. Early in the morning, he felt someone rubbing his face. After several impatient attempts to shoo them away, he ultimately had to open his eyes. Lo and behold, Lilura's was sitting right on his chest, its tiny hands rubbing his face. Upon seeing Gu Chen awake, it retracted its little hands, but promptly laid back down on his chest, a pleasing smile adorning its face. Something was amiss. Though their time together had been brief, Gu Chen had already discerned that this little creature was quite the drama queen. It was undoubtedly aiming for something, just as it had yesterday when it wanted him to carry it back. Lilura's, the little thespian, propped itself up, patting its plump white belly, signaling that it was hungry. Its adorably innocent demeanor made Gu Chen unable to resist lifting it up, teasing, "Hey, little one, you're a wild Pokemon. Can't you display a bit of rebellious spirit? At this rate, I might think I saved the galaxy." Lilura's understood the first part, responding with a resigned shrug. As for the latter half about saving the galaxy, it was utterly perplexed, wearing a puzzled expression. Despite being woken up, Gu Chen remained in good spirits. Conveniently, he had prepared Pokemon food previously for the Guagua Bubble Frog. After portioning out 2 servings, he presented one to Lilura's and summoned little Lugia for the other. This little creature had been exhausted from battle the previous day, so Gu Chen had allowed it to rest in its Pokeball overnight. However, judging by its lively demeanor this morning, It was evidently in fine form, eagerly pouncing on the food. Glancing at Lugia, who was still sleeping on the pillow, Chen noted that as a rotom Pokédex, she likely did not require sustenance, unless it was electricity. After feeding his Pokemon, Chen had just finished washing up in the bathroom when he noticed his parents had finally returned. Chen, we bought breakfast. Cool meat. His father, Gu Haifeng, a man in his early 40s, spoke with a hint of fatigue, yet wore a cheerful expression. Yes, come out breakfast. Chi Mengxian chimed in, pulling Chen closer. We didn't TC you at all yesterday. Where did you go? The couple's work schedules often reversed, and since Chen was now an adult, they had grown less concerned about his whereabouts. Seeing his parents, Chen felt a pang of nostalgia. The bond of blood is indeed peculiar, even across worlds. It feels so familiar. He smiled and replied, well, the college entrance examination is tomorrow, so I went out to train. Chen was somewhat vague, omitting the fact that he had been training in the wild, as such activities would appear quite dangerous in their eyes. After all, he was a novice trainer. Training is good. Make sure to exchange battle insights with your classmates. Gu Haifeng smiled and continued, Chen, don't worry about the exam. Your dad believes in you. Exactly, just do your best. It doesn't matter which Pokemon university you attend. As long as you shine, you'll stand out. Before Chen could respond, his parents began a round of pre-exam encouragement that echoed his previous life. Indeed, regardless of the era or world, parents tend to say the same things when faced with similar issues. Thinking of this, Chen chuckled and said, don't worry, Mom and Dad. My goal this time is to get into Yangzhou Pokemon University, Magic City Pokemon University, or Imperial Capital Pokemon University. I won't settle for anything less. Oh, the couple exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. After a pause, Gu Haifeng cleared his throat and said, Chen, don't put too much pressure on yourself. College merely determines where you engage in Pokemon battles and what friends you make. It's not everything. Yes. Just keep a calm mindset. We support you no matter what. Chi Mengxian quickly echoed her husband. Chen understood that their words stemmed from his previous success in the liberal arts written examination. As previously mentioned, Chen had passed his liberal arts exam with flying colors. Why was it considered perfect? Because out of a total score of 600 across 4 theoretical subjects, one needed 450 to pass. Chen managed to attain exactly 450. However, he achieved this through perfect scores in 3 subjects, missing one entirely. How could that not be deemed perfect? This meant he had aced 3 subjects, while only one had been absent from his record. As for the reason, Chen was well aware. It was simply because he had spotted a figure resembling his Gua bubble frog outside the city that day, and had chased after it, consequently missing the optimal exam time. Thus, he lost the score for that subject. Otherwise, had he achieved perfect scores across all 4 subjects, he might have had the opportunity to become a special recruit for the university, delving into specialized studies. It can be said that the Froakie nearly shattered his life on 2 occasions. Fortunately, now he is the reborn Chen. Fear not, for I am well aware of my circumstances. Ignoring the slightly peculiar glances exchanged by the couple, Chen confidently spoke up. The couple shared a brief look, choosing not to voice their thoughts, yet they found comfort in Chen's spirited demeanor. The cause of their unusual expressions stemmed primarily from the fact that to gain admission to the 3 prestigious Pokemon universities Chen had just mentioned, one must achieve a score of no less than 550 in the humanities. Failing that, the battling evaluation must reach at least a certain level. However, attaining such a battling evaluation level is significantly more challenging than securing a score of 550 in the humanities. The two are not even comparable. The lowest tier for battling evaluations is a designated level, while the highest reaches another. Admission to Pokemon universities is based on a composite of both humanities and battling evaluations. In other words, for Chen, who scored 450, the prospect of attending those 3 institutions seemed as improbable as plucking the moon from the sky. Thus, when his parents heard him speak, their expressions reflected a hint of incredulity. The family of 3 was enjoying breakfast when an exclamation of joy suddenly rang out. At that moment, the door to the corner room swung open, and a Lurantis appeared before them. This little actor had evidently finished its Pokemon food, as indicated by its round belly. Upon spotting Chen, it scampered over, leaping into his arms before reaching for the moo milk he held. Chen's parents exchanged astonished glances. Their son's initial Pokemon was clearly Froakie. What was this Lurantis doing here? With no recourse against the unexpected Lurantis, Chen reluctantly offered it the half-finished Moo Moo milk. The moment it received the drink, a look of delight spread across its face. Without hesitation, it shoved the straw into its mouth, disregarding that it was Chen's. What on earth is happening here? Haifeng could not contain his curiosity. I exchanged Pokemon with someone, Chen replied, adhering to the principle of sparing his parents any worry by weaving a harmless lie. After all, Pokemon were not cheap in this era. How could he explain that his Froakie had gone missing and that he had acquired a Lurantis in its stead? His parents might think he had done something nefarious. He certainly couldn't divulge that he possessed a system. Thus, Chen resolved to keep this matter under wraps for the time being. Exchange Pokemon? Haifeng's eyes reflected skepticism. He distinctly remembered Chen expressing great fondness for Froakie, which was why he had chosen it as his first Pokemon. Yet now, he claimed to have traded it? This left him doubting. Oh, an exchange is an exchange. I find this Lurantis quite adorable and well-behaved. Qi Mingxian quickly interjected, attempting to smooth over her husband's concerns, nudging him gently as if to say, why be so stiff at this moment? Lurantis. The Lurantis, now contentedly sipping on its milk, beamed with a charming smile at the praise, calling out softly and even cocking its head adorably. This display was enough to melt Mama's heart. A sweet impact indeed. Even Papa, who had previously harbored doubts, was now swept away by a wave of affection, wearing a gentle smile as he recognized how delightful this little creature truly was. Meanwhile, Chen, filled with thoughts of his own, realized that his parents had seemingly abandoned him, shifting their focus entirely to the Lurantis. It was not until the couple felt fatigued and decided to rest that they handed Chen some star coins, instructing him to take the Lurantis out for some treats. Chapter 11. The college entrance examination begins. Pokemon calendar. June 7, 2021. Today is undeniably a momentous day, for Chen is facing his college entrance examination. Early in the morning, he set out with the Lurantis. There was no way to shake this little one off. Leaving it behind would surely cause chaos at home and raise his parents' suspicions, compelling Chen to bring it along. Fortunately, Lugia had reverted to her watch form. Watching the Lurantis sway its little backside as it walked ahead, Chen couldn't help but smile. He had resolved to purchase a Pokeball after the exam to capture this little performer, for having it constantly wandering about was not ideal. Speaking of Pokeballs reminded Chen that he still hadn't checked in for the day. Therefore, he quickly thought to himself, System, check-in for today? Beep. Fourth day check-in, City Streets, check-in. Beep, check-in successful, received 25 star coins. Beep, due to consecutive successful check-ins, rewards are doubled. Chen was utterly astonished. This check-in system was remarkably considerate, even granting star coins. This was precisely what he needed most at the moment. The amount was quite substantial, totaling 50,000. Glancing at the system's list, he discovered an inventory of unclaimed items. In addition to the 50,000 star coins, it included 20 sets of Moo Moo milk. These 20 sets had been accrued when Chen had checked in with the Lurantis the previous day, concerned that the Lurantis might overindulge. He had opted not to claim them right away. After all, a single set contained 12 cans. 20 sets amounted to 240 cans. However, Chen deduced from his check-in pattern that the location of one's check-in might influence the items received. It seemed he would need to choose his check-in spots more wisely in the future. With the unexpected influx of wealth, Chen felt more jubilant as he made his way to school. Upon arriving at the number 3 examination venue of Shishui City's Pokemon High School, he realized he was somewhat late, as most of the candidates had already gathered. In the number 3 examination venue, approximately 200 individuals awaited the commencement of the exam. Only those like Chen, with a carefree disposition, seemed unperturbed. As the examination bell rang, all gathered in unison. Du Haishu served as the lead invigilator among the 3 teachers overseeing the number 3 venue. He and the other 2 teachers were responsible for compiling all the recorded data and scores from the exam and submitting it accordingly. It can be said that this is indeed a highly sacred endeavor. Du Haishu, as the invigilator, has now entered his 5th year in this role, witnessing an abundance of emotions, the joys and sorrows, unfolding each year. The results of the battle are immediately processed by the system upon completion of the exam, allowing students to know their scores right away. This is rather harsh. Below, Chen stands alone, as he knows no one in this examination hall, mingled with students from other schools. However, this is of little consequence to him. The Pokemon battle examination is quite straightforward, taking merely half a day to complete. Silence now, for the examination has officially commenced. As I call out the student numbers, please proceed inside. Du Haishu's voice resonates, prompting the students to quiet down. Zhang Xuehai. Here, you're to enter for the examination. Du Haishu gestures toward the machine ahead. The student named Zhang Xuehai, without hesitation, approaches the gleaming silver machine and steps inside. At that moment, all eyes are fixated anxiously on the machine's black screen, for the scores will be revealed there. Chen understands that in this Pokemon battle examination, the competition is not against others, but against the system itself. The steel machine is known as the Pokemon battle detection device, specially designed for the entrance examination. Once inside, students need only release the Pokemon they wish to battle, engaging in a simulated match. Following this, the system evaluates the combat and assigns a comprehensive score. This is precisely why the Pokemon battle examination is deemed challenging. Deriving a score through such a cold system is no easy feat. Additionally, it is crucial to note that the simulated battles within this device are recorded and submitted alongside the scores for verification, leaving no room for cheating. Score level. The machine announces. Moments later, Zhang Xuehai exits, the entire process taking no more than 5 minutes. Upon seeing his score level, a satisfied smile graces his face. It seems his performance in the humanities is commendable. With this score, he should be able to attend the school of his choice. Otherwise, his demeanor would not reflect such confidence. The surrounding students, however, remain silent, preoccupied with their own anxious thoughts regarding their performances. Several more students proceed inside, and the scores that emerge are predominantly of a commendable level. Thus far, no lower scores have been witnessed, and Du Haishu shakes his head. Noting that this is a usual trend, the battle prowess of these students is rather mediocre. Score level. The machine announces once again. A boy with long bangs and a self-assured smile steps forward, his score undoubtedly drawing attention given the preceding performances. Indeed, even Du Haishu nods in approval, a faint smile of satisfaction on his face. This student, if his humanities score is also strong, should have no trouble gaining admission to a prestigious Pokemon university. Finally, a noteworthy student has emerged. Observing the Invigilator's reaction, the other students cast envious glances, recognizing how rare such a score is. Subsequently, several more students enter, all achieving commendable scores, some even reaching extraordinary levels. However, none have surpassed the highest tier thus far. Glancing at his own examination number, Chen realizes that he will enter the test later in the sequence. Thus, he remains unhurried. Meanwhile, his little Ralts, like a child, is nestled in his arms, sleeping soundly. The adorable sight brings him joy, prompting him to reconsider his earlier statement about Ralts not being part of his training plan. In truth, having this little creature by his side is quite delightful. Nevertheless, Chen tightens his grip on the Pokeball in his pocket for this time. The star of the examination is none other than the young Lugia. Chapter 12. Why has this student been inside so long? Score level. The machine announces once more in the third examination hall, capturing the attention of all present. Initially, the candidates were somewhat disinterested, as their scores were relatively uniform. However, the announcement of this score level detonates like a depth charge amid the crowd. In an instant, all eyes are directed toward the machine's entrance, eager to discern who this remarkable individual might be. After all, it is a top-level score. Even Du Haishu, as the Invigilator, finds his curiosity piqued. He glances at the attendance sheet. The name Luo Zetian stands out. It seems somewhat familiar as the steel doors of the machine open. A handsome young man with a stylish haircut steps out, exuding an air of confidence. His striking features and tall stature, coupled with the evident quality of his attire, suggest an extraordinary background. I knew it. It's him, whispers a student among the crowd. Do you know him? No, but I know who he is. His father is the chairman of the Luo Tian Group in Shishui City. A wealthy individual. Wait, the Luo Tian Group? The one specializing in Pokemon food? Yes, that's the one. They are incredibly affluent. What a world we live in, where the wealthy are also exceptionally talented, outperforming us in exams. I heard their chain of Pokemon food stores is about to surpass 200 locations. He resembles my boyfriend. Shut up, he looks like my husband. In an instant, The third examination hall erupts with excitement due to the announcement of a top-level score. Du Haishu finds himself at a loss for words, merely calling for the students to settle down. Yet, he too is quite pleased, as a top-level battle score is among the finest he has witnessed in years of overseeing examinations. Naturally, Luo Zetian hears the praises from the crowd, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he stands composed. He acknowledges those who approach him, wishing to congratulate him, with a polite nod, exuding humility and grace. Such a scene prompts Du Haishu to nod in approval. A handsome, accomplished, and wealthy young man who remains modest is truly a rarity. However, Du Haishu maintains his composure, recognizing that while a privileged background and high scores are noteworthy, they are not everything. Following this, several more students enter, with scores being exchanged continuously. This undoubtedly serves to further highlight Luo Zetian's exceptional prowess. Gazing at the limited attendance roster, Du Haishu surmised that today's examination would likely proceed in a similar fashion. The pinnacle of talent might only be represented by Luo Zetian. Alas, after so many years of overseeing the college entrance examinations, he had yet to witness the emergence of a true genius, which was indeed a lamentable reality. With a sigh, Du Haishu recalled that during his initial foray into supervising the exams, his predecessor had recounted the privilege of witnessing the birth of prodigious talents. Such individuals possessed extraordinary combat aptitude and exceptional methods of nurturing their Pokemon. Ultimately, many ascended to the ranks of champions. To behold the rise of such elite students was an unparalleled honor, and thus, Du Haishu could not help but envy his mentor. Casting a glance at Luo Zetian beside him, he mused that the lad's potential was quite commendable. Perhaps he might one day strive for greatness as well. Yet, disappointment lingered in his heart. Gu Chen. He called out another name from a list. Prepare to enter the examination, he added as a reminder. At that moment, Gu Chen slowly emerged from the throng at the back. Preferring solitude over mingling with the crowd, he had taken a moment to respond to Du Haishu's summons. Observing the sluggish pace of the student, Du Haishu frowned and shook his head, silently reflecting that this was yet another student merely passing time. Unperturbed, Gu Chen stepped into the examination machine. Ding! Iris and facial recognition successful. Student ID 601-2666, Gu Chen. The cold, mechanical voice announced, a harbinger of the impending examination. Ding! Please deploy your combat Pokemon. Without hesitation, Gu Chen summoned his little Lugia, who appeared exuberant and thrilled. Ding! Pokemon detected. Ding! Detected Pokemon is a newborn. Gu Chen recognized the significance of the newborn Pokemon designation. For the examination, it was imperative to utilize a Pokemon classified as a newborn. Otherwise, one cannot pass. For the system and all participants, the starting point for a newborn Pokemon, regardless of its species, was uniform, as they were mere hatchlings. Without training, they would not heed battle commands. Moreover, the examination entailed not only commanding one's own Pokemon in battle, but also directing a Pokemon provided by the system for simulated combat, culminating in an overall score. Thus, it was an exceedingly fair and reasonable process. This was precisely why Du Haishu had emphasized the importance of combat aptitude. At that moment, the examination system's voice rang out once more, but faltered for a considerable time. Ding! Pokemon retrieval failed. Please input the Pokemon's name manually. Gu Chen was taken aback. The examination's Pokemon database did not contain information on his little Lugia. Consequently, he had no choice but to input it manually. Teacher Du, why has this student been inside for so long? Is it possible he doesn't understand the operation? A supervising teacher named Su approached to inquire. It shouldn't be the case. Du Haishu replied, though concern creased his brow. How long has he been in there? Almost 10 minutes, which is longer than most students take, Su noted. 10 minutes, you say? Du Haishu cast a glance at the still machine door, pursing his lips. Let us wait another 2 or 3 minutes. After all, there are hardly any other students left. Very well. As the lead supervisor, Du Haishu's word was final, and Su complied, bearing a sense of responsibility in his inquiry. Yet, Du Haishu found his gaze drawn to the machine door, pondering whether something was amiss. Chapter 13. The astonishing third examination room at this juncture. The surrounding students began to exhibit signs of impatience. They had anticipated concluding their examinations and returning home, only to find themselves delayed by this unexpected occurrence, which had already consumed over 10 minutes. This must be a first in the history of college entrance examinations. The students murmured amongst themselves, venting their frustrations at Chen, the peculiar student. Good heavens, could he possibly be so lost in the process that he's sweating bullets in there? I suspect he didn't go in to take the exam, but rather to use the restroom. What a waste of my time. I was looking forward to hanging out with my friends. Ugh. I had plans to confess to my crush during this final moment. Curse it. I arranged to go outdoors with my classmates, and now I'm going to be late. As the students continued their lively banter, the supervising teachers too were unable to contain their unease. Teacher Du, it has been 3 minutes, and he still hasn't come out. Sue, the diligent teacher, interjected once more. Could something have gone awry? Du Haishu's brow furrowed. It was time to take decisive action and forcibly open the door. With that, he stepped deliberately toward the imposing machine. Suddenly, the specialized examination machine erupted with reports, broadcasting wildly as though it had consumed a burst of energy, ceaselessly announcing, detected scoring level. Detected scoring level. Detected scoring level. Upon reaching the entrance, Du Haishu was momentarily taken aback, his brow furrowing as he questioned, "What level?" The incessant announcements continued to echo in his ears. He swiftly raised his gaze to the large screen overhead, and his pupils dilated in shock, as if he had encountered a specter. What? Level. Level. The display confirmed it, emblazoned with 3 bold letters. Most alarmingly, the machine persisted in its proclamations, as if ensuring that no one would remain oblivious to the revelation. Not only Du Haishu, but also the 2 supervising teachers behind him stood frozen, mouths agape, as if they could swallow a Pokemon egg whole. In all their years of proctoring examinations, they had never encountered a student of this caliber. Indeed, they had never even heard of such a phenomenon. Is there truly someone who can achieve this level? What sort of prodigy was this? How could it be possible? Had the examination system truly not found any imperfections? In an instant, the 3 supervising teachers, Du Haishu included, were filled with disbelief. However, the students below were even more astounded. What the hell, level? How is that even possible? That's incredible. Goodness, I only reached level. How can I even compare? Which school does this genius hail from? They are simply invincible. By the heavens, a potential champion. I want to befriend him. In just a minute. I need all of his personal information and contact details, for a price. In that moment, the 3rd examination room erupted in a festive atmosphere, akin to a grand celebration. Examinees and supervising teachers alike, overwhelmed by astonishment, were on the brink of madness, for they were witnessing the birth of a legend. Luo Zetian, who had previously achieved a level score, was equally astonished, unable to fathom that someone could attain such a level. In an instant, the pride in his heart plummeted. With such an extraordinary presence, what was there left for him to be proud of? He was acutely aware that achieving a certain level was no small feat. Having exerted every ounce of his strength, moreover, reaching a higher tier, even with his inherent pride and confidence, he did not believe he could accomplish it. It was simply too daunting. A soft sound echoed amidst the gazes of all present. Chen's figure emerged before everyone. While inside, he had already heard the announcement and the cacophony of discussions outside. This was part of the reason for his slight delay in exiting. Yet, as he faced the crowd gathered at the examination hall, Chen was momentarily stunned by the scene before him. All eyes were filled with a strange luminescence, akin to ravenous beasts that had been starved for nearly 10 days, feasting their eyes upon meat. It was as if predatory wolves had encountered a tantalizingly beautiful maiden. It was terrifying. He felt his heart race uncontrollably for a moment. However, the sole comfort for Chen was that none dared to approach him, nor did they exhibit any extreme behaviors. Instead, they maintained a respectful distance. Naturally, in this era, who would not revere the strong? With the revelation of his results, Chen's image had been magnified to an unimaginable extent in the hearts of all. Only shock, only reverence, only admiration. How could they dare to act recklessly? Much like when Luo Zetian had initially attained his level, a small circle had spontaneously formed around Chen, almost equivalent to his own territory. Though the students exchanged banter, not a single one dared to cross that invisible boundary. Chen understood that his results would evoke astonishment, but he had not anticipated such an overwhelming impact. He then cast his gaze towards the 3 invigilators, only to discover they mirrored the same astonishment, their expressions revealing their disbelief. Letting out a silent sigh, Chen advanced forward, Instantly, everyone stepped aside, creating a wide passage for him to traverse unobstructed. He could not help but reminisce about the time he entered the examination hall, having to struggle through the throngs of people just to reach the front. Now, the students willingly parted to grant him passage. The disparity between these two moments was staggering, and all of this was brought about by his results. For a fleeting moment, Chen's emotions were a tumultuous mix. Meanwhile, the machine's announcements finally came to a halt. Yet, the three letters rolling above served as an undeniable testament to the reality of the situation. This young man had indeed achieved such remarkable results. At that moment, Du Haishu's thoughts were already in disarray. He had developed a profound interest in this student named Chen. He was eager to uncover everything about him, even the footage of his examination. Du Haishu had no doubts regarding any possibility of cheating. In the presence of this examination apparatus, cheating was nearly impossible. For nearly 2 decades, their device had maintained a zero rate of dishonesty. Thus, compared to cheating, Du Haishu preferred to believe in the supernatural. Chapter 14. The astonishing results of City Number 1 High School. The Pokemon battle examination had concluded. Du Haishu uploaded the examination results and video footage to the database. Within 10 minutes, the teachers awaiting the results at the school would immediately learn how their students had performed. This had always been the protocol following examination results. Not only did students not have to wait to discover their scores, but teachers were also included in this prompt notification. Ding! A crisp sound resonated from the computer of Principal Wang Jinyun at City Number 1 High School. The 12 teachers beneath him immediately turned their gazes toward him. They all understood that the results of the Pokemon battle examination had arrived. Wang Jinyun licked his lips and said, "Teachers, I have forwarded it to the group chat. Take a look at how your students have fared." As he spoke, he pressed the send button, instantly disseminating all the students' results to the group. Wu Zigong, the homeroom teacher of Class 5 at City Number 1 High School and Chen's teacher, was just as eager as the other homeroom teachers to see how his students had performed. Why this eagerness? Because of a student named Xiao Yasi. She was the most likely candidate from their class to achieve outstanding results. After all, she had claimed the top score in theoretical knowledge at City Number 1 High School. Wu Zigong scanned the results, his eyes searching for Xiao Yasi's name. Finally, he found it. Xiao Yasi, Pokemon Battle Examination Rating. Level A. What a relief. A smile crept onto Wu Zigong's face. Although it differed slightly from his expectations, it was still an excellent result. Overall, Xiao Yasi should be the top student in the entire school, right? She would undoubtedly be sought after by every Pokemon university. As her homeroom teacher, he would also bask in the glory, solidifying his status at the school. Wu Zigong licked his lips. He had been teaching for 15 years, but had remained relatively obscure within the school. He had never received any benefits or favorable policies, primarily because he had not produced any high-achieving students. Now, as he glanced at Xiao Yasi's results, a smile formed on his lips. He was on the verge of vindication. He thought of the housing allocation he had persistently applied for, which had never materialized. Surely, this time it would not be an issue. Wu Zigong could hardly wait to present the results before Principal Wang Jinyun, urging him to open his eyes and see. This was a student he had nurtured. Let Wang Jinyun recognize his prowess, having consistently rejected his requests on the grounds of his class's lackluster performance. Wow! Teacher Wang, your student Zhang Wufeng is amazing. He actually achieved level A. How did he do it? Suddenly, a voice broke through, drawing the attention of all the teachers, including Wu Zigong. Level A. Wang Jinyun was equally astonished. There was a saying within the school. Any student who attained level A was destined to sit atop the throne of future excellence. Their school was about to produce a future champion. How could Wang Jinyun not be excited? This was a matter of prestige. He promptly stood up and hurried over to Teacher Wang's computer. Is it true? Wang Jinyun's voice quivered slightly as he gazed at the screen. Zhang Wufeng, level A. It was confirmed beyond doubt. Yet, Wang Jinyun furrowed his brow. This student seemed somewhat familiar. Principal Wang, it's not surprising you find him familiar. Zhang Wufeng has consistently ranked among the top in theoretical examinations at the school, but unfortunately, this time he only secured second place. The homeroom teacher of Zhang Wufeng sighed as he spoke, his tone imbued with a sense of regret. However, upon closer inspection, his face bore a smug smile, his gaze drifting towards Wu Zigong in the distance. So that is how it is. Wang Jinyun clapped his hands, his expression brimming with excitement. exclaiming, "Haha, I never anticipated that our municipal #1 high school would finally produce a prodigious talent. Dakai, it seems your class is indeed exceptional, brimming with potential." Wang Jinyun, in front of all the teachers, patted Wang Dakai on the shoulder, elated yet comforted by the prospect. "Principal Wang, regarding my housing application, will it be approved?" Wang Dakai suddenly inquired. "Given the impressive results from your class, it should pose no problem." Wang Jinyun's words implied a decision had already been made concerning the housing application. The teachers present wore expressions of surprise. They too desired a share of the glory. Alas, Wang Dakai not only had a strong backing, but also students who excelled. What could they possibly say? Not far away, Wu Zigong felt utterly miserable, akin to having consumed something foul. He had dared to feel elated just moments ago, only to be swiftly met with a harsh reality. However, his greater sentiment was one of indignation. What qualifications did Wang Dakai possess to apply for housing? He had been at the school for less than 2 years. If not for Wang Jinyun being his uncle, would he even lead a college prep class? Did he have the right to seek housing benefits? Wu Zigong was incredulous. He observed the teachers around him, some offering congratulations, others bestowing blessings, or even flattering Wang Dakai, and he felt an overwhelming wave of nausea. The smile on Wang Jinyun's face was equally repugnant to him, inducing a sense of revulsion. "Teacher Wu, there is something off about this student's results," a sudden voice interrupted. The previous statement had been selectively ignored, but the next remark rendered the conference room utterly silent. How could there possibly be a student attaining such high scores? 3. Isn't that a mistake? The teacher who spoke again fixed his gaze on the computer screen intently. What? 3. Not only the other teachers, but even Wu Zigong himself was left speechless. He abruptly turned to look. Guchun, scoring level. Shock, nothing but shock. Wu Zigong had been entirely focused on Xiao Yasi, only to discover that the true standout was this student. It truly was a remarkable achievement. An older teacher nearby exclaimed in astonishment, his eyes wide open. After 20 years of teaching, this was the first time he had encountered a student capable of such results. Instantly, more and more teachers gathered around the computer in front of Wu Zigong. A collective gasp filled the air. "Quick, step aside, let me see." Wang Jinyun, breathless with excitement, pushed past the other teachers. Guchun, scoring level. Those few characters appeared before Wang Jinyun's eyes, and he felt as though he might lose his sanity. Their municipal #1 high school was about to go crazy. A student of such caliber, was it truly that astonishing? With his score, Wang Jinyun instantly lost interest in the previous levels. Not for any reason other than the fact that even a single point difference represented a monumental watershed. At the very least, no one had ever reached such heights until now. How could Wang Jinyun not be ecstatic? How could he not be overwhelmed with shock? Chapter 15. The invitation from Xiao Yasi, this Guchun. Quick, contact him. Wang Jinyun urged, his voice trembling with excitement. "Teacher Wu, we absolutely must reach out to him for an exclusive interview with our school." Wang Jinyun excitedly grasped Wu Zigong's shoulder, his voice quivering. "Principal, regarding my housing application, can it be?" Wu Zigong swallowed hard. Though equally astonished, he did not forget the matter at hand. "I'll give you anything. Just bring him here, and I will grant you whatever you desire," Wang Jinyun declared fervently. Then, he thought of something else and continued, "No, I must accompany you. This will demonstrate our school's sincerity." Wang Jinyun insisted. Meanwhile, Wang Dakai was fixated on the enlarged characters on the computer screen. "Impossible, there must be a system error." Wang Dakai could not help but exclaim. "Nonsense." Wang Jinyun retorted angrily at his words. "The system has never made an error in 20 years. How could it possibly malfunction? It is utterly inconceivable." He had to express his frustration. This represented the future of their school and his own advancement. How could Wang Dakai dare to suggest a system error? If not for the fact that he was his nephew, Wang Jinyun would have slapped him across the face. Wang Dakai, feeling chastened, retreated to the back, hesitant to say more. He owed his current position in the school to Wang Jinyun's protection. He would never dare to jeopardize that. However, then there was Wu Zigong. Wang Dakai found himself filled with a deep-seated resentment towards him. "By the way, Teacher Wang, how did Guchun perform in his theoretical assessments?" Suddenly, another teacher posed a question. Yet before Wu Zigong could respond, Wang Jinyun waved his hand dismissively, stating, "That is irrelevant. These 3 scores serve as the best proof." Even if his theoretical result is subpar, these three are sufficient. Having served as principal for so long, Wang Jinyun understood all too well that practical results far outweighed theoretical knowledge. One could compensate for theoretical shortcomings, but if one lacked talent in practical application, what could be done? Conversely, one who achieves such high practical scores, could their theoretical knowledge truly be lacking? He had no faith in that. Not to mention, just these three students alone would already be sought after by every prestigious university. With this thought, a smile crept across his lips. He estimated that his tenure as principal would soon come to an end. But principal, aren't you curious? This statement successfully piqued Wang Jinyun's curiosity. He licked his lips and could not resist asking, Teacher Wu, how did he perform theoretically? Wu Zigong had already been searching for Gu Chen's theoretical transcript. In his recollection, Gu Chen had consistently achieved commendable results in theory. Moreover, he was relatively quiet in class and not particularly social, making him a rather conventional student. Nevertheless, Wu Zigong's impression of him was especially vivid due to this recent theory exam. He distinctly remembered that Gu Chen was the only student who scored full marks in 3 subjects, yet missed 1 subject entirely. I believe his theoretical exam score was around 450, he said hastily, wanting to ease Wang Jinyun's impatience. 450? Upon hearing this score, Wang Jinyun's tone noticeably dampened. Clearly, he was still somewhat concerned about that result. The surrounding teachers exhibited a subtle shift in their gazes, revealing that this student was not as extraordinary as they had presumed. Perhaps it was merely a stroke of luck? No. He had achieved a score of 450 in 3 subjects, with 1 subject missed due to time constraints. Wu Zigong was, of course, aware of their thoughts. He had already procured Gu Chen's report card and pointed at the computer screen, exclaiming, 3 subjects scored 450. Wang Jinyun struggled to swallow. Hastily glancing over, astonishment washed over him. Not only was he surprised, but the other teachers were equally taken aback. The vast office fell into a profound silence. Devoid of sound. What an astonishing student this is. Perfect scores in 3 subjects. Was he intentionally absent for the last exam? In an instant, as everyone was struck with astonishment, a wave of doubt arose within them. Did you come to see me for something? Gu Chen inquired as he returned home after the exam, only to find Xiao Yasi waiting nearby. Curiosity piqued. He wondered what this girl wanted from him. Was she perhaps becoming addicted to his company? Upon seeing Gu Chen, Xiao Yasi's eyes lit up, followed by a sweet smile that revealed a delicate dimple. She approached him, her voice filled with charm. Gu Chen, how did you fare on the exam? Not too bad, Gu Chen replied, rubbing his nose. You must have done well too, right? He could infer her success from the smile adorning her face. Just average, I scored. Who would have thought? You are quite the master of understated brilliance. Gu Chen jested, his mood buoyant. A master of understated brilliance? A flicker of confusion appeared in Xiao Yasi's large eyes. Realizing that such a concept did not exist in this world, Gu Chen explained, it's akin to when someone tells you they performed poorly on an exam, and you comfort them by saying you feel you did poorly as well, only for your results to reveal a score of 149 while they fail. Xiao Yasi initially struggled to grasp the analogy, but after a moment of contemplation, she covered her mouth and chuckled, shooting Gu Chen a playful glare. What an odd metaphor. Where did you learn that? Nowhere in particular. I just have a rather lively imagination. Gu Chen shrugged, then inquired, what brings you here? There's a gathering tonight for our class. Are you going? Xiao Yasi finally recalled her purpose for visiting. A gathering? Gu Chen furrowed his brow. To be candid, he held little interest in such events. He glanced at the Lalu Lalus, which was clinging to his pant leg, accustomed to being held by him. Without his embrace, it had taken to clinging to him instead. Gu Chen was preparing to head home to withdraw some money from the system to purchase a Pokeball. You will be going, right? Xiao Yasi asked, her eyes sparkling with a hint of anticipation. All right, Gu Chen sighed, when is it? He ultimately decided to attend. After all, he had not seen his former classmates since his rebirth, and it would be intriguing to observe the changes. Now will be perfect. Upon hearing Gu Chen's agreement, Xiao Yasi's face lit up with delight, her eyes narrowing into crescent shapes. Chapter 16. The outdoor class gathering. Gu Chen, why are you buying so many Pokeballs? Xiao Yasi asked, watching as he purchased 10 of them from the Pokemon supply store. Just for backup. They can be handy when venturing outdoors, he replied. The Pokeballs in this world were quite similar to those in games. Once thrown, they would lose their effect if the capture failed. Thus, Having a spare supply was prudent. All right, Xiao Yasi nodded patiently, waiting for him. Are you coming inside? After leaving the Pokemon supply store, Gu Chun crouched down, placing a Pokeball in front of Lalu Lalis. Lalu. The little performer turned away, clearly miffed, still harboring grievances over Gu Chen's earlier reluctance to hold it. Gu Chun chuckled, unfazed, and placed the Pokeball before it once more. Lalu Lalis turned its head again, and Xiao Yasi was puzzled. Hadn't Gu Chun already captured this Pokemon? Or was he attempting to switch to a different Pokeball? Burdened with questions, she remained silent, observing the interaction between the boy and his Pokemon. Gu Chun had a knack for dealing with this little diva, pretending to be upset. He placed the Pokeball on the ground, saying, "Fine, if you want to go in, then I won't bother with you anymore. Find someone else to cling to." He began to rise. However, Lalu Lalis, believing him to be genuinely angry, quickly grabbed his hand, letting out a distressed Lalu Lalu. It seemed to be pleading its case, expressing that it had indeed erred and should not be scolded. Its expression was so pitiful that even Xiao Yasi felt her heart soften. Nevertheless, Gu Chun remained resolute, pointing at the Pokeball and firmly stating, "Get in." Seeing his stern demeanor, Lalu Lalis dared not resist any longer, turning around and pitifully picking up the Pokeball before gently pressing the button. With a soft click, Lalu Lalis vanished from Gu Chen's sight. The Pokeball spun a couple of times before indicating a successful capture. Gu Chen retrieved the Pokeball, standing tall, and remarked to Xiao Yasi, "Let us go." No sooner had he spoken than a soft pop echoed, and Lalu Lalis reappeared before him. The little one had escaped on its own. Can be played this way? Gu Chan was taken aback, having encountered the classic scenario of a Pokemon willingly exiting its ball. This gathering is in the outdoors. Gu Chen, Charadling Lalu Lalas, glanced toward the exit of Shishui City. He was reluctant to hold the little diva, but its playful antics had proven irresistible, and he found himself succumbing to its charms once more, reluctantly taking on the role of a caretaker. Yes, they mentioned wanting to experience a night of outdoor camping as a preview of university life. Xiao Yasi responded, "That won't do. I'm not prepared." Gu Chan shook his head. The idea of camping outdoors was acceptable, but adequate preparations were essential, and he had none. No need. Xiao Yasi shook her head, adding, "I've already prepared everything for you." Gu Chan felt a vague sense of discomfort, as if he had unwittingly become a kept man. Something felt off. Had his charm level suddenly skyrocketed? In his previous life, although he was acquainted with Xiao Yasi, he certainly did not enjoy such favorable treatment. Their paths had merely crossed, and after the college entrance examination, they had forgotten each other in the vastness of the world. This lifetime, it seemed, had taken a different turn. Moreover, how could she be so certain that he would attend? Half a month ago, Gu Chun had exited the class group chat, blissfully unaware that the initiator of this gathering was none other than Xiao Yasi herself. "Let us go," she said, noticing him lost in thought. After a moment's hesitation, Gu Chun decided to follow in her footsteps. Although it carried a hint of reliance, he accepted it. At worst, he could repay this favor later. Xiao Yasi mentioned that the outdoor gathering would take place by the Luoshui River, not far from the wilderness of Shishui City. It must be said that this location was indeed perfect. With mountains and water, the terrain was expansive and appeared quite inviting. By the time Gu Chen arrived, many classmates were already present, and nearby tents had been set up. He also noticed that their gathering was not exclusive to their class. Across the river, there was another group, though he could not discern which school they hailed from. When Gu Chan made his entrance, it seemed few took notice. However, the arrival of Xiao Yasi was a different story. Almost everyone rushed to her side, eager to offer assistance. Among them was the class monitor, Mu Lunghai. "Xiao Yasi, I brought your things," Mu Lunghai said, pointing to a pink-blue backpack placed in front of a dark tent. "It was delivered by your family's steward, but I took it upon myself to keep it safe for you while you left," he explained, trying to convey to those nearby that he was quite familiar with Xiao Yasi. Even knowing her steward, they might as well give up. "Okay, thank you." Xiao Yasi nodded at him, managing a polite smile that quickly faded, subtly widening the distance between them. Mu Linghai couldn't help but notice this and gave an awkward chuckle. Suddenly, as if he had stumbled upon a new discovery, he glanced at Gu Chun and remarked, "Gu Chun is here too. Why didn't you bring any luggage or a tent? It's quite inconvenient without those." He did. Mu Linghai's words were interrupted by Xiao Yasi, who stated, "His belongings are in my backpack." The moment her words left her lips, they carried a hint of intrigue. Almost instantly, the gazes of those around Chen shifted. Was this the signal that he had connected with their class flower post examination? Were they already an item? In that moment, one could almost hear the sound of young hearts shattering in the air. Chen had quietly managed to win over Xiao Yasi. Doubts arose unbidden in Mu Lunghai's mind. Truth be told, he was unwilling to believe it, nor could he. Feeling the envious, jealous, and disgruntled stares around him, Chen realized they had misconstrued the situation. Yet, he felt no need to explain. Often, the more one attempts to clarify, the murkier the waters become. Silence was indeed the best response. Xiao Yasi also recognized the problematic nature of her statement. However, after stealing a glance at Chen and seeing his lack of reaction, even a willingness to explain, she let out a soft sigh. After some contemplation, she chose to remain silent. Chapter 17. The warning of the sword at the cliff of Groudon, a major event was unfolding. Just as Chen was assisting Xiao Yasi in setting up the tent, a sudden shout erupted nearby. He turned to see a classmate named Zhang Yunfeng. Is something wrong? As class monitor, Mu Lunghai rushed over immediately, his foremost concern being whether a classmate had encountered trouble. No. Zhang Yunfeng quickly shook his head, calming his breath before continuing. Did you all hear? I've heard that in this college entrance examination, Shishui City produced a genius who scored a perfect level. What? Mu Lunghai was taken aback. A perfect score? Is that for real? Surely not, came a voice from another student. Do you know how difficult it is to achieve that? It hasn't happened in the history of college entrance examinations for years. The speaker was Lu Yudi, the Class S resident skeptic. I could believe that Groudon can fly, but someone scoring a perfect level? Absolutely not. True to form, Lu Yudi stood firm in his stance. Yet, for reasons unknown, Chen couldn't help but let out a soft chuckle. However, the debating crowd paid him no mind. Instead, Xiao Yasi noticed and looked at him, saying, Chen, does your smile imply that you also don't believe it? No. Chen shook his head. I find it rather pitiable for Groudon to be the subject of their jokes. It appears there's no escaping that narrative, whether in this world or theirs. Suddenly, an audacious thought struck Chen. What if he could capture Groudon? Would there be a chance to make it fly? After all, he had a system in place. Perhaps he could orchestrate something in the future. Oh, so that is what made you laugh, Xiao Yasi responded, smiling with her hand over her mouth. For some reason, seeing Chen so joyful brought her happiness as well. Indeed, while Lu Yudi can be quite contrary, I must admit I'm inclined to side with him this time. Gradually, more bored classmates joined the gossip. I agree. It's utterly impossible. Zhang Yunfeng was growing frantic, raising his hands. When I first heard, I didn't believe it either, but many nodded in agreement, including one of my cousin's classmates who happened to be in that examination room. Zhang Yunfeng quickly defended himself. If that's the case, then I must challenge you. Bring that classmate of yours over for a face-to-face confrontation. Really? In this day and age, one can't simply exaggerate without consequence. Lu Yudi remained steadfast in his belief. Fine. If it's true, how would you feel? Zhang Yunfeng retorted, equally irritated. Who hasn't had their first experience? Am I supposed to be intimidated by you? He too transformed into a contrarian. If it's true, I'll retire from being a contrarian and turn away from you. Zhang Yunfeng. Lu Yudi added, I've signed you up for a 2-week Pokemon summer camp. Impressed murmurs arose from the onlookers. Lu Yudi was indeed bold. This 2-week summer camp, organized by the school, aimed to help students adapt to combat scenarios and pave the way for their university journey. As such, professional trainers were invited to train the participating students. The cost for the 2 weeks would amount to a staggering 40,000 star coins. Many would have to weigh their options before committing. It is truly an extravagant endeavor. Yet, Lu Yudi possesses remarkable audacity, daring to wager on such a matter. Indeed, Zhang Yunfeng appears exceptionally pleased. He has contemplated this summer camp activity for quite some time. Lu Yudi, can certainly afford this wager. The argumentative fellow patted his chest, producing a resounding echo, though one could not ascertain its authenticity. However, upon further observation, Chen had already distanced himself, oblivious to their betting. He needed to procure 2 large stones before continuing. Then you are doomed, Lu Yudi. Zhang Yunfeng chuckled, gesturing towards the opposite riverbank, stating, my cousin and his classmates are over there. Just wait for it. Waiting is no trouble, Lu Yudi retorted resolutely. He paid no heed to whether this wager was fair to him. He simply wished to prove his assertions correct. Without further ado, Zhang Yunfeng dashed off to locate his cousin. Meanwhile, Mu Lunghai watched his departing figure, lost in contemplation. Could it be true that someone had indeed attained a higher level? To be candid, he harbored doubts, yet Zhang Yunfeng's unwavering conviction made him hesitate. Nevertheless, this matter bore no relation to him. Previously a class leader, he felt no authority to intervene in a wager now that they had all graduated. One could not deny Zhang Yunfeng's fervor for the summer camp activities. It had barely been a short while, and he returned with 2 boys in tow. I brought them back. Where's Lu Yudi? Come out. Though he had yet to arrive, Zhang Yunfeng's voice preceded him. Father is here. Lu Yudi wasted no time and promptly emerged from his tent. Students gathered once more by the riverbank, eager for the spectacle. Cousin and young Master Luo, do tell them if there truly exists a student who has achieved a higher level. Despite Zhang Yunfeng's words referring to his cousin, his gaze was fixed upon the handsome youth beside him. Had Gu Chan been present, he would not have recognized this man as Luo Zetian, the one who had attained a higher level in their 3rd examination venue. Indeed, a student of higher caliber emerged from our 3rd examination site. Luo Zetian affirmed with a nod. He continued, I heard it is from your esteemed number 1 high school in the city. Being a close friend of Zhang Yunfeng's cousin, he had come to testify at someone's behest, so he could not decline this journey. However, Luo Zetian was, in fact, quite amiable in private, finding no discomfort in the situation. It was merely that many regarded his noble status with reverence, keeping their distance. Upon Luo Zetian's revelation, the crowd erupted in astonishment. No way, someone actually achieved a higher level. And from our school? Goodness, this world is utterly insane. It seems that Giratina truly can fly. This student was evidently using Lu Yudi's words as a subtle jab. My worldview has been thoroughly reshaped. The surrounding students began to chatter excitedly, voices overlapping. Chapter 18. So you are the master of Versailles literature listening to the surrounding students' discussions. Lu Yudi clenched his teeth and declared, is it sufficient to merely assert such claims? You must present compelling evidence. Luo Zetian, evidently a composed individual, pondered briefly before responding, if anyone from your class was present during the examination in the 3rd venue, they would be aware. Otherwise, in a couple of days, the truth will be evident. I am not fabricating anything. The birth of a higher-level student is indeed a fact. With that, Xiao Yasi, not too far away, could not help but glance over, her focus directed towards the 3rd examination venue. She recalled that Gu Chun, who had gone to collect stones, seemed to be class leader. Do we have anyone from our class who participated in the 3rd examination? Lu Yudi's argumentative prowess was commendable. He was not concerned about the correctness of his stance. He simply sought the truth. This embodies the remarkable ethos of an argumentative spirit. The 3rd examination venue? Mu Lunghai furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before shaking his head. I would need to check the tablet. I cannot recall at this moment. No need. I have seen it. Teacher Wu released the information. Suddenly, a student spoke up. Gu Chun was in the 3rd examination venue. Gu Chun. Mu Lunghai did not anticipate such coincidence. He glanced around, realizing that Gu Chun had not yet arrived. He spotted Xiao Yasi, yet Gu Chun was nowhere to be found. However, upon hearing the name, Luo Zetian's gaze brightened. He remembered that candidate, who indeed was named Gu Chun. Could it be that he belonged to this class? A flurry of thoughts raced through Luo Zetian's mind. Gu Chun was absent at the moment and would take some time to return. Observing the commotion surrounding this name, Xiao Yasi gritted her teeth and decided to speak up. Luo Zetian cast a glance at the girl before him, a hint of admiration evident in his eyes, though it was merely an appreciation of her beauty. Darn, just when I need him, Zhang Yunfeng shouted, his excitement palpable. He back. At that moment, an astute student spotted Gu Chun, who was slowly making his way back from the forest. He was cradling stones in his arms, with a little larvitar by his side, struggling to carry a small rock, yet diligently attempting to alleviate his master's burden. The sight of the adorable creature working hard endeared itself to many boys, who longed to capture a larvitar of their own. Luo Zetian observed the approaching figure, his expression gradually transforming. Indeed, this is the boy. He is the one who achieved a higher level. Luo Zetian recalled his features. Certain he could not forget. As Gu Chan drew nearer, he realized that all eyes were upon him, as if they awaited his arrival. He felt somewhat taken aback. Tossing the stone aside, what is going on? He could not help but inquire. Gu Chun, you have finally returned. Zhang Yinfeng rushed forward, exclaiming, I heard you were in the third examination venue. Did you know someone has achieved a higher level? Lu Yudi's gaze was also fixed on Gu Chen, awaiting his response. Gu Chen had not yet replied when Luo Zetian interjected with a smile. You need not ask. The moment he spoke, the surrounding students fell silent. With this statement, a dramatic turn was anticipated. Sure enough, the following words left them utterly astounded, igniting a frenzy. The student who achieved a higher level is none other than Gu Chen. Luo Zetian pointed at Gu Chen and slowly articulated. Hiss. The one who attained a higher level is Gu Chen, a student from our class. The student from Class 5 felt this was the most explosive news they had encountered this year. In an instant, the gazes directed towards Gu Chen began to shift, filled with various sentiments, some yearning for closeness, others awed, shocked, incredulous, envious, or even resentful. Beside him, Xiao Yasi covered her mouth in disbelief, her eyes brimming with astonishment, which added an endearing charm to her demeanor. She finally understood why Gu Chen had been so vague when discussing his accomplishments. It seemed that even if he were to disclose them, few would believe him. It might be better left unsaid. Gu Chen bent down to pick up the adorable Lalalaisai that had been playfully demanding his attention and slowly uttered the most ostentatious phrase of the year. Yes, I have achieved a level. ISNT, it's simply a matter of having hands? The crowd gasped, all rendered speechless. Having hands? Farewell. Gu Chen merely intended to deliver a witty remark to appear less aloof and to bridge the distance with his peers. However, he misjudged the impact of his quip, oblivious to the significance that level held in the eyes of students in this era. To Gu Chen, it was merely a score, akin to the world he previously inhabited where perfect scores were commonplace and everyone acclimatized thereafter. Yet this world was different. Thus, in that fleeting moment, the expressions of those observing Gu Chen transformed entirely. After the betting commotion, Gu Chen had already set up the tent where he would temporarily reside that evening. This endeavor was bothersome. The thought of having to repeat such tasks in the wilderness made him feel a headache coming on. Perhaps it would be better to sleep under the stars, using the sky as a blanket and the earth as a bed. Suddenly, Xiao Yasi spoke leisurely. What is the matter? Glancing up at her, Gu Chen couldn't help but inquire. It turns out you are the true master of Versailles literature. Gu Chen realized what Xiao Yasi was implying. I didn't expect your ability to draw inferences to be quite so strong. She continued. It appears I belong to the group without hands. Gu Chen, feeling somewhat outmaneuvered, sighed. Seeing the slight embarrassment on his face, Xiao Yasi couldn't resist bursting into laughter. Her smile radiant and captivating, momentarily distracting Gu Chen. I'm just kidding. Congratulations on achieving such remarkable results. Now, even if your theoretical score is only 450, you could go wherever you wish for school, right? As she spoke, she glanced at him, her cheeks suddenly flushing, perhaps lost in thought. Should be yes? Gu Chen nodded. So, which school do you wish to attend? She looked at him, seemingly eager for his response. I wish to. Meanwhile, at Gu Chen's home, a different scenario was unfolding. Chapter 19. The night of the campfire, Gu Haifeng was dozing at home when he heard a knock at the door. Glancing at his phone, he noted it was 6 in the evening. Due to Gu Chen's exam, both he and his wife had taken the day off. He had planned to prepare a sumptuous meal to reward his son. However, Gu Chen had announced earlier that he would be attending a classmates' gathering and would not return. Understanding that his son was growing up and capable of making his own decisions, Gu Haifeng supported him wholeheartedly. After all, they had taken the day off, and it was a good opportunity to rest. However, the knock at the door was quite untimely, disrupting his dreams. Gu Haifeng reluctantly dressed and went to answer it. May I help you? He asked, seeing 2 middle-aged men outside, one of whom seemed vaguely familiar. Mr. Gu, you truly have a remarkable son. The visitors were Wang Jinyan, the principal of the city's top school, and Wu Zigong, Gu Chen's homeroom teacher. Upon seeing Gu Haifeng, Wang Jinyan could barely contain his excitement, rushing forward to shake his hand vigorously, an impulsive gesture that revealed his overwhelming joy. Gu Haifeng was taken aback. What do you mean I have a remarkable son? He stammered, bewildered. Sensing his confusion, Wu Zigong quickly stepped in to clarify. You are Gu Chen's parent, right? I am his homeroom teacher, Wu Zigong. And this is the principal of our city's top high school. Finally, the realization dawned on Gu Haifeng. He remembered meeting Wu Zigong at a parent-teacher conference. Is something wrong with Gu Chen? He asked, concerned at the sight of both teacher and principal at his door. However, That didn't seem plausible since he had just seen his son at noon. Please, Mr. Gu, do not be anxious. Here's the matter. Wu Zigong proceeded to explain the astonishing news of Gu Chen's scores, which left Gu Haifeng in a state of disbelief, as if he were reading an extraordinary tale. His son had achieved 3 levels, and he was the first in many years to do so. Gu Haifeng felt as though he were living in a dream. Did you say Gu Chen scored 3 levels in the exam? At that moment, Qi Menghan, who had been listening from inside, could no longer contain herself and opened the door, her expression equally astonished. Initially, she had thought something was amiss with Gu Chan when she heard the teachers at the door. Yes. Wang Jinyan seized the opportunity to speak again, stepping forward to grasp Gu Haifeng's hand once more. So, you two must ensure that Gu Chen accepts our school's interview request. This is not only beneficial for our institution, but will also greatly assist Gu Chen in his future endeavors. To show our sincerity, I can assure you that our school will provide substantial financial support for Gu Chen's university expenses. At this, Wang Jinyan gritted his teeth and continued, 100,000, no. Our school will offer 200,000 per semester. Wu Zigong was equally astonished, realizing that the usually frugal principal was suddenly being so generous. Yet, he quickly grasped the implications. This was a long-term investment in Gu Chen's future. Gu Haifeng and his wife exchanged astonished glances, both struggling to process the extraordinary news of Gu Chen's achievements and the principal's offer. They felt the need to digest the unfolding events thoroughly. Camping, in essence, was merely an experience for a group to feel the thrill of setting up camp, while also learning how to survive in the wild. However, the students of Class 5 had encountered numerous failures. Their attempts to catch fish for grilling or to prepare their own meals had all ended in disappointment. Either it was baked to a state of incompleteness, or it ended up charred beyond recognition, leaving one with no choice but to concede defeat and return to the mundane sustenance of bread. In contrast, Xiao Yasi displayed remarkable foresight by purchasing prepackaged cooked meals, alongside an assortment of beverages. Gu Chen, it was evident, was a man who accepted the whims of fate. He had no desire to engage in such futile struggles. Wasn't it more delightful to nibble on some provisions? There was no need for extravagant efforts. After all, it was merely a day, merely a matter of creating an atmosphere. Xiao Yasi must have been the happiest among them. Gu Chen noticed the smile on her face never wavered. And then there was the little drama queen, Lalo Lalis, who also seemed to revel in this way of life. As night fell, several bonfires illuminated the campsite of Class 5. Those who were enjoying themselves huddled together, engaged in lively conversations. Gu Chen, pulled along by Xiao Yasi, found himself joining one of these groups, which included Zhang Yunfeng and Lu Yudi, as well as Mu Lunghai and a few other classmates. To his surprise, he also spotted Luo Zetian and Zhang Yunfeng's cousin among them. Were these two crashing the party? Gu Chen, I am quite curious. How did you manage this? The more extroverted Zhang Yunfeng spoke up. Almost immediately, all eyes turned to Gu Chen, eager to hear his response. Even Xiao Yasi, seated beside him, was just as intrigued. Please don't tell me it's just about having hands, Zhang Yunfeng interjected, fearing another round of Gu's cryptic rhetoric. Truth be told, I'm not quite sure how I accomplished it, Gu Chen admitted under the expectant gazes of his peers. But I do know one thing, just put in the effort, and leave the rest to destiny. The crowd collectively felt as though they had been served a hearty dose of motivational wisdom. It was unreasonable to blame Gu Chen. He couldn't very well declare, with my system in hand, the world is mine. To be honest, he had relied solely on his own insights to pass. Who would have guessed he would achieve a grand slam? Initially, he had merely hoped for a decent outcome. Miscalculation. Thus, when Zhang Yunfeng posed his question, Gu Chen had no choice but to resort to his motivational platitudes. Unbeknownst to him, while others might not buy into his spiel, Xiao Yasi was utterly captivated. The glimmer in her eyes sparkled with admiration, a sight that left Mu Lunghai feeling somewhat dejected and furrowing his brow. Gu Chen, you must have taken Lalo Lalis into the exam, right? That means your Pokemon is quite formidable. Zhang Yunfeng continued. Hearing her name, the little drama queen, who had been playing with Gu Chen's clothing, looked over, clearly displeased to be the subject of discussion. Wait, you didn't use Lalo Lalis for the exam. You used Lugia. What, Lugia? Zhang Yunfeng exclaimed, astonished. Not only him, but the entire assembly was taken aback. However, the surprise did not linger long before it erupted into laughter. Gu Chen, Who would have thought you had such a sense of humor? Mu Linghai remarked. I used to think you were rather dull, but now you're full of golden nuggets of wisdom. As he laughed, his gaze instinctively drifted toward Xiao Yasi, as if to say, see, this is Gu Chun, such an extravagant character. His internal monologue was more elaborate than anyone could imagine. Indeed, Gu Chun, Zhang Yunfeng chimed in. I finally understand why you said having hands is sufficient. It's simply your nature. His words were genuinely appreciative, devoid of malice. Contrasting sharply with Mu Lunghai's earlier tone, Lu Yudi, the resident contrarian, had initially intended to interject but upon hearing the laughter, decided against it. Gu Chun shrugged, remaining silent. Despite his honesty, no one seemed to believe him, which left him at a loss. Only Xiao Yasi, glancing at the unfazed Gu Chun, began to suspect that he might actually be telling the truth. Luo Zetian, who had intruded upon the gathering, shared a similar sentiment, having come to meet Gu Chun and discern what kind of person he was. By the way, Gu Chun, with your results, you can surely attend any school you desire. Mu Linghai continued. You could even aim for the throne of the king. Surely you have aspirations in that direction? His words sparkled with anticipation, as if he believed Gu Chun would utter some grandiose statements meant to diminish his standing in Xiao Yasi's eyes. For Mu Linghai had noticed that Xiao Yasi had briefly furrowed her brow at his earlier jests. Little did he know that her displeasure stemmed from their unrestrained laughter. Gu Chun, however, remained undeterred, stating, I have no interest in the throne. I don't seek to challenge the king. My greatest joy lies in battling and growing alongside my Pokemon partners, constantly surpassing myself. As he spoke, he gently patted the little drama queen nestled in his arms, eliciting a light giggle from the creature, a scene that tugged at the heartstrings of many present. Initially, Mu Linghai felt a flicker of joy when Gu Chun first spoke. Yet, upon hearing his subsequent words, it felt as though all his efforts had been undone. Not only was his previous assertion undone, but it seemed to have stirred the emotions of many in attendance. Why was that? They were all students, still ensconced in their ivory towers, envisioning their Pokemon not as mere tools, but as companions and friends. This is precisely why Gu Chun's words resonated with so many. Mu Linghai cast a glance at Xiao Yasi, noting that the light in her eyes had not diminished. Rather, it had only intensified. Even female classmates, who had remained on the sidelines, now looked at Gu Chun with a newfound sparkle in their gazes. In that moment, Mu Linghai felt a surge of frustration, regretting his earlier words. Enough of this. What a wonderful bonfire night. We must share something entertaining, Zhang Yunfeng suggested with a mischievous grin, glancing at the nearby female classmates. How about we tell some ghost stories? As soon as he spoke, the boys erupted into silly laughter while the girls frowned and declined. Yet, the more they refused, the more excited Zhang Yunfeng became. He was in high spirits, having not only won a bet, but also completed his exams. Feeling liberated, truly at the pinnacle of his life. Unable to contain himself, he launched into a torrent of terrifying tales he had heard in the past. Regardless of the fears of others, the boys seemed rather undaunted, eagerly engrossed in the unfolding narrative. In contrast, the girls appeared visibly unsettled, for Zhang Yunfeng, that rascal, had a remarkable talent for enhancing the atmosphere. His exaggerated ghost stories were indeed capable of frightening individuals, even ensnaring them in a web of fascination. Gu Chun could discern that Xiao Yasi was equally apprehensive, as she had almost clung to his arm in trepidation. Just as the excitement reached its zenith, Gu Chun abruptly exclaimed, Zhang Yunfeng, look behind you. There's a white figure. He pointed ahead, and the group, initially absorbed in the flickering campfire and the ghost tales, turned their gazes towards Zhang Yunfeng's back. In an instant, terror washed over their faces, and they sprang to their feet, retreating hastily. Xiao Yasi, trembling, grasped Gu Chun's arm tightly. A short distance behind Zhang Yunfeng, a white cloth floated in the wind, eerily reminiscent of a specter in the night. Wow, you all truly are a united front. Your acting skills are quite impressive. Zhang Yunfeng chuckled as he stood up, stating, you certainly went to great lengths to frighten me. Today, I shall see what ghost dares to approach Zhang Yunfeng. Don't say that. It's getting closer. Gu Chun interjected sharply, furrowing his brow. Come forth, Lalalas, attack it. Without hesitation, he commanded. At that moment, the little actor leapt from his embrace, illuminating the surroundings with a ghostly purple glow before hurtling towards the front like a projectile. Zhang Yunfeng was taken aback, Is it really necessary to treat me this way over a ghost story? He instinctively crouched down. With a loud bang, the white cloth was sent flying, and the spectral figure, seemingly startled, darted into the forest. However, Gu Chen's keen eyes caught a glimpse of it. It was a shiny, unusual ghastly. Chapter 21. The gradual emergence of crisis goodness. I didn't expect there to be something real. That was a close call, you rascal. Zhang Yunfeng gazed at the retreating figure, a surge of apprehension coursing through him. He had initially thought it was all just a joke, but it turned out to be genuine. However, he quickly realized it was not a ghost, but rather an ethereal creature, a spirit. Yet, he could not discern what kind of spirit it was. Thank you, Gu Chen, Zhang Yunfeng exclaimed, grateful for Gu Chen's intervention. Without him, he shuddered to think of the outcome. His classmates had reacted like dazed fools in the face of danger. Truly, one could hardly question Gu Chen's composure in critical moments. Beside them, Luo Zetian's eyes gleamed as he observed Laolas approaching Gu Chen. This spirit is remarkably powerful. It appears to be newly born, yet has already mastered a technique like psychic. Truly terrifying. At that moment, Luo Zetian comprehended why others revered Gu Chen, his calmness. Swift reactions and judgment were far superior. I must concede. A smile crept onto Luo Zetian's lips. To be honest, among his peers, he harbored no admiration for anyone, be it due to family background or abilities. Yet, for the first time, he felt an urge to respect someone else. Nevertheless, one must remain vigilant in the wilderness. Gu Chen remarked, redirecting his gaze. He was indifferent to the opinions of those around him or their thoughts. His curiosity lay solely with the unusual ghastly. Truth be told, he yearned to capture that peculiar spirit. Following this unexpected incident, the group's enthusiasm waned, and after a brief conversation, they each retreated to their respective tents. The day's excitement could not last indefinitely, especially after enduring a significant trial. Gu Chen, too, planned to rest, feeling utterly fatigued. At that moment, however, Xiao Yasi obstructed his path. Gu Chen, I think I saw something moving in the forest. Could there be a danger? Her brow furrowed, and she appeared earnest. Was a person? Are you certain? Not entirely sure, but I did see a shadow flit by before it darted into the underbrush. Xiao Yasi glanced into the depths of the forest, her eyes betraying concern. That must have been the ghastly, Gu Chen conjectured. Ghastly? Xiao Yasi's eyes widened, and she continued. Was a figure behind Zhang Yunfeng earlier a ghastly? Indeed. Gu Chen nodded affirmatively. But I thought it was white. It was an unusual ghastly. It appears white. Gu Chen gazed into the forest, knowing that even if he ventured in now, he might not find a creature. Ghastly was adept at hiding away. Unusual? A white ghastly? Upon seeing Gu Chen's nod, Xiao Yasi seemed to grasp the situation. It was not surprising for spirits to possess unique colors. So what you saw was likely it. Gu Chen shrugged. That must be quite a mischievous fellow, fond of playing pranks. Well, I'm relieved to hear that. Xiao Yasi responded, her tension easing. After all, if it were a spirit, there was little to fear. If it were a person, that would indeed be alarming. Rest assured, our tents are adjacent. If anything happens, just call out, and I should be able to respond promptly, Gu Chen reassured her. All right, Xiao Yasi nodded, a smile finally gracing her face. Yes, their tents were indeed side by side. If she spoke, Gu Chen would surely hear her, right? As she contemplated this, a blush crept on her cheeks. I hope I don't snore. How embarrassing that would be. Surely not, she mused, lost in her thoughts as she slowly made her way to her tent. Gu Chen, oblivious to her musings, shrugged and led Laolas towards his own tent. The night had deepened, and the surroundings were eerily quiet. What treasures could a group of students possibly possess? From the thicket bordering the forest, a voice emerged. Low and menacing, it belonged to a bald man with a fierce countenance, known as Scarface among the locals. But it was not a reference to his intellect, rather to the 3 scars marring his face. What do students matter? Whether they possess Pokballs or not is of no consequence, a burly man beside him, known as 8 Liang, remarked. These 2 were notorious criminals in Shishui City, specializing in ambushing trainers in the wild to seize their belongings or Pokballs. Truly ruthless, they had long been wanted criminals. This evening, their attention was once again focused on the group of 5 students who were camping. I have already sent Gizatong to conduct a reconnaissance. Out of the 30 or so individuals present, only a handful might possess any fighting capability. Furthermore, I have discreetly noted the location of that boy's tent. We shall deal with him shortly. 8 Liang remarked. You're quite clever, realizing the need to keep Gizatong around. Sanba whispered, his voice low. This creature, while possessing unique coloration that could fetch a good price, also wields hypnosis as a lucrative weapon. This Pokemon was acquired from another trainer just days prior. After some training, Gizatong has evidently begun to heed their commands and assist in these endeavors. Indeed, tonight shall surely yield great rewards. 8 Liang said, a satisfied smile creeping upon his lips as he glanced at the white Gizatong beside him, which appeared increasingly pleasing to his eye. Meanwhile, Gizatong seemed to be lost in thought, silently gazing into the distance. We shall make our move shortly, starting with that boy's tent, 8 Liang declared, pointing towards a distant blue tent. They are positioned far away and on the outskirts. Let us secure it first. You will use hypnosis on the individuals inside the tent. Do you understand? 8 Liang instructed Gizatong. Should you fail to cooperate, you shall face dire consequences. In the end, he did not forget to issue a threat. Gizatong responded softly, nodding eagerly as a hint of panic crossed its features. All right, let us prepare to depart. 8 Liang evidently held a crucial role in this duo, leading the way as Sanba followed closely behind. Chapter 22. Silence, there are villains, damn it. Why isn't that Gizatong returned yet? In the low grass, the two burly men, Sanba and 8 Liang, crouched with their backs turned. That fellow has always been slow. It's only to be expected, Sanba quickly reassured. Once this is over, we'll make him pay dearly. 8 Liang gritted his teeth. Unbeknownst to them, a pair of eyes was intently watching their every move. It was Gu Chen. After heeding Xiao Ye's words, he returned to his tent for contemplation, feeling a sense of strangeness and unease. As a soul in his 20s, his approach to situations differed markedly from that of the current students. Thus, after much deliberation, he decided to stealthily investigate the matter. Indeed, he soon spotted Sanba and 8 Liang concealed among the trees. Perhaps due to the night's cover, their guard was significantly lowered, allowing Gu Chen to follow discreetly behind them, finally discerning their intentions. At that moment, a ghostly white figure emerged ahead. Gizatong had returned. What was the status? Gizatong pondered, a flicker of anxiety in its eyes, momentarily unable to respond. Speak up, 8 Liang urged impatiently. Gizatong quickly nodded, signaling that the task had been completed. Have you dealt with the surrounding tents? Another swift nod followed. And what about the ones over there? 8 Liang gestured towards the eastern tent area, only to receive a shake of the head from Gizatong. Useless creature. 8 Liang couldn't help but curse. It's about time. Using hypnosis is quite exhausting. Sanba observed Gizatong's timid demeanor and interjected. We cannot waste any more time. Let us handle those who are unconscious and bind them up, 8 Liang stated, indicating a specific tent, starting with that boy's tent. All right, Sanba replied, and the two stealthily advanced forward. Observing this scene from the shadows, Gu Chen was utterly unprepared to realize that he had become the target of their plans. However, upon noticing Gizatong beside them, the situation became clear. It must have been the psychic strike from Lalalaisai that instilled fear in them, prompting their decision to initiate their attack, starting with him. At that moment, Gu Chen realized he had been too engrossed in thought, failing to notice that Gizatong had shifted its gaze towards him. Damn it, have I been spotted? Just as Gu Chen was about to summon Lalalaisai for assistance, he observed that Gizatong merely glanced at him before following the two burly men into the tent. Pretending not to see me? The thought crossed Gu Chen's mind, and without hesitation, he continued to trail behind. Initially contemplating a surprise attack from behind, he altered his plan upon witnessing the two men enter his tent. Casting a glance towards Xiao Ye's tent, Gu Chen made a swift decision and slipped inside without a second thought. Though he moved quietly, the entrance of someone into the tent jolted Xiao Ye from her slumber, causing her to abruptly open her eyes and behold Gu Chen's startled visage. Reacting swiftly, Gu Chen covered her mouth, only to find their bodies pressed together due to the excitement of the moment. Shoo, there are bad people. Don't scream, Gu Chen whispered urgently into her ear. The warmth of his breath sent shivers down Xiao Ye's spine, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. They were so close. Xiao Ye nodded vigorously, signaling her understanding. Only then did Gu Chen release his grip. He had initially thought Xiao Ye had succumbed to hypnosis, but evidently she had not. Perhaps Gizatong had refrained from doing so? There was no time to ponder such matters.
Gu Chen's purpose for entering was to ambush the two intruders. He intended to launch an attack the moment they entered the tent. "What is happening?" Xiaoya whispered, her voice hushed. "There's no time for details. Quickly summon your Pokemon." Gu Chen instructed, promptly summoning Lala Laysai. Since little Rosia was in the tent and could not unleash any moves, he chose not to bring it forth. Xiaoya did not question further and immediately summoned her Piku. Gu Chen observed the diminutive creature, recalling that Xiaoya's Pokemon had not been a Piku. It seemed that the lives of the affluent were indeed whimsical, collecting Pokemon like trinkets. However, in truth, Xiaoya's Pokemon had always been Piku. The Pikachu was merely a pet she kept at home. Meanwhile, after entering the tent and finding Gu Chen absent, 8 Liang and San Ba decided to remain in place, opting for a steady approach. "Damn it, where's that kid?" 8 Liang muttered under his breath. "Could he be outside using the restroom? Should we wait for him to return, or what?" San Ba proposed a possibility. 8 Liang frowned, realizing he hadn't paid attention to whether anyone had exited the tent earlier. However, at this moment, faint sounds emanated from the adjacent tent, accompanied by an oppressive atmosphere. Ba Yang's eyes brightened, and he spoke again. "I just remembered." "What?" San Ba turned to him. "Listen closely. Can you hear something from next door?" Ba Yang gestured towards him. San Ba concentrated and then nodded vigorously in affirmation. "Damn, today's students are quite bold. Even out in the wilderness, they can't help but indulge in their affections," Ba Yang remarked. "Are you implying that?" San Ba began, but did not finish his sentence, instead clapping his hands together lightly, with a lewd gleam in his eyes. Ba Yang nodded knowingly. "I had noticed his good rapport with that female student. It's confirmed. That lad is quite fortunate in love," Ba Yang said, stroking his chin, a strange expression crossing his face. "Should we go take a look?" San Ba inquired. Then, exchanging knowing glances, they both revealed mischievous smiles, nearly synchronizing their thoughts. Chapter 23. The Evolutionary Overpowering of Lugia Bang. Crack! The sound erupted in the stillness of the night. Two screams shattered the quiet of the camp. Many students poked their heads out of their tents. Outside, Ba Yang and San Ba sat on the ground, their faces contorted in pain, with faint traces of charred skin visible, though not severe. They had been struck by Piku's electric attack. San Ba appeared to be the more severely injured one, having directly endured a psychic assault from Lurantis just moments before. Ba Yang and San Ba had burst into the adjacent tent, but before they could comprehend the situation, they were already under attack. Gu Chen showed no mercy, commanding Lurantis and Piku to strike at them without concern for the potential fatal consequences. After all, in his eyes, they were merely ruthless scoundrels deserving of their fate. Seeing Gu Chen emerge swiftly from the tent, Ba Yang and San Ba exchanged glances, understanding they had been ambushed. "Damn, we need to teach this kid a lesson." Ba Yang scanned the surroundings, noticing the students were still oblivious, and they immediately resolved to settle the matter through combat. The light of Pokeballs erupted, and 6 Pokemon appeared on the battlefield. Onyx, Crocodile, Bandana Guy, Skuntank, Volter, and Slash Commander. Of these 6, 5 were of the Dark type. "Kid, are you stunned?" Ba Yang looked triumphantly at the silent Gu Chen, nearly seething with a desire to eliminate him. Not only had he disrupted their plans, but he had also ambushed them. Yet, what he was more curious about was when this kid had started to learn of their intentions. Meanwhile, Gu Chen furrowed his brow, his expression vacant, not speaking or revealing his actions. Thus, Ba Yang and his companion assumed he was simply dumbfounded. "Everyone, come help. These two." Boom! Before Xiaoya could finish her sentence, Onyx had already slammed down, startling her. "No one intervene. This is our personal vendetta with this kid. If anyone dares to meddle, don't blame us for being rude." Ba Yang glared fiercely at the surrounding students, issuing a threat. Jengar had indeed taken action. At least a handful of students were present, and they appeared drowsy, completely unaware of the unfolding situation. Upon hearing Ba Yang's threats, the group of students was intimidated by his overwhelming presence, retreating hastily, with some even retreating back into their tents. Only one person stepped forward, summoning his dragon-type Pokemon. It was Luo Zetian. He was the first to wish to assist Gu Chen. Just then, a bright light emerged. Gu Chen also retrieved his Pokeball, summoning a miniature Lugia. Hiss! Wow! The students outside gazed in astonishment at the diminutive Lugia soaring in the sky, their expressions a mixture of shock and awe. "Luo Zetian, who had just been preparing to step forward, froze in place, captivated by the sight of the blue and white Pokemon soaring above. However, the most astonished were Samba and Baoyang. The two seemed to have spotted a flying money tree. A small Lugia. How much could it fetch if sold? They didn't care how that kid had managed to capture this Pokemon. They only recognized it as a fortune. Furthermore, Chen was not frightened at all. He had merely been signing in. It was past midnight, and a new day had begun. The system had provided him with a notification. However, he was genuinely grateful for having checked in, as he had unexpectedly acquired something remarkable. Lugia now, Chen shouted, tossing a jade-like key into the air. Imperfect evolution key. Enables Pokemon to evolve. Reverts to its original form after half an hour. Uses remaining. 3. This was the imperfect evolution key obtained from his check-in. With this item, he should have a better chance of defeating the numerous Pokemon of these two villains. Right? Quickly attack Lugia. Baoyang and Samba hastily commanded their Pokemon to strike. However, they were already too late. In the sky, Lugia had already grasped the imperfect evolution key in its mouth. Instantly, a silvery light enveloped it, radiating like a corona, blindingly bright, illuminating the entire camp. At this moment, the sound of evolution should resonate. When the charging Lugia reappeared before everyone's gaze, it had already regained its former majestic form. The Lugia Chen had first encountered had returned. Damn! Samba's expression changed, and he cursed. It was just a baby before. How did it suddenly transform into a powerhouse? This is unscientific. While they were still speaking, Lugia in the sky suddenly locked its piercing gaze onto the Pokemon below, its eyes sharp and fierce. In a flash, Lugia radiated a brilliant white light, and a chilling wind surged. Chen below could feel the surrounding cold intensifying. Damn, a snowstorm! Samba shouted in shock. Quick, take cover! Baoyang pulled his teammate away. Whoosh! The silvery cold wind mixed with falling snow transformed the previously warm weather into an unbearable chill. In Chen's eyes, with just one strike, Lugia completely froze all 6 of Samba's Pokemon in place. Among them, Onix and Commander seemed to fare slightly better due to their respective attributes. The remaining 4, however, were utterly obliterated by Lugia's area of effect snowstorm attack, essentially rendered as mere fodder. Total annihilation. In an instant, the fighting spirit was lost. However, Lugia's assault was far from over. Its massive jaws once again gathered a brilliant azure light. Boom! The hydro pump erupted swiftly, striking directly at the Onix and the Scyther commander. These two Pokemon, who had just managed to survive, were swiftly doomed once more. The spectators, many of whom were witnessing Lugia's battle for the first time, were left utterly astonished. How overwhelmingly powerful it was. Upon its arrival, all 6 Pokemon were dispatched in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Baoyang and Samba had no time to tend to their own Pokemon. They turned to flee, yet in their path stood Chen, accompanied by a fuming Ralts with arms akimbo and a bewildered Piku. Turning back, they noticed another male student behind them with a Dragonite at his feet. The group of intimidated students now regarded them with predatory eyes. Baoyang and Samba realized that they had indeed met their match here. Chapter 24. The Unwanted Intruders by Liang and Samba never anticipated that after so long as forest bandits, even the Pokemon Inspection Bureau could do nothing against them. Ultimately, they fell into the hands of a high school student. Truly, it resonated with the saying, vengeance is a dish best served cold. Karma is inevitable. Chen and his companions had already bound the 2 miscreants tightly with ropes. Meanwhile, Xiao Yasi had contacted the personnel from the Westwater City Pokemon Inspection Bureau. Upon learning that these were the notorious criminals they had been pursuing for months, captured by students no less, their astonishment was palpable. They dispatched a team immediately. Having accomplished this, Chen returned Lugia to its Pokeball. It was simply too dazzling to be left out in the open. Just moments ago, he felt countless envious and jealous gazes upon him when he reached out to touch the seams of Lugia's form. In a rather humorous turn of events, Zhang Yinfeng, who had awakened from his hypnosis, found Chen genuinely interacting with Lugia. He mistakenly believed he was still dreaming and asked a classmate to slap him to wake up. While one slap would have sufficed, he wondered if the one who slapped him was also dreaming. Ultimately, nearly every classmate gave him a slap before he begrudgingly accepted the truth. To his dismay, he had thought Chen's claim about bringing Lugia to the exam was a jest.
Little did he know, it was the heartfelt truth. Zhang Yinfeng never expected that he would end up being the fool in this scenario. Still, he accepted this reality with sincerity. However, Mu Lunghai was a different story. From the moment he learned of this occurrence, he felt utterly flabbergasted. Gu Chen had subdued Lugia, while there were others who wielded divine beasts. They were akin to national treasures. Yet, here was a novice Pokemon trainer, one could say a mere rookie, who had managed to capture Lugia. Was there no end to this absurdity? The blow to Mu Lunghai's pride was profound, leaving him in a state of emotional turmoil. Gu Chen, you've kept your secrets well, Xiao Yasi remarked, her lips slightly pouting, her eyes conveying a playful reproach. I was worried you wouldn't have a Pokemon for the exam, yet you managed to acquire Lugia without a word. Faced with her inquiry, Gu Chen felt a tinge of embarrassment. Indeed, after his rebirth, she had been the first to genuinely strive to assist him. Do you believe me if I say I only acquired Lugia after that day at the battle park? He shrugged in exasperation. Oof, I would have believed you before, but not now, Xiao Yasi replied, placing her hands on her hips, not truly angry, but feeling that Gu Chen had hidden too much from her. Nonetheless, deep down, she felt joy and pride, as if Lugia were a part of her own accomplishments. Such sentiments were truly peculiar. Not far away, Luo Zetian glanced at Gu Chen and Xiao Yasi engaged in conversation. He felt no particular emotion, but was suddenly engulfed with a fervent desire for battle. Not to contend with Gu Chen, but to grow stronger and possess a divine beast of his own. Initially, he had wished to get to know Gu Chen, but now he felt it unnecessary. He was not worthy just yet. When the time came, he would certainly seek out Gu Chen. In truth, within the student camp, every individual bore complex feelings. Today had transformed from a genuine post-exam gathering into Gu Chen's solo showcase. From the beginning until this very moment, they were all continuously processing the shock and astonishment brought forth by Gu Chen. The personnel from the Pokemon Inspection Bureau arrived with remarkable speed. Soon, Gu Chen spotted 3 Charizards soaring overhead, with 6 inspectors clad in black and white uniforms atop them. In this era, there were no Nurse Joys or Officer Jennies. Only a system of inspectors formed by regular citizens. The 2 criminals have been on our wanted list for over half a year. It's astonishing they fell into the hands of students today, remarked an inspector in his 30s, wearing a smile and standing tall. It wasn't us. It was all him. The students, quite selflessly, deferred the credit. Although it was indeed Gu Chen who had accomplished the feat, this was quite amusing. It caused Mu Lunghai, who had initially wanted to step forward to claim the title of class leader, to hesitate and ultimately retreat to the back. He thought better of it, deciding not to wade into these murky waters. After all, he had merely been asleep when the incident occurred and had only heard about it afterward. The truth was known solely to Gu Chen. Was it truly just you who captured them? The middle-aged inspector scrutinized Gu Chen, then glanced at the tightly bound by Liang and Sanba, visibly surprised. Gu Chen nodded. He wasn't seeking accolades. It was merely the truth. As everyone had said, indeed, heroes emerge from the youth, with the new generation surpassing the old. The middle-aged inspector seemed genuinely pleased, extending his hand toward Gu Chen. I'm the team leader of the Westwater City Pokemon Inspection Bureau, Hao Jinchuan. Gu Chen, just a student. Gu Chen reciprocated the handshake. Subsequently, in accordance with Hao Jinchuan's request, Gu Chen agreed to accompany them to record a statement regarding the events that transpired. He had no objections to this. Thus, Hao Jinchuan and 2 other inspectors led the criminals and Gu Chen back to Westwater City. The remaining inspectors were tasked with escorting the students back to Shishui City to record their statements, a straightforward process that was not particularly complex. However, when asked about the spirit that had defeated them, Gu Chen hesitated. The inspector recording the statement assumed there was something unspeakable involved. Additionally, their captain had instructed them to take good care of Gu Chen, so they did not press for further details. After all, the prior offenses of these 2 individuals were already sufficient for condemnation. 7 spirits in total, one of which was a shiny Jengar. As Gu Chen stepped into the case handling hall, he spotted how Zhenxuan engaged in conversation with others. Although rare, shiny spirits were to be eradicated once they committed a crime. Eradicated, and do not concern yourselves further. Hao Zhenxuan's voice rang out again, commanding his subordinates. Gu Chen was taken aback, for he had heard Jengar's name on the eradication list. That spirit was not inherently malevolent. Clenching his teeth, Gu Chen approached. Chapter 25. Shiny Jengar's communication evolution in this era, spirits, much like humans, faced a singular fate upon wrongdoing, eradication. This signified a death sentence, akin to a humane obliteration. For humanity firmly believed that spirits possessed autonomous consciousness. If a spirit wished to refrain from crime, no one could coerce it into wrongdoing. Hence, both spirits and humans bore the consequences. It was a stark and sobering reality. Thus, it was crucial for a spirit to select its rightful master. Consequently, upon hearing that Jengar was to be eradicated, Chen felt a pang of compassion. In his view, Jengar's essence was not malevolent, and it was not a spirit of that wretched group. Captain Hao, must the shiny Jengar also be eradicated? Chen inquired directly. Hao Zhichuan glanced back at him and nodded. Indeed, Jengar is associated with those individuals. No, they are not connected. Chen quickly interjected. During my surveillance of them, I learned that Jengar was taken by force, and, at that time, it had even spotted me while I was tracking those two. Yet, it did not react violently, indicating that it should not be bad at its core. It merely requires proper training. Hao Zhichuan frowned slightly. In truth, he was quite traditional. To him, a criminal was a criminal, devoid of shades of good or evil. Thus, he leaned more towards eradication rather than rehabilitation. Guiding Jengar onto the right path would be arduous, demanding considerable manpower, resources, and time. Correct, Captain Hao. This young man speaks the truth. Another youthful inspector chimed in. Jengar is contained within an electro-ebb ball. Hao Zhichuan appeared somewhat taken aback. Chen mirrored his surprise. In this era, there existed ordinary Pokeballs and advanced ones, but Master Balls were non-existent. Among them, the electro-ebb ball was a type of Pokeball. However, it did not align with the principles of spirit ownership. Spirits captured within an electro-ebb ball could not stray far from it, or they would be automatically recalled. Furthermore, this ball possessed an electrical device capable of tormenting the spirit within. Thus, it earned a notorious nickname, the Thunderball. It was indeed a disreputable item that had once been banned outright. Yet, risks were still taken to utilize it, whether by regular trainers or criminals. Moreover, it was even sold on the black market. Over time, the Spirit Inspection Bureau could only turn a blind eye. In light of this, it seemed Jengar might indeed be a victim of coercion. Hao Zhichuan sighed, then remarked, nevertheless, it remains a dangerous spirit. I will reconsider its treatment. Rest assured. This was merely passing the buck, something Chen understood all too well. He promptly stated, Captain Hao, I take Jengar. I can help train it and become its master. You? Train it? Despite Chen being the young man who had apprehended these criminals, his age still caused Hao Zhichuan a degree of concern. After all, Jengar was not easily manageable. Let him have it, Captain Hao. At that moment, a middle-aged man entered, his uniform distinct from Hao Zhichuan's, immediately indicating a difference in rank. Behind him was a young girl, Xiao Yasi, who had previously been at the outdoor camp. She peeked from behind the middle-aged man, waving at Chen with a beaming smile. Good day, Director Deng. Chen politely nodded, aware that Hao Zhichuan had referred to him as Director Deng. You too. Deng Tianqi cast a glance at Chen, smiling kindly. He had just heard his niece mention that this young man had not only apprehended dangerous criminals, but also possessed a Lugia as his spirit. Although astonished, Deng Tianqi recognized that Xiao Yasi would not exaggerate or deceive him. However, calling forth Lugia for a display was not something he could permit. Still, he was genuinely intrigued by this young man. I hear from Yasi that it was your boldness and attention to detail that subdued those two criminals. Not only did you apprehend the villains, but you also successfully protected everyone. For someone so young to achieve, this is truly commendable, Deng Tianqi remarked, his words laced with praise. Taken aback by the sudden compliment, Chen felt a bit shy, rubbing his nose as he replied, it was merely happenstance. After hearing Xiao Yasi mention it, I felt somewhat uneasy. I never expected to encounter them. He chose to remain modest, refraining from delivering grandiose statements as he might have done in front of classmates. After all, this man was Xiao Yasi's uncle, and the atmosphere was rather serious. Though you say so, few can achieve such feats, Deng Tianqi said, stepping forward to pat Chen on the shoulder. You are a fine young man. I will recommend you for commendation. He glanced at Xiao Yasi. You young people should converse more. I have some matters to attend to. With that, he strode away, not waiting for Chen's response. Take care, uncle, Xiao Yasi called after him. Chen surmised that the commendation would likely be a reward or a small trophy. Thus, he readily accepted it, unwilling to waste time crafting excuses to decline. Yet, he did not anticipate that, with Deng Tianqi's intervention, the efficiency of the inspection bureau would double. Chen, you need to use a new Pokeball to contain the Jengar. We must transport it to you, as the Thunderball is no longer functional. At that moment, Hao Zhenchuan approached and said, of course, the Pokeball Chen purchased was finally put to good use. Reminiscent of the scene where Pokemon are exchanged. After placing his Pokeball, the Jengar from the Thunderball was successfully transmitted into his possession. This Jengar should have evolved from a Haunter, but regardless, you must exercise caution. If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to seek my assistance, Hao Zhenchuan reminded him, ever diligent in his responsibilities. Understood. Thank you, Captain Hao. Chen nodded, retrieving the Pokeball from above the transmission machine. Chapter 26. Is this truly a Jengar? Indeed. Chen nearly forgot that Haunter evolves into Jengar through communication. This meant that the Pokemon within should now be Jengar, right? With this thought, Chen felt a surge of excitement. Chen, quickly release it so we can see, said Xiao Yasi, her curiosity piqued. I too wish to behold this unusual Jengar. Without hesitation, Chen pressed the button on the Pokeball, summoning the Pokemon within. As Jengar emerged, Chen was momentarily taken aback. Is this truly a Jengar? Hao Zhenchuan, still present, also wore an expression of bewilderment. What is happening? Before them stood a Jengar, its form an ethereal silver, ghostly and insubstantial. More alarmingly, its visage was not the typical soft countenance of a Jengar, but rather a grotesque and menacing appearance. Its crimson eyes glimmered ominously, reminiscent of blood, and its sharp fangs suggested a ravenous beast. The spiked protrusions along its back resembled lethal blades. If Chen were to articulate it, this Jengar resembled a demonic entity, instilling fear at first glance. Observing Xiao Yasi's furrowed brow and her slightly fearful expression made this evident. At that moment, Jengar's gaze was fixed upon Chen, neither attacking nor making any aggressive movements. Instead, it seemed to retreat in apprehension. Why is this happening? Hao Zhenchuan pondered aloud. Just as Chen was grappling with this enigma, a figure suddenly appeared. I know, it was Lilia. Though Chen had requested her to remain discreet and revert to her Rotom Pokédex form, she could no longer contain herself. This Pokémon has undergone a mutation. Lilia's delicate voice chimed in. Jengar is a Pokémon imbued with negative energy. It is highly receptive to the negative emotions conveyed by humans. Perching on Chen's shoulder, she continued, having likely endured considerable torment. This Jengar expressed those emotions during its evolution, resulting in this mutation. Could it be a manifestation of revenge and resentment towards those who caused it harm? Chen glanced at Jengar. Although startled at first, he now found it increasingly captivating. In fact, he thought it appeared rather striking. Previous Jengars often exuded a chubby, endearing aura, but this one was entirely different. It exuded an air of majesty and coolness. From the perspective of a young man, Chen found himself increasingly enamored with it. Casting a curious glance at the creature resting on Chen's shoulder, Hao Zhenchuan inquired, is it dangerous? He remained vigilant in his duties. Dangerous? Lilia lightly touched her cheek, contemplating before responding, it should be fine. This Jengar's temperament seems stable. Moreover, with me, you're incredibly beautiful and charming little Pokemon. As your protector, you are certainly safe, Lilia declared, puffing out her chest with a sense of bravado that left Chen somewhat speechless. Well then, Hao Zhenchuan replied, feeling slightly awkward. The crux of the matter was that he had no idea what kind of Pokemon this was, let alone that it could speak. Despite his curiosity, he refrained from asking more, recognizing that Chen was acquainted with his superior. Upon exiting the inspection bureau, Jengar was returned to its Pokeball. Chen planned to conduct further research at home, as the bureau was not conducive to such endeavors. Chen, what is that on your shoulder? Xiao Yasi, unlike Hao Zhenchuan, was unreserved in her curiosity. It's a Rotom Pokédex. It's a common feature in our world, Chen explained. A Rotom Pokédex. Is it supposed to look like that? Xiao Yasi gazed at the small figure with curiosity. It seems so anthropomorphic, albeit smaller in size. Otherwise, I might mistake it for a person. It's a bit unique, Chen replied, lifting Lilia from his shoulder. Transform into the Pokédex form for a moment. Although Lilia was a bit disgruntled about performing for the girls, she obediently transformed into the red rotom Pokédex form. However, this was merely for an instant. Xiao Yasi was able to see it clearly. How marvelous! Where did you find such a rotom Pokédex that can change forms at will? This is the first time I've encountered one. I stumbled upon it in the wild, Chen chuckled. Meanwhile, Lilia, in a playful huff, proclaimed from her perch. I'm not just a wild girl. I'm Lilia, incredibly beautiful, charming, and gentle. She repeated this boast multiple times. Fortunately, it was still early morning, around 3 or 4 o'clock, and the streets were relatively empty, ensuring that Lilia's outburst would not draw much attention. Before long, Xiao Yasi's chauffeur arrived with the car. Since Gu Chun had previously been invited, he readily accepted a ride back with them. After a busy night, he was quite fatigued. Upon arriving at Gu Chen's home, he intended to thank Xiao Yasi and suggest she head home early. However, to his surprise, she disembarked the vehicle alongside him. Is there something else? Gu Chun observed her hesitant demeanor, sensing she had something to say. Gu Chun, do you have time the day after tomorrow? Xiao Yasi stammered, mustering her courage to ask. What is up? Gu Chun inquired, puzzled, as the day after tomorrow was the date for submitting applications to the Pokemon University, and he had to return to campus then. When I finish submitting my application, I would like to invite you to watch a Pokemon movie together. With a firm resolve, Xiao Yasi finally expressed her request. A Pokemon movie? Gu Chen's eyes sparkled, not for any particular reason, but purely out of curiosity about whether the upcoming elfin movie featured characters portrayed by real elves, much like in animated films. Well, why not? I would love to see it. Gu Chen readily agreed. Really? Xiao Yasi exclaimed, surprised by his acceptance. She had expected him to be too busy or have other reservations. Indeed, Gu Chen nodded earnestly. That's wonderful. Xiao Yasi smiled, her face alight with excitement. She began to ponder what might happen that day and what outfit she should wear, eagerly awaiting the arrival of that day. Chapter 27. The little actor's gesture of affection. As soon as Gu Chen opened the door to his home, he was taken aback. The reason for his astonishment? 2 burly men were sprawled on the floor as if they had made themselves at home. For a fleeting moment, Gu Chen thought he was facing intruders. And just as he reached for a nearby trash can strike, the survival instincts of Wu Zigong and Wang Jinyan kicked in, and they sprang to their feet. Mr. Wu, principal? He instantly recalled their identities. Gu Chen, you finally returned. Wang Jinyan's face beamed with excitement. At that moment, the door to Gu's parents' room swung open with a loud bang, their gazes converging on Gu Chen. This left Gu Chen utterly bewildered. What on earth was happening? It turned out that after Wang Jinyan and Wu Zigong explained their intentions to Gu Chen's parents the day before, they had received a response that everything would be subject to Gu Chen's own wishes. In other words, Gu's parents were indicating that their son was to be the one in charge. How could that be? Wang Jinyan and Wu Zigong were certainly unwilling to accept this. They immediately decided to adopt the spirit of the legendary 3 visits to the thatched cottage, vowing never to give up. Thus, they set up camp on the floor of Gu's home, intending to explain their purpose to him the moment he returned. Surely, this would demonstrate their sincerity. So, that was the situation. After hearing their account, Gu Chen finally understood why his homeroom teacher and principal had come to his home. They wished to offer a monetary incentive while hoping he would serve as the face of the city's top school. To be honest, Gu Chen was indeed tempted. The simple reason was that he was originally a student from this prestigious school, even if he refrained from participating in interviews. The institution could still leverage his name for publicity. But now, not only could they capitalize on his name, but he could also earn money. How delightful. After all, why does wildflower scent sweeter than cultivated blooms? Because they do not belong to oneself. It is the allure of the unattainable. However, while he was open to the idea, Gu Chen had one condition. Go ahead, Wang Jinan replied, visibly excited at the prospect of negotiation. I am willing to participate in interviews, but I do not wish for it to disrupt my daily life. Additionally, I would like to be informed in advance, with a specific date set for these arrangements. Wang Jinyan pondered for a moment before promptly agreeing, no problem, no problem. That's all manageable. Gu Chen's requests were not particularly difficult to fulfill. By the way, Wang Jinyan continued, his eyes lighting up, are you aware of our school's upcoming summer camp activities? It begins in just a week, and we would like to offer you a free spot. What do you think? The principal, on the surface, seemed to be offering a gift, but in reality, he was hoping Gu Chen would help promote this summer camp. After all, with a top student like Gu Chen involved, even if the fees were higher? Many would be inclined to follow suit. This would undoubtedly make the summer camp a resounding success. Just thinking about it filled Wang Jinyun with excitement, as it meant a significant boost in their achievements. Gu Chen was well aware of Wang Jinyun's intentions. However, he was not overly concerned about such matters. How could someone focused on reaching the pinnacle of success be bothered by trivialities? Moreover, the training camp might yield substantial benefits. Considering the long summer ahead, Gu Chen agreed to participate. "I'm willing, but I require a private accommodation. I'm not accustomed to sharing space with others," he stated, asserting his needs. It was only natural, given that his Pokemon included the unique shiny Lugia, an atypical Jengar, a Larvitar, and a Lilligant, each one rather extraordinary and not something he wished to expose entirely in front of others. Thus, a private environment was essential. Of course, that's absolutely fine. Wang Jinyun immediately concurred, his expression indicating that he felt he had struck a significant deal. In truth, he had indeed hit the jackpot. After bidding farewell to Wang Jinyun and Wu Zigong, Gu Chen intended to retreat to his room for some rest when his parent called out to him. "Tomorrow, your uncle has invited us to a family gathering," Gu Haifeng announced. "What kind of gathering?" Gu Chen frowned immediately, as he recalled that this uncle had always been rather unsavory in his memory, narrow-minded and fond of ostentation. The type to flaunt his gold chains, as if he were afraid others might not notice. However, that was not the sole reason for Gu Chen's distaste. More importantly, this uncle had never been particularly friendly toward their family. "Oh, it's just a casual meal," Gu Haifeng added. Yes. Just consider it a meal with us tomorrow at noon." Qi Mengxian chimed in, preemptively ushering Gu Chen toward his room before he could voice any objections. "Go on, rest. Didn't you say you were tired?" As a mother, she was aware of her son's aversion to this uncle. However, familial ties are often complex and difficult to navigate. Gu Haifeng felt uncomfortable addressing it directly, so Qi Mengxian took it upon herself to intervene. Thus, Gu Chen was pushed into his room, sealing his plans for the following day. Sighing deeply, Gu Chen wasted no time and summoned his Pokemon. He then settled comfortably on his bed. Larvitar, being the most familiar with the surroundings, let out a soft call and surprisingly unearthed some fresh milk hidden beneath Gu Chen's cabinet. This little actor had secretly stashed away some treats. Gu Chen understood now. Lilligant, primarily an electric type, showed little interest and instead plopped down beside Gu Chen, mimicking his position and lying out in a star shape. Shiny Lugia had reverted to its original form. It seemed somewhat fatigued and, after glancing at the bed, instinctively made its way to the Snorlax-shaped sofa to nap. Clearly, that spot was claimed by the one sipping on milk. Thus, Shiny Lugia was well aware of its place. In contrast, Jengar appeared awkward and frightened, glancing around nervously, momentarily at a loss for what to do, and remained frozen in place. As Gu Chen was about to utter something, an unexpected scene unfolded before him. Ralu, the little actor, waved towards Gung-Gue as if beckoning it to come closer. Was this little performer intending to bully Gung-Gue? A flurry of questions raced through Gu Chen's mind. However, Gung-Gue, still unaccustomed to the unfamiliar environment and Pokemon, took a step back. Upon witnessing this, Ralu appeared visibly irritated. It boldly approached, offering the milk it held out to Gung-Gue. Gu Chen felt a flicker of surprise. This was indeed Ralu's favorite treat. Gung-Gue hesitated as it gazed at the milk, observing its reluctance. Ralu promptly seized Gung-Gue's hand and placed the milk into its grasp. Then, Ralu dashed back to the cabinet, retrieving yet another bottle of fresh milk. Gung-Gue looked down at the milk in its hand, the crimson hues of its eyes shimmering with a glimmer of emotion, a sign of heartfelt gratitude. This heartwarming display truly warmed Gu Chen's spirit. Nonetheless, he made an unexpected discovery. He initially thought Ralu had consumed all the milk in one go, only to realize that it had meticulously saved some. This little creature certainly exhibited a remarkable sense of organization, embodying the essence of a big sister. Meanwhile, the nearby Lugia lamented, "Why am I not afforded such treatment? Was it not stated that legendary Pokemon would enjoy certain privileges?" Chapter 28. How it ended up online. Zhong Yufeng, a classmate of Gu Chen, was a reserved individual with a rather introverted nature. He harbored a unique passion for photography, not of beautiful women, but of various Pokemon and landscapes. This young man had no grand ambitions. He simply aspired to capture every Pokemon in the world through his lens. In pursuit of this lofty dream, Zhong Yufeng had even taught himself the intricacies of photography. After returning from a lengthy camping trip, Zhong Yufeng was brimming with excitement. Why? Because he had finally captured some excellent footage. He felt certain that once this material was shared online, it would create a tremendous stir. His accounts on various platforms would undoubtedly skyrocket in popularity, garnering him an abundance of followers. The thought thrilled him. However, he knew the video required some editing. At the very least, the protagonist needed to be obscured. The footage he had captured prominently featured Gu Chen in a memorable moment. After some editing, the video was finally complete. Zhong Yufeng played it back and was greeted by a black screen with white text accompanied by a voiceover. Here's the situation. Our classmates were betting on someone scoring a 3 on the college entrance exam, leading to quite the debate. Next, the screen revealed a youthful figure, obscured but cradling Ralu, who boldly declared, "Yes, I scored." The audacious retort exuded unmatched confidence, tinged with an air of superiority. Following this, the scene transitioned to the young man commanding Lugia in battle during the night, another of Gu Chen's iconic moments, albeit missing the pivotal moment when little Lugia evolved into its grand form. Despite missing that classic scene, Zhong Yufeng was thoroughly satisfied with the final product. After watching it several times, he smiled with contentment. Perfect. With a grin, he hastily uploaded the short video to his various accounts. However, as he pressed the upload button, fatigue overcame him, and he slumped onto the desk, falling into a deep slumber. For the past few days, Luo Wuxi had been utterly bored. Due to a leg injury, she remained at home, scrolling through her phone while sipping coffee. Yet, a certain figure lingered in her mind, Gu Chen. She found herself perplexed, questioning why thoughts of that troublesome fellow continued to invade her thoughts. Was she truly curious about his relationship with Lugia, or was she preoccupied with the fact that he had stolen her first kiss during an artificial respiration incident? Regardless, Luo Wuxi tried to reassure herself. Otherwise, why would she be thinking of him? On this particular afternoon, boredom settled in again. As she scrolled through her Douyin feed, she watched various young men and women sharing their delightful moments with their Pokemon. The beautiful ladies elicited smiles from her, but when she encountered the young men, one of them bore an uncanny resemblance to Gu Chen. No, it was as if she were seeing Gu Chen himself. Panic surged within her. Had she truly lost her mind? How could she think of that guy while watching Douyin? She quickly slapped her cheeks, realizing they were flushed with warmth. This was madness. Rushing to the kitchen for a glass of cold water, she emerged only to hear a vaguely familiar voice. "Yes, I scored. Isn't it just about having hands?" Stunned, Luo Wuxi froze in place. How did this voice sound so much like his? It echoed in her mind, replaying incessantly. After listening several times, it became clear. This was undeniably Gu Chen's voice. She hurried over and finally watched the complete video pushed by the system. Luo Wuxi confirmed it. This was definitely him. Even though it was pixelated, his infuriating voice and that Lugia unmistakably revealed his identity. Although the Lugia on screen had evolved, she was certain this belonged to him. However, she could tell this was not something he had posted himself. He simply wasn't that type of person. When she glanced at the little red hearts on the screen, she was utterly astonished. The video had amassed a staggering 200,000 likes and over 5,000 comments. This short video, uploaded only that morning, had exploded in popularity by midday. Quickly, she clicked on the comments to see what others were saying. "Damn, this video isn't staged. I detwist my head off to let you sit on me. Wow, the world's strongest, dude. Just having hands is enough. Who else is sitting here?" 3. My buddy did the same a couple of years back. Now he has 6 feet under, and I still visit his grave. I often feel out of place because I can't show off like you. Legendary Pokemon have been captured? I'll believe it when I see it. You old rascal. 1,000 voices cry out. I want to see the male protagonist's face. The marketing strategies employed by the dog owner are rather impressive. When will the money start rolling in? Has someone truly captured Lugia? This is astonishing. 3 of them have been acquired. Should I still believe in love? A slew of irreverent comments is poised to emerge, yet throughout, one can distinctly sense a prevailing mistrust. These individuals may revel in their commentary, but their words reflect a skepticism about the acquisition of 3 and a disbelief that anyone could tame a Lugia. Upon witnessing this, Luo Wuxi exhaled deeply. At the very least, this scenario would likely lead netizens to perceive it merely as a fleeting viral video, which would soon fade from the limelight. Initially, She had been concerned about the potential negative repercussions for Gu Chun, but now she felt a measure of relief. Nonetheless, this situation remains significant. Luo Wuxi gritted her teeth. She was unaware of Gu Chen's contact information and thus had no way of knowing whether he was aware of the situation. However, she believed that if this matter were to be exposed, it would likely have a considerable impact on him. After all, exceptional talent often attracts envy. After some contemplation, Luo Wuxi resolved to call her cousin. Surely, she would know Gu Chen's contact details. With this thought, she acted without further hesitation and dialed the number. Chapter 29. The unfazed Gu Chun today. Due to Gu Chen's remarkable achievements, his parents, Gu Dad and Gu Mom, have taken extra days off from the Pokemon Breeding Center. Their intention was to care for Gu Chun, prepare a delightful meal for him, and participate in a family gathering. That afternoon, the home phone suddenly rang, and it rang more than once. Chi Mengxian found it peculiar. In an age where everyone possesses a mobile phone, who would still call a landline? Isn't it merely a device for connecting to the internet? Despite her curiosity, Chi Mengxian answered the call. As soon as she picked up the receiver, a soft and sweet female voice greeted her. Though she merely uttered a greeting, Chi Mengxian immediately sensed that the girl on the other end must be stunningly beautiful and possessed a gentle demeanor. Her heart fluttered with delight. Hello, whom are you looking for? After a brief pause, the melodious voice on the other end seemed to gain a hint of shyness and tension. Hello, Andy. I am Gu Chen's classmate. Is he available? A girl calling for her son? Chi Mengxian's eyes widened in surprise. Something intriguing was afoot. Just then, Gu Haifeng emerged, asking, Who is it? Chi Mengxian quickly covered the phone and gestured for silence, whispering, It's for your son. Then hurry up and talk. Don't waste his time, Gu Haifeng urged, his brow furrowing, anxious about the potential school-related matter. Unbeknownst to him, Chi Mengxian added, It's a girl. This time, Gu Haifeng was astonished. This is serious. Hurry, speak to the young lady. Yes, yes. Chi Mengxian realized and promptly returned to the call. Hello, what business do you have with Gu Chen, young lady? Andy, I have something very important to discuss with Gu Chen in person. On the other end, Xiao Yasi, although curious about why Gu Chen's mother had taken so long to respond, politely replied, Oh, you wish to speak in person? Please hold on. All right, Chi Mengxian said, covering the phone again, glancing at her husband. What is happening? Gu Haifeng pressed, his concern now heightened. I don't know. Chi Mengxian shook her head. She insists on discussing something crucial with your son. Gu Haifeng frowned. Why would she call here if he has a mobile phone? Could it be that they had a quarrel? That scoundrel didn't want to answer her call? He began to let his imagination run wild. Are you suggesting that she might be Gu Chen's girlfriend? Chi Mengxian lowered her voice, yet her surprise and excitement were evident. Not surprising at all. Gu Haifeng clapped his hands, confidently asserting, even if she isn't his girlfriend, she must be a close confidant. What is the difference between a close friend and a girlfriend? Just a title. If she's calling the house, their relationship must be quite significant. I suspect Gu Chun is upset about something and isn't answering her calls, prompting her to reach out here. He chuckled, continuing, Who would have thought? This rascal takes after me, always managing to surprise and astonish. Indeed, you don't measure up to your son. Chi Mengxian shot him a glance, playfully retorting. Regardless, I find joy in this. Gu Haifeng was genuinely pleased for his son. After all, they say there are 4 great joys in life: achieving academic success, the wedding night, timely rain after a drought, and meeting an old friend in a foreign land. His son had already experienced 2 of these joys. Quickly, go fetch your son. Don't keep her waiting, Chi Mengxian urged. All right, I'll go immediately, Gu Haifeng replied, not daring to delay further, muttering to himself. This rascal has learned nothing but how to throw tantrums at girls. Meanwhile, Chi Mengxian picked up the phone again, attempting to engage in casual conversation with Xiao Yasi, inquiring how long they had known each other, and so forth. On the other end, Xiao Yasi, though puzzled by Gu Chen's mother-esque questions, still answered amiably, as she was, after all, an elder. Gu Chun, puzzled, glanced at his parents, who were peeking from the room, before answering the call. Who is this? Having just been awakened, Gu Chen's tone was somewhat irritable. I knew it. Your son has such a bad attitude. He must have had a spat with some girl. Gu Haifeng whispered to his wife. Chi Mengxian nodded, for the first time agreeing with her husband. Gu Chen, you have been exposed. Right now, on Douyin Show and other platforms, videos about you are spreading like wildfire. Xiao Yasi's voice came through the phone. Oh, it's you, Gu Chen replied, his mind still groggy. What do you mean it's gone wild? Am I going crazy? What should I do? Seems like it's quite chaotic. They're calling to accuse your son of madness. Gu Haifeng began to speculate again. That doesn't sound right. I just chatted with that girl. She seemed sensible and gentle, not someone who would say such things. Qi Mengxian countered. Well, sometimes you're gentle with me when you scold me. It's the same principle. Gu Haifeng used his own experience as an example. Fine then, Qi Mengxian reflected, realizing that perhaps there was some truth to his statement. Sometimes, in moments of anger, one speaks without the filter of reason. It's not that you have lost your mind. Rather, your video has gone viral. The voice of Xiao Yasi echoed once more. Fortunately, you were pixelated. So many remain unaware of your identity, mistaking it for merely a staged video seeking attention during the college entrance examination frenzy. At this moment, Gu Chen had regained considerable clarity. As he listened to Xiao Yasi's words, he furrowed his brow. Unbeknownst to him, this mere frown caused the hearts of Gu Haifeng and his wife to race with apprehension. Could this possibly lead to an outburst? They contemplated whether to intervene and advise their son. However, Gu Chen had already spoken, albeit in a subdued tone. Since it's pixelated, let it be. I can't be bothered. All right, I will keep an eye on it for you. You should rest. You must be exhausted. Xiao Yasi's voice chimed in again. Your phone is unreachable. You need to address that. Understood. Gu Chen replied and ended the call. He glanced at his parents, still peering over, scratched his head, and retreated to his room. He was too tired to care. Sleep beckoned him. Gu Chen was indeed a laid-back individual. Chapter 30. Gu Chen's video went viral. Did you hear that? He seems to have given up. Qi Mengxian exchanged a glance with her husband. It appears so. I didn't catch it all, she replied. Gu Haifeng frowned. This rascal. He could have simply charmed the girl. How could he give up so easily? In this regard, he is nothing like me. When I wanted to win back my first love, I pursued her for half a year, even though I failed. But I was resolute. Gu Haifeng halted abruptly, realizing he had let something slip. Qi Mengxian's expression shifted. Gu Haifeng, you scoundrel. You claimed you had no first love. You said I was your first. A cacophony of sounds erupted as a dramatic domestic saga unfolded. Don't ruin my face. I have a gathering tomorrow. Anguished cries filled the air. In a certain teacher's apartment in Shishui City, smoke curled around as Du Haishu sat before his computer, puffing one cigarette after another. On his screen played the infamous video, unmistakably belonging to Gu Chen. With the presence of Du Haishu as the invigilator, he promptly recognized Gu Chen. So this kid has a Lugia as a Pokemon. I suspected as much. After pondering for a moment, he made a decision. Du Haishu picked up the phone and dialed. What's up? A man's voice answered. How is it going at the admissions office? Du Ixu inquired. Oh, the usual. We enroll students every year. Our university remains the same. Those who wish to come will come, and those who don't will go elsewhere. True. Your Yangzhou Pokemon University has been stagnant for years, creating little stir. Du Haishu replied with a hint of melancholy. Haha, though I dislike hearing you say that. It's the truth. So, what brings you to think of an old classmate today? Need a favor? The voice on the other end brightened with familiarity. Wuchi, there's an opportunity to transform your stagnant waters into vibrant streams this year. Interested? Du Haishu smiled and suddenly revealed. After a moment of silence, Wu Qi responded. What do you mean? I'll send you a short clip. Take a look for yourself. With that, Du Haishu pressed send. The notification chimed on the other end. What? This can't be real. Wu Qi exclaimed. It is. Du Ixu simply replied. How is that possible? Wu Qi's voice rose with excitement, filled with anticipation. Hi Su, tell me, what is going on? You must know. Du Haishu chuckled, of course. By the afternoon, Zhong Yufeng finally awoke, groggy and bleary-eyed. He glanced at his computer, still on. What? He gasped. His follower count had soared by 60. The video garnered over 1 million likes, catapulted to the homepage. Visible to all. Moreover, the views on various platforms skyrocketed to staggering amounts. He had unwittingly become a sensation. Zhong Yufeng was astounded. He surveyed the back-end data, overwhelmed with astonishment. Amidst the shock and excitement, anxiety washed over him. Why? Because he had achieved this by secretly filming Gu Chen. Initially, he thought a little fame would be enough, but he hadn't anticipated this significant reaction. This was bound to trigger a series of repercussions, including Gu Chen's accountability. However, Zhong Yufeng was acutely aware that the video's success stemmed from its quality, with his contribution being negligible. If he failed to produce another explosive topic, this would be the end of his fame. After a while of contemplation, Zhong Yufeng made a momentous decision. He would seek out Gu Chen. Meanwhile, Gu Chen lay in bed, scrolling through his douyin. Laru Lalas sprawled on his well-defined abs, gazing at him with wide, starry eyes. This was the little drama queen's favorite pastime. Lilia spun in circles on the bed, attempting to capture Gu Chen's attention, but to no avail. The little Lugia continued to master the art of relaxation, while Gung Gue sat in a corner, cradling the milk Laru Lalas had given him, his crimson eyes shimmering with emotion. This gentle creature simply could not bring himself to drink the milk he had been eyeing for hours. Gu Chen stared at the viral video of himself on Douyin, along with an array of absurd and humorous parodies, which had swiftly taken the platform by storm. It was featured on various popular video sites, including Bilibili and Douyu, and even on obscure platforms. Each site boasted countless captivating videos of him. Some were so amusing that Gu Chen couldn't help but chuckle. These internet users are incredible. Their creativity knows no bounds, he mused, losing track of time as he scrolled through the content. If someone were to ask him, "Aren't you afraid of being exposed?" Suddenly, everyone became aware that you possess a Lugia. With the college entrance examination looming, aren't you feeling anxious? To be honest, Gu Chen is not the least bit perturbed. He has no intention of playing the fool to reap immense rewards quietly. Knowing about Lugia is just the beginning. In the future, Gu Chen plans to secretly capture a Groudon, a Solgaleo, an Yveltal, an Alpaca, and a super green caterpillar, developing in stealth to astound everyone. Thus, Gu Chen remains unruffled. In fact, he is curious about the phenomenon of celebrity influence. Is it indicative of a surge of star coins heading his way? If so, that would be splendid. It would spare him the worry of being unable to afford his Pokemon's sustenance in the future, which would indeed spell disaster. After all, in this era, trainers are known for their extravagant expenditures. News outlets frequently report on individuals so impoverished they cannot even afford Pokemon food, leading to their Pokemon's desertion. This is precisely why trainers tirelessly participate in various competitions. Star coins. This only serves to confirm that Master Yi is undoubtedly wealthy. Otherwise, it would be impossible to sustain so many Pokemon. Indeed, this is a solid fact. While Gu Chen was lost in his musings, a sudden shout from his father broke through. "Gu Chen, someone is looking for you." The exuberance in his father's voice was unlike anything Gu Chen had ever heard. So much so that he nearly toppled from his bed, prompting a gentle response from his Ralts. With a hint of curiosity, Gu Chen cracked open the door. What brings you here?" Standing at the threshold was Luo Wuxi, a woman he had met before, but not intimately. Yet their interaction had been quite personal. Gu Chen found it puzzling how she had suddenly appeared here. "Intriguing. What brings you here?" he asked bluntly, unable to comprehend her presence. Although Gu Chen's parents were home, Luo Wuxi, having seen the world, spoke with calm assurance. "I wish to discuss something with you privately. Do you have a moment?" Gu Chen glanced at her. Her foot injury seemed to have yet to heal fully. Her determination to seek him out suggested something significant was afoot. With this in mind, Gu Chen replied, "Please wait a moment." He then turned to freshen up. Knowing Luo Wuxi would not engage in conversation at home, he acted decisively. Outside, his parents feigned interest in the television in the living room, but frequently stole glances at the striking figure that had entered. Luo Wuxi was well aware of this attention. Fortunately, Gu Chen was swift. Within approximately 15 minutes, they stepped out. "Was that girl speaking to you on the phone?" As soon as the door closed, Gu Haifeng couldn't help but inquire. "No." Qi Mengxian quickly shook her head, adding, the girl's voice sounded more mature. "There's a distinct difference. However, she's quite beautiful." As she recalled Luo Wuxi's figure, she mused, well endowed and curvaceous, she would certainly bear children well. Gu Haifeng's imagination began to run wild again. "Do you think your son might be involved in a love triangle? Could this girl be the catalyst for the earlier argument?" "Surely not. Your son is not that much of a scoundrel," Qi Mengxian replied candidly. "It seems unlikely to be your son." Gu Haifeng shot her a look. "It seems plausible. Initially, your son and the girl on the phone were quite close, and then this girl intervened in their relationship, resulting in the events we are all too familiar with." Gu Haifeng slapped his hands together suddenly. "This rascal, on this front, he is nothing like me. I prefer fidelity." At this, Gu Haifeng paused, glancing at his wife. Trying to appease, "I certainly value loyalty much more." "Enough." Qi Mengxian shot him a disapproving glare. "What brings you to seek me?" In a nearby CAF, Gu Chun looked across at Luo Wuxi, initiating a conversation. Beside him sat his little performer, Raltz, who could barely reach the coffee table but was desperately trying to grab the glass of fresh milk. His obsession was profound. You can't have it. You've had enough for today. Gu Chun swiftly cradled him in his arms, and the little performer settled down considerably. Upon witnessing this scene, Luo Wuxi couldn't help but smile. You must have seen that video. Indeed, it was quite amusing. Gu Chun recalled the chaotic footage from his little platform, his lips curling into a smile. You still find it funny? Luo Wuxi frowned, expecting Gu Chun to be flustered and at a loss, overwhelmed by the attention. Much like having a vast treasure discovered, surely someone would covet it. Hence, she had come to speak with him directly. However, she found the reality quite different. Gu Chun appeared remarkably at ease. If I do not laugh, should I weep instead? Gu Chun retorted, gently stroking Raltz's head as the little one enjoyed the moment. Are you aware that such exposure is quite detrimental to you? Luo Wuxi presumed he was oblivious to the implications and was prepared to enlighten him when Gu Chun interjected. I am aware. A tree that stands out will be subjected to the wind, correct? In the face of my lack of strength, revealing my wealth is evidently imprudent. However, I never claimed I would simply sit idly by. Luo Wuxi's eyes widened. She had not anticipated such a response from Gu Chun. Nevertheless, he continued, rather than guarding a treasure in fear, feeling anxious and bewildered daily, my approach is far simpler. I will let everyone know it belongs to me. Let it become my identity. If someone wishes to target me, surely there will be those who wish to protect me. This logic is quite evident. Gu Chun did not elaborate further, yet Luo Wuxi understood his intent. It must be said his perspective was rather astute and certainly hit the mark. However, all of this hinged upon him possessing such value. Are you truly that confident? Luo Wuxi inquired, gazing at him. Absolutely. Gu Chun chuckled. For your focus is confined to Lugia, but I am far more than that. Luo Wuxi shuddered slightly, realizing she had grasped the essence of his words. Do you believe I possess only this one legendary Pokemon? No, I am capable of acquiring many more. My ambitions stretch toward the stars and the sea, while your sights are limited to a mere swimming pool. The two are, of course, incomparable. After a moment of silence, Luo Wuxi sipped her coffee, and a smile suddenly graced her lips. Why not consider attending the Yangzhou Pokemon University? She extended an invitation to Gu Chun. Oh, why? Gu Chun was somewhat taken aback. How did the conversation suddenly shift to university? Perhaps I could become one of those individuals you mentioned before your wings have fully developed. This gives off a rather peculiar vibe, akin to being kept. Gu Chun, never one to hold back, suddenly remarked. Upon hearing his words, even with her usual composure, Luo Wuxi couldn't help but blush, nearly spilling her coffee. This guy, don't overthink it. We share a mutually beneficial relationship, Luo Wuxi said, pursing her lips and continuing. I am a senior at Yangzhou Spirit University and also a grade A spirit researcher. Gu Chun was indeed quite surprised by this revelation. Being a grade A spirit researcher in this era is akin to being a Professor Oak from anime. They frequently explore the unknown evolutions and behaviors of spirits, publishing papers that garner considerable acclaim and social standing. They are even protected by the state. However, given Luo Wuxi's young age, there must be more to her. This woman is formidable. Gu Chun, may I have a word with you? At that moment, another voice chimed in. Gu Chun turned to look. It was chapter 32. My daughter wants to repeat a year. I will seriously consider it. Downstairs, Gu Chun looked at Luo Wuxi and spoke. All right, as long as you come to Yangzhou Spirit University, I'll take it as your agreement. Luo Wuxi said, gently tucking a strand of hair blown askew by the wind behind her ear. Can't you just assume I'm fond of Yangzhou Spirit University? Gu Chun sighed in resignation. It felt as if a woman had come forward, saying, I'll look after you from now on. Remember to seek me out. Although he glanced at Luo Wuxi, this seemed to be a sweet trouble. However, Gu Chun was a free-spirited young man. Suddenly, a flash of light came, and a small car sped by, splashing water from the roadside. Almost instinctively, Gu Chun pulled Luo Wuxi into his embrace and swiftly spun around. With a splash, a wave of coldness hit him. He realized his pants were soaked. A disgruntled voice from Ralu, his companion, lamented that his master's first reaction was to protect the woman rather than himself, despite almost being splashed too. Thus, the little drama queen was quite displeased, hands on her hips, gazing up at Gu Chun. Yet,
His thoughts were clearly elsewhere. Upstairs, Gu Haifeng had just arrived at the balcony to hang laundry when he witnessed this scene. "This one do." He immediately called out, "Wife, hurry, come look. What's going on?" Qi Mengxian furrowed her brow but set down her phone and walked over. She was stunned, because downstairs, her son was tightly embracing the girl from before. "I knew it." Gu Haifeng shook his head, clearly impressed with his own insight. I never expected. My son has finally grown up." Qi Mengxian sighed softly, reminiscing about how Gu Chun had once seemed like a child. And now he was seeking a girlfriend and even hugging someone in public. What courage he possesses. This rascal has good taste, but he is far too distracted. Gu Haifeng muttered, sighing. "No, I must say something to him. Don't be ridiculous." Qi Mengxian quickly patted his hand, scolding. "This is a matter of their feelings. Don't meddle." "What?" Gu Haifeng was immediately displeased. "I just want to tell him that boys should be brave and take the initiative." Given how the situation had unfolded, it was absurd not to kiss her. Merely hugging and letting go was a disgrace to our family. Gu Haifeng was filled with indignation. Meanwhile, downstairs, Gu Chun had already slipped away, still holding the pouting Ralu. In that fleeting moment, he felt a stir in his heart that should have remained calm. It was indeed a peculiar sensation. In a hotel banquet hall, Gu Chun had accompanied his parents to attend a family gathering hosted by an uncle. Though it was supposedly to celebrate relatives who had just taken their college entrance exams, Gu Chun knew his uncle merely wanted to show off his daughter. After all, if he genuinely wished to connect with relatives, would he host it in a banquet hall rather than a private room? He simply wanted to make sure more people noticed. Familiar with such routines, Gu Chun could do little but strive to remain inconspicuous. Signing in, Gu Chun mused. Ding, 6-day sign-in hotel banquet hall. Ding, sign-in successful. Received a super luxurious raspberry energy cube package. An energy cube package? Gu Chun furrowed his brow, glanced around, and then focused on the description of this item. Magical raspberry energy cube. Fire a small piece, can invigorate a spirit for an entire day. Particularly effective for fire-type spirits. Gu Chun observed. Not only were there fire-type cubes, but many others of different attributes, easily categorized by their colors. Moreover, there appear to be quite a number. Enough to last half a month for each type. However, he was intrigued by the claim of its miraculous effects. What exactly would those effects be? Would it enhance a spirit's attribute power? If so, this raspberry energy cube would indeed be remarkable. As Gu Chun pondered, his uncle Gu Haitao had already risen to address the gathering. Thank you all for taking the time out of your busy schedules to come here. The reason I gathered everyone today is quite simple. No matter how busy life gets, we must not forget to interact with family. I want to say much. I raise my glass to you all. Let us enjoy the food and drinks today. Gu Haitao declared, lifting his glass of red wine and taking a hearty sip. Surprisingly, his words and actions garnered quite a favorable impression, though only among those unfamiliar with him. Indeed, just as dinner was barely underway, he asked Wei Ming, "What score did your son achieve in this year's college entrance exam?" Gu Haitao directly inquired of the middle-aged man beside him. Don't mention it." The relative named Wei Ming glanced at his son, who was busy devouring his meal, sighed, and said, "He only managed a passing grade. His theoretical score was just 400, leaving little chance for a good school." This Wei Ming, it seemed, was rather straightforward, revealing the whole truth. "That won't he do?" Gu Haitao shook his head, sighing. "With such a score, getting into a good school is impossible. Have you considered repeating the year?" "No. He wouldn't be able to endure that hardship. That simply won't do." Gu Haitao let out a sigh and spoke. "My daughter has achieved a theoretical score of over 500, and she is considering repeating the year. This situation is quite awkward, not just for this relative, but for his son as well." The atmosphere around them became subtly tense. Gu Chun stole a glance at his cousin, Gu Feier, who was presently tilting her long, swan-like neck, brimming with pride. This family truly operated in unison. "How about this?" Gu Haitao resumed. "Our company is currently looking for new talent. If your son is no longer interested in studying or wishes to enter the workforce directly, have him contact me. What do you think?" Wei Ming, upon hearing this, clearly brightened and hurriedly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you so much." Gu Chun remained speechless. This was the harsh reality. Having to smile even after being slapped in the face, all because the other party possessed connections and resources. However, Gu Chun was fully aware that his uncle's claims about our company were merely a facade. He was merely a manager in the upper echelons.
Chapter 33. Gu-chun, one must be honest, Du Haishu was invited to a hotel for a meal today. Initially, he felt rather disheartened about attending such a gathering, as he already had prior commitments. Yet, considering it was merely a lunch and that the exam results would only be officially released after 2 o'clock, he felt somewhat reassured. After engaging in trivial chatter for a while, Du Haishu was suddenly drawn to a loud voice. It emanated from a large table capable of seating 20 to 30 people, where a middle-aged man, visibly intoxicated, gestured grandly while passionately discussing various topics, his spittle flying in the air. The surrounding individuals appeared either reverent or sycophantic, forming a stark contrast. Upon listening closely, Du Haishu realized they were discussing the Gaokao exam results, rather than work as he had initially presumed. Just as he was about to turn away, he caught sight of a familiar figure. Was that not the student Gu-chun, who had scored 3? Du Haishu recognized him instantly. Although he was trying to blend into the crowd, slightly retracting his neck to avoid detection, he still shone brightly like a firefly in the dark night. Du Haishu felt a surge of excitement, just as his phone rang. After politely acknowledging the call, he quickly stepped aside to answer it. As glasses of red wine were consumed, Gu Haitao was equally exhilarated, treating the gathering as his personal stage, questioning and belittling everyone present. He certainly exuded an air of superiority. It was at this moment that Gu-chan noticed their uncle had not attended, likely heartbroken and estranged from Gu Haitao. Speaking of his uncle, Gu-chun mused that he was not truly a brother. He recalled how, 2 years prior, his uncle's wife had fallen ill and required a significant sum for surgery. Without hesitation, his father had provided all his savings. After all, nothing was more important than preserving a life. Yet, when it came to Gu Haitao, he had bluntly claimed he had no money to spare, not a single cent. Ironically, he had then turned around to invest 500,000 in stock, which ultimately resulted in a considerable loss. Although his uncle had eventually borrowed money from various sources and managed to fund the surgery, the fraternal bond had been irreparably damaged. This was merely a trivial part of Gu Haitao's unsavory history. There were many other memories Gu-chun preferred not to revisit. Disgusting. Thus, he could never comprehend why his father continued to associate with such relatives. What did brotherhood matter if the other party did not regard you as family? By the way, Haifeng, how did Gu-chun fare at his exams? Gu Haitao finally turned his gaze towards Gu-chun and the others. Gu Haifeng stammered, unable to articulate a coherent response for a while, finally managing to say, "Well, brother, let's not discuss that." He felt a bit embarrassed. With Gu Feier being so highly praised, asking about Gu-chin's results would surely be tantamount to a slap in the face. Out of consideration for their brotherly bond, Gu Haifeng refrained from divulging the truth. However, Gu Haitao chuckled. "Haifeng, this boy's mischief and immaturity are things of the past. He is now an adult, having taken the Gaokao, and should not be coddled. We are all relatives. What is there that cannot be discussed? Although you previously mentioned Gu-chan's results were poor, regardless of that, he is still my nephew, and I will certainly lend him a hand. Rest assured, I'm not one to forget my roots," Gu Haitao boasted, thumping his chest as if to ensure everyone was aware of his generosity. Gu Haifeng felt uneasy. Gu-chun had consistently performed well academically, yet his father's humility led him to downplay it whenever Gu Haitao inquired, claiming it was not impressive. Little did he know that his casual remarks will be taken seriously by others. At that moment, Qi Mengxian, who was nearby, could hardly tolerate Gu Haitao's demeanor and opened her mouth to speak, only to be pulled back by her husband. "My score is 3, Gu-chun declared boldly. Gu Haitao nearly choked on his wine. "What? How much did you say?" He fixed his gaze on Gu-chun. "I said my score is 3, Gu-chun reiterated, standing tall before his parents. He was no longer the person who would silently endure. In this lifetime, Gu-chun was determined to live with fierce tenacity. Unbeknownst to him, his stance exuded a certain gravitas that astonished those present. 3? Is that even possible? They murmured in disbelief. Even Gu Haitao's expression shifted, becoming somewhat awkward. "You are lying. You must be boasting." Gu Feier suddenly stood up, pointing an accusatory finger at Gu-chun. "How can anyone score 3? It's impossible. In the history of Gaokao, no one has ever achieved a 3 in the Pokemon battle exam." Many of the parents surrounding them were unfamiliar with the rules of the Pokemon battle exam, as it had only been implemented for 20 years. Initially shocked, they now regarded Gu-chun with skepticism after Gu Feier's outburst. Gu Haitao shook his head and remarked, I never expected this from you, Gu Chen. Why be so vain? Young man, do you not realize that lies can be uncovered? Look at your parents. They are embarrassed. What are you trying to prove? Continuing, Gu Haitao feigned deep sorrow as he said, Gu Chen, one must be honest. If you continue like this, as your elder, there is nothing I can do to assist you. Don't you all agree? With that, he attempted to incite the relatives nearby to question Gu Chen's integrity. Indeed, the group readily complied, standing up to assert that Gu Chen, being so young, was vain and unlearned, lacking in character, and harboring ill intentions. In short, a torrent of disparaging remarks ensued, rendering Gu Chen the target of collective scorn, a veritable scapegoat. This commotion attracted the attention of bystanders as well. Silence. The furious shout did not come from Gu Chen, but from Gu Haifeng. He could no longer contain himself. He could endure the slander directed at him. But when it came to his son, that was entirely unacceptable. Furthermore, Gu Chen had not lied. He had indeed received 3. I can attest to that. Gu Haifeng surveyed the room and declared, Yes, my son received 3. Even his teacher confirmed it. At that moment, Qi Mingxian also stood up. In an instant, the atmosphere at the dining table became exceedingly delicate. Haifeng, I know you have only one son, which is why you are so protective of him, Gu Haitao began, shaking his head. However, even so, you need not resort to such tactics. You are not helping him. You are harming him. He is still so young and already so vain. How will he fare in the future? We speak only the truth, with no pretense of vanity. Gu Chen truly received 3. Gu Haifeng stated solemnly. Not only that, but the school principal personally came to say that he would grant him a stipend of 200,000 every semester. Gu Dad, fearing disbelief, directly produced the promise made by Wang Jinyun at that time. 200,000? Gu Haitao exclaimed, astonished, before a smirk crept onto his face. Not only he, but everyone around bore expressions of incredulity. They had heard of school stipends, but never of such a sum, leading all present to instinctively think Gu Haifeng was boasting. Although they had doubted from the start, they now found it even more absurd. Well, believe it or not, Gu Haifeng gritted his teeth. He was not one to argue. So he chose to relinquish the matter. Unbeknownst to him, this only led others to assume he was insecure, drawing scornful glances his way. At that moment, Gu Feier spoke up. Dad, we can check the grades now. If they insist on saying he received 3, let us have them verify it. Haifeng, don't say I'm not giving you a chance to prove it. Do you dare to let Gu Chen check his grades? Gu Haitao, feigning to provide an opportunity for proof, could not conceal the mockery on his face, which was evident even to a fool. In his view, the Gu family should be cowering at this point. However, to his surprise, both husband and wife exchanged glances at the clock, their faces lighting up with smiles and excitement. Such expressions filled Gu Haitao with an ominous premonition. Yet at that moment, Gu Chen spoke up, there is no need to check any scores. I have nothing to prove to you. It's meaningless. He glanced at Gu Haitao and continued, You ask me, and I simply respond with my grades. As for whether you believe me or require proof, you are unworthy. With that, Gu Chen shook his head, surveyed the surroundings, and declared, No, is you are all unworthy. That remark incited a collective gasp from everyone. His sudden outburst plunged the table into an intense silence. Gu Haitao furrowed his brow, his expression shifting continuously. Just as he was about to reprimand Gu Chen for his insolence, a voice suddenly rang out. Indeed, I received 3. It was a familiar voice. Gu Haitao turned to see it was the son of Wei Ming, who was engrossed in watching Douyin, the sound emanating from him. Gu Haitao despised people playing Douyin in public. Just as he was about to scold, the voice rang out again. Indeed, I received 3. The crowd turned to see the hotel's banquet hall screen, which was currently broadcasting the news. A host sat upright. The short clip we just aired has gone viral across major short video platforms in less than 2 days. Upon release, it exploded across the internet, with thousands demanding the removal of the mosaic to reveal the protagonist's true identity. Furthermore, this clip has garnered significant attention from our news team, prompting the establishment of a verification group. We seek to investigate whether this individual, who claims to have scored 3 in the college entrance examination and successfully captured the legendary Pokemon Lugia, truly exists, or is this merely a ruse and a conspiracy? The host spoke with palpable indignation, instantly captivating the audience's emotions. Next, let us take a closer look at the video that was previously mosaicked. As he spoke, the large screen replayed the video of Chen, now unpixelated. The claim of scoring 3 ISNT, it's just a matter of having hands, coupled with Lugia's dazzling and domineering combat style, immediately captured the attention of everyone in the hall. For a moment, the entire hall fell into a pin-drop silence, all eyes glued to the unfolding news. The camera panned back to the host, who reiterated, while all our netizens questioned the authenticity of this video, we had already launched an investigation. Ultimately, we discovered that everything in this video is real. The moment the host uttered these words, a collective gasp reverberated through the hall. Faces and gazes filled with shock. As our team struggled to make sense of this short clip, we finally managed to contact the video's creator, who promised to release the original footage by noon today. Now we have obtained the video information. Let's enjoy it together. With that, the screen replayed the video, this time without any mosaics. The newcomer trainer who had claimed to have scored 3 now revealed his true visage to all present. What? Gu Haitao was stunned. He had seen Chen. He thought he was hallucinating and rubbed his eyes vigorously. Yet the video continued to replay, showing Chen's face, his speaking face, the face commanding Lugia in battle, all clearly exposed to everyone's gaze. As if fearing that others would not see clearly, the news program repeated the footage multiple times. As Chen sensed an abundance of gazes fixed upon him, he realized that they had discovered his identity. The young man featured in the news was indeed Chen. At that moment, the news footage transitioned once more and the host reappeared. Subsequently, we learned that this young scholar, who had just taken the college entrance examination, was a student from Shishui City No. 1 High School, Chen. We have already established contact with his principal, and there will be further reports, confirming the veracity of the incident. The myriad opinions surrounding this event have finally unveiled the truth over time. We invite everyone to continue following the Elven News segment, where we shall provide more enthralling, subsequent content. Who exactly is this Chen? We will reveal this in our next episode. As the camera shifted, the previous video resumed playing, gradually drawing the curtain on the segment. Chapter 35. A series of astonishments as the news concluded. All eyes at the banquet table converged on Chen. Even Gu Haifeng and his wife were equally astonished. When had their son become such a figure of notoriety? They were taken aback. Had their son really made it to the news? However, the most shocked were Gu Haitao and his daughter. The atmosphere at the table shifted palpably. Just then, a voice echoed from the screen once more, prompting everyone to instinctively turn their heads. Elven News Legal Education segment. A few bold characters suddenly appeared before their eyes, followed by an interview. The subject of the interview was someone Chen recognized. Director Deng Tianqi of the Elven Supervision Bureau. Director Deng, I hear you apprehended 2 vicious criminals yesterday? The host inquired. Indeed, Deng Tianqi nodded, then continued. However, it was not us who captured them, but a brave student who delivered these 2 criminals into our hands. Oh, a student? The hostess' expression was one of surprise. Could you elaborate on what transpired, Director Deng? Upon investigation, these 2 criminals had committed numerous heinous acts, roaming the forests around Shishui City, demonstrating exceptional evasion skills. Our bureau has found them quite troublesome, even issuing a bounty of 400,000 for their capture. Yet, we had made no progress until now. At this point, a smile broke through Deng Tianqi's serious demeanor as he recounted. However, in the early hours of yesterday, we received a report of 2 criminals being apprehended near Shishui City, with their intended targets being a group of students who had just completed their exams. Thus, our bureau dispatched 20 personnel to the scene, only to find that the criminals had already been successfully subdued. Deng Tianqi paused momentarily, and even Chen could not help but wipe his brow in relief. This Xiao Yasi's uncle was quite the character. 20 personnel? Such bold claims. Moreover, it was said that the one who subdued them was Chen, a student from the top class of Shishui City No. 1 High School. The mention of Chen drew the crowd's attention to his figure. Could it be that this was the very Chen they were referring to? However, the clues all pointed to the same individual. Oh, so the act of subduing these ruthless criminals was solely the endeavor of a high school student? The host inquired again. Indeed, it was the act of one individual, a fact universally acknowledged. While there were elements of coincidence, he is truly a youthful hero. Deng Tianqi remarked with a satisfied smile. Director Deng, we have received a video clip. Could this be the scene of the confrontation, or possibly the Chen you mentioned? The host continued. and the camera shifted, revealing a video that had just gone viral on various short video platforms. The very footage of Chen. The video played only once. Yet the audience was unmistakably familiar with that face. "Is this the one, Director Deng?" the host asked again. Deng Tianqi's expression bore a hint of surprise. Yet he nodded affirmatively. "Yes, that's him. I did not expect your legal segment to be so resourceful in locating the original subject. However, wouldn't it be inappropriate not to blur the face?" Though this was a live segment, Deng Tianqi still raised the question. This inquiry garnered Chen's goodwill. "Our legal segment aims to combat crime and promote the rule of law in Elven society, ensuring that lawbreakers cannot escape justice. The positive image of this young man aligns perfectly with our program's standards. Our station head has just informed me via earpiece that we will be inviting him to serve as the ambassador for our segment." The host's words trailed off, yet everyone understood the implications. Serving as an ambassador implied a partnership, translating to fame and fortune. Most importantly, this legal program was well known, representing the Elven Alliance, essentially the state. The ripple effect was staggering. In an instant, gazes directed at Chen were filled not only with astonishment, but also with envy and a desire to curry favor. This scene was something Chen had never anticipated. He was completely unaware that Deng Tianqi would appear on a legal program and mention his involvement. The coincidences were almost surreal. Chen felt a bit dazed, and as he glanced at his parents, their expressions towards him had noticeably shifted. What else had this young man kept hidden from them? The college entrance examination, the Elven legendary creature, and now subduing criminals. Each of these events would be monumental for an ordinary individual. Yet, they all unfolded simultaneously in their son's life. To be honest, if it weren't for Dad and Mom's resilient hearts, they would likely be in a constant state of panic. The legal segment continued, explaining that Chen had gone viral online, making his exposure merely a matter of time. Thus, the absence of blurring was understandable. Deng Tianqi also expressed his understanding. Moreover, he announced that the bounty for capturing the criminals would be awarded to Chen as a bravery prize, a total of 400,000. This windfall felt like a colossal weight lifted off Haitao's chest. Even with his thick skin, he could not mask the deep blush that spread across his face. After this whirlwind of events, he felt as though he had been slapped countless times. It turned out that the fool was none other than himself. However, in that moment, all eyes were no longer fixated on the screen, but rather on the Chen family. If not to curry favor now, when else? If not to please now, when else? They were all poised to act. Yet at that instant, a voice resounded once more. "Chen, is that you?" The voice was laced with excitement and enthusiasm, as if an extraordinary discovery had been made. In an instant, everyone's gaze was drawn towards them. Two middle-aged men stood behind Chen. Turning around, he recognized one of them. It appeared to be the chief proctor from the day of the exam, a Mr. Du Haishu. Before Chen could say anything, the two men introduced themselves. "Hello, Chen. I am Wu Qi, the director of admissions at Yangzhou Spirit University. This is Mr. Du Haishu, your proctor from that day. Do you remember?" Mr. Du Haishu attempted to jog Chen's memory. Realizing he did have some recollection, a bewildered Chen nodded. Was it truly possible that everything had culminated to this day? Did fate conspire so perfectly? "Is there something you wish to discuss?" Chen inquired politely. "Indeed." Wu Qi replied, "I represent Yangzhou Spirit University and would like to extend a heartfelt invitation for you to join our esteemed institution." His words were elegantly veiled, yet the intent was unmistakable. It was a recruitment endeavor, and not just any recruitment. As Chen contemplated a response, Wu Qi seemed to notice something. Raising his hand slightly and saying, "You must be Chen's parents. You have truly raised a remarkable son," having served as the director of admissions for many years. Wu Qi possessed an astute eye for talent. He grasped Gu Haifeng's hand firmly and continued, "While Chen is indeed exceptional, his achievements are undoubtedly a reflection of your nurturing and guidance. I wish to express my utmost respect to both of you." With that, he slightly bowed. "Mr. Wu, you are overly gracious." Gu Haifeng, still processing the whirlwind of events, managed to respond politely, though he was somewhat dazed. Nevertheless, he recognized Wu Qi's significance and offered his courteous acknowledgement. Not mere courtesy, but a sincere truth. Wu Qi insisted with sincerity. "Mr. Gu, do you realize that based on Chen's current displayed talents and accomplishments, His future prospects are boundless. He may not even be limited to the apex of success. In the realm of spirit cultivation, he is an exceptionally rare talent. His insights are undoubtedly unique. He is akin to a piece of gold, once obscured, now awaiting discovery, a pearl yearning to shine. He possesses immense potential, much like a latent dragon poised to stir the heavens. One day, the world will not be able to conceal his brilliance. Chen could not help but exclaim his admiration for Wu Qi's eloquence. The room fell silent, captivated by the praises that transformed the atmosphere, and the gazes directed at Chen subtly shifted, tinged with awe. This was the rising star of the future. How could they have once doubted him? Could their relationships ever be mended? Regret washed over everyone present. Glancing at Gu Haitao beside him, there was an unmistakable hint of hostility. Had it not been for that old scoundrel, would they have made the gravest mistake of their lives on such a fateful day? Yet now, all they desired was to atone for their past misjudgments. Therefore, Mr. Gu, I implore you to allow Chen to shine brightly at our university. We will spare no effort to ensure his talents are not obscured. Wu Qi circled back to the main point. Indeed, his words had begun to sway Gu Haifeng. He cast a glance at his son and said, Chen, I believe Yangzhou Spirit University is quite excellent. It is not far from home, and they genuinely wish for you to join. What do you think? His statement was left unfinished, yet the implication was clear. Chen was about to request some time to consider when Wu Qi seemingly detected his hesitation. Mr. Gu, as parents, it is essential to respect your child's wishes. Allow me to demonstrate our sincerity. With that, Wu Qi revealed their compelling offer. Should Chen choose to enroll at Yangzhou Spirit University, he will receive a scholarship of 500,000. Furthermore, we offer an annual scholarship of 150,000, specifically reserved for him. The university will waive all tuition and miscellaneous fees, providing ample freedom for Chen's future pursuits, be it in competitive training or research. We will wholeheartedly support him, offering assistance in both financial and academic realms, including access to dedicated research facilities. Wu Qi continued passionately, seemingly oblivious to the astonished expressions around him. Moreover, should you wish to accompany your child during his studies, we can arrange complimentary faculty housing for the duration of 4 years. If you have concerns regarding employment, we can even assist in securing a simple yet comfortable job within the university. This proposition struck a chord with Chen's parents. Regardless of their final decision, the thoughtfulness of such an offer revealed a university that prioritized compassion and respect for individual needs. It truly warmed their hearts. Chen, too, felt an undeniable allure in the offer. The conditions presented by Yangzhou Spirit University were exceptionally generous. He had initially thought to weigh other institutions' offers, but suspected that none would rival the generosity of Yangzhou Spirit University. The astonished expressions of those around him confirmed this assumption. It was clear they had never encountered a university willing to extend such kindness to a student. Yangzhou Spirit University had indeed positioned itself advantageously in the competition for Chen's enrollment. Meanwhile, Gu Haitao felt a dull ache in his heart. He had never imagined that what seemed like an end was merely a precursor to an even greater revelation. Despite his role as a corporate executive earning a substantial salary, it paled in comparison to the potential earnings Chen might achieve. Wealth is secondary. However, the potential for the future is truly lethal. At this moment, Gu Feier dared not utter a word, nor harbor any contempt for her cousin. What was even more intriguing were the gazes of those around them. They looked at the Chen family as if they had encountered gold, their eyes gleaming with desire. They were all contemplating how to establish a connection with this remarkable family. Chapter 37. The final decision. So, Chen, would you like to join our Yangzhou Spirit University? After laying out all the terms, Wu Qi couldn't help but cast his gaze once more toward Chen, eagerly awaiting his response. Wu Qi understood that they were already in the lead. While other schools were just now becoming aware of students' achievements, they had already approached Chen. The gap between them was palpable. However, once they exited the hotel, anything could happen. Hence, he needed Chen to make a prompt decision here. This was not only the will of the school's leadership, but also pivotal for his own interests. Gu Haifeng and his wife had entrusted the power of decision to Chen, completely awaiting his verdict. The surrounding crowd fell silent. Even those at the neighboring table shared the same sentiment. They had recognized who this young man was. All right, I will apply to your school. Gu Chen chose to acquiesce, not solely due to the conditions presented, but also influenced by his conversation with Luo Wuxi the previous night. Undoubtedly, Yangzhou Spirit University was indeed a fitting choice for him. Really? Wu Qi exclaimed, nearly doubting his own ears. Du Haishu quickly stepped forward and affirmed, "It's true. Gu Chen has agreed. What further doubts could there be? What if he changed his mind later?" Thus, he hurriedly interjected to support the claim. "Excellent." Wu Qi wasted no time, thrusting forward to clasp Gu Chen's hand, shaking it vigorously. "It is indeed a tremendous honor for our school to have you join us." This scene made Gu Haitao and Gu Feier tremble with anxiety. What honor! The inclusion of Gu Chun was a significant boon for Yangzhou Spirit University. Little did they know, this was a place many had long aspired to enter, often facing insurmountable challenges to do so. While Gu Feier had secured a place, her theoretical scores were subpar, rendering her admission to Yangzhou Spirit University somewhat precarious. Meanwhile, Gu Chun was being welcomed at the door. The disparity was stark. However, what cut even deeper for Gu Haitao and his daughter was when Wu Qi pulled out a brown paper envelope from his briefcase. After some fussing, he finally produced a glaringly bright red acceptance letter. It boldly stated, "Special admission. Gu Chun, we are honored to welcome you to Yangzhou Spirit University." This extraordinary notice was a revelation. Even Gu Chen himself had not anticipated that Wu Qi would carry such a document with him. It was evident how profound the school's sincerity was, having prepared such a special item. "Gu Chun, you need not apply anymore. We have even prepared a special notice for you," Wu Qi proclaimed, earnestly raising the letter before Gu Chun, awaiting his acceptance. "Dad, let us leave quickly. This is so embarrassing." Gu Feier urgently tugged at her father. "Leave? Why should we leave?" Gu Haitao gritted his teeth and whispered, "Your uncle's family is taking off now. Should we not strive to forge a connection? You're being foolish, but it's so humiliating considering how you treated them." "Humiliated? What do you know, child?" Gu Haitao snapped, then swiftly approached Wu Qi, unabashedly grasping his hand, saying, "Director Wu, I am Gu Chen's uncle, greetings." This spectacle caused Gu Chun to frown, and even Wu Qi looked bewildered at the unfolding scene. However, upon learning that he was Gu Chun's uncle, Wu Qi courteously replied, "Hello." Little did he know, Gu Haitao was becoming even more shameless. "Director Wu, my daughter is also a candidate for this year's college entrance examination. She has long admired your esteemed institution. Is there any chance she could gain admission? Furthermore, she and Gu Chun share a good relationship." What a classic case of leveraging connections. Observing Wu Qi's somewhat flustered expression, Gu Chun interjected, "Director Wu, you need not concern yourself with these individuals any longer. Let us conclude today's matters here." Upon hearing this, Wu Qi visibly exhaled in relief. To be honest, he feared such nepotism, whereby Gu Chun might coerce him to admit his son or daughter into Yangzhou Spirit University. Thankfully, Gu Chun had diffused the situation. "Hey Gu Chun, how can you be like this? That's your sister." Gu Haitao began, only to be interrupted by Gu Haifeng. "Enough. Have you made enough noise?" This sudden shout startled everyone around, particularly Gu Haitao, who was mid-rant when his brother silenced him. Yet, upon seeing Gu Haifeng's furious countenance, he reluctantly shut his mouth. Throughout the years, he had never witnessed Gu Haifeng so incensed, which genuinely frightened him. At that moment, the guests behind were whispering, openly criticizing Gu Haitao's lack of decorum and ignorance. Though they spoke in hushed tones, their words pierced Gu Haitao's heart like daggers. He never anticipated that what was supposed to be his glorious day would turn into an occasion for others to shine. In an instant, he was rendered speechless with rage. "Then, Gu Chen's parents, we shall have the opportunity to meet again." Sensing the awkwardness of the situation, Wu Qi hastily spoke. He could hardly wait to share the latest news and realized it was not appropriate for him to linger any longer. After Wu Qi departed, Gu Haitao found himself unable to stir up any more commotion. Moreover, the crowd had already begun to distance themselves from him. These individuals were eager to establish connections with the Gu Chun family, leaving no room for Gu Haitao to speak. In the blink of an eye, Gu Chun and his parents were surrounded, inundated with a barrage of blessings and congratulations. Even some guests from other tables, who had no prior acquaintance with Gu Chun, approached them, eager to exchange contact information and business cards after witnessing the news. In that moment, the Gu Chun family became the undeniable focal point of the hall.
Gu Haitao seethed quietly, filled with resentment. His brother's family was on the verge of soaring to new heights. Gu Haitao contemplated waiting for the crowd to disperse to mend the relationship between their families. Yet this opportunity never materialized. Ultimately, he was pulled away by his daughter, who remarked, "Out of sight, out of mind." In such a scene, she did not wish to linger for even a moment. Chapter 38. Ralu Rollis's New Toy. At night, Guchan finally returned to his abode. After attending to his personal hygiene, he flung himself onto his bed. The individuals he encountered today were utterly terrifying. They also provided Guchan with a glimpse of the true celebrity effect. However, it was evident that he had everything under control today. In truth, why did the video suddenly reveal its true face? This was all orchestrated by Guchan. Yesterday, he had met with Zhong Yufeng, the one who catapulted him to fame online at a CF. To be frank, even if Zhong Yufeng had not sought him out, Guchan had intended to approach him. Yet, this young man was evidently quite astute, taking the initiative to make contact. Thus, Guchan and Zhong Yufeng forged an agreement to release the authentic video after the college entrance examination results were published, with Guchan entitled to a remarkable 60% of the revenue generated from the video. Zhong Yufeng would primarily handle the post-production and management. If Guchan had any plans for future video productions, Zhong Yufeng would receive priority for filming opportunities. Hence, the two had established a collaborative relationship, which ultimately led Guchan to choose to reveal himself. Everything was within his grasp, except for that legal education segment, which truly caught him off guard. Moreover, the swift arrival of Sheep State Spirit University was astonishing. Guchan never anticipated this. He was blissfully unaware that both Magic City Spirit University and Imperial Capital Spirit University were in chaos. All because of him, a mere student with a score of 3. After viewing Guchan's battle footage, Imperial Capital Spirit University even proclaimed that they must recruit him. Consequently, both institutions secretly prepared numerous plans, instructing their admissions officers to travel to Shishui City to persuade Guchan. They had even purchased plane tickets, ready to embark on their journey. However, at that moment, Sheep State Spirit University unexpectedly announced that Guchan had already agreed to become their student. They had even sent out the acceptance letters. Upon receiving this news, Magic City and Imperial Capital were outraged. They could not fathom why Sheep State Spirit University had managed to leap ahead and secure the first opportunity. Yet, upon deeper reflection, these two powerhouses were determined not to concede. Thus, they resolved to embark on a night journey to see if they could persuade Guchan. Naturally, other institutions harbored the same intentions. However, when they beheld the conditions offered by Sheep State Spirit University, silence ensued. They simply could not compare. At Guchan's residence, he cast a glance at Ralu Rollis, who was sprawled at the head of the bed, engrossed in his tablet. Guchan frowned slightly. This little creature seemed to possess an intense fascination for this device. Since his return, and after bathing, Ralu Rollis had not parted from the tablet. It even managed to capture the attention of Gung Gue, who floated on the ceiling, observing Ralu Rollis's little feet swinging as he played. Curiosity piqued. Guchan stealthily approached for a glimpse. What he witnessed was astonishing. The little fellow was engrossed in a spirit idol romance film and appeared thoroughly captivated. In fact, Ralu Rollis's habit of playing with the tablet had begun long ago, a behavior Guchan had not yet managed to curtail. He had assumed that this clever little actor would not cause any significant upheaval. Little did he know, this creature was remarkably intelligent. It had even begun selecting its own films to watch. Guchan found himself somewhat exasperated. Thus, he, lacking in any romantic sensibility, seized the tablet from in front of Ralu Rollis. The moment its cherished device was taken, Ralu Rollis became frantic, just as it had reached an exciting part. The tablet was snatched away. How could this be? This little actor immediately clung to Guchan, pleading for it back. Unfortunately, the disparity in their expressions meant that Guchan was not easily swayed. In a moment of desperation, Ralu Rollis refrained from further entreaties and instead grasped the fabric of Guchan's shirt, adorably pouting and whining, continuously calling out Ralu. However, Guchan remained resolute. "No, you have played long enough today. You must take a break and cannot remain fixated on this device." Ralu Rollis persisted, still pouting, yearning for the tablet. Just as Guchan felt he might be swayed by this little actor's charm, Gung descended onto his bed, observing the expression and actions. It seemed to be pleading on behalf of Ralurala's. Its crimson eyes glimmered with what appeared to be tears. To be honest, this was the first time Gu-chan had experienced Gung approaching him of its own accord. Previously, he had always attempted to draw near to Gung, offering it food. Yet this time, it was entirely the opposite, solely due to Ralurala's. It was evident that the bond between these two little spirits was quite strong. Gu-chan sighed, glanced at the tablet, and said, "Since Gung is interceding for you, I shall allow you to play for a little longer. Just finish this episode. Understood?" He spoke softly to Ralurala's, primarily wishing to prevent the little creature from becoming overly absorbed in modern technological distractions. After all, their true purpose should be to engage in battle. Upon receiving Gu-chen's consent, Ralurala's eagerly bobbed its head, signaling its understanding. Observing its pitiful demeanor, Gu-chen returned the tablet to its hands. This little creature, ever grateful, even called out to Gung a couple of times, likely expressing thanks. Gung in turn, patted its head, revealing a shy smile, nodded at Gu-chan, and then vanished into thin air. This display of camaraderie was, truthfully, something Gu-chan was pleased to witness. At the very least, it indicated that his spirits were enjoying harmonious interactions. As for little Lugia, this creature too had found a playmate. Lugia, akin to riding a large dog, perched upon its back, while Lugia, unperturbed, squinted its eyes, nestled within Gu-chen's Snorlax pillow. It is said that opposites attract, which is likely why Lugia and Ralurala's were unable to play together for the time being. Although these two little creatures did not create chaos at first sight, their rapport was not entirely lacking. Yet, Gu-chan remained patient. After all, they were merely beginning their interactions, and adapting would take time. Focusing on his own matters, Gu-chan primarily sought to ascertain the extent to which his situation had escalated online. Chapter 39, A Date with Xiaoyasi. Gu-chan did not anticipate that the magnitude of this situation's escalation was far more terrifying than he could have imagined. Online forums were abuzz with discussions surrounding him. They were no longer questioning the event's authenticity, but were instead fervently debating how Gu-chan had managed to capture the divine beast. Were there any methods or secrets to his success? Moreover, there are those who claim that countless individuals are fervently petitioning Gu-chan to share a tutorial on capturing divine beasts, as well as to provide a glimpse into his daily interactions with Lugia. Some even suggest that Gu-chan should host a live stream. Not to mention the rapid dissemination of news regarding his decision to enroll at Yangzhou Spirit University. The online community is abuzz with chatter about targeting Gu-chan at this school. It is evident that the application rate for Yangzhou Spirit University has reached unprecedented heights. Regardless, Gu-chan's fame has soared. Lalo was perusing the online gathering of heroes when, to his surprise, Lalalath audaciously tapped Gu-chen's thigh with a tablet. Clearly, it had finished watching the latest episode of the drama and wished to return the tablet to its master. This delighted Gu-chan, for it indicated that the little actor was indeed obedient and sensible, a trait worthy of encouragement. He set the tablet aside and lifted Lalalath from his trouser leg, saying, "From now on, we shall designate specific times for you to play with this gadget. Understand? These technological marvels can easily lead to obsession, which is not beneficial for you. Do you comprehend?" The clever little creature was well aware of Gu-chan's intentions. Despite feeling a twinge of grievance, it nodded vigorously, signaling its agreement. "Very well," Gu-chan remarked, embracing its petite frame in a gesture of encouragement. Lalalath seemed to revel in Gu-chan's embrace, nestling against his chest like a well-behaved child, while Gu-chan continued to scroll through his messages. Together with this little actor, he enjoyed a tranquil moment of companionship. The following day, originally, it was supposed to be the day for returning to school to fill out applications. Yet Gu-chan clearly found himself beyond that realm, for he had already become a member of Yangzhou Spirit Academy. To avoid unnecessary complications, Gu-chan chose to remain at home rather than return to school. Nevertheless, he received a call from Xiaoyasi. The girl shyly inquired if he remembered their agreement. Gu-chan had certainly not forgotten. It was merely to watch a Pokemon movie together. Curiosity piqued, he replied that they would meet as planned. Naturally, this answer brought Xiaoyasi great joy. Gu-chan's parents had resumed their normal work routines, although they still worked the evening shift, leaving them at home during the day. Consequently,
They received a visit from Principal Wang Jinyun of City Number 1 Middle School. Wang did not come alone. He brought along the admissions directors from Magic City Spirit University and Imperial Capital Spirit University. It was evident that Wang was in a rather helpless position. Upon seeing such a gathering, Gu Chun immediately understood that they were here to persuade him. He was aware that news of his enrollment at Yangzhou Spirit University had become semi-public. Indeed, these giants from Magic City and Imperial Capital had come bearing their own enticing offers. In some instances, their proposals were even more advantageous than those of Yangzhou Spirit University. They boldly asserted that they would overlook Gu Chen's prior commitments to other institutions. However, Gu Chen was uncertain whether these proposals were original or if they had been modified after reviewing Yangzhou's offerings. Regardless, deep down, Gu Chen still favored his initial choice, as he had always aspired to attend Yangzhou Spirit University. Thus, he politely declined their overtures, and the frustrated admissions directors could only leave their business cards behind, inviting him to reach out should he reconsider. In truth, they were all too aware that they faced failure upon their arrival. After all, how could a student of such caliber be swayed by the winds of change? They were simply unwilling to accept that Yangzhou Spirit University had outmaneuvered them. After all, these three universities had always been in competition. At 6 o'clock, Gu Chun arrived punctually at the shopping mall to meet Xiao Yasi. Initially, he thought he had arrived early, only to discover that she had been waiting for him. The girl, adorned in a flowing white gown, perfectly showcased her slender, elegant figure, enhancing her purity and beauty. From a distance, she truly resembled a blossoming flower, capturing the attention of many onlookers. They wondered how such a stunning girl could be waiting for someone, rather than being the one to be awaited. Who was that fortunate individual deserving of her time? In the midst of curious gazes, Xiao Yasi felt a slight blush creeping onto her cheeks, though she had long since grown accustomed to such attention. Suddenly, her eyes sparkled with recognition as she spotted Gu Chun in the distance. A radiant smile blossomed on her face as she gracefully approached him. At that moment, several men who had been observing Xiao Yasi felt their hearts race uncontrollably, only for that exhilaration to shatter when they realized she was walking towards a young man. "How did you recognize me?" Gu Chun could not help but inquire. He had taken precautions to remain inconspicuous, donning a mask and altering his appearance, believing Xiao Yasi would not be able to identify him immediately. Alas, he had underestimated her. "Of course, I recognized you," she replied, her words ringing true. Gu Chun's figure was etched in her memory, allowing her to spot him from afar. "Gu Chun, we will soon be schoolmates," Xiao Yasi exclaimed, extending her delicate hand towards him. She too had applied to Yangzhou Spirit University. This was the source of her immense excitement. "Pleasure to meet you," Gu Chun replied, smiling as he shook her hand. Unbeknownst to them, that simple gesture shattered the hearts of many onlookers. Damn it, they thought, clinging to a glimmer of hope that he might be a cousin or relative. Yet, they were dismayed to learn that the goddess had indeed found her companion, and she had boldly reached out to him. Awkwardly, Gu Chun felt a twinge of embarrassment as it appeared Xiao Yasi had orchestrated their entire outing. They began with dinner before proceeding to queue for the movie. Xiao Yasi had long purchased the movie tickets, even meticulously arranging the showtimes. Previously, she had inquired with Gu Chun about his film preferences, but the straightforward man, lacking any romantic inclinations, replied that he was indifferent and would watch whatever she favored. This was, in truth, Gu Chun's sincere expression, as he was unfamiliar with fantasy films. However, when it reached Xiao Yasi's ears, it felt as though he was attentively considering her feelings, which delighted her immensely. Thus, she chose a romantic film deemed suitable for couples. Although their relationship was not that of a couple, Xiao Yasi believed that their outing together hinted at the possibility of progressing to that stage. As they approached the entrance, Gu Chun noticed the popcorn machine and pondered for a moment before asking, "Would you like some?" Despite being a straightforward man, he understood that girls often desire snacks while watching movies. Xiao Yasi had clearly made arrangements for him tonight, so he couldn't be stingy. However, her thoughts were far more convoluted than Gu Chen's, as she observed that those buying popcorn were predominantly couples. The viewers of this romantic fantasy film were evidently pairs. If she and Gu Chen also purchased popcorn, it would imply they were a couple, which made her cheeks flush and her heart race. Noticing her hesitation and flushed face, Gu Chen innocently suggested, "Let's buy some. You hardly ate anything earlier. You might get hungry later." One must admit that Gu Chen's observational skills despite his straightforwardness, were commendable. During dinner, Xiao Yasi had ordered a plethora of dishes, fearing he might go hungry, yet she herself ate very little. The reason for this was unknown to Chen. The matter was quite simple. How could a girl indulge heartily in front of a boy on a date? Xiao Yasi was indeed apprehensive about leaving a poor impression on him. Hence she restrained her appetite to a moderate level. Therefore, when Chen made his remark, she felt a flicker of joy, believing that he was genuinely concerned for her well-being. Alas, the truth was far from it. He was merely self-conscious and did not wish to appear as a freeloader. As Chen patiently waited to purchase popcorn, Xiao Yasi's heart raced, for in that moment, she felt akin to a girlfriend waiting for a boyfriend. Just then, a familiar voice broke her reverie. "Yasi, what are you doing here?" She turned abruptly to find Aunt Du Zihan, a frequent visitor to her home and a friend of her parents. "Aunt Du, what brings you here?" Xiao Yasi glanced at Du Zihan, suddenly feeling as if she had been caught in a significant misdeed, which sparked a wave of anxiety and fear within her. "Oh, your uncle and I were just planning to watch a movie. I didn't expect to see you here." Aunt Du smiled, then surveyed the surroundings before adding, "So, have you come out with a classmate?" To be honest, Aunt Du was genuinely curious about whom Xiao Yasi was with. After all, she perceived Xiao Yasi as an obedient and well-mannered girl. It was not that going to the cinema was out of character for her, but it seemed unlikely for someone like her to engage in such activities. Given that Xiao Yasi had a private theater at home, where she could watch any film she desired, her presence at the cinema suggested that the person accompanying her held great significance in her life. "Yes, I did come with a classmate." Xiao Yasi quickly nodded, casting a furtive glance toward Chen, silently praying he wouldn't return too soon. But, as fate would have it, Chen was not only approaching but seemed completely oblivious to the situation, his steps steady and unperturbed. "Yasi, is it your classmate?" "Und du incroyable." Eyeing Chen as he drew nearer, a hint of amusement dancing in her eyes. Xiao Yasi had dared to finish her exams and engage in a romance, openly attending the cinema with a boy. This revelation was a shock to Aunt Du, who had always seen Xiao Yasi as a sweet and demure girl. "Yes, that's correct." Xiao Yasi managed to reply, gritting her teeth. "I won't keep you any longer. Enjoy yourselves." Und du smiled politely, glancing at the approaching Chen before taking the arm of the man beside her and departing. Xiao Yasi let out a deep breath. Knowing that Aunt Du would undoubtedly relay today's events to her family, there was no escaping that fate. Yet, now that it had transpired, she could only accept it. Besides, she was an adult now, free to make her own choices. Could her parents still interfere with her freedom? Is something the matter? Chen, holding the popcorn, inquired as he observed the departing woman, puzzled by the situation. He couldn't ascertain whether she was an acquaintance of Xiao Yasi or merely someone who had approached a chat. Noticing the change in her demeanor, he sensed something was amiss. "Nothing. Let's go," Xiao Yasi replied, biting her lip and forcing a smile as she walked ahead. Despite the noticeable shift in her behavior, Chen did not dwell on it and followed her closely. Meanwhile, Aunt Du watched as Xiao Yasi and Chen entered the cinema, then quickly retrieved her phone to dial a number. To her, Chen appeared to be a troublesome youth, cunning and deceitful, someone who would easily lead a girl astray. Thus, she felt it was her duty to inform her close friend, Xiao Yasi's mother, about the situation. After conversing for nearly 5 minutes, Aunt Du whispered a few words to the man beside her before hastily departing with her handbag. Chapter 41. The unpredictable heartbeat. The ambience of the cinema was shrouded in darkness. Chen, captivated by the fantasy film for the first time, found himself engrossed. However, Xiao Yasi was lost in her thoughts. Given that it was a romantic film, most attendees were couples, snuggling together or holding hands tightly, exuding intimacy. Many of them were of a similar age to her and Chen. Even so, Xiao Yasi keenly observed a couple ahead of her, who, on several occasions, exchanged clandestine whispers and stolen kisses. This scene, unfolding for the first time in such an environment, left Xiao Yasi's cheeks aflame, her heart racing like a startled deer. Her small hands instinctively clasped together, as she found her thoughts completely consumed by the ambience of the cinema, unbothered by the matters concerning Du Zihan. She could hardly fathom the audacity of these individuals. Though she recognized that her focus should not be here, she could not help but gaze and ponder. In her peripheral vision, she caught sight of another couple nestled in a corner, passionately kissing. This spectacle made her heart race even faster. She had never encountered such a scene before. In that fleeting moment,
Xiao Yasi felt her face burn and the nape of her neck flush. She could not help but think of Gu Chun. What would he be like? Thus, she furtively turned her gaze towards him, only to find Gu Chun engrossed in the film before them, seemingly unaffected by the distractions surrounding them. His resolute and handsome visage exuded an extraordinary focus, and for a moment, Xiao Yasi felt an undeniable allure emanating from him. Unconsciously, she found herself stealing glances at him. It felt as though his gaze lingered upon her face, and when Gu Chun met her eyes, she quickly averted her gaze. Yet in that instant, her cheeks flushed with color. Thankfully, in the dim light, it was not easily discernible. Gu Chun, though puzzled, brushed it off. He had brought his Pokemon, Lalo, into its Pokeball so he could enjoy the film in peace, naturally impervious to such distractions. At that moment, Xiao Yasi again noticed the couple ahead, feeding each other popcorn and sharing a drink, a testament to their intimacy. This sight caused her heart to flutter even more. What if she and Gu Chun could share such moments? Or perhaps one day they would? No, that was something that couples should inherently do. The thought made her feel even more bashful. At that moment, she realized she could scarcely focus on the film. Her mind was a whirlwind. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Yasi discreetly glanced at Gu Chun again, though this time with more subtlety. Yet, despite her efforts, Gu Chun still noticed. He glanced at the popcorn in his hand, seemingly having an epiphany. She might be too shy to ask for some, even though he had been holding it all along. After all, she was quite timid. Gu Chun extended the popcorn towards her. Here, you can have some. Xiao Yasi nodded obediently and reached for the popcorn. Yet, her mind momentarily revisited the scene of the couple feeding each other. Is it hot in here? You seem quite flushed, Gu Chun remarked, furrowing his brow, assuming her redness was due to the warmth. However, he felt the air conditioning was quite strong, even a bit chilly. No, not at all. Xiao Yasi quickly shook her head, flustered, as she took a couple of bites of popcorn and hastily grabbed the drink beside her. Taking a sip, she sensed Gu Chun's gaze still resting on her. Gu Chun, slightly taken aback, spoke again. It seems you've taken my drink. What? Xiao Yasi was momentarily dazed. Had she just drunk Gu Chun's beverage? She glanced over and realized it was indeed his. Her own drink was on her left, and thus, she had unwittingly grabbed his. In an instant, Xiao Yasi felt her breath quicken. I'm so sorry, I wasn't paying attention. She felt utterly embarrassed for accidentally drinking Gu Chun's drink. Was she losing her mind? It's nothing. Gu Chun shook his head, realizing it was no loss to him. Yet, he was curious about Xiao Yasi's demeanor. Was she perhaps uncomfortable in the cinema? He furrowed his brow, but then thought it improbable. Surely, Xiao Yasi had been to the cinema before? This little incident seemed to be the pinnacle of the film's climax, while Gu Chun returned to a normal viewing mindset, leaving Xiao Yasi in a state of confusion. Until the film concluded, she remained lost in thought, her mind preoccupied with the question of whether sharing a drink with Gu Chun constituted an indirect kiss. It could be said that a woman's emotions often ran more complex than a man's. Xiao Yasi was a prime example of this. In contrast, Gu Chun felt far more at ease, fully immersed in the film's captivating narrative. The collaboration between humans and elves in the film was undeniably engaging, particularly the action sequences and emotional moments. Gu Chun found himself thoroughly absorbed. After stepping out for a restroom break, he noticed a hint of sorrow on Xiao Yasi's delicate face. Though he was somewhat oblivious, he possessed a keen sense of observation. The shift in her demeanor indicated something was amiss. Is everything all right? He inquired. Nothing's wrong, Xiao Yasi replied, shaking her head. She had just received a call from her mother, who had learned about her situation from Du Zihan. To her dismay, Gu Chun was even referred to as her boyfriend. Naturally, Xiao Yasi was displeased by this fabrication, leading to a brief argument with her mother, which culminated in her hanging up the phone for the first time. However, she had no intention of sharing this with Gu Chun. Gu Chun's brow furrowed, but then brightened as he suggested, You don't want to go home yet, do you? Let me take you somewhere. With that, he took her hand and rushed forward. Chapter 42. The graceful form of the water lord Shishue's city, a coastal city, was where Gu Chun had brought Xiao Yasi to the seaside promenade. What captivated her even more was the fact that he had been holding her hand as they ran. The thought of this made Xiao Yasi's face flush again. Although her complexion had not returned to normal all evening, she felt that a gentle sea breeze would alleviate her worries, as she often did in the past. Gu Chun's voice resonated beside her. His intentions were simple. He believed that Xiao Yasi might be troubled or distressed,
and he wanted to help her in his own way. Clearly, he was also correct. It was only then that Xiao Yasi regained her senses, realizing that, indeed, as Gu Chun had mentioned, the oncoming sea breeze was remarkably refreshing. Moreover, the sight of the vast ocean allowed one to momentarily forget all worries. However, before Xiao Yasi could fully appreciate this, she noticed that the sea dike was actually quite crowded, even at this late hour of 10 o'clock. Yet, all around her were couples. They nestled against each other, whispering sweet nothings. Witnessing this scene caused Xiao Yasi's heart to race several times. Gu Chun seemed to notice her gaze and chuckled, saying, "Do not mind them." With that, he leapt onto the long corridor of the sea dike, startling Xiao Yasi. "Come down quickly, it's dangerous," she said anxiously, her brow furrowed. "Not at all. This is quite comfortable," he replied. How could such a broad corridor be dangerous? Naturally, Xiao Yasi's concern was a result of her inexperience with such situations. "Do you want to come up?" Gu Chun inquired, noticing her frown. Xiao Yasi was taken aback by his suggestion. "Come up, it's very pleasant." Gu Chun extended his hand toward her. After a moment's hesitation, she glanced at him and then at the others around, who seemed quite at ease. Gritting her teeth, she placed her hand in his. With a gentle pull, Gu Chun brought Xiao Yasi up onto the corridor. "How's it feel to stand up here?" he asked with a smile, then released her hand, turning to face the wind over the sea, arms wide open, eyes closed. The wind rustled his clothing. He softly continued, "Whenever I felt unhappy in the past, I often did this, and it seemed to lessen my troubles by half. Would you like to try?" Yet, after a long pause, Gu Chun received no response. When he turned to look, he found Xiao Yasi crouched on the corridor, her body slightly trembling. Her eyes sparkled with a hint of fear as she timidly met his gaze and stammered, I'm scared." Gu Chun, he hadn't anticipated Xiao Yasi's timidity. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he reached out, saying, "Let me help you up. The first time could be a bit frightening, but you'll get used to it." Looking into his determined eyes, Xiao Yasi pondered for a moment before shyly placing her hand in his. She glanced around, feeling as if she was the most timid person present. The couples around her either stood closely together or sat entwined, none quite like her. Although she and Gu Chun were not officially a couple yet. Once he helped her up again, this time she summoned her courage, and Xiao Yasi felt considerably better. At least, her body no longer trembled. "See? Once you get used to it, it's actually quite fine. It's not a difficult thing at all." Gu Chen's voice reassured her once more. Xiao Yasi nodded, her cheeks still flushed. "Shall I let go of your hand now?" Gu Chun asked again. "Not yet." Xiao Yasi quickly shook her head, surprisingly unembarrassed by her response. "All right," Gu Chun nodded, continuing to support her. The gentle smile on his face radiated warmth. In a fleeting moment, Xiao Yasi felt as if she and Gu Chun were indeed a couple. For an instant, she even thought those 4 words might slip from her lips. She suddenly felt that the atmosphere was perfectly conducive. Although Xiao Yasi often lacked decisiveness and was somewhat shy and timid, she was unwavering and clear in her feelings. The thought of uttering those 4 words in such a setting made her heart race once more. Yet, gritting her teeth, she finally spoke. Gu Chun, I like." "Wow, look quickly." A sudden shout interrupted Xiao Yasi's confession. "Look, what is that spirit?" Another voice exclaimed. Gu Chun and Xiao Yasi's gazes were immediately drawn away. At that moment, under the moonlight, the stars formed a celestial backdrop. An elegant and noble spirit was gracefully stepping forward. Its flowing ribbons danced with the wind, emanating a faint glow that appeared extraordinarily divine. Gu Chun instantly recognized this spirit. It was Suicune. He was actually seeing Suicune. This elegant spirit, known as one of the 3 legendary beasts. In his previous life, while playing Pokemon, Gu Chun had often searched frantically through the grass, hoping to catch a Suicune. To see it in person now filled him with immense joy. "Wow, I can't believe I saw Suicune. This is so incredibly cool. Quick, take a picture. Suicune, I love you, come home with me. Suicune, look over here." Just one glance. The remaining onlookers on the sea dike erupted into a frenzy of cheers. Perhaps due to their exuberant calls, Suicune's gaze indeed fell in their direction. It lingered, gazing intently at them for a while, before continuing its path. Yet, Gu Chun had an inkling that Suicune's gaze seemed to rest upon him. Even Xiao Yasi felt the same sensation. "Gu Chun, is it looking at you?" She couldn't help but ask. Seeing Suicune in this sea region was a first for Xiao Yasi as well, and naturally, she was excited. However, in that fleeting moment, she too felt
as if Suo-kun's gaze had landed upon Gu-chan. Was it because of him that it was gazing this way? Such a thought lingered in her mind. I don't know. It shouldn't be, Gu-chan replied, shaking his head despite the lingering illusion. He watched the spirit as it gradually moved away, lips pressed together. His eyes filled with yearning. If only he could capture one of the legendary beasts. Alas, he currently lacked the ability to approach them. He was still too weak. Gu-chan clenched his teeth, feeling an increased determination in that moment. Starting tomorrow, he would train fervently. Chapter 43. The chain reaction induced by Suo-kun's departure. Suo-kun had departed. Yet the atmosphere on the sea dike had become lively due to its presence. People were engrossed in discussions about the elegant spirit. By the way, what were you about to say earlier? Gu-chan suddenly recalled that Xiao Yasi seemed to have something to express before Suo-kun's appearance had interrupted her. Taken aback by the question, Xiao Yasi's face flushed, and she fidgeted with her clothing, momentarily lost for words. After a while, she shook her head and replied, "It's nothing." The atmosphere had indeed been perfectly set just moments ago. However, that feeling has long since faded. More importantly, the courage she once mustered has dissipated completely. Is that so? Gu-chan chuckled softly and replied, "Look, you are already able to stand on your own." It was then that Xiao Yasi realized Gu-chan had already released her hand, and she was steadily standing on the corridor. Upon witnessing this scene, she couldn't help but smile. They hadn't lingered on the seawall for long before Gu-chan escorted Xiao Yasi home, as it was quite late. Nonetheless, tonight held unexpected rewards. As she had encountered the water spirit, which ignited Gu-chan's desire to tame divine beasts. "I've arrived home. You should head back," Xiao Yasi said shyly, clasping her hands behind her. As they strolled back together, they appeared to be a genuine couple, causing her heart to race uncontrollably. She even found herself pondering, is this the process that couples experience after a date? To be honest, Xiao Yasi was somewhat oblivious to such matters. Yet she sensed she was beginning to grasp something. "You've arrived?" Gu-chan glanced back and noticed they had reached a community entrance without her realizing it. At first glance, it was evident that the residents within were either affluent or of high status, as the place exuded an air of opulence. The entrance was guarded by security. Ensuring safety was not a concern. "Yes," Xiao Yasi nodded, then turned to Gu-chan and asked, "By the way, will you be participating in the Spirit Summer Camp activities?" Her eyes glimmered with anticipation. "I should be," Gu-chan replied, remembering his promise to Wang Jinyan. "That's great." Upon receiving this answer, Xiao Yasi was evidently elated. She smiled, suddenly spun around and ran a few steps away, then turned back to wave at Gu-chan. "I'm leaving now. Be careful on your way back. Good night." After throwing out these parting words, she quickly dashed away, leaving Gu-chan in a daze, reminiscent of the beautiful days of his youth. Only after Xiao Yasi's figure vanished did Gu-chan summon Ralts from his Pokeball. Now, this little actor would accompany him for the remainder of his journey. Ralts. The little creature seemed to have been sleeping within the Pokeball and appeared slightly dazed upon being summoned. After wobbling around in a circle, it adorably plopped down on the ground, emitting a surprised squeal. Observing its antics, Gu-chan chuckled and bent down to lift it from the ground. "Ralts." The little one nestled sleepily on Gu-chan's shoulder, its small hands instinctively grasping his clothing. This sequence of actions appeared remarkably fluid, as if it had been rehearsed 1,000 times. Gu-chan couldn't help but smile. This little creature was truly a bundle of cuteness. He felt akin to a doting father. Yet, an impish thought crossed his mind. Sure, you were supposed to hurry home when I called. Yet here you are so late." Upon arriving home, Xiao Yasi was greeted by her mother. Deng Yaki couldn't help but approach her daughter with concern. She had spent the entire night anxious ever since a friend informed her that Xiao Yasi had been at the cinema with another boy. What kind of place is a cinema, after all? On the surface, it might seem like a venue for friends to watch films, but more poignantly, it serves as a romantic rendezvous for couples, especially when watching a love story. An undeniable implication. "Mom, I didn't do anything. I just went out to watch a movie with friends." Xiao Yasi frowned, utterly exasperated with Aunt. Didn't do anything?" Deng Yaki immediately voiced her discontent. "In such a dark environment, you went with a boy. What if something happened? I have no idea if you were taken advantage of. Why are you so reckless?" Deng Yaki's frustration escalated. Her daughter had always been obedient, and this was the first time she had dared to contradict her. More importantly, she had even hung up the phone earlier. The more she thought about it, the more unsettled she felt.
Fortunately, at that moment, Xiao Yassi's father emerged from the upstairs corridor. All right, sure, go rest. Don't mind your mother, Xiao Longyu said from above. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yassi's eyes lit up, and she quickly dashed upstairs, not forgetting to sweetly say, "Thank you, Dad. Why are you doing this?" Deng Yaki shot her husband an incredulous look, clearly displeased. She was just beginning to guide their daughter, and Xiao Longyu seemed to be undermining her efforts. Enough, sure is old enough. You needn't worry about these things. She can handle it herself. Xiao Longyu glanced at her, then continued, besides, it's just a movie with others. There's no need to overreact. Young people have their social circles. It's good to meet more people. While he said this, the underlying message conveyed in his gaze was that he was fully aware of everything. Do you know something? Deng Yaki was not naive. After spending so long with her husband, she understood his character well. Why was he suddenly so accommodating? While Xiao Longyu indeed loved their daughter, he had never been this trusting. After all, Deng Yaki believed Xiao Yassi's actions today were quite out of character and unacceptable for them as parents. Yet, the reality was quite the opposite. Let us discuss this later, Xiao Longyu suggested, casting a glance at his wife as he spoke slowly. Chapter 44. The choice of moves in Shishui City. At the Xiao family villa? Are you saying sure went on a date with the boy from the video? Deng Yaki glanced at the tablet in her hand, still finding it hard to believe. The video playing was none other than Gu Chen's ostentatious clip, featuring his face. Yet, these details were not the crux of the matter. The focus was the battle involving the legendary Pokemon Lugia. Yes, Xiao Longyu shrugged. You can take a screenshot and show it to your friends to verify, he stated with confidence. Hearing her husband's words, Deng Yaki was enlightened and immediately followed his suggestion. The response she received was undoubtedly affirmative. How did you know? Deng Yaki couldn't help but inquire. My brother told me, Xiao Longyu replied, picking up a magazine beside him and lying back on the bed. Tianchi. Deng Yaki furrowed her brows. Shursher's classmate is quite popular online right now. Just search for him and you'll see. Xiao Longyu spoke little. Upon hearing her husband's words, the ever-curious Deng Yaki did not hesitate. Meanwhile, Gu Chun, who had returned home and completed his evening routine, remained blissfully unaware of the events that had transpired. He was still preoccupied with the rewards he had just obtained from signing in. A fairy skill key. Gratitude. This meant that by using it on a Pokemon, it could learn this skill, although the opportunity presented itself only once. Gu Chun was familiar with the skill of gratitude. The stronger the bond between a Pokemon and its trainer, the more potent this skill would become. In truth, this skill could be considered extraordinary. It was versatile and remarkably powerful. Gu Chun glanced at the little Lugia, realizing that this creature was not suited for gratitude. After all, as a legendary Pokemon, it would require far more formidable skills in the future. Although, in this world, Pokemon were not limited to just 4 skills. Having too many could lead to a lack of mastery. Gu Chun understood that the realities of life could not be equated with those of a game. A game consists of cold, hard data, where a misalignment of attributes could lead to one's downfall. However, in reality, many limitations could be transcended. Therefore, he believed it unnecessary to deliberate on the rationality of skill combinations. Rather, it was more important to ascertain whether the Pokemon could effectively wield the skill itself. As for Gung Gue, it too seemed ill-suited for this skill. However, the little actor, Ralalalis, was currently absorbed in watching the tablet. This little one loved to cling to Gu Chun's side, and their bond was undoubtedly strong. Thus, it was likely that Ralalalis would be more compatible with this skill. Since it was a reward obtained from signing in, Gu Chun felt no need for hesitation. It was possible that this skill could appear again in the future. However, speaking of skills, it must be noted that in this world, Pokemon could only learn skills through the trainer's own manuals and training, unlike in games where leveling up automatically granted new skills. It was not that convenient. Yet, this was precisely why trainers needed to invest their efforts in nurturing a Pokemon. For instance, to teach a Pokemon the move Seed Bomb, one might really have to instruct it in a manner akin to how Ji does, spitting out seeds. After all, these little ones in their infancy possess little comprehension ability and can only learn through direct instruction. Thus, Gu Chun, with the skills provided by the system, found the process much easier. Little actor, how about I teach you a skill today? Gu Chun said as he set the tablet aside and lifted Ralalalis from the bed, who looked utterly bewildered by his intentions. Without hesitation, Gu Chun opted to use the skill on it. Beat target, Ralalalis. Beep. Would you like to use the skill gratitude? Chen confirmed. Immediately, a silvery light shimmered into existence. Beep. Successfully learned the skill gratitude. With the System S prompt, Ralalalis had finally learned the skill of gratitude. At that moment, Lugia suddenly sprang forth. Master, I can help you detect the skills that Ralalalis currently possesses. Is that so? Chen replied, pleasantly surprised. Lugia, clearly intrigued by what Chen was doing, transformed back into Rotom Pokédex form. A stream of data then appeared before his eyes, detailing the skills currently possessed by Ralalalis. Psychic, Magical Leaf, Cuddle, and Gratitude. These 4 skills were quite commendable at this stage. However, the only drawback was the absence of a skill that could induce confusion. If only it had a move like Shadow Clone or Teleportation, it would be perfect. Chen now understood why trainers had difficulty defeating this little actor. Evidently, its combat aptitude was impressive. With this in mind, Chen decided to take it to the battle park the next day. Meanwhile, Ralalalis remained blissfully unaware of her master's intentions, happily nuzzling against his chest. Subsequently, Chen examined the skills of little Lugia and discovered it had also learned 4 skills: Steel Wing, Dragon Dive, Gust, and Hydro Pump. To be honest, aside from Dragon Dive, the other 3 skills could only be deemed average. Moreover, in battles, little Lugia preferred to use Steel Wing and Dragon Dive. The Gust and Hydro Pump moves were seldom observed in outdoor battles. However, the evolved little Lugia was evidently much stronger now. As for Gungue, Chen noted that its skills were quite formidable: Shadow Ball, Mud Bomb, Thunderbolt, Hypnosis, and Destiny Bond. In particular, the Destiny Bond skill was exceptionally crafty, almost guaranteeing a takedown of the opponent. Yet, Chen recognized that Gungue needed to strengthen its disposition. It appeared to be quite timid, possibly due to its past experiences. Nevertheless, as a mutated Pokemon, it could be considered exceptionally powerful in all aspects. Chen even pondered if Gungue might be regarded as a form of super evolution, as its appearance was quite reminiscent of one. Chapter 45. The Charmer of Battle Park in Shishui City. The next day, Chen set off for the battle park with Ralalalis. Although he had become somewhat of a celebrity, with many people recognizing him, this time, Chen chose not to disguise himself, but to present himself normally. To his dismay, he found himself quite isolated. The trainers present in the battle park were mostly newcomers, while seasoned trainers typically participated in leagues or indoor Pokemon battle arenas. Hence, those who recognized Chen were too intimidated to approach him, while those who did not know him were discouraged by the whispers around them. At one point, someone even approached wanting to take a photo with Chen or sneak a picture of him, leading to an exceedingly awkward situation. Thankfully, it was a brave girl who broke the ice. Seeing how adorable Ralalalis was, she insisted on battling her own EV against it. It goes without saying that this EV was dressed in a flamboyant manner, turning it into a battle between women, a confrontation that had clearly been premeditated. As the battle commenced, both sides exerted their full strength. Despite Ralalalis' usual penchant for playfulness, it was utterly unyielding in battle. After deftly evading a sandy attack from EV, this little performer executed a powerful psychic strike that hit its opponent squarely. At that moment, Chen gained a newfound appreciation for the rapidity of Larialis's psychic prowess. Indeed, the speed of its attack was astonishing, completed in the blink of an eye. The combat capabilities of this little creature were undeniably formidable. However, what surprised everyone was that EV, despite taking the brunt of the attack, remained standing and continued to fight. Both of these Pokemon exemplified an unwavering spirit. Yet, EV's judgment in battle was somewhat lacking. In such dire circumstances, it opted to use the move Quick Attack, a skill that typically shines in peak condition. Unsurprisingly, it was promptly met with Larialis's Leaf Tornado, decisively ending the match. The casting of Leaf Tornado was equally swift, leaving Chen in awe. Could this be attributed to Larialis's inherent battle talent? Every skill it employed seemed executed with remarkable speed and impressive power. Following the conclusion of the match, Larialis exhibited a sense of pride, striking a pose with its hands on its tiny hips, gazing at Chen, its master. Upon receiving an encouraging smile, it revealed a victory smile of its own. Perhaps due to Larialis's outstanding performance, the curiosity of trainers around increased significantly, leading to yet another challenger stepping forward. Chen was of course delighted. His intention for the day was to train Larula's here and engage in battles alongside it. Thus, he willingly accepted the challenge. After feeding Larula's a grass-type energy cube, a reward from his last sign-in, he urged it to dive back into combat. Sure enough, after consuming it, Larula's appeared revitalized. The opponent was a small chimchar. One must admit, this little monkey was indeed strong, employing moves like dig, scratch, and flame wheel with exceptional finesse. Chen found himself somewhat concerned for Larula's. However, this little performer remained unflustered the moment it detected Chimchar emerging from its burrow. Larula's unleashed another powerful psychic assault, sending the opponent flying from the hole. Not only that, but this little creature perfectly demonstrated the concept of pursuing victory. It swiftly advanced within the optimal range of attack and executed another leaf tornado, sealing the match. The arena erupted with excitement. After all, Chen had hardly issued any commands. The entire battle was orchestrated by Larula's itself. Chen was naturally astonished by this scene. Yet, this was precisely the purpose of his visit to the battle park. He aimed to allow Larula's to rely on its instincts in battle, only intervening when absolutely necessary or if a critical opportunity arose. Unexpectedly, this little creature provided no such chance. Chen, as Larula's master, could sense its intelligence. Observing its usual demeanor, it was evidently quite human-like. Thus, it was clear that its autonomous battle instincts surpassed those of many other Pokemon. The battles continued. This time, the opponent was a Geodude, a Pokemon seemingly balanced in both offense and defense. Chen initially anticipated a challenging encounter, but to his surprise, Larula's performed admirably. This little one's charm ability proved far more potent than Chen had imagined. It could be said that the Geodude utterly captivated. Not only faltered in offense, but also crumbled in defense, surrendering after just 2 rounds. The key was that even Geodude's trainer could barely stand a watch. It was utterly embarrassing to see their Pokemon standing idly, akin to a target for Larula's attacks. Yet, the following battles allowed the Geodude's trainer to regain some confidence. It turned out that not only Geodude struggled against Larula's charm, even other trainers Charmander, Turtwig, and Snorlax were also unable to withstand the move. It seemed that this skill was significantly enhanced when aimed at the opposite gender. Such a scene left Chen perplexed. Logically, charm was not a captivating skill. Why was it so effective against the opposite sex? This little performer indeed astonished everyone. Even when a trainer sent out a Garchomp, it could not best Larula's. After 2 days of battles at the park, Larula's had maintained a perfect record. The little performer had even earned the title of Heartthrob of the battle park, as its charm allowed it to dominate effortlessly. Many trainers visited the park solely to witness its remarkable battles and learn from them. However, after 2 consecutive days, an intriguing challenger arrived. Chapter 46 begins now. The challenger was an unfamiliar new trainer, a bright-eyed young man with a buzz cut. Initially, Chen thought him unremarkable, but soon he learned that this young man, Jiang Wufeng, was a top scorer in the city's high school entrance examination. In other words, without Chen's presence, Jiang Wufeng would undoubtedly have claimed the title of this year's top student. He would also receive an invitation from Wang Jinyan, representing his school in prominent media coverage and securing the most substantial grants, with universities vying for his attention. One could say that Jiang Wufeng was a shining star in any examination year, except this one, where Chen had unexpectedly emerged as a formidable contender, sweeping everything away like a dark horse. Thus, it was clear that Jiang Wufeng's intentions were not benign. At least, this was Chen's impression. All of this information had been relayed to him by Xiao Yasi, who had seen Chen's posts on the Shishui City Forum and was aware of his presence there. Chen, are you certain you want Larula's to battle him? Xiao Yasi inquired, observing the opponent. That is a Pokemon with the evil and steel attributes. In a battle against it, Larula's finds itself at a distinct disadvantage, facing formidable constraints. Indeed, let us go Larula's. Chen is unconcerned with the elemental suppression or the question of victory. What he yearns to witness is the unwavering spirit of his Pokemon, the drive to break through all shackles. If the reality were to mirror the game, reduced to a mere collection of cold data, it would be utterly meaningless. Larula's, seemingly sharing its master's tenacity, strides forward boldly, taking its position in the arena with an air of fearless determination, undeterred even by the opposing Pokemon's superior attributes and presence. This little performer is just like that, adorable offstage, yet formidable in battle. There is no ambiguity in its resolve. At this sight, Xiao Yasi cannot help but smile, as if a realization dawns upon her. Opposite, Jiang Wufeng also wears a smile, though it appears more like a mocking smirk. His newly acquired Pokemon is a Trico, a creature he captured in the wild. Having seen Gu Chen's announcement on the forum, Jiang Wufeng sought him out for a duel in the battle park. Eager to discover which Pokemon Gu Chen would deploy, perhaps this very Larulus. If that were the case, Jiang Wufeng would feel exceedingly fortunate, for he believes victory is within his grasp. His Trico is no ordinary creature. Onlookers seem to sense the unique significance of this battle. At least one side is shrouded in tension. Without further ado, the clash begins. Under its Master-S command, Trico swings its arms, radiating a silvery glow. In an instant, several blades of light arise. Gu Chen recognizes this technique immediately, Swords Dance. Once unleashed, it will slightly amplify the opponent's attack power and presence. This Trico is certainly not Jiang Wufeng's initial Pokemon. Gu Chen can ascertain this almost instantly, for a newly hatched Pokemon cannot learn Swords Dance. Interrupt it. Do not allow it a second chance to use Swords Dance. Gu Chen finally utters his first command after 2 days. Larulus emits a soft call, unleashing Magical Leaf with a swift and fierce assault. At that moment, Trico leaps forward, seemingly to engage head-on, but in the blink of an eye, the evil-type Pokemon splits into 2, then 4, multiplying into several copies. The watching trainers gasp in astonishment, for the Shadow Clone technique is executed with remarkable finesse. The Magical Leaf attack strikes the clones, yet Trico's true form remains unscathed. Witnessing this, Jiang Wufeng's smile broadens, filled with genuine pride for his Trico. At this stage, who else has a Pokemon capable of such a feat? His. As the clones dissipate, Trico advances with renewed vigor, raising its blade-like arms to cleave down upon Larulus. Should this silvery strike connect, they would find themselves in a precarious position, especially enhanced by Swords Dance. Yet, in that moment, the little performer shines. It disregards the dirt beneath and rolls on the ground, appearing somewhat clumsy, but successfully evading the fierce blow. Continue the assault, Jiang Wufeng exclaims, caught off guard by his Pokemon's missed strike and urging it to pursue. As Trico turns back, ready to execute another slash, Larulus seizes the opportunity to employ its charm attack. This move, typically devastating against male opponents, merely causes Trico to pause momentarily. However, Gu Chen notices that Trico's attack has shifted from a cleave to a standard strike. The little performer is sent tumbling through the air. Jiang Wufeng's face lights up with a victorious grin, believing that, under these circumstances, Larulus can no longer resist. Trico, unleash another cleave. In this battle, Jiang Wufeng bellows, as if calling upon victory itself. Trico hears its master's command, its side-like arm aglow with silver light. The trainers on the sidelines are convinced that the outcome of this battle is already settled. After all, how could the airborne Larulus possibly evade? Is Gu Chen's undefeated legend about to meet its end? What a pity. Even Xiao Yasi beside Gu Chen clenches her hands, anxiously watching the center of the arena, hoping for his triumph. Yet, it seems as though all unfavorable factors have conspired against him. However, no one notices that the airborne Larulus is unperturbed. Even Gu Chen's gaze sharpens at this moment. He finally speaks up. Now is the time. With a booming voice, Gu Chen calls out, and a green light flashes from Larulus. The Magical Leaf technique is unleashed instantaneously, crashing down upon Trico. A resounding thud echoes as the attacks collide, and Trico evidently suffers damage. Meanwhile, Larulus, propelled by the residual force, elegantly regains its footing, landing gracefully on the ground. The crowd erupts in astonishment. Shockwaves ripple through the audience. Just moments ago, everyone believed Larulus was doomed, that Gu Chen was destined to lose. Yet, the narrative takes another unexpected turn. How impressive! Despite being thrown off balance, Larulus managed to regain control and unleash its skill. A trainer finally articulates the unfolding scene. Indeed, it not only escaped the dire predicament, but also inflicted damage upon the opponent. Truly formidable. That moment had my blood pumping, akin to watching a championship match. Another trainer exclaims, "Is this the allure of Pokemon battles? The ever unpredictable outcomes. Why are others so powerful while I remain so weak?" One laments, I have fallen in love with Larulus. It shall be my next Pokemon. Though undeniably strong, one trainer questions, surely, such prowess cannot be mere luck? Will Larulus exhibit such brilliance again next time? Indeed, the expectations placed upon the elves are exceedingly high. It is impossible for them to perform magnificently every single time. Regardless of the nature of the comments, be they favorable or unfavorable, the trainers on the sidelines were finally stirred into a frenzy after that remarkable counterattack. Unbeknownst to Chen, his actions had placed the wild Lalalaysai tribe in jeopardy. Beside him, Xiao Yasi was so exhilarated by the counterattack that her small face flushed with excitement, nearly compelling her to rush forward and embrace Chen. Fortunately, she managed to halt herself just in time. Opposite them, Jiang Wufeng was evidently taken aback by Chen's Lalalaysai's capability to achieve such a feat. He gritted his teeth in frustration. The magical leaf's damage to the knife Pokemon was not particularly substantial, yet the sensation of having fallen behind was profoundly disheartening. You shall not be so fortunate next time, Jiang Wufeng proclaimed, attempting to regain some semblance of composure. He believed that Chen's Lalalaysai had merely stumbled upon luck to execute such a counterattack. Listening to the uproar from the crowd and observing the shifting expressions of his opponent, Chen remained remarkably composed. He understood that this counterattack was not a mere stroke of luck. It was the culmination of his and Lalalaysai's diligent efforts. In this world, coincidences are scarcely abundant. Enough of the idle chatter, Chen replied coolly. Jiang Wufeng's emotions were successfully ignited. Knife Pokemon, use split after casting Shadow Clone, he bellowed, following his command. The knife Pokemon executed it flawlessly. Angered by the previous encounter, the Pokemon was filled with fury. The display of vigor even caused Lalalaysai to take a hesitant step backward, unsettled by the unfamiliar Shadow Clone technique. In stark contrast, Chen exuded an aura of calm confidence. Even Xiao Yasi hesitated to interrupt him with a reminder to issue commands, for he appeared deeply engrossed in thought. Lalulasi, the fourth on the left, quickly use requital. At last, Chen spoke. Upon hearing his command, the little dramatist seemed to instinctively know what to do, and the Pokemon steadied itself resolutely. A brilliant green light erupted from its body, and a colossal sphere of energy was unleashed with a resounding crash. The tremendous force sent shockwaves through the arena, scattering sand and dust into the air. A gust of wind swept through, clearing the haze to reveal the battlefield, where the knife Pokemon lay incapacitated, unable to continue the fight. Meanwhile, Lalalaysai, though appearing somewhat fatigued and marked with dirt, stood tall, embodying the spirit of a victor. The spectators erupted into another round of applause and cheers. Wow, that skill was incredible. It's called requital, right? The technique that manifests different power forms depending on the bond with the trainer? I believe so. They say the deeper the bond, the greater the unleashed power. Amazing. I want to learn it too, but it's said to be quite difficult to master. Damn, Chen is the true standout. After all, he identified the true form. In an instant, discussions erupted, all centered around the remarkable requital skill, revealing a deep-seated admiration for Chen. As for Jiang Wufeng, he stood in a daze, grappling with a sense of defeat that welled up within him. Amidst the chatter, Chen stepped forward into the arena, inching closer to Lalalaysai. In that moment, all noise seemed to cease, and every trainer turned their gaze toward him. Finally, he reached Lalalaysai, bending down to embrace it in his arms. What a proud little creature, he whispered, holding it closely and gently patting its back. All right, time to rest, Lalu, as if sensing his understanding of its stubbornness. Lalalaysai softly sighed and leaned against Chen's shoulder, clutching the fabric of his clothes, exuding an air of affection. Even its voice carried a hint of shyness. At that moment, the previously muted crowd erupted once more in cheers for Lalalaysai's victory. Yet only Chen comprehended that this little one had also endured significant injuries. Even reaching the brink of exhaustion, it had been resolutely standing its ground, refusing to falter. This was Lalalaysai's own conviction, a manifestation of its pride. Chen had merely seen through it all and rushed to embrace it. Otherwise, the little dramatist would have long since collapsed. What a proud little creature indeed. Chen smiled, feeling a surge of tenderness as he held the small body in his arms. While everyone else fixated on the outcome of the battle, Chen's attention remained steadfastly on Lalalaysai. This, indeed, was the bond and emotion shared between a trainer and their Pokemon. Chapter 48. The fortunate are never merely fortunate. At the battle park in Shishui City, the combat raged on with fervor. Even after Chen's recent battle, the spectators were reveling in the aftermath while their desire for battle intensified. This is the melody of this era. Everyone is a trainer, fervently fighting for their Pokemon, undeterred and relentless. Before Chen stood Jiang Wufeng, who had just completed his match. Chen, you truly are formidable, he remarked. Though Jiang Wufeng felt a tinge of defeat within, a faint smile graced his lips. He had not yet fully reconciled with his loss. Yet he suddenly came to an understanding. Why Chen could supplant him and emerge as the dark horse that captivated the attention of many. A true trainer harbors jealousy towards those stronger than themselves, but a genuinely powerful individual contemplates how to reclaim their victory in the next battle after experiencing defeat. Jiang Wufeng was no exception. He felt resentment and a desire to win. Yet more than that, he felt an affinity, a kinship with Chen, a recognition of strength amongst equals. Just moments ago, Chen had discerned the true form of his knife Pokemon. With this alone, Jiang Wufeng was thoroughly convinced. Upon reflecting on the match, he realized it was indeed the case. He deserved to lose. There was no shame in that. Thank you. You are quite strong as well, Chen replied politely, acknowledging Jiang Wufeng's compliment. However, it must be acknowledged that Jiang Wufeng is indeed formidable. If he were not facing his opponent, his Steed Blade minion would likely show no fear against anyone. The crux of the matter is that Chen is exceptionally gifted. Nonetheless, there is no denying Jiang Wufeng's strength. He glanced at Xiao Yasi beside him and added, I won't disturb you any longer. Next time, I shall challenge you again. So you better keep running to avoid being caught. At this point, Jiang Wufeng couldn't help but smile, and so did Chen. This Jiang Wufeng is indeed amusing. Logically speaking, Chen and he are in a competitive relationship, making him a minor antagonist. Yet, there's something intriguing about this fellow. With that, Jiang Wufeng turned and waved goodbye, departing with a certain elegance. Chen, how do you manage that? After Jiang Wufeng had walked away, Xiao Yasi couldn't help but ask. She had been pondering this question for some time. What do you mean? Chen was momentarily puzzled. I mean your Ralalalis. How is it capable of counterattacking in such a situation? Xiao Yasi was no fool. She did not believe it was mere coincidence or luck. Chen glanced at the small drama queen nestled in his arms, peacefully asleep, and smiled, because we've been training diligently these past 2 days. Chen was not lying, nor exaggerating. They had indeed engaged in regular battles, but he had not forgotten to conduct special training for Ralalalis at night. What kind of special training? It merely involved learning how to counterattack while off balance, much like what had just happened. Chen had already devised a strategy regarding this topic, as he was acutely aware of Rallalalis's current weaknesses, speed and defense. To mitigate these weaknesses, it was essential to enhance its offensive capabilities, allowing for a decisive counterattack at any moment. Ralalalis undoubtedly possessed this potential, for its skills were consistently precise and could be executed swiftly. Thus, Chen began special training for Ralalalis, focusing on executing skills while in a state of physical imbalance. Initially, the little creature struggled to perform well, even contemplating giving up. However, with Chen's encouragement, it gradually regained its fighting spirit. The revitalized drama queen proved to be quite formidable, soon mastering its balance and unleashing its skills. Consequently, during these 2 days, Chen and his Pokemon had been honing this particular aspect through targeted training. This was also Chen's devious idea, to rigorously train Ralalalis until it matched the overall level of the team. Thankfully, the little creature had executed everything flawlessly. The recent counterattack successfully demonstrated this point. When Chen shouted that phrase, he genuinely believed in it. It had provided him with the desired feedback. Hence, Chen proclaimed that life does not offer so many coincidences. Indeed, where does all this luck come from? Fortune is never a matter of chance. Xiao Yasi gently placed her hands behind her back, pursed her lips, and smiled. Not only did you execute that counterattack, but you also discerned the true form of the Steed Blade minion, and even the timing of the gratitude skill release. You calculated it all precisely, didn't you? Her sparkling eyes gazed at Chen, filled with admiration. Chen awkwardly rubbed his nose. You think too highly of me. I'm not that remarkable. He remained modest. In truth, Chen had indeed calculated everything accurately, including the precise timing of the gratitude skill. For only at that moment could it be unleashed with utmost precision, delivering a lethal blow. However, could he articulate this? Revealing such insight would only invite skepticism from others. He had not anticipated that Xiao Yasi would see through him. Guchun, will you continue to train Ralalalis? Xiao Yasi suddenly inquired, shifting the topic. Yes. Guchun nodded, though his focus would not solely be on it. He intended to correct Geng Gui's temperament. As he spoke, a glimmer of mischief danced in his eyes, as if an idea had struck him. Shall we do it together? Xiao Yasi bravely proposed her desire to join him. This task might indeed require assistance. Guchun smiled. Then let us proceed together. Great. Upon hearing his affirmative response, Xiao Yasi beamed with joy. However, before training Geng Gui, Guchun was aware that he had more pressing matters to attend to. That included the interview arranged by Wang Jinyun, scheduled for tomorrow. Additionally, the presentation of the Bravery Award was also set for the same day. Deng Tianqi and Wang Jinyun, as if in agreement, had already contacted Guchun and arranged to meet him on the same day. Chapter 49. Pokemon journalist Gu Xiaoqin. Gu Xiaoqin had just graduated from Pokemon University, and thus, she had become a proud Pokemon journalist. Despite her fresh-out-of-school appearance, Gu Xiaoqin boasted rich experience in field interviews. Coupled with her beauty, sweet voice, and pleasant demeanor, she had established herself at the Yangzhou Pokemon News Center television station since her internship. This time, she was directly dispatched by her superiors to interview the student from Shishui City who had captured a legendary Lugia. Gu Xiaoqin was quite curious about this young man. Moreover, on a more personal note, this student named Guchun was her junior. After all, Gu Xiaoqin was also a graduate of Yangzhou Pokemon University. Upon arriving at Shishui City No. 1 High School, Gu Xiaoqin spotted her two competitors, reporters from the Dijing Pokemon Central News Television and the Shishui City Pokemon News Television. The opposing team had also sent two female reporters. When Gu Xiaoqin saw the competition, she felt a slight sense of relief. It appeared that the task assigned by her station director was indeed achievable. After all, her competitors were not as striking as she was in appearance. They say beauty brings visual pleasure, so Gu Xiaoqin believed that she was the most suitable candidate for interviewing. In other words, she was the only one capable of conducting a close-up interview. This was also the directive from her station director, to be the first to seize the opportunity. After all, the principal of Shishui City No. 1 High School had stipulated that only one person could speak during the interview, a request made by the student Guchun himself. With unwavering determination, Gu Xiaoqin quietly awaited in the conference room, guided by the school staff. As anticipated, at 3:30 in the afternoon, Guchun finally made his entrance, accompanied by Wang Jinyun. Observing this scene, reporters from both Dijing and Shishui City swiftly converged, eager to secure an interview. Initially, Gu Xiaoqin believed she should emulate them. However, for reasons unknown, she felt a sudden paralysis akin to a spell. She thought it prudent to maintain her composure, allowing Guchun the opportunity to select her. After all, with fewer people present, she held a distinct advantage. Yet, Guchun did not spare her a glance, decisively choosing the Shishui City reporter from the Elfin News without a moment's hesitation. To him, this was merely a task. Why not select the local television station? After all, it was his hometown's network. Only when he settled beside her did he notice the hesitant Gu Xiaoqin lingering in the background. This female reporter possessed striking beauty, exuding an intellectual charm akin to that of Luo Wuxi, embodying the archetype of a sophisticated beauty. However, after a mere glance, Guchun redirected his gaze. Gu Xiaoqin, naturally, was acutely aware of this moment. Initially, she held on to the hope that perhaps Guchun would reconsider upon seeing her, but it was not to be. He had only cast a fleeting glance her way. Subsequently, Guchun faced a barrage of predictable, formal questions during the interviews. How did you achieve your remarkable scores? Is there a chance for 4 perfect scores? What is the story behind your success on the internet? How has your rise to fame affected you? Why did you choose the Elfin University of Yangzhou? He answered with remarkable poise, devoid of the nervousness typical of students, exuding calmness that surprised Gu Xiaoqin. Truly, he was a student of exceptional caliber, distinguishing himself in the face of inquiries. Before long, the interview concluded, with no time to spare for further engagements. Guchun prepared to depart after a brief exchange with Wang Jinyun, the principal of the city's No. 1 High School, who dared not impose upon him further. However, he did inform Guchun about the upcoming Elfin summer camp.
Observing Gu Chen's intent to leave, Guo Xiaoqin was determined not to miss this opportunity. Missing this chance could mean waiting an indefinite period to encounter him again. As responsible journalists, they disdain the notion of blocking someone's way. Thus, Guo Xiaoqin instructed her colleagues to handle the subsequent arrangements with Wang Jinyun while she discreetly slipped away, hastening to catch up with Gu Chen. Initially, she intended to dash forward and call out to him, but upon reflection, she decided to follow him instead, curious about his next moves. With her camera at the ready, she pondered the possibility of stumbling upon a noteworthy story. If it stemmed from Gu Chen, it would undoubtedly be a sensational scoop. At that moment, Guo Xiaoqin remained blissfully unaware that she had unwittingly transformed into a paparazzo. Navigating through twists and turns, Gu Chen eventually arrived at the Elfin Supervisory Bureau. Guo Xiaoqin concealed herself in the shadows, suspecting she understood his purpose for being there. She was aware he was to receive a commendation for bravery. To her surprise, the timing was fortuitous. Patiently, she waited outside the Supervisory Bureau, contemplating whether to approach him directly for an exclusive interview, eschewing any elaborate pretense. After nearly an hour of waiting, her anticipation turned to frustration as Gu Chen failed to appear. She frowned, questioning the length of his stay. Just then, she felt an unsettling sensation, as if something were brushing against her hair. She spun around, only to find nothing there. Was she merely being overly sensitive? Shaking her head, she refocused on the Supervisory Bureau. Yet again, the eerie feeling returned. This time, it felt as though someone were caressing her neck and shoulder, a gentle touch that sent chills down her spine. Whirling around, she found herself alone once more. The area behind her was devoid of people. Not even a single vehicle in sight. Confused, she sensed something was amiss. Resolutely, she turned back to observe the bureau, but as she did, that peculiar sensation resurfaced. Without hesitation, she spun around again. Ah! She gasped, startled, stumbling back several paces before collapsing onto the ground. Blood spilled forth almost instantly. But what truly horrified her was the creature before her, a ghastly apparition, pale as a ghost, with a grotesque visage and blood-red eyes. It was already past 6 in the evening. Although the night had not fully descended, the darkness began to envelop the surroundings, rendering the sight both chilling and terrifying. What are you?" Guo Xiaoqin stammered, her teeth chattering, her voice faltering as she instinctively recoiled from the monstrous figure. The creature, witnessing her fear, felt a flicker of emotion in its crimson eyes, shimmering with a hint of moisture. Suddenly, it turned away, seemingly ready to dissipate into the ether. "Ingwe," a voice called out. Gu Chen had just emerged from the Supervisory Bureau and was taken aback by the scene before him. The ghostly figure, Ingwe, seemed to have encountered some trouble. Hearing its master's voice, it sluggishly turned back, appearing rather pitiful, prompting Gu Chen to furrow his brow in concern. At that moment, a playful companion made its entrance. It scampered towards Ingwe, gesturing animatedly, its small hands waving and striking poses as it coaxed the troubled spirit back to Gu Chen's side with a flourish, embodying the demeanor of an elder sister. Gu Chen had not anticipated that Ingwe would emerge from its Pokeball, sighing softly as he recalled it. Fortunately, with the assistance of Lalale Sai, he managed to console the forlorn spirit, which, though still somewhat disheartened, appeared markedly improved. "Are you the reporter from before?" Gu Chen had finally approached the long-forgotten Guo Xiaoqin, and it dawned upon him that, in fact, they were somewhat acquainted. However, what could possibly bring this woman to this place? In an instant, Gu Chen's gaze shifted subtly, and he began to piece together the circumstances. It was evident that the reporter had followed him here, and, for reasons unknown, had been frightened by the ghost, resulting in her injury. This simple chain of logic was quickly grasped by Gu Chen. "I merely wished to inquire if I could conduct a special interview with you," Guo Xiaoqin stammered. Noticing his penetrating gaze, she felt an inexplicable wave of anxiety wash over her, as if some hidden truth had been unveiled. As she spoke, she subtly shifted her injured palm backward, trying to conceal it from Gu Chen. Despite being 4 or 5 years his senior, why did she feel so uneasy in his presence? Guo Xiaoqin could not fathom the reason. Was this the consequence of harboring a guilty conscience? Yet, she had done nothing wrong. The thought made her head throb. "You're injured. Let me take you to the hospital," Gu Chen suggested. Initially reluctant to intervene, he realized that the solution lay with this woman, as her assistance was still needed regarding the ghost. This minor injury doesn't require a hospital visit,
Guo Xiaoqin replied. Her heart momentarily lifted by the realization that he seemed quite easy to get along with. Then let's south go to my place. It's not far. And I can help you dress your wound, Gu Chen continued. He glanced at his home, noting that no one was likely there, making it quite convenient. To your house. Guo Xiaoqin exclaimed, surprised, and then felt a flush of warmth on her face. What was she thinking? After all, he was still a student. Yet, going to his house could offer an opportunity for closer interaction, perhaps even unearthing some valuable information. Thus, she agreed. With Gu Chen's assistance, they arrived at his home, which, as she had imagined, was empty. His parents were at work. You could take off your shoes, Gu Chen suggested, casting a glance at her sitting on the sofa before turning to enter his room. Take off? What do you mean? Guo Xiaoqin was momentarily taken aback. His statement was rather suggestive. She looked at her shoes, which she had already removed, now clad in slippers. Surely, he didn't mean her clothes? To apply some ointment and bandage her injury, was it necessary to remove her clothing? A wave of unease washed over her. Did he harbor ulterior motives? Are you not taking them off yet? Gu Chen reemerged from the room, his brow furrowed, sounding rather impatient. Guo Xiaoqin was startled by his demeanor. What should I take off? She trembled, her body slightly quaking. If you don't remove your stockings, how can I treat the injury on your foot? Gu Chen asserted, his tone firm. Despite the barrier of her stockings, he could discern the blood seeping through, hinting at a laceration. Ah, is that what you meant? Guo Xiaoqin's face burned with embarrassment. Just as she prepared to articulate her protest, Gu Chen knelt beside her and, with a sharp rip, tore her stockings without seeking her consent. Guo Xiaoqin gasped in shock. What are you doing? She exclaimed, though her body did not react in protest. As her mission lingered in her mind. You can't take off your tights, so let us just do it this way. If we delay, it will only get worse. He remarked, his words laden with ambiguity. Guo Xiaoqin felt her cheeks flush, and she was taken aback by his unexpected knowledge of tights. Hadn't she said anything at all? Wasn't he merely a student? For a moment, she was speechless, and before she could voice her objections, her stockings were completely shredded and carelessly tossed aside. The fluidity of his actions was astonishing, almost as if he had performed them countless times before. Is this pressure acceptable? A voice inquired. It belonged to Gu Chen. It hurts a bit, Guo Xiaoqin replied softly, her voice wavering slightly. What about now? Is this more comfortable? He asked gently. Yes, it feels a bit better, she murmured, accompanied by a soft sigh. All right, if we continue, I'll be drenched in sweat, he remarked, prompting her voice to carry an undertone of longing. It's fine. Let us just leave it like this, she responded, her tone imbued with an unfulfilled desire. It's nothing serious, Gu Chen said, glancing at the bruise on her ankle. It's just a bruise. It should improve by tomorrow, and you'll be able to walk normally. He added, I'll wash my hands and then bandage your wound. Thank you, Guo Xiaoqin replied softly, her face flushed with warmth. She realized she had misjudged Gu Chen, regardless of the fluidity with which he had torn her stockings. His intentions were genuinely to help her treat her injury. It was precisely because he had torn her stockings that she discovered the depth of the wound on her calf. Blood nearly saturating her shoes. No wonder it had hurt so much. In that moment, Guo Xiaoqin felt like a complete novice in life, realizing that this soon-to-be college graduate possessed knowledge that surpassed her own. Moreover, Gu Chen had even used medicinal alcohol to alleviate the bruise on her ankle. Although it was a peculiar sensation to have someone else handling her injury so tenderly, she could not deny the bizarre comfort it brought her. However, Guo Xiaoqin could only comfort herself internally, regarding Gu Chen as merely a brotherly figure, not someone to be viewed as a true man. Furthermore, when Gu Chen had just helped her with a gentle massage, she had not even had the chance to decline before he had acted. Consequently, she ultimately surrendered to the situation entirely, reassuring herself in her thoughts. Yet, after everything had concluded, Guo Xiaoqin found her face flushed with embarrassment. There was no denying it. Gu Chen was, after all, undeniably a man. No matter how much she tried to hypnotize herself, this was an irrefutable fact. Lost in her thoughts, Gu Chen returned after washing his hands. He glanced at the wound on Guo Xiaoqin's calf, which had already stopped bleeding. He said, We must first clean the surrounding bloodstains before bandaging it, so bear with me. With that, he produced cotton swabs and alcohol. Rest assured, I can manage this. Guo Xiaoqin had just begun to speak when the cotton swab dipped in alcohol came down. Ah, she exclaimed softly. The area around her wound had some minor abrasions. So the moment the alcohol touched her skin, it inevitably caused a sharp sting, prompting her to cry out. However, the sound of her exclamation, to Gu Chen's ears, was unexpectedly exhilarating, stirring up a tumult of emotions within him. It was akin to a moan. The most crucial detail was that he was still holding her foot in his hand, feeling the remarkable smoothness of her skin. His eyes were drawn to her pale, dazzling calf and the torn remnants of her stockings, all set against the backdrop of their quiet, secluded environment, which rendered the atmosphere exceedingly intimate. Yet, what truly sparked his imagination was the view just above, although shrouded in darkness, rendering everything indistinct. That elusive quality was most captivating. Damn it, Guo Xiaoqin, this woman, was either oblivious or careless. Did she not realize that she should at least try to keep her sounds less suggestive? Gu Chen silently chided her, maintaining a calm facade, unruffled even in the face of this tumultuous situation. Deep down, however, he had mentally berated Guo Xiaoqin multiple times. Of course, he was a normal man, and every morning he transformed into an unwavering giant, a paragon of masculinity. Nevertheless, while Guo Xiaoqin might be somewhat unrefined, she was not overtly uninhibited. Perhaps it was Gu Chen's age that made her a tad more at ease. Clearing his throat, Gu Chen finally succeeded in bandaging her leg and tending to his own wounds. He let out a long sigh of relief, feeling as though he had fought countless battles. Utterly exhausted, with beads of sweat forming on his forehead. I'm truly sorry for making you go through so much trouble. Upon witnessing this, Guo Xiaoqin could not help but feel a twinge of guilt. It was evident that she perceived the task of bandaging as a considerable undertaking. Indeed, it was quite a significant effort. Yet, it was certainly not due to the act of bandaging itself. Naturally, Gu Chen had no intention of voicing this, as that would be rather awkward. I've helped you quite a bit. Shouldn't you assist me with my matters in return? Gu Chen suggested. Your matters? Guo Xiaoqin clearly did not grasp what he meant. However, she did not delve into other interpretations. What startled you earlier was my spirit, Gung Gue. Gu Chen slightly bent forward, settling on the nearby sofa. This was a situation he hoped never to encounter again in his lifetime. Gung Gue? Guo Xiaoqin seemed unaware of the implications, her eyes lighting up as she recalled the earlier vision. Yes, it is an evolved spirit, somewhat self-conscious due to its appearance, and quite sensitive. Gu Chen pursed his lips and continued. Your earlier actions must have hurt its feelings, so I hope you can accept it and become friends with it, or at least have a few words with it. This was truly Gu Chen's intention. He understood that Gung Gue's mentality required constant correction. He had been striving towards this goal and was prepared to take action, only to be met with unforeseen circumstances. Hence, he had to seek Guo Xiaoqin's assistance. Otherwise, this would remain an unresolved burden in Gung Gue's heart. Is that so? Guo Xiaoqin had not realized that she had unintentionally wounded a spirit's heart. Reflecting on the previous scene, she acknowledged that Gu Chen was indeed correct. She had harmed Gung Gue. Thus, at that moment, guilt welled up within her, accompanied by a strong sense of responsibility. Rest assured, I will certainly help you, she declared, thumping her chest, which sent a tremor coursing through her. Seeing this, Gu Chen was momentarily taken aback. This woman, what was she doing? Chapter 52, The Jealous Little Actress. What? You want to stay the night? Gu Chen stared at Guo Xiaoqin, unable to comprehend her sudden decision. Indeed, look at Gung Gue. It is still in this state. How can I leave? I would feel guilty, Guo Xiaoqin replied, glancing at Gung Gue, who was lost in thought in the corner of the room. Earlier, she had indeed attempted to communicate and apologize to Gung Gue, but it had been unsuccessful. Its fragile heart had yet to mend, which was quite vexing. Are you certain you're not intentionally getting close to me to seek an exclusive interview or scoop? Gu Chen squinted at her suspiciously. Her sudden enthusiasm raised his doubts. Before coming here, I did have such intentions. Unexpectedly, Guo Xiaoqin candidly admitted. When I arrived, I indeed aimed to approach you in hopes of uncovering some news to write about. At that moment, her gaze turned unusually determined, causing Gu Chen, who had been watching her closely, to waver slightly. Yet at that moment, I suddenly changed my mind. As she spoke, a mysterious smile appeared at the corner of her mouth, leaving him perplexed. Why? Gu Chen inquired directly, genuinely puzzled by their initial encounter, where each had harbored ulterior motives. Because your assistance toward me was solely for Gung Gue, which deeply moved me. Although Guo Xiaoqin expressed this, Gu Chen's gaze remained skeptical. She sensed this, exhaling softly as she produced a Pokeball, summoning forth a small fire monkey with a flash of red light. However, this little flame monkey seemed somewhat peculiar. Conventionally, such a spirited creature would be bouncing around energetically upon its arrival. Yet, this flame monkey not only remains still, but also appears remarkably quiet and fearful of humans. Guo Xiaoqin let out a soft sigh, bending down to pick up the little flame monkey. Gently speaking, discovered this little one while I was in the wild. It should have been nothing extraordinary, but I later realized it cannot move at all. When I brought it to the Pokemon Healing Center, I learned it is paralyzed in its lower half. Ever since, I have been caring for it, seeing the little flame monkey obediently nestled in her arms. Gu Chen felt a surge of emotion within him. So, my heart is undoubtedly aligned with yours, Guo Xiaoqin suddenly continued, if I am not mistaken. After a brief silence, Gu Chen cast a glance at the Gung Gue in the corner and said, "Well then, this sofa will be your domain for the night." "Absolutely," Guo Xiaoqin exclaimed, visibly excited by Gu Chen's agreement. With that decision made, Gu Chen chose not to engage further with her, allowing her to entertain herself while he slipped away to take a shower. Upon finishing his shower, Gu Chen emerged to find Guo Xiaoqin still attempting to communicate with Gung Gue. Strangely, Gung Gue now faced her rather than the corner, appearing somewhat exasperated, as if on the verge of vanishing from the annoyance. Gu Chen couldn't help but chuckle at the sight, unable to suppress a smile. Suddenly, a faint sound interrupted the moment. The door to Gu Chen's room swung open. It was Larvitar. Gu Chen inhaled sharply. How did this little one manage to open the door? Acting quickly, he lunged forward, but it was too late. The scene within the room had already been revealed to Guo Xiaoqin. More critically, Gu Chen could not halt his momentum and continued to tumble forward. Guo Xiaoqin gasped as Gu Chen landed atop her. This startling turn of events shocked not only the little flame monkey and Gung Gue, but also Guo Xiaoqin herself. Immediately, she heard Gu Chen's low, menacing voice beside her ear. "You saw nothing, did you?" Though his tone held a hint of threat, Guo Xiaoqin, normally quite clever, seemed momentarily dazed. Why has Lugia shrunk? Isn't it supposed to be massive? She looked at Gu Chen, her eyes filled with inquiry and confusion. Indeed, Gu Chen had received advice earlier from Deng Tianqi at the Pokemon Inspection Bureau, urging him to keep the fact that his Lugia had shrunk a secret. A decrease in size implied a reduction in combat capability, presenting potential dangers should he venture outdoors in the future. Thus, he agreed with Deng Tianqi's counsel to remain discreet about it. Yet, realizing what Xiaoqin had uncovered something she shouldn't have, she quickly covered her mouth. Though her gaze still fell on Gu Chen, whose eyes narrowed ominously. Sure enough, having this woman around invites unexpected complications. Gu Chen regretted his decision. However, the real culprit was Larvitar, who had unexpectedly opened the door. In truth, it wasn't entirely Larvitar's fault. Gu Chen had simply been absent for too long, prompting it to seek him out. "Rest assured, I will keep your secret," Guo Xiaoqin hastily promised. "You'd better," Gu Chen replied, left with no choice but to trust this woman to maintain her discretion. Yet, he was naturally laid back, if the truth were to emerge. So be it. He didn't care much anymore. In that moment, he became acutely aware of how closely they were positioned, their bodies nearly entwined. The posture was rather intimate. As he leaned down, he could perceive the contours of her form and caught a faint, pleasant scent, stirring a flurry of emotions within him. The atmosphere became palpably charged. Guo Xiaoqin seemed to sense it too, her cheeks flushing a delicate shade of pink. Just as she opened her mouth to speak, Larvitar, who had been lingering at the back, dashed forward, oblivious to the awkwardness it was about to cause. Larva. This little creature tugged insistently at Gu Chen's hand, its face displaying a mix of reluctance and jealousy, evidently displeased to witness Gu Chen so close to another. However, its arrival diffused the tension, prompting Gu Chen to hastily rise. Since the incident with Guo Xiaoqin, the atmosphere within the house had taken on a rather ambiguous tone. Gu Chen, for the first time, chose not to retreat to his room. Instead, he sat in the living room, idly watching the news on television. Larvitar remained nestled in his arms, reluctant to part from him even for a moment, fiercely clutching his shirt and casting wary glances at Guo Xiaoqin, as if she were its arch-nemesis. Gu Chen sighed, glancing down at the little diva in his embrace, gently patting its tiny frame. This little creature was not only proud, but also loved to be pampered, even displaying jealousy over nothing. Gu Chen found it perplexing. Why did this small Pokemon exhibit such human-like emotions? His gaze drifted towards Guo Xiaoqin, who was diligently working to foster a friendship between Gung Gue and the little flame monkey. Judging by Gung Gue's reactions, it seemed to be improving significantly. Gu Chan finally grasped that the little monkey was indeed a female, which explained its shyness, compounded by its paralysis in the lower half. As this realization dawned on him, he furrowed his brow, suddenly inspired. Larva! At that moment, Larvitar let out a soft cry, extending its tiny hand to push Gu Chen's face towards itself, clearly disapproving of his attention on Guo Xiaoqin. This little diva seemed to be stirring up trouble again. Gu Chun chuckled helplessly as he affectionately ruffled its head. The little creature appeared to relish the attention, showing no signs of resistance, and even responding by placing its hand atop Gu Chen's, as if claiming him for itself. It seems that the little drama enthusiast greatly enjoys Gu Chen's gentle massages. It may even believe that this is the treatment it rightfully deserves. Or perhaps it perceives it as Gu Chen's affectionate indulgence. The little actor revels in this attention, and Gu Chun finds it amusing, suddenly experiencing the peculiar sensation of being flirted with by this tiny performer. Could be true. Click. A soft sound interrupts the moment as Guo Xiaoqin, unbeknownst to them, captures this scene with her camera. It's so heartwarming that I couldn't resist taking a photo, she exclaims with a smile, extending the picture towards Gu Chun. One must admit, Guo Xiaoqin's timing in snapping this moment is impeccable. At least, when Gu Chun glimpses the photo, he is enveloped by an inexplicable sense of happiness. This woman certainly possesses a certain charm. Just then, a knock at the door draws Gu Chen's attention, and he wonders who it could be. It's my friend. I asked him to bring some clothes, Guo Xiaoqin explains hastily before slipping out. Gu Chen recalls that she had previously inquired about his address and door number. Now it all makes sense. At this moment, the little drama enthusiast seems to notice Gu Chen's gaze and quickly reaches out to touch his face. All right, Gu Chan reassures, gently embracing the petite figure of Lalula's to comfort it and prevent any mischief. The little creature then accepts the photo from Gu Chan, gazing at it quietly, a faint blush appearing on its cheeks. Guo Xiaoqin must have gone to take a shower with the clothes she retrieved. Gu Chun, in the meantime, notices that the television is broadcasting news about a recently unearthed secret realm. It turns out that this morning, a secret realm emerged in Xinhua City. Strangely, the researchers are baffled by the ethereal beings that have emerged from it. Fortunately, their numbers are few and have been contained. Moreover, the secret realm itself has been temporarily sealed off. The scene shifts to interviews with several passersby who claim to have witnessed these flying beings, asserting that they are not ethereal creatures but rather monsters, due to their formidable aggression, creatures they have never encountered before. The screen fills with a flurry of opinions and comments. Some criticize the witnesses, arguing that with so many ethereal beings, it is impossible for them to recognize them all, accusing them of spreading falsehoods. Others demand an official explanation. In any case, the discourse is lively. Gu Chun, however, finds the situation rather peculiar. Creatures unknown even to researchers? Could they possibly be divine beasts? Or perhaps similar to exotic creatures like the explosive muscle mosquito or poisonous baby? Regardless, this news has successfully captured Gu Chen's attention, and he intends to keep a close watch on the developments. After this brief interlude, Guo Xiaoqin emerges from her shower. Tonight, she seems to have assumed the role of the hostess. Nevertheless, Gu Chun hands her a pillow and a blanket before retreating to his room, leading to a night of silence. The following morning, as Guo Xiaoqin opens her eyes, she discovers her little fire monkey playing with a gung ghost. These two, inexplicably, have become good friends without any prior indications. Surprisingly, both creatures wear smiles on their faces. While Gung Ghost's grin remains somewhat eerie, it is undeniably endearing upon closer inspection. However, the radiant smile of the fire monkey is simply delightful. This is a joyful surprise that Guo Xiaoqin cannot wait to share with Gu Chun. Yet, Gu Chen's voice interrupts her thoughts. Perhaps, special ethereal beings find it easier to bond, as if they have opened their hearts to one another. Gu Chun has already risen. Even under his gaze, the fire monkey and Gung Ghost appear unperturbed, happily nestled in a corner, each cradling the fresh milk Gu Chun provided, drinking contentedly, almost like a whimsical romance between a monkey and a ghost. "You're up so early," Guo Xiaoqin exclaims, a hint of bashfulness as she runs her fingers through her hair. Suddenly, she recalls that with Gu Chun awake, he must have seen her sleeping position. The very thought makes her self-conscious. There's no need to worry. Gu Chun chuckles, flashing a thumbs up. Your sleeping posture is fantastic. Gua Xiaoqin's face instantly flushes. She knows all too well that her sleeping habits leave much to be desired. By the way, Gu Chun continues. I might be able to help the fire monkey recover from its paralysis. What? Gua Xiaoqin gasps, astonished, as if she has misheard something. Chapter 54. Twists and turned a couple of days ago. While checking in, Gu Chun received a vial of Pokemon Skeletal Enhancement Serum. The description indicated that it could strengthen Pokemon bones, making them more robust. This serum is indeed intended to bolster a Pokemon skeletal structure, potentially aiding in the fire monkey's recovery. Last night, after pondering, Gu Chun inquired with the system upon returning to his room, receiving confirmation that aligned perfectly with his thoughts. However, assisting the fire monkey would mean sacrificing an opportunity to enhance Lugia's skeletal structure. To be honest, Gu Chun hesitated. Yet this morning, witnessing the joyful interaction between Gung Ghost and the fire monkey prompted a decisive resolution. Let's help it, he determined. The serum may be lost, but opportunities to acquire it will arise again in future check-ins. The system indicated that this item has a good chance of being obtained in subsequent rewards. Furthermore, there are also skill enhancement serums available. Thus, it is not overly precious. Moreover, if Gung Ghost can transform its disposition through this, Gu Chun deems it even more worthwhile. One could argue that this is not merely aiding Gua Xiaoqin, but assisting Gung Ghost as well. Is it true? Do you really have a way to heal the fire monkey? Gua Xiaoqin's eyes reflect disbelief, yet deep within, a glimmer of hope begins to form. After all, she knows Gu Chun is a high school graduate with a divine beast. Perhaps he truly possesses a solution. Although doctors have stated that the fire monkey's condition is due to congenital skeletal atrophy and cannot be cured, it's not an illness, but rather a physical limitation. It is worth a try. Gu Chun nods. You should freshen up. I'll prepare. He turns and enters his room. 20 minutes later, Gua Xiaoqin gazes intently at the icy blue vial in Gu Chun's hand, uncertain of what it holds. However, Gu Chun explained that there was a hopeful remedy that might cure the little fire monkey. Just moments ago, as Gua Xiaoqin was washing up, she found herself puzzled as to why she would believe that a high school graduate could treat the little fire monkey, something even doctors deemed impossible. Could miracles really occur with Gu Chun? With a calm mind, Gua Xiaoqin indeed fell into doubt. Nevertheless, she still clung to a sliver of hope. Little fire monkey, drink this. Gu Chun possessed an innate charm, so much so that the little monkey showed no resistance upon seeing him. Or perhaps it was due to Gung Gui's influence. Regardless, Gu Chun effortlessly connected with it. The little monkey obediently took the potion from the slightly unfamiliar human's hand. It glanced at its owner and, upon seeing her encouraging nod, finally summoned the courage to gulp down the remedy. 1 minute passed with no reaction. Gu Chun was puzzled, while Gua Xiaoqin furrowed her brow. Suddenly, a faint crackling sound emerged, reminiscent of the popping of knuckles. This sound intermittently emanated from the little fire monkey. Gu Chun realized that the potion was finally taking effect, and even Gua Xiaoqin's eyes revealed a flicker of surprise. After 2 minutes, the intermittent sounds ceased, replaced by the little fire monkey slowly standing up on its own. It gazed at its own feet in disbelief. Gung Gui, surprisingly, appeared immensely delighted, leaping to the little fire monkey's side. The two creatures were so excited that they danced joyfully. What had transpired in just one night that had so rapidly deepened their bond? Gu Chun turned to the silent Gua Xiaoqin, who was unexpectedly in tears. Gu Chun never anticipated that Gua Xiaoqin could be so sentimental. Was she truly moved to tears? However, even more astonishing was the next moment when, in his wide-eyed astonishment, Gua Xiaoqin suddenly lunged at him, knocking him down onto the floor. The scene replicated that of the previous night. Feeling her slightly trembling body, Gu Chun hesitated to push her away. After all, it was rather comfortable. Yet to his surprise, this comfort lasted less than 30 seconds when the door suddenly swung open with a loud bang. Both Gu Chun and Gua Xiaoqin, whose eyes still glistened with remnants of tears, instinctively turned to the doorway. Standing there, looking completely bewildered, were Gu Haifeng and Qimeng Xian. Holding breakfast they had just purchased, Gu Dad and Gu Mom, returning home from work, could never have imagined witnessing such an explosive scene. Their son was with a girl in such an intimate embrace. The couple could hardly fathom it. Under the broad daylight, such a bold display. With quick reflexes, Gu Mom swiftly shut the door. Outside, the couple exchanged incredulous glances, each reflecting disbelief and confusion. Inside, Gu Chun and Guo Xiaoqin awkwardly separated. But the embarrassment was particularly pronounced for Guo Xiaoqin. After all, it was entirely due to her overwhelming excitement. Otherwise, how could Gu Chan's parents have witnessed such a scene? The thought made Guo Xiaoqin blush furiously. "I'll explain everything to your parents in a moment," she said, casting a glance at Gu Chan, her cheeks still burning. The tears of emotion and excitement had long since dried. "Forget it. The more I say, the worse it gets." Gu Chan shrugged. To be honest, he didn't care much about it. Besides, his parents surely weren't the type to be oblivious to the situation, right? Chapter 55, The Imaginative Emperor and the Performance. An hour later, having finished breakfast, Gu Chun and Guo Xiaoqin stepped outside. "Dear, what on earth is going on?" Gu Haifeng glanced at Qi Mengxian and said, "Our son has been with this girl all night. I saw them embracing so intimately just now." Gu Haifeng dared not say more, his imagination running wild. "Our son has grown up." Qi Mengxian sighed wistfully, as if recalling the days when Gu Chun was just learning to speak. How quickly time had passed. Now he could embrace a woman. Time flies. Qi Mengxian couldn't help but shake her head, feeling a mix of emotions. "Dear, look at this," Gu Haifeng suddenly exclaimed, as if he had discovered something extraordinary. "What is it?" Qi Mengxian was startled by his sudden outburst. "Look," Gu Haifeng said, reaching under the sofa and pulling out a black object. "Is this a stocking?" Qi Mengxian gasped, taking it from him, "and it looks like it's been torn." "Rip stockings." Gu Haifeng inhaled sharply, his heart racing, his face turning red as he coughed. "Dear, I don't think you own something like this, do you? Are you crazy? Why would I wear that?" Qi Mengxian shot him an incredulous glance, pushing him away while her face flushed. If it wasn't hers, then it implied, did today's youth engage in such wild antics? Gu Haifeng swallowed hard, feeling a bit of a chill run down his spine. Yet he could oddly envision such a scene. It seemed rather thrilling, didn't it? Perhaps it was torn, and she took it off? Qi Mengxian suggested hesitantly. However, her own conviction faltered. Maybe that's the case. Gu Haifeng reassured himself. But then, Qi Mengxian seemed to notice something else. Is it a bloodstain? She gazed at a mark on the stocking, rubbing it with her hand, and discovering it could indeed smudge off some dark red powder. It resembled dry blood. This revelation left Qi Mengxian momentarily speechless. Even Gu Haifeng shared in this silent shock. The couple, in that moment, were astonishingly in sync. On a moonless night, a man and a woman, lost in passion, the sound of tearing stockings echoed, followed by a series of indescribable events. And thus, the stockings were left behind during the cleanup, stained with blood. "Darling, do you think the sofa we're sitting on today is a bit messy?" Gu Haifeng smacked his lips and couldn't help but speak. "I know what you want to say," Qi Mengxian replied, biting her lower lip and letting out a sigh. "It seems we will soon be grandparents. Isn't that a bit too young?" Gu Haifeng found it hard to accept. He had hoped to enjoy a few more carefree years before becoming a grandparent. Wait, this boy's relationships seem a bit complicated. Is this the third girl already? Gu Haifeng suddenly realized the crux of the matter. "Ah, never mind that." Qi Mengxian shook her head, her thoughts drifting to Guo Xiaoqin's appearance and figure. "Actually, that young lady was quite nice, even though she seemed a bit older than our son." "Well, your standards are clearly based on a generous chest and a curvaceous figure, right?" Gu Haifeng seemed to see through everything. He understood his wife's criteria for a daughter-in-law all too well. "Isn't it better to have a good upbringing?" Qi Mengxian shot her husband glance. All right. Gu Haifeng dared not argue. Meanwhile, in the wilderness, Gu Chun, Xiao Yasi, and Guo Xiaoqin were walking through the woods. Their sole purpose for this outing was to perform a play, and it had to be a convincing one. Naturally, the performance was intended for Gong Gue. Xiao Yasi glanced at Guo Xiaoqin. Although Gu Chun had introduced her as a reporter, an invisible tension had already formed between the two women. Guo Xiaoqin sensed it too, feeling the subtle hostility in Xiao Yasi's gaze. She felt somewhat innocent, but was not surprised that Gu Chun had such a close female friend. What kind of spirit is she? Gu Chun suddenly lowered his voice and asked Xiao Yasi. She is a steel-type warrior, Xiao Yasi replied in a hushed tone. That's excellent. Gu Chun's eyes lit up, nodding in approval. The steel-type warrior should be able to perfectly counter Gong Gue. Thus, Gu Chun was very pleased with Xiao Yasi's choice of ally. Of course, Xiao Yasi beamed with joy at the compliment. The day before, She had discussed with Gu Chen how to stage the performance for Gungue. The plan was to find a spirit to cooperate with them in defeating Larula's and Little Lokia, forcing Gungue to act. Once Gungue dared to make a move, it would gradually build its confidence in combat. This strategy had long been on Gu Chen's mind, but he had never found the time to execute it. Now, with Xiao Yasi's assistance, it was perfect. On the other hand, Guo Xiaoqin was also aware of the situation. Gu Chen had warned her in advance to stay out of it, fearing she might give away their plan. "Where's your friend? Why hasn't she shown up yet?" After walking for a while, Gu Chen couldn't help but ask. "She should be around here somewhere." Xiao Yasi frowned, also puzzled. Just then, the little flame monkey walking ahead suddenly shrieked and quickly retreated a few steps. "Here it comes." Gu Chen's eyes brightened. Before them stood the steel-type warrior. However, Xiao Yasi was puzzled. "But where's my friend?" Chapter 56. This is not a play. The moment the steel-type warrior spotted Gu Chen and the others, its instinctive reaction was not to approach, but to retreat. However, Gu Chen had already thrown out a Pokeball, and Little Lokia soared into the air. This was the declaration of battle for the spirits. The steel-type warrior halted in its tracks, eyeing Little Lokia above. "Warrior." It glanced at the majestic creature in the sky, frowning. Not far away, Gu Chen could already smell the tension in the air. As he spoke, Little Lokia swooped down, executing a steel wing attack. It understood the need for a performance and did not exert full force, merely playing along. But the steel-type warrior was fierce. The moment Little Lokia descended, it leveraged its strength to execute a counter, hurling Little Lokia against a nearby tree with tremendous force. It was a far cry from the grace and composure of a legendary beast. Gu Chen's heart raced. It looked painful, yet he could understand the need for realism in their performance. However, the next moment, Gu Chen could no longer comprehend the situation. After sending Little Lokia flying, the steel-type warrior did not stop. Instead, it charged forward, intent on a relentless pursuit. "Isn't that a bit too much?" Xiao Yasi, watching from the side, was also taken aback. She had clearly instructed her friend to keep things light. As she was speaking, the bewildered Little Lokia found itself caught tightly in the steel-type warrior's embrace. "What the?" Gu Chen was astonished. The intensity of the situation and the brightness of the light made it seem like an earth-shattering event. "Laru, hurry and assist." At that moment, Gu Chen disregarded all notions of gentlemanly combat etiquette. The steel-type warrior was clearly playing dirty. If a devastating move was unleashed, Little Lokia would likely need to recuperate at the Pokemon Center for the day. Receiving Gu Chen's command, Larula's wasted no time and unleashed a powerful psychic attack. With a resounding boom, the steel-type warrior was indeed knocked back, releasing Little Lokia from its grasp. The psychic attack proved effective against the fighting-type warrior. However, this also enraged the massive spirit, which clapped its hands and let out a mighty roar. "Warrior!" Suddenly, from the thicket behind, reinforcements emerged. 2 more steel-type warriors and 3 additional steel-type warriors joined the fray. Gu Chen realized that this was not his friend's steel-type warrior, but rather a wild spirit. And a large group at that. "Oh no, this isn't good." Gu Chen quickly assessed the situation. Could it be? What a coincidence. Xiao Yasi was equally astonished. Even Guo Xiaoqin, standing nearby, looked slightly bewildered. This isn't just a play gone wrong. It's turned into a reality show. She frantically rummaged through her bag, attempting to pull out a Pokeball, only to realize, "Oh no, I left my Pokeballs at your house." She glanced at Gu Chen, unable to contain herself. Gu Chen found nothing unusual in Guo Xiaoqin's words, having experienced her carelessness before. However, for Xiao Yasi, it was a different matter entirely. "Left them at your house." What does that mean? Does this imply that this female reporter has been to Gu Chen's home? Moreover, if her belongings were there, did it mean she had stayed over? In an instant, Xiao Yasi furrowed her brow countless times. Yet Gu Chen remained oblivious to her inner turmoil. "Little Lugia, Larula's, we are prepared for battle," he bellowed. With the situation at hand, the priority was to repel the Iron Fist warriors before contemplating any theatrics. Meanwhile, Gung Gui's gaze was evidently fixed on the ongoing battle ahead, revealing a hint of yearning to assist. However, overshadowing this desire was a profound fear. It was the very nature of battle that had transformed it into what it was now. In the depths of Gung Gui's benevolent heart, there was a fatigue for conflict and a longing for peace. Gu Chen was commanding the fight and had no time to attend to Gung Gui. But the situation was different for the little flame monkey. Observing the grim state of affairs, it hurried forward, fervently communicating with Geng Gui. This scene did not escape the keen eyes of Guo Xiaoqin, who promptly captured the moment with a photograph. On another front, with Gu Chen's intervention, despite the formidable enemy lineup, Lariulas and Little Lugia, one possessing psychic abilities and the other endowed with flight, managed to hold their ground and engage in combat. Nonetheless, Gu Chen harbored hopes for Geng Gui's eventual involvement, which is why he refrained from allowing Little Lugia to evolve using the evolution key. Had he done so, the Iron Fist warriors would not have dared to act so brazenly. Xiao Yasi also wished to lend a hand, yet she had yet to summon her Piku and was blocked by Gu Chen, who reassured her that he could handle the fight alone. After all, releasing Piku would likely be futile against such formidable foes. It was worth noting that neither Gu Chen nor Lilia had yet joined the fray, and that little one was far more capable in battle than Piku. Chapter 57. Ignite Your Inner Cosmos. Geng Gui, 4 Iron Fist warriors, and 2 underlings. Such a lineup would undoubtedly intimidate anyone who happened upon in the wild, especially novice trainers who would be tempted to turn away. Yet, Gu Chen was different. He not only stood his ground, but also chose to confront them head-on. The key lay in the commendable teamwork exhibited by Little Lugia and Lariulas. Whenever Little Lugia was attacked, Lariulas would intervene, attempting to thwart the adversary's assault. Conversely, when Lariulas found itself under attack, Little Lugia would swoop in to carry it away to safety. This seamless collaboration ensured that the battle remained evenly matched, thanks in no small part to Gu Chen's adept leadership. Xiao Yasi's eyes sparkled as she watched him command the battle with unwavering determination, a deep admiration blossoming within her heart. Although she had always held Gu Chen in high regard, her feelings intensified that day, mingling with a hidden affection that grew more fervent. In the midst of this, a sudden exclamation from Guo Xiaoqin interrupted her thoughts. Little flame monkey, no. It turned out that the little flame monkey, frustrated by its inability to communicate with Geng Gui, charged into the fray, eager to assist Gu Chen and the others. However, with its barely recovered strength, it stood no chance against the Iron Fist warriors and underlings. The oversized adversaries, irritated by Lariulas and Little Lugia's resilience, unleashed their wrath upon the little flame monkey. With a single blow, without even needing the Iron Fist warrior to intervene, the underling sent the little flame monkey flying, crashing against a tree, a pained cry escaping its lips. Yet, the furious underling had no intention of letting the little flame monkey off the hook. It advanced menacingly towards it. Gu Chen furrowed his brow, glancing at Little Lugia and the others, realizing they were unable to assist the little flame monkey. His gaze shifted to Geng Gui, whose expression was equally troubled, its eyes flickering with uncertainty. A twinge of helplessness welled up in Gu Chen's heart. Meanwhile, Guo Xiaoqin could no longer contain herself and prepared to rush forth to aid the little flame monkey. However, a figure leaped out. It was Gu Chen, determined to take the initiative. If the little flame monkey's plight could not sway Geng Gui, he would lead by example. Although not a complete novice, he believed he could withstand the underling's assault. In a moment of critical urgency, he propelled himself forward, using his physical strength to collide with the underling, sending it sprawling to the ground. Yet, Gu Chen had overestimated the creature. The plump figure, slightly over a meter tall, was knocked down, emitting a pained cry. However, before Gu Chen could revel in his small victory, he felt the piercing gaze of the Iron Fist warrior lock onto him. Was the underling its offspring? Naturally, it would seek retribution for its fallen kin. As Gu Chen scooped up the little flame monkey, preparing to escape, he found himself confronted by a towering Iron Fist warrior, its imposing frame blocking his path. The situation had shifted dramatically. While Gu Chen could still confront the underling, the Iron Fist warrior instilled in him a sense of dread. If it captured him, he could very well meet his end. No, he would not gamble with his life. After all, the Pokédex claimed the Iron Fist warrior could swat away a truck with a single blow. In the distance, Little Lugia and Lariulas had also taken note of this alarming turn of events. As they attempted to rush forward to assist, they were intercepted by 2 additional Iron Fist warriors. They had finally found their opportunity to unleash their frustration and would not grant Little Lugia and Lariulas a moment's respite. Clenching his teeth, Gu Chen pondered whether it truly required Little Lugia's evolution to resolve this crisis. Holding the little flame monkey close, he instinctively took a step back. Gu Chen, on the other side, Xiao Yasi, witnessing his precarious situation, felt a surge of urgency and was about to rush in to help when Guo Xiaoqin restrained her. "What are you doing?" Xiao Yasi shot her an annoyed glance. "It's gone," Guo Xiaoqin gestured ahead. Upon turning to look, Xiao Yasi realized that Gung Gue, who had previously been present, had vanished without a trace. Suddenly, a deafening crash echoed in the air. As Xiao Yasi turned back, she saw Gung Gue reappear before Gu Chun and the little flame monkey. Not only that, but it also launched an attack on one of the Iron Palm warriors. The shadow ball struck fiercely against the opponent. Witnessing Gung Gue finally take action, Gu Chun felt a surge of excitement. After all, this indicated that his efforts had not been in vain. However, the one who was even more exhilarated was the little fire monkey. Upon seeing this scene, it cheered fervently for Gung Gue from Gu Chen's embrace. The Iron Palm warrior that had been attacked was enraged. Ignoring Gu Chun, the human, it immediately charged toward Gung Gue in unison with its companions. In an instant, they attempted to overwhelm the ghostly figure with their relentless assaults. Yet, to their astonishment, they found that their attacks were utterly ineffective. They couldn't even manage to capture Gung Gue. "Gung Gue, they are powerless against you. Quickly retaliate with Thunderbolt." Just as Gung Gue was still pondering, Gu Chen's voice rang in its ears. In that moment, the ghostly Pokemon finally comprehended the situation, and, as it floated gracefully, a tempest of electric energy enveloped it. Zap! Thunderbolt unleashed. Gung Gue's technique was immensely powerful, directly electrifying two of the Iron Palm warriors, leaving them trembling and crackling with electricity. Not only that, having already engaged in battle, Gung Gue completely ignited its inner cosmos and erupted with energy. It disregarded the condition of the Iron Palm warriors after the attack, whether they could still fight or how severely they were injured, and unleashed two more shadow balls directly upon them. Only when their bodies lay defeated did it relent. Furthermore, having concluded this skirmish, Gung Gue ferociously soared towards the nearby little Lugia, seemingly eager to assist. However, Gu Chun could faintly perceive the gleam of excitement in his gaze. Had things gone awry? Chapter 58. Guo Xiaoqin's farewell and the article Gung Gue's combat prowess was beyond question. After all, it had already reached its final evolutionary form. Moreover, with fighting-type moves rendered ineffective against it, one could confidently assert that it held a definitive advantage. Thus, with its inclusion, the battle was swiftly resolved, perfectly resolved, to the extent that Gung Gue appeared to still crave more action. Gu Chen finally grasped it. This creature, which previously seemed harmless yet bore a somewhat fierce appearance, was merely a reflection of its untapped combat potential. Indeed, once its desire for battle was ignited, Gung Gue's aggressiveness was astonishing. Fortunately, its essence remained unchanged. However, Gu Chun had gained a systematic understanding of its abilities. Gung Gue, having surpassed even the potential for evolution of little Lugia, was now the most formidable presence within his team. He approached Guo Xiaoqin, offering the little fire monkey. Although this little fellow had nearly derailed Gu Chen's plans, its presence had undeniably spurred Gung Gue into action. For that, it was truly commendable. "Thank you." Guo Xiaoqin quickly reached out to take the little fire monkey, exhaling softly. When she looked at Gu Chun, her gaze was imbued with gratitude. She recalled the perilous scene just witnessed. It had indeed been dangerous. Both Gu Chun and the little fire monkey had faced peril. Thankfully, Gung Gue had ultimately intervened. Just then, from the thicket, another Iron Palm warrior leaped forth. But before Gu Chun could speak, Gung Gue had already charged in, with a flurry of two shadow balls followed by a thunderbolt. It swiftly taught the Iron Palm warrior a lesson. However, before the dust settled, a figure emerged from behind a tree. To be precise, it was a woman. Upon seeing her, Xiao Yasi's eyes lit up as she rushed to greet her. "Vivi, why did it take you so long to arrive?" Lin Weiwei surveyed the scattered Iron Palm warriors and Mu Xiaoli warriors strewn about and was momentarily perplexed. Had Xiao Yasi not only called her for assistance, but also summoned others? "Did you not summon me to help? Here I am." Gu Chun was somewhat speechless upon hearing this. Xiao Yasi's friend was rather unreliable. "Vivi, we've encountered wild Iron Palm warriors, and the situation has been resolved." Xiao Yasi's face flushed slightly as she couldn't help but pull her friend closer. Lin Weiwei, feeling a bit helpless, ran her fingers through her hair and said, "Apologies. I got a bit lost." She began to grasp what had transpired. Although a mix-up had occurred, the outcome had ultimately taken a favorable turn. Thus, Gu Chen said nothing further. After all, the other party had come for a friendly appearance, and while there were minor flaws in the execution, it was not appropriate to nitpick. Having temporarily settled the matter concerning Gung Gue, Gu Chun and his companions returned to Shishui City. By this time, it was already dinner time, so Gu Chun wasted no time and directly proposed to celebrate Gung Gue's achievement with a hearty meal. Naturally, Xiao Yasi was more than willing to spend more time with him and readily agreed. As for Lin Weiwei, who felt she hadn't contributed much and had merely come along, she was visibly embarrassed. However, unable to resist Gu Chen's warm invitation, she also joined in. As for Guo Xiaoqin, she was merely along for the ride. Gu Chen chose a Pokemon-themed restaurant, which featured separate dining areas for Pokemon and humans. Such establishments were not particularly rare in Shishui City. However, coincidentally, this restaurant was hosting an event where patrons could challenge the battle arena at the back of the restaurant. If victorious, they would receive a 30% discount, and if defeated, there would be no loss incurred. Given the restaurant's booming business, Gu Chen grew intrigued. Regardless of the outcome, he was eager to engage in a battle. However, to his surprise, the restaurant manager recognized him and declared that he could not use his legendary Pokemon, Lugia. Gu Chen hadn't anticipated that he had begun to gain a bit of notoriety in Shishui City, though he had not been keeping tabs on the online news. Hearing the manager acknowledge him today marked a preliminary recognition. Nevertheless, Gu Chen was indifferent to not using Lugia. After all, his original intention had been to deploy Gung Gue. The coincidence was uncanny. It felt as if he had inadvertently stumbled into a den of Iron Palm warriors, as the restaurant's Pokemon selection prioritized Iron Palm warriors. Consequently, without needing to say a word, Gung Gue had already pounced. After all, battling these Iron Palm warriors was simply exhilarating. It was utterly satisfying to unleash powerful attacks without restraint. Therefore, it came as no surprise that Gu Chen secured the discount. The restaurant manager, astonished that Gu Chen not only possessed Lugia, but also had such a formidable and peculiar Gung Gue by his side, was left utterly speechless. Was this truly a high school student? He has defeated none other than the formidable Iron Palm warrior, a champion belt holder proudly owned by their boss. Nighttime. I am leaving, but do come and visit me again in Yangzhou. Guo Xiaoqin flashed a smile at Gu Chen and said, to be honest, the experiences of this day have been quite enriching for me, especially the recovery of the little fire monkey's body. That alone is enough to satisfy me. Well, safe travels. Gu Chen, being a straightforward individual, did not say much more. By the way, here is something for you, Guo Xiaoqin announced, handing over a photograph. It prominently featured Gu Chen embracing a Larvitar, capturing their warm interaction, a scene that had just unfolded in the restaurant. At that moment, the little Larvitar had been demanding food from Gu Chen, refusing to go to the Pokemon dining area, forcing Gu Chen to relent. Is this woman secretly taking pictures of me again? Gu Chen mused. By the way, Gu Chen, I'm planning to publish an article about you in the Yangzhou Pokemon Daily. You don't mind, do you? Guo Xiaoqin continued. An article? You're not planning to publish something bizarre about me, are you? Gu Chen's brow furrowed as he cast her a glance. This woman, was she going to stir up trouble again? Rest assured, it will be an incredibly positive piece that amplifies your charismatic persona. Who knows? It might even attract a swarm of admirers, making it much easier for you to find a girlfriend in the future, she said, unable to suppress a chuckle. Who cares? Gu Chen shrugged and replied, do as you wish. I'll allow it, considering the photo you provided. He took the photograph from Guo Xiaoqin's hand. The moment of interaction with the little thespian was indeed quite significant. Moreover, it perfectly captured the instant of feeding it. Both of them were radiating joy in the picture. One must admit, Guo Xiaoqin had quite the knack for capturing moments. Chapter 59. The Pokemon Summer Camp begins. It had been 3 days since Guo Xiaoqin's departure. During this time, Gu Chen had garnered a notorious reputation at the Westwater City Battle Park. He was now known as the trainer of the Demon Jengar. Indeed, over the past few days, he had challenged trainers at the battle park with Jengar, sparing neither novices nor seasoned trainers. Every battle ended in a decisive victory. Consequently, upon seeing Gu Chen, many trainers would turn tail and flee, waving the white flag before he even issued a challenge, forfeiting their Pokeballs. Gu Chen found this rather exasperating. The crux of the matter was Jengar's ferocity and speed in battles. It seemed that after parting from the little fire monkey, Jengar was venting its displeasure through these battles, displaying an almost fearsome demeanor. In the blink of an eye, it dispatched opponents with ease, thus earning its fearsome moniker. However, Gu Chun's ambitions did not confine him to the battle park alone. He also invested in joining a battle club. To his surprise, the opponents there were considerably stronger, though still manageable for a Larvitar. There remained a noticeable gap when it came to Jengar. To address this, Gu Chun summoned Zhong Yufeng to create a video showcasing him commanding Jengar in battle. He understood that daring to engage openly in battles at the park would inevitably attract the gaze of onlookers. Instead of simply letting it happen, Gu Chun preferred to invite his collaborator to generate some buzz. Besides, it would also provide an opportunity to earn some extra income. Initially, Gu Chun's association with Lugia had lost its novelty. It was no longer a trending topic. After all, the internet evolves rapidly. What peculiarities can't one find? It was unreasonable to expect constant attention on oneself. Moreover, it was merely Lugia. It wasn't a legendary Pokemon like the Super Green Caterpillar or the non-flying Groudon. Attention inevitably wanes. However, once the Jengar video surfaced, Gu Chun once again exploded in popularity. His name echoed across various platforms: Little Broken Station, Slow Hands, Douyin, Wintermelon Video, and others, remaining a top feature for several days. Trainers everywhere were abuzz, discussing Gu Chun's commanding abilities and the mysterious origins of his Jengar. Some even illustrated Jengar's likeness, creating models and merchandise. One must commend Zhong Yufeng's editing skills. His video angles and cuts stirred even Gu Chun, the main character, with a surge of adrenaline. It was no wonder that trainers held Jengar in such high regard. After all, Lugia's battles were grandiose and beyond the reach of the average trainer. Who could possess such a legendary creature? The answer was evident. Yet, Jengar was different. It was a Pokemon that one could truly connect with. Thus, Gu Chun realized that things from lofty heights might not resonate, as they are unattainable for many. Conversely, it is the ordinary Pokemon that strikes a chord with the masses. As the excitement began to wane, a new article from a Yangzhou Pokemon newspaper thrust Gu Chun back into the spotlight. Guo Xiaoqin had not conducted any interviews with him, but rather penned a piece from an observer's perspective, reflecting on her experiences as a trainer alongside Gu Chun. The article did not recount the tale of healing the little fire monkey or the story of the young Lugia. Instead, it depicted the daily interactions between Gu Chun and Jengar, illustrating his concerns for Jengar and the heartfelt journey that ultimately guided Jengar back on track. It also highlighted his selfless acts to save the little fire monkey. One must acknowledge Guo Xiaoqin's writing prowess. She vividly captured the essence of a trainer's dedication and struggles for their Pokemon, evoking deep emotions that could bring even the most stoic readers to tears. Moreover, the conclusion struck a poignant note. A trainer who genuinely cares for their Pokemon will undoubtedly receive the best rewards in return. Gu Chun is extraordinary. I believe this is why he possesses Lugia. This is the reason for his remarkable strength. After reading the article, Gu Chun himself was left bewildered. Had he unknowingly become so exceptional and charming? He was equally perplexed. Yet this article was indeed being fervently shared. This daily report has been reprinted countless times. Although Guo Xiaoqin missed the exclusive interview, she managed to generate a different kind of buzz for her newspaper on another level. However, the greatest beneficiary remains Gu Chun, who has been hailed by netizens as the most positive energy trainer of the new era. This acclaim has even reached the ears of the Elf Alliance. Gu Chun's parents have also reaped the rewards, becoming well known at their workplace. Their boss could not help but treat them with utmost courtesy, promising not only a salary increase, but also a revision of their working hours, reducing their shifts to 5 hours a day with a pay that is 5 to 6 times more than before. The disparity during this period is astonishing. Friends and relatives who visit cannot help but praise them, showering them with compliments. For a time, the couple was inundated with invitations, leaving them utterly busy. Of course, there would be more ripple effects to follow. After being idle for so many days, Gu Chun is finally on the verge of welcoming his summer camp activity. Moreover, it is rumored that this summer camp will be unprecedented in scale, taking place by the seaside in the neighboring city. Chapter 60. The enormous king carp causes a stir by the East Sea City, by the seaside. This has always been a popular vacation spot for people from nearby cities. However, this summer, a large area has been requisitioned to host the elf summer camp. There is no choice. Even with complaints, one must comply with the special approval from the Elf Alliance. Chen glanced at the row of villas by the beach, all repurposed as dormitories, along with a dedicated cafeteria. It seems this summer camp is indeed on an unprecedented scale. In previous years, he had heard that the camps were casually organized in Shishui City. What is even more surprising is that Principal Wang Jinyan has also come along this time, indicating his keen interest in this summer camp. Nonetheless, what truly terrifies Chen is the sheer number of participants. It is utterly overwhelming. After a rough calculation, it seems there are several thousand attendees. Chen, your accommodation has been arranged. Here is your room key. You will need to find it yourself, said Wang Jinyan. Drenched in sweat, yet a hint of a mischievous smile lingered at the corner of his mouth. This was a prior agreement with Chen, ensuring he would have a private living space, which the principal had not forgotten. Chen wasted no time in accepting it, acknowledging his understanding. Wang Jinyan likely had many matters to attend to, so it was reasonable he couldn't escort him. However, upon arriving at his room, Chen was astonished to find Xiao Yasi there. You're staying here too? He exclaimed in disbelief. Could this be the power of capital? Xiao Yasi chuckled, a hint of mischief in her smile. It's a family-style accommodation, and by chance there are 2 rooms. This was a special favor I requested from Principal Wang. This was made possible because her family had long been acquainted with the principal of number 1 high school in this city. Thus, the two found themselves living together, albeit only partially cohabiting, given the spaciousness of the place. Nevertheless, having Xiao Yasi as a roommate has its benefits. She is well versed in the rules of the summer camp. In fact, if it weren't for her, Chen would have likely missed the afternoon assembly. They were assigned to the first camp, which is akin to being in the same class. In addition to Chen and Xiao Yasi, there were around 90 other students, led by 2 male teachers named Yu Zigong and Long Chengqing. Chen noticed that other classes had a male and female teacher pairing, making their class quite unique. It is said that both Yu Zigong and Long Chengqing have considerable experience, likely veterans of the summer camp. Chen soon realized his influence. Nearly everyone in the class, including Xiao Yasi, frequently cast glances in his direction. The 2 teachers did the same, as did those in the adjoining class. Even Chen, typically composed, could not help but feel a bit flustered. Thankfully, the attention was merely curious, without any overly intense reactions. Just as the 2 teachers announced that they would conduct a battle to facilitate mutual understanding, an unexpected event occurred at the seaside. A tremendous roar echoed from the ocean, followed by a colossal wave. This spectacle captured the attention of all the students, leaving them bewildered. Suddenly, a gigantic king carp leaped from the water. How enormous was it? Nearly 5 meters tall, its size exceeded that of an ordinary king carp by more than 5 times. Truly terrifying. Its appearance successfully captivated everyone at the beach. Even more astonishing, this king carp leaped onto the shore, causing utter chaos. When had the students in this training camp ever encountered such a scenario? They rarely had the opportunity to interact with wild elves. The eruption of excitement was palpable as the enormous king carp emerged. Master, look, a super-gigantic king carp. Even Lugia, who had been quietly resting on Chen's wrist, could not contain herself and transformed back into her elf form, exclaiming in awe. It was clear just how monumental the arrival of this giant king carp was. Chen even noticed some students rushing forward, eagerly brandishing their Pokeballs. With one brave soul daring to be the first, others soon followed suit. A wave of students disregarded their teachers' attempts to restrain them and surged forward. Master, let us hurry. Such a massive king carp might evolve into a Mega Gyarados. Mega Gyarados? Chen was taken aback. ISNT that's supposed to require a Mega Stone? Could it truly evolve into a Mega Gyarados? With no time to question Lugia further, Chen immediately broke away from the group. This was no joke. Gyarados had always been one of Chen's favorite water-type elves. Now, with such a colossal specimen, it might indeed become extraordinarily powerful after evolution. He could not let this opportunity slip away. His passion for elves drove Chen to join the throng charging forward. As Chen dashed ahead, chaos erupted in the first camp, with a throng of students racing after him. Chapter 61. The enormous vortex cloud by the sea. Having witnessed such a gigantic king carp, Chen couldn't help but feel exhilarated. Having previously seen similar creatures only in anime, usually involving Team Rocket submarine. Now, witnessing it in person filled him with thrill. However, he still missed the optimal opportunity. As a multitude of Pokeballs soared through the air towards the colossal Magikarp, an unexpected phenomenon unfolded. The giant creature appeared impervious to the onslaught. As none of the trainer's attempts bore fruit, observing its thrashing form, the trainers hesitated to approach. Chen furrowed his brow, recalling a set of netballs he had previously signed for, specifically designed for coastal Pokemon. Might they prove effective? With determination, Chen harnessed his skills as a baseball player, swiftly climbing onto a rock and launching his netball at the giant Magikarp. The sound of the ball slicing through the air captured everyone's attention instantaneously. Students and teachers along the shore were captivated by Chen's stance. It was no surprise that he was the one who had captured a Lugia, as his throwing technique and speed were unparalleled compared to the other students. With a soft plop, Chen's netball struck true, successfully ensnaring the colossal Magikarp within its confines. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Could it be that a promising Pokemon was about to be captured so swiftly? However, the netball was unyielding. After a couple of rotations, the giant Magikarp burst forth from his sphere. It cast a wary glance at Chen, then, with a splash, attempted to plunge back into the sea. Yet, Chen was in a state of utter focus. He advanced rapidly while summoning his Jengar, unleashing 2 Shadow Balls towards the retreating giant Magikarp. Panic ensued for the Magikarp. It had merely emerged for a brief moment, yet was met with such aggression. However, it was no mere bystander. Utilizing its splash ability, it managed to escape back into the ocean. At that moment, Chen was oblivious to anything else. Just as he was about to shed his clothes and dive in pursuit, a powerful grip seized him. "Do not go down there. It's dangerous." It was Long Chengqing, one of the teachers from their camp. Confused, Chen turned to see ominous clouds gathering over the sea, an unsettling sight that suggested impending doom. An ancient secret realm is approaching. Swiftly retreat to safety. Long Chengqing shouted, clearly an experienced field instructor who grasped the gravity of the situation instantly. Teachers who had arrived late rushed to escort the students to safety. An ancient secret realm, Chen was taken aback. Realizing it was his first encounter with such a phenomenon at the seaside, was this truly the prelude to something extraordinary? As if to affirm his thoughts, a colossal vortex cloud materialized above, transforming the seascape into a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. At its center, a massive black hole emerged. Turning back, Chen noted that the sky behind him remained clear, yet the front was starkly different. This dichotomy left him in awe and exhilaration. Suddenly, 5 waterspouts erupted from the sea, drawing the ocean's water skyward as if a tornado had formed, a breathtaking spectacle. The students, who had initially retreated, now gazed in astonishment, their voices filled with awe at the unexpected marvel they were witnessing during their summer camp. What a delightful surprise! Just then, another astonishing event unfolded. Thunder and lightning crackled around the 5 towering waterspouts, which began to converge into a singular, awe-inspiring column. "Look, what is that?" someone shouted. But Chen had already seen it. It was the giant Magikarp, soaring atop the towering water column. What was happening? Was it attempting to leap over the Dragon Gate? Chen couldn't help but recall that ancient legend. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred as a bolt of lightning struck the colossal Magikarp, nearly knocking it from its perch on the water column. Moreover, the water column seemed to be charged with electricity, erupting with violent sparks, a terrifying yet mesmerizing sight. "Quickly, retreat to safety. This is perilous," Long Chengqing urged Chen. He recognized the student, but understood that the current situation was far too dangerous. A stray bolt of lightning could prove fatal. Chen, aware of the imminent danger, began to step back. As he did, the giant Magikarp was once again struck by lightning. It was injured. Gasps filled the air as Chen pieced together the reality. The Magikarp was likely on the verge of evolution, and its immense size would require extraordinary circumstances for it to achieve transformation. The Pokemon, being a sentient creature, was well aware of the conditions it needed. Just then, rain began to fall, the droplets stinging against their skin. Yet the students remained, captivated by the spectacle, and even the teachers found it impossible to disperse the crowd, opting instead to maintain a safe distance while watching in awe. After all, witnessing such a rare phenomenon was an invaluable experience. The rain appeared to benefit the giant Magikarp, which thrashed once more, ascending the colossal water column towards the sky. This breathtaking sight seemed unprecedented, even for Long Chingching and his fellow instructors, who were spellbound. Alas, it may not evolve, Long Chingching muttered. Gu Chun, attuned to his words, inquired urgently why not. The water column is diminishing. The secret realm is about to manifest. If it cannot reach the summit, it may face failure. Gu Chun clenched his teeth, recognizing the gravity of the situation. The relentless lightning strikes had battered the giant Magikarp, leaving it bruised and battered. It was evident that these strikes were obstructing its evolution. Despite its injuries, the determination and desire in its eyes shone through as it battled against the storm's fury. If this attempt failed, what would become of it? Guchen turned to Long Chingching and asked, what happens if it fails? Perhaps it will lose its chance for evolution. It may remain as it is for life. No. Upon hearing this, Gu Chun gritted his teeth. I must lend a hand. With that, he dashed forward, leaving everyone behind. Lilia excitedly flapped her wings, eagerly following in his wake. This was precisely the kind of adventure she adored. What are you trying to do? Long Chengqing shouted, attempting to catch up with Gu Chun. To his astonishment, Gu Chun had already summoned his Pokemon. Whoosh! A blue-white light pierced the sky, revealing a fully evolved Lugia before everyone's eyes. The appearance of Lugia sent the students into a frenzy of joy. Even Long Chengqing momentarily faltered, as he had almost forgotten that Gu Chun possessed such a formidable asset. Lugia, the harbinger of storms, was summoned to assist Magikarp in its evolution. With a loud roar, Gu Chun's intention was straightforward, to sustain the tempest, enabling Magikarp to ascend. While not directly aiding Magikarp, he was nonetheless providing indirect support. Surely, this did not contravene any rules. Lugia understood its master's intentions, and with a powerful flap of its wings, soared into the sky. Its resounding call echoed across the expanse, reverberating in the hearts of every trainer present. As it ascended higher, it vanished into the clouds. In a fleeting moment, the sea began to churn violently. Towering waves surged, crashing against the shore with thunderous roars. The surrounding waters witnessed the re-emergence of a waterspout. Moreover, the sky darkened. The winds howled, and the rain intensified. Amidst the tempest, columns of water converged towards the center. What was once a waning water column became a raging torrent once more. Lugia, true to its moniker as the sea god, possessed the power to both quell and conjure storms. This awe-inspiring force was indeed the hallmark of divine beings. In that moment, all the students on the shore were filled with admiration and envy, for this was a creature with a master. However, as the storm raged, Magikarp began to falter. Its body was battered, blackened, and stained with blood, teetering on the brink of collapse. Yet, it had only traversed 2/3 of the journey. The aspiration to leap to the heavens and transform into a majestic creature still lay far ahead. Lugia, high above the clouds, emitted another cry, seemingly rallying Magikarp with encouragement. Lilia perched on Gu Chen's shoulder, her tiny form drenched yet brimming with excitement. It seemed she relished this exhilarating atmosphere. Go, Magikarp! Don't give up! Gu Chen bellowed, disregarding everything else. Standing on the rocks, he resembled a hero, arm raised high, his gaze resolutely fixed on the heavens. He was a mere breath away from transforming into a champion. His thunderous shout reached Magikarp, which opened its eyes slightly and seemed to gain renewed resolve. Its body began to stir. With Gu Chun leading the charge, the students along the shore echoed his rallying cries. A cacophony of cheers from Magikarp resounded throughout the coastal expanse. Whether it was the collective encouragement or Gu Chun's fervent support, Magikarp began to inch forward. However, due to its injuries, its movements were painfully slow. Yet, Gu Chun had bestowed upon it the tempestuous might of Lugia. Each time the rain threatened to cease, Lugia's resounding call heralded another wave of torrential downpour. Thus, even at a snail's pace, Magikarp would eventually ascend. Indeed, it was nearing the pinnacle. Yet, seemingly intent on thwarting its progress, a massive bolt of lightning descended from the sky. It struck Magikarp with pinpoint accuracy, enveloping it in a blinding flare. Was this the end? Gu Chun could not help but murmur. Damn it, just when it was almost complete, such a calamity strikes. The onlooking students sighed in unison, lamenting the potential failure of such a magnificent, resilient Magikarp. It seemed that fate had no favor for the diligent. However, just as despair hung in the air, Magikarp surged once more. No, it wasn't merely moving, it was evolving. Its entire form radiated a mesmerizing purple light as it leapt forward. This was Water Splash. In this moment, Magikarp executed its signature move, successfully bridging the gap. It had entered the cycle of evolution. Roar! A thunderous roar erupted. Everyone stood in stunned silence. Encased in a shimmering purple light, Magikarp began to elongate, revealing the silhouette of Gyarados. Yet, those familiar with Gyarados' S-form, even Chen, noticed discrepancies in its shape. It was not merely a matter of size, but also of appearance. However, at this moment, the radiant Gyarados was still Magikarp, shrouded in light, rendering confirmation impossible. Nevertheless, its majestic leap captivated all. Almost all trainers recognized that Magikarp was on the verge of evolution. Evolve, Magikarp! You can do it! Chen whispered, his gaze filled with pride. In a hidden corner, he slowly retrieved a Pokeball from his pocket, fully prepared for the moment of transformation. Chapter 63. The gigantic Super Gyarados is mine. Roar! The earth-shattering roar resounded. Under the gaze of all, Magikarp finally completed its evolution. Unlike any other Gyarados, this was a truly unique creature. In Chen's words, it appeared even more formidable and terrifying than a Super Gyarados, measuring a staggering 20 meters in length. Its dragon fins were exaggerated and billowing. The silver gleam of its crown emanated a chilling brilliance, appearing exceptionally sharp. Its crimson dragon eyes glowed with an eerie light, exuding ferocity. Its dragon whiskers flowed gracefully, and a few strands of mane graced its jaw and neck. Most strikingly, its scales shimmered with a unique purple hue, setting it apart from all other Gyarados. The scales on the abdomen shimmered with an inky black hue, radiating a chilling luminescence that suggested formidable defensive capabilities. Even more captivating was the crackling electricity that coursed through its form, an exhilarating spectacle that effortlessly captivated the gaze of all. Even Chen found himself entranced, momentarily forgetting that he was still clutching a Pokeball in his hand. The colossal Mega Gyarados soared into the sky. Alas, it was destined to return to the embrace of the ocean. Chen could not fathom why the Gyarados, despite possessing flying attributes, remained incapable of flight. Everyone's attention was diverted to Groudon, the legendary Pokemon, neglecting to extend a modicum of compassion towards the Gyarados, a creature burdened with misfortune. Thus, I shall alter your fate, Chen declared, positioning himself with meticulous precision. Go Ultra Ball! With a vigorous throw, as the massive Mega Gyarados plummeted towards the ocean's surface. Chen's Ultra Ball sliced through the air. This moment was meant to resonate. Perhaps it was the favor of destiny or the protection of a protagonist's aura. Regardless, even from a considerable distance away, the Pokeball pierced through everything, heading straight for the Mega Gyarados. Unbeknownst to him, it was Lugia who subtly assisted him, controlling the storm to guide the Ultra Ball forward. Otherwise, how could Chen possibly throw it so far? Yet, the soaring Pokeball astonished everyone. What happened to the positive energy Chen was supposed to embody? We all assumed he was focused on Magikarp's evolution, but he quietly threw out a Pokeball. What audacity! How could he achieve such a long throw? In an instant, trainers across the vast sea went into a frenzy. They too wished to partake in the excitement. Thus, they hurriedly dashed forward, eager to cast their own Pokeballs, hoping for success. After all, this magnificent Gyarados was a creature they aspired to possess. However, despair washed over them as, beneath the colossal shadow, Chen's Ultra Ball successfully absorbed the Mega Gyarados. Even Long Ching was momentarily taken aback. This kid possesses some intrigue. Just as all the trainers paused, longing to catch another glimpse of the Mega Gyarados, a blue and white figure suddenly descended from the clouds. It seemed to be beckoning for something. The tempest abruptly ceased, and the ocean's surface gradually regained its tranquility. Lugia spiraled down from the heavens, firmly grasping the Pokeball containing the Mega Gyarados. Had the capture been successful? In an instant, a wave of questions surged within everyone, but in the next moment, they swiftly discerned the answer. Indeed, the capture had been successful. It almost slipped away. Thankfully, Lugia had intimidated it. Lilia's voice echoed in Chen's ears, and he finally understood the unfolding events. Just as he was contemplating, Lugia approached and tossed the Pokeball into his awaiting hands. Why is it always him? The Mega Gyarados is gone. I want to cry, but tears elude me. My heart aches to the point of breathlessness. In an instant, the coastline erupted with a chorus of reactions. Expressions of envy, jealousy, blessings, and resentment filled the air. Each person lamented, cursing themselves for not being clever enough to follow Chen's example. Perhaps the Mega Gyarados could have been theirs. Such a complex array of emotions. Meanwhile, Chen firmly held the Ultra Ball containing the Mega Gyarados. It felt heavy in his hand. This would be a new addition to his team. Successfully captured, the colossal Mega Gyarados would surely surpass even the strongest of Caterpie. With proper training, perhaps it could evolve into the next Rayquaza. A smile spread across Chen's face. Nothing brings greater joy to a trainer than capturing a coveted Pokemon. This summer camp truly proved worthwhile. Chen quietly secured the ball and, in turn, brought Lugia back to him. Behind him, a multitude of discussions erupted. The sea before him now bore a massive whirlpool, resembling a black hole. Surely, this was the entrance to the secret realm? Chen licked his lips. It was his first time encountering such a secret realm up close, and it appeared rather formidable. Behind him, Xiaoyasi gazed at Chen's back, her eyes brimming with delight, even forgetting her own drenched state. She felt joy for Chen, as if she had captured the Pokemon herself. Simultaneously, another pair of eyes, belonging to a strikingly beautiful girl with a modern flair, fixated on Chen. She appeared to be of a similar age to him. Nightfall enveloped Donghai City by the seaside. Due to the emergence of the secret realm, a portion of the ocean had been temporarily regulated by the Pokemon League's Patrol Division. Ordinary trainers were forbidden from entering. Chen wished to venture inside, but found himself unable. However, observing the secret realm, it seemed unlikely to vanish anytime soon, so he planned to devise another strategy. Meanwhile, Chen was attentively examining his Mega Gyarados. It was undeniably magnificent, even more dazzling than Lugia, especially the electric sparks surrounding it. A visual spectacle akin to a player adorned in flashy attire from a game. It bore resemblance to the skins Chen had once utilized in his previous life while playing a mobile game. A breathtaking sight. Even Xiaoyasi, who had been waiting beside Chen, couldn't help but steal glances. However, she appeared flushed, her demeanor somewhat peculiar. Yet, Chen was engrossed in his Mega Gyarados and remained oblivious to her condition. Master, this Gyarados has undergone a transformation, possessing 3 types of attributes, Lilia exclaimed, flapping her wings excitedly. Since Chen captured the Gyarados, she had been the most enthusiastic, persistently wanting to observe the magnificent creature. Finally, there was time to sneak away and take a look. After all, they had been following the teacher's instructions all day. It seemed the training camp would be delayed a few days, allowing everyone to stay in their rooms, get to know each other, and foster friendships. They were also cautioned against wandering near the seaside, among other advisories. What 3 types of attributes? Chen could not restrain his curiosity. There are evil attributes, water attributes, and even electric attributes. After circling around the mighty Gyarados, Lilia confidently spoke up. Electric attributes? Chen exclaimed, surprised. So these electric sparks are not just special effects. However, he pondered, do the water and electric attributes not conflict? Indeed, Lilia seemed to comprehend Chen's inner doubts and replied, although I am unsure why these 2 seemingly contradictory attributes coexist, Gyarados appears capable of controlling the electricity within itself. Therefore, it poses no danger even while submerged in water. As she spoke, the little girl fluttered her wings and gently touched the Gyarados' robust scales. Look, no electricity is affecting me. Chen scratched his head, contemplating, could this be due to the lightning during its evolution's final moments? That is indeed a possibility, Lilia remarked, tapping her lips thoughtfully, then floated in front of Chen, saying, if that's the case, possessing a Gyarados is truly rare. You must nurture it well. What skills does it possess? Chen inquired, glancing at the Gyarados. He was determined to nurture this magnificent creature regardless. Moreover, his aspiration was to one day soar through the skies upon it. Just the thought filled him with exhilaration. It can bite, surf, unleash Dragon Rage, employ Iron Tail, and generate Thunder Wave, Lilia listed. However, there is something rather special. It seems to have acquired a new ability. The little girl appeared to have stumbled upon an unexpected delight. Oh, what ability? Gu Chen's interest peaked at the mention of a new ability. Electric Body, Lilia explained, if it is struck by a physical attack, it has a chance to paralyze its opponent. Gu Chen's eyes brightened slightly. This ability was indeed promising. It could serve both offensive and defensive purposes. Nevertheless, the Gyarados' skills were rather ordinary and not particularly outstanding. The only electric skill it possessed was Thunder Wave. Yet, even with these modest abilities, Gu Chen felt content. He reached out to stroke the Gyarados' immense body and gently said, "Let's call it a day. Rest well." With that, he retrieved the Pokeball and returned the majestic Pokemon within. Having completed everything, Gu Chen turned to leave, only to find Xiao Yasi behind him. Her face flushed and beads of sweat adorning her forehead. Realizing she had been waiting for him, he frowned and hurried over, asking, "Is something wrong? You seem off." "And no, I'm fine." Xiao Yasi hastily shook her head, attempting to retreat, not wanting him to see her predicament. However, the more she tried to hide, the more Gu Chen felt puzzled. Observing her appearance, he stepped forward and placed his large hand on her forehead. It was burning hot. "You have a fever." Gu Chen confirmed her condition with certainty, considering she had been caught in the rain earlier and had ventured out with him to enjoy the sea breeze at night. He thought, while he could manage, she, as a girl, surely could not withstand it. "Really, I'm fine." Xiao Yasi perhaps did not want to be a burden, so she hesitated to admit it, weakly pulling away from his hand, resting on her forehead and stepping back. "Don't say that." Gu Chen gritted his teeth in frustration. This girl was clearly in a serious state, nearly unable to stand, yet she still insisted on being strong. How could Gu Chen not be angry upon witnessing this? "Come on, let's go back and get you some medicine," he declared, seizing her hand and resolutely leading her towards the dormitory. However, the distance to the dormitory from this coastal area was still considerable. Not even a third of the way, Xiao Yasi stumbled, almost collapsing to the ground. Her fever was worse than he had anticipated. Without hesitation, Gu Chen bent down to carry her on his back and continued toward the dormitory. This left Xiao Yasi's heart racing. Not only was he holding her hand, but now he was also carrying her, and there were so many people watching. At one point, in her dazed state, she even thought she saw a teacher, which only made her temperature rise further. The girl buried her head tightly against Gu Chen's back to hide her embarrassment. Meanwhile, Gu Chen's every action and deed drew considerable attention, especially on the online forums. News of him capturing the mighty Gyarados had already spread. Within this small summer camp, his presence shone like a star. Thus, it was no surprise that he garnered so many gazes. However, one pair of eyes, while focused on Gu Chen, held a different sentiment from the rest. Chapter 65. The Curious Little Thespian Inside the Dormitory of the Summer Camp. Gu Chen glanced at Xiao Yasi, who lay on the bed. He had just administered her fever-reducing medication and applied a cooling patch, all prescribed by the camp's doctor, which he merely followed. Yet, Gu Chen was perplexed by the doctor's serious words before leaving. "Young man, you shouldn't stay here too long. It won't benefit her condition." This statement left him utterly confused. How could my presence affect her illness? Am I a pathogen? He dismissed the remark as nonsense. "How are you feeling now?" he asked, noticing Xiao Yasi's still flushed face. Unable to suppress his concern. "Much better," she quickly nodded, avoiding his gaze to evade embarrassment. However, she could not help but glance at him. She indeed felt more lucid and invigorated, yet her temperature remained stubbornly high. There was no escaping the fact that every time Xiao Yasi looked at Gu Chen, she recalled how he had rushed to carry her here. To put it in the words of a young girl's heart, at that moment, Gu Chen exuded undeniable boyfriend energy. Her heart raced uncontrollably, making it impossible for her temperature to decrease. "Much better?" Gu Chen frowned, gently brushing his hand against her cheek and saying, "I don't feel any improvement at all. You're still burning up. Did the summer camp hire a quack? This won't do. I must report this to Principal Wang," he declared, rising abruptly, only to be caught by Xiao Yasi's hand, which she quickly released. "Don't. I really feel much better," she insisted, her face still flushed, but her eyes sparkled with an inexplicable light. "I just need to rest a bit. I'm truly feeling much better than before." Well, seeing her insistence, Gu Chen felt it inappropriate to say anything further. If it becomes difficult next time, she need not accompany me. Should something happen, it would be unfortunate. The atmosphere had been quite pleasant, yet Gu Chen could not resist making a rather blunt remark. However, understanding his nature, Xiao Yasi did not take offense. Instead, she smiled and said, I simply wish to accompany you. Ultimately, a company transformed into together. She still lacked the courage to utter that word. Rest while Gu Chan said, a smile gracing his lips. If you need anything, just let me know. Xiao Yasi replied, glancing at him and nodding eagerly. After watching him depart, her heart remained unsettled for a long time. If a single bout of fever could encourage Gu Chun to embrace his true self, it would certainly be worthwhile, she mused. With this thought, she no longer felt discomfort. Her happiness was as simple as that. Upon returning to his room, Gu Chun glanced at the little Lariulas nestled in the blankets and could not help but frown. This little creature seemed a bit off today. Logically, he had been caring for Xiao Yasi, which should have been intolerable for such a drama queen. After all, when he had been a bit too close to Guo Xiaoqi in the past, this little one had already begun to show signs of jealousy. Thus, it was evident that Lariulas did not relish witnessing such a scene. So Yantishi followed to see what was happening. Moreover, the little one's favorite tablet lay on the bed, and Gu Chun had not prohibited her from playing with it. Yet, she chose to remain cocooned in the blankets. This was quite peculiar. Could it be that this little diva was also feeling unwell? Gu Chun furrowed his brow and quietly approached, intending to pull back the covers. However, Lariulas resisted fiercely, refusing to let him uncover her. She kept making her little Lariula sounds incessantly. Not wanting to force her, Gu Chun decided to browse the latest happenings about him online instead. He understood that the matter of capturing the Super Gyarados would undoubtedly become a hot topic among netizens, and curiosity piqued within him. Indeed, the forum was abuzz with discussions regarding the capture of the Super Gyarados. There were three factions: the hardliners who supported Gu Chen's actions, the altruistic faction that believed he should allow others a chance, and a neutral crowd voicing their opinions. Amidst this back and forth, Gu Chun felt a sense of grandeur, as if he were atop a celestial peak where the mere presence of his keyboard commanded respect. He sensed the might of those who could single-handedly contend against thousands, their fingers effortlessly dominating the discourse. Naturally, Gu Chun could only smile and remain silent. To be honest, none of these factions could deter him from pursuing his desires. For Gu Chun was no longer the same person he once was. While lost in thought, the little drama queen suddenly emerged from the blankets. Scampering to her master's feet and tugging at his pant leg, her tiny hands outstretched. Initially, Gu Chun contemplated teasing her about the cold. However, upon seeing her adorably feeble demeanor, he felt a surge of tenderness and bent down to cradle her in his arms. What's the matter, little one? You usually eat and jump around, even drinking several bottles of milk. Why are you like this today? As he spoke, Gu Chun could not help but examine her, concerned about her well-being. Truth be told, something must have been amiss. It was undeniable that Lariulas held a significant place in Gu Chen's heart. This was not only due to her usual cuteness, but also because of the genuine bond they shared. Yet, Lariulas resisted his touch, clutching firmly at his shirt, exuding a blend of shyness and affection. After inspecting her thoroughly, he found nothing alarming. In reality, he merely wished to ascertain whether she, like Xiao Yasi, was unwell. Ultimately, she appeared fine, but she did seem quite fatigued. Meanwhile, Lilia, who typically enjoyed frolicking with the little Latias, seemed to sense something amiss. Her eyes fixed on Lariulas with a frown of concern. Gradually, her initial uncertainty morphed into determination. However, she seemed still confused. After observing the interaction between Lariulas and Gu Chun, she fell silent and closed her eyes once more. As night fell, Gu Chun lay comfortably in bed, with Lariulas beside him and Lilia on the other side. Suddenly, as if sensing something, Lariulas abruptly opened her eyes. She quietly attempted to rise from the bed, only to realize her master's hand lay atop her petite form. Aware of the need for caution, she carefully endeavored to shift Gu Chen's hand away. Finally, she succeeded. Yet, she could no longer contain the surge of energy within her. Suddenly, a brilliant blue-white glow erupted from her, dazzling and radiant. Lariulas wished to find a place to hide, but in the darkness, her glow was far too conspicuous. Frantically, she leapt from the bed, only to discover Lilia, who had somehow awakened and hovered in the air. Watching her intently, Lariulas desperately tried to suppress her glow, signaling to the floating sprite to be quiet. However, a voice from behind startled her petite frame. Little diva, are you about to evolve? Gu Chen was awake. Naturally, it was impossible not to awaken to such a blinding light. He was not one to sleep deeply. Master, she is about to evolve, but she is holding back, Lilia remarked, having noticed the truth long before. Gu Chen, somewhat astonished, quickly got out of bed and approached Larulus. Evolution is a wonderful thing. Do not resist it. Suppressing it is harmful to your body. He understood that the evolution of a Pokemon was akin to human growth. How could one stifle such a natural process? From his experiences watching anime, Gu Chen knew that when a Pokemon desperately tried to suppress its evolution, it could be a burden and harm its health. In severe cases, it might even shorten the Pokemon's lifespan, which was unacceptable to him. I don't know, but she must have been holding back for a long time. Lilia spoke again. Little diva, evolve. Do not suppress your power. Gu Chen gently stroked Larula's head, offering encouragement. He believed that the little drama queen was reacting this way for the first time out of fear, which was why it seemed somewhat resistant. The little one, Ralts, clearly displayed an unwillingness, shaking its head vigorously in an attempt to escape. However, it was swiftly caught in Gu Chen's embrace. It's all right, do not be afraid. We will all be here with you. Evolution is not a daunting matter, Gu Chen said, gently patting its petite body in reassurance. Seeing that escape was futile, Ralts clung tightly to the fabric of Gu Chen's clothing, desperately calling out, suppressing the dazzling light that flickered around it, growing more radiant with each moment. This energy was so overwhelming that even Gu Chen could feel its intensity. It seemed Ralts had long been exhibiting signs of wanting to evolve, but had been holding back. No wonder it had been acting so strangely lately, appearing rather listless. Gu Chen began to understand. Master, I comprehend. At this moment, Lilia seemed to have an epiphany and spoke up. You understand? What do you mean? Gu Chen asked, curious. It's certainly because Ralts fears that after evolving, you may not treat it the same way anymore, and you 1T hold it as you do now. It desires to remain by your side in this form and appearance. Lilia articulated her analysis. However, such intangible insights could be most perilous. Gu Chen was astonished and glanced at Ralts nestled in his arms. Is it truly so? He sensed that after Lilia's words, the little Pokemon had calmed down somewhat. Its eyes, hidden beneath its hair, shimmered with a bright, crystalline luster, exuding a sense of grievance and helplessness that melted Gu Chen's heart. After a moment of silence, he spoke softly, silly. He patted the small drama queen, still glowing, and smiled. Rest assured, even if you evolve into Curlia, I will continue to hold you just the same. There is nothing to worry about. Ralts? The little one's eyes trembled as it gazed vacantly at Gu Chen. For some reason, in that instant, Gu Chen felt that his words were understood. Really, I promise, he asserted, gently tapping its head, his face adorned with a tender smile. At that moment, it was as if a gentle spring breeze caressed the little drama queen's heart. Suddenly, a burst of brilliant white light enveloped them, the light of evolution. Gu Chen felt that Ralts had finally embraced the evolution process with confidence, and it occurred right in his arms. Moments later, the incandescent glow faded, revealing that Ralts had successfully evolved into Curlia. In this manner, it completed its transformation while still nestled against Gu Chen, its hands resting on his chest, held tightly in his embrace. Kir, the newly evolved Curlia appeared shy, blinking its bright pink eyes at Gu Chen before burying its head shyly into his chest, unable to meet its master's gaze. This scene drew a smile from Gu Chen. What is this? Now that you've evolved, you suddenly know how to be shy? He recalled how this little one was quite the mischievous spirit when it was smaller, completely unaware of what shyness meant. Could this be the legendary transformation of a girl as she matures? Has even her demeanor changed? Gu Chen found it amusing, but in the next moment, he was taken aback. The little drama queen had, indeed, retained its playful essence. How could it possibly be shy? A gentle kiss from the little Pokemon landed on Gu Chen's cheek, leaving him astonished. Even Lilia beside them couldn't help but cover her face in surprise. Looking back at Curlia in his arms, he noticed its eyes sparkling with mischief and teasing. It was undeniably still the same little one. Chapter 67. My name is Mu Curson. The matter of Curlia's evolution finally reached a temporary resolution. Gu Chen gazed at its sleeping form, unable to suppress a smile that radiated from within. Honestly, this little creature felt akin to a cozy, warm coat, fulfilling such a role by his side. If forced to compare, it resembled the loyal companion of a wise sage, steadfastly accompanying him. Lugia was undoubtedly his first Pokemon, without question. However, casting a glance at the aloof creature sleeping nearby, he couldn't help but chuckle. He shared a bond with Lugia, yet it was distinct from the connection with Curlia. Their relationship resembled that of comrades and friends, mutually supportive. At this moment, Chen suddenly remembered that Xiao Yasi was still suffering from a cold and fever, wondering how she was faring so late at night. With that thought, he tapped into his straightforward nature, unperturbed by the idea of entering a girl's room at such an hour, and headed over. He tiptoed toward her room, and indeed, the door was ajar. Inside, she seemed to be asleep, appearing quite peaceful, her breathing steady. Chen noticed the fever-reducing patch on her forehead was still intact, indicating there was no need for a change. He gently touched Xiao Yasi's face and found it was indeed cooler than before. Sighing with relief, he tucked her blanket in before quietly exiting. What Chen didn't realize was that just as he stepped out, Xiao Yasi opened her eyes. She had awakened at the moment he opened the door, but Chen was oblivious to the monumental impact of his seemingly casual actions on her heart. Meanwhile, he returned to his bed, slipping into a comfortable sleep without a care in the world. The next morning, Chen woke up at 8 as usual, feeling as though he had been weightlifting during the night, something heavy resting on him. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered it was Curlia. The little one was perched on his stomach, gazing at him with wide eyes. Upon seeing him awake, a broad smile spread across its face, and it couldn't help but reach out and pinch his cheeks. This won't do, Chen thought, considering that pinching his face was a challenge to his dignity as its master. In a playful spirit, he suddenly sat up, seizing Curlia. With a swift motion, he playfully swatted its little bottom, instantly infusing the morning with vivacity. As Chen headed out for breakfast, Curlia followed behind, its face flushed with embarrassment. This little one had finally learned the meaning of shyness. Due to the mysterious circumstances along the coast, the summer camp had been on hold for several days. Nevertheless, meals continued to be prepared as usual. When Chen first stepped out, he noticed that Xiao Yasi had just woken up. Her spirits were noticeably lifted, though she still appeared somewhat frail and in need of rest. Thus, Chen decided it best for her to remain still. As he had breakfast, he thought to bring some for her as well. After completing this task, Chen certainly could not linger in the room. He had long since slipped away. He needed to observe the surroundings and explore methods to enter the mysterious realm. To be honest, he was quite curious about it, for within it lay peculiar spirits and perhaps treasures to be discovered. As for today as sign-in, there was nothing particularly noteworthy. Chen merely received a bone-strengthening agent previously used for his little fire monkey. He contemplated using it on Lugia later. In the nearby waters, numerous members of the Pokemon Patrol had arrived, effectively surrounding the mysterious realm with no apparent gaps. The massive whirlpool made it clear that slipping in would be quite impossible. After observing for an entire morning, Chen noted that they showed no signs of relaxation. Was he to simply give up? A sense of reluctance stirred within him. This was the first time he had encountered such a realm. Could he leverage his identity and influence to persuade the patrol members? As he pondered, a melodious voice suddenly broke through his thoughts. It was exceptionally enchanting and lively. Without turning around, Chen instinctively recognized it belonged to a girl, and in an instant, he surmised she was a beauty. However, he was unfamiliar with the owner of the voice. As anticipated, when he turned to face her, he was met with an unfamiliar yet striking figure. This girl was truly beautiful, as if she had stepped out from a painting, radiating a captivating aura. With her delicate face, pointed chin, and skin as refined as jade, her natural black curls flowed gracefully, resembling a doll. Yet, what was most unforgettable were her sparkling eyes, brimming with joy and surprise. Her tall and slender figure was not overly exaggerated, but rather perfectly proportioned. Any additional curves would render her too thin. She wore denim shorts that showcased her long, fair legs, and on her feet were dainty pink sandals that revealed her playful toes. She donned a white puff-sleeve blouse and a large yellow straw hat, creating a refreshing and eye-catching ensemble by the seaside. It was no wonder that Chen's gaze was immediately drawn to her. "Who are you?" He could not help but inquire. The girl seemed to have anticipated his question, smiling as she replied, "My name is Mukursen. Mukekshin. Yes, remember this name." Chen thought to himself, what on earth is this? Although she appeared to be a lovely girl, he wondered if she was perhaps not entirely sane. However, what Mu Kursin said next left him utterly astonished, because this may be your future name. She tilted her head slightly, a gentle smile gracing her features, making her even more enchanting. What did you just say? What name? Gu Chun realized he had not caught her words, partly due to her soft tone. Never mind. I'll say it once more, she said, slightly raising her chin with a hint of playful arrogance. You want to enter that mysterious realm, right? Do you have a way? Gu Chen's attention was instantly captured. Yes, Mu Kursin replied with a mischievous grin. Come here at 8 o'clock tonight. I have a plan. She glanced into the distance as she spoke. All right. With a confirmed answer, Gu Chun felt a flicker of excitement. I'm off now, Mu Kursin said, waving her fair hand goodbye. Then, to Gu Chen's astonishment, she placed her large yellow straw hat atop his head. Here. This way you have to squint in the sun while observing. With that, she moved away like the wind, leaving a bewildered Gu Chun in her wake. What has happened? The fragrance of the hat, reminiscent of Mu Kursin, lingered in the air. Around an unseen corner, Mu Kursin pressed herself against the wall. Her hands clasped gently before her chest, a blush adorning her exquisite face as a smile played at her lips. Was her first impression too embarrassing? Chapter 68. Sneaking in at 8 o'clock in the evening, after informing Xiao Yasi that he would be stepping out, Gu Chun arrived at the rocky outcrop where he had encountered Mu Kursin earlier. Upon his arrival, he spotted her swaying gracefully in the wind, her tall figure illuminated by the moonlight, exuding an ethereal quality. Her slightly curled hair danced with the sea breeze, embodying the essence of a dream girl. As Gu Chun approached, Mu Kursin turned to face him, a smile gracing her lips. You've come? Yes, how do I get in? Gu Chun inquired, casting a glance towards the Pokemon Patrol members still stationed in the vicinity. Was there any opportunity to slip past them? They will change shift soon, and that will be when their defenses are at their weakest. We can quietly sneak through then. Even during a shift change, the guards won't be weak, will they? Gu Chun responded, peering over the rocks. We will have a chance, Mu Kursin assured him confidently. However, there will still be others present, so we may need to utilize your Jengar's hypnosis ability. We can put them to sleep before we go in. Are you brave enough? Her face held a hint of mischief, as if testing Gu Chun's courage to join her in this escapade. What is there to fear? Gu Chun shrugged, dismissing the notion that she might know about his Jengar's hypnosis ability. After all, Jengar battles were available online, and anyone paying attention would certainly be aware. I've long wanted to do that. A smile emerged at the corner of Gu Chen's mouth. What is youth without a little recklessness? How could he shy away from such an adventure? That's wonderful. Mu Kursin seemed to find a kindred spirit. Then let us sneak in together. Riding on your Mega Gyarados. She giggled, excitement sparkling in her eyes. You seem to know a lot about me, don't you? Gu Chun furrowed his brow, suddenly leaning closer, almost pinning Mu Kursin against the rock. This was almost an instinctive action. For some unknown reason, the mere sight of her ignited an impulsive urge within him. It was peculiar. Surely, this was not something only he was aware of? Undeterred, Mu Kursin wore a playful smile, her eyes sparkling brighter than the stars and the moon. Isn't it a delightful feeling to know someone as extraordinarily beautiful as I am is aware of your existence? She exclaimed suddenly. However, the flush that spread across her cheeks revealed that such boldness was not typical of her. Whether or not she was truly an extraordinary beauty was debatable. But it was clear to Gu Chun that she possessed a certain degree of vanity. His amusement was undeniable as the previously heavy atmosphere seemed to lighten in an instant, as if they were old friends who could converse freely. Mu Kursin did not deny it, playfully sticking out her little tongue, a touch of bashfulness evident in her demeanor. You caught me. Hush. Gu Chun gestured for silence, as if something significant was unfolding. Ahead, in the waters, the patrol officers bore expressions of anxiety. After conversing for a while, as Mu Kursin had suggested, the main group departed, leaving only 4 individuals behind to keep watch. Yet, from Gu Chen's keen observation, it did not seem like a mere change of guard. Rather, it appeared that an unexpected incident had arisen that required immediate attention, which accounted for their worried expressions. They've left. Quickly summoned Gungue. We must act swiftly, Mu Kursin urged, her voice tinged with excitement, though her gaze flickered, suggesting she had anticipated this sequence of events. All right, Gu Chun responded without hesitation, believing in the adage that fortune favors the bold. He promptly dispatched Gung-Gue, who did not disappoint. Now, Gung-Gue proved more reliable than before, incapacitating not only the 4 patrol officers, but also their water turtle Pokemon, resulting in a near-total defeat of their forces. Upon witnessing Gung-Gue's success, Guchan wasted no time. He rushed to the shore, summoned his Mega Gyarados, and together with Mu Kurson, they headed toward the entrance of the secret realm. What's the matter? Are you scared? Guchan glanced back at Mu Kurson, unable to suppress his curiosity. Her expression seemed slightly off, lacking the initial carefree exuberance she had displayed. No, Mu Kurson shook her head. I just cannot swim. So being at sea makes me a bit anxious. She spoke the truth. She harbored a genuine fear of the ocean, not due to apprehension about entering the secret realm. Then why come to this seaside summer camp? Aren't you afraid? Guchan remarked, somewhat dampening the moment. However, when the topic arose, Mu Kurson merely covered her mouth and chuckled, casting him a glance. I had to find a reason to come, didn't I? Rest assured, I will protect you. Just stay by my side and do not wander off, and you shall be safe. Guchan assured her with a pat on his chest. In that moment, his previously oblivious demeanor vanished, eliciting a sweet smile from Mu Kurson. All right, but then again, this is something you ought to do, she replied. As they approached the entrance of the secret realm, they beheld a seemingly endless pit, akin to a black hole, occasionally glimmering with a purplish-black light. No one could ascertain what lay within, creating an air of trepidation amid the nocturnal shadows. Let us go, Guchan declared with confidence, patting the side of his Mega Gyarados, prompting it to plunge into the abyss. A startled yelp escaped him as they lost their balance. It turned out that the central area possessed a powerful suction force, drawing Guchan and Mu Kurson into its depths. In a moment of instinctive reflex, Guchan grasped Mu Kurson's hand, and together they were swept into the secret realm. Chapter 69. This is not a realm for Pokemon in Donghai City. By the seaside, at the summer camp's lodging area, the minister of the patrol department, Hao Tianxiu, inquired of his subordinates, "Have you located anyone?" "We've searched the entire summer camp area, but found no one," one officer replied, wiping the sweat from his brow, clearly fatigued from a recent, urgent task. Could something have gone amiss? Hao Tianxiu's brow creased with worry, a hint of urgency coloring his expression. "But I heard she is not familiar with swimming." He murmured to himself. "Minister, it's bad." Another uniformed officer rushed in. "What has happened?" Hao Tianxiu felt a headache coming on with the mounting crises. "The 4 officers stationed at the secret realm have all been incapacitated." "What?" Hao Tianxiu's expression shifted dramatically. "What is the current situation?" "Fortunately, we managed to regain control. However, we do not know if anyone has entered," the officer reported. Hao Tianxiu pinched the bridge of his nose before asking, "How did the officers lose consciousness?" "It appears they were enchanted by a Pokemon," the officer replied cautiously. "Minister, could it be?" Another subordinate hesitated, though he did not finish his thought. Hao Tianxiu grasped his implication. Sighing, he remarked, "I've heard her temperament is quite peculiar. It's entirely possible. What shall we do now?" "Do not alarm the summer camp students. We will enter the secret realm under the cover of night," Hao Tianxiu commanded decisively. "But the researchers have yet to reach a conclusion," one officer protested. "That is unnecessary. This is merely a formality. It is evident that this is not a Pokemon realm." Hao Tianxiu shook his head, leading the way forward. The 2 officers exchanged glances and hurried to follow. Within the secret realm, Guchan gently tapped Mu Kurson's fair cheek with the back of his hand. She had likely fainted upon entering, while he too had only just regained consciousness. Gung-Gue had already been recalled into its Pokeball, leaving only the shadowy presence of Gung-Gue at his side. Even the little drama queen had not been given a chance to make an appearance, for the uncertainty of this place posed too great a risk. Guchan could not afford to let it take any chances. As Mu Kurson struggled to awaken, Guchan could not help but survey the enigmatic realm they found themselves in. The sky loomed overhead, a somber shade of dark gray, and they stood deep within a dense forest. Behind them, the portal that had drawn them into this secret domain remained ajar, marking their entry point. The surroundings were eerily silent, devoid of any signs of human activity, and even the presence of fairies was conspicuously absent. It was evident that the patrol division of the fairies had yet to dispatch anyone into this mystical realm, though the reason remained unclear. Nevertheless, Guchan sensed an underlying strangeness about this place. Have we truly entered? At that moment, Mu Kurson finally regained consciousness. She glanced around, gently massaging her aching head. This is nothing like I had imagined. As she surveyed her surroundings, a hint of disappointment crossed her face. Oh, how so? Guchen inquired, intrigued. I expected a place of stunning beauty, lush with greenery. Instead, it is rather unappealing, Mu Kurson remarked, her distaste evident. Guchen found her sentiments unsurprising. Let us proceed and explore. I have a feeling there is more to this place than meets the eye. With that, he rose to his feet. Mu Kexin, not one to linger, also stood and followed closely behind him into the depths of the forest. The air was thick with silence, akin to a tomb. The vast expanse of trees appeared lifeless, devoid of any signs of wildlife. As they ventured deeper, Mu Kurson began to feel a growing unease, prompting her to draw nearer to Gu Chun, eventually resting her hand on the fabric of his back. It was not a matter of cowardice. Rather, the forest's oppressive atmosphere unnerved her. Gu Chun, sensing the potential for danger, urged her to remain silent, which only intensified the peculiar ambience surrounding them. Suddenly, Mu Kurson felt Gu Chun whirl around, swiftly covering her mouth as he pressed her against a tree. In that moment, his voice, low and urgent, reached her ears. Something approaches. Do not make a sound. At last, Mu Kurson understood the source of his concern. Before them loomed a creature, towering at nearly 3 meters. Its form obscured by long, dark fur, rendering its features indistinguishable. Alarmingly, this massive beast moved with an unsettling silence, making it nearly impossible to detect in a shadowy environment. Yet, Mu Kurson's attention was diverted away from the creature, focusing instead on the proximity of their bodies, nearly melding together. In that instant, she could hear the rapid beating of their hearts, especially her own. After what felt like an eternity, Gu Chun finally released her, and as they parted, Mu Kurson's cheeks flushed a brilliant crimson, her beauty undeniably accentuated. Gu Chun realized the awkwardness of the moment, having reacted instinctively while remaining fixated on the creature. Now, he felt a twinge of embarrassment as he acknowledged the situation. I was overly focused, my apologies. He rubbed his nose, a gesture of his discomfort. Mu Kexin responded softly, glancing once more in the direction where the creature had vanished. What on earth was that? It seemed rather terrifying. Could it be a fairy? Not likely. Gu Chun shook his head, recalling the earlier encounter. It seemed as though it could not perceive its surroundings, merely moving forward in the darkness. Moreover, the visage was unfamiliar. If it were a fairy, it would belong to an undiscovered variety. Undiscovered? Mu Kurson pursed her lips, pondering his words. Perhaps we should attempt to capture one for examination. Gu Chen's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Capture? How? She asked, bewildered. That will require Gung Gue, Gu Chun stated, casting a glance beside him. There, Gung Gue emerged, having been stealthily lurking nearby. Determined, he resolved to uncover the truth about these creatures. Suddenly, a series of loud thuds echoed through the previously tranquil forest, shattering the quietude. Behind the massive black-furred beast, a spectral white fairy materialized. Gung Gue. The moment it appeared, it unleashed 2 shadowy spheres, striking the creature with explosive force. To their astonishment, the shadows seemed to have little effect. The beast remained unharmed, only enraged, revealing its crimson eyes and menacing fangs as it lunged at Gung Gue. The terrifying sight sent a chill through Mu Kurson, compelling her to instinctively clutch Gu Chen's clothing. Noticing her reaction, Gu Chun cast her a reassuring glance. Do not worry. Everything will be fine. Meeting his steadfast gaze, Mu Kurson felt a blush creep to her cheeks as she nodded gently, leaning closer to him. The battle raged on. The creature, reminiscent of a wraith, faced off against Gu Chen's Gung Gue, which had transformed from a timid spirit into a fierce and aggressive combatant. Despite its smaller stature, Gung Gue was relentless, disappearing from sight to evade the creature's attacks. When it reappeared, it unleashed another pair of shadowy spheres upon the creature's back. Though aware of the attack's limited effectiveness, Gung Gue executed the maneuver with precision, its familiarity with the technique granting it an advantage. The creature found itself at the mercy of Gung Gue's erratic movements, rendered helpless. Ultimately, after a final jolt of electricity, the beast collapsed heavily to the ground. Gung Gue had triumphed, and with the use of a sleep-inducing move, ensured the creature would remain subdued, a task Gu Chun had assigned. This is definitely not a fairy. It looks quite grotesque, Mu Kurson remarked disdainfully as they approached the fallen creature. Gu Chun shared her sentiments, though he reached out to touch the creature's fur, discovering it felt no different from that of any ordinary animal. The only peculiarity was the chill emanating from its body. This could very well be an extraordinary beast. Chen mused, recalling a news report from days prior about unidentified creatures appearing within the secret realm. The creature before them, is it not the same principle? A strange beast? This term evidently caught Mu Kurson by surprise, as she displayed a look of astonishment. The master possesses an aura steeped in dark energy. At this moment, Lugia could no longer contain herself and revealed her true form. As this little sprite appeared, she instantly captivated Mu Kurson's attention. She had not anticipated such a small being by Chen's side. Moreover, it could speak. Dark energy? Indeed, and it is truly not merely a sprite. I searched long and hard through the Pokédex and found no mention of it, Lugia remarked, transforming into her Pokédex form. Snapping 2 photos of the dark-furred creature with a click, saying, I must document it. It may prove useful in the future. This little fellow seemed to have returned to its initial state, eager to learn and disseminate knowledge. And Mu Kurson finally recognized what it was. The Rotom Pokédex. It still exists, but does the Rotom Pokédex not have only one form? Chen's version can actually change its appearance? Mu Kurson was still somewhat astonished. In that instant, she realized Chen harbored many secrets. He resembled a man shrouded in mist, exuding an aura of mystery. The more one sought to understand, the denser the fog became, until one might find themselves ensnared within it. Just as Chen was about to articulate something, an unexpected occurrence transpired. The dark-furred creature's body twitched inexplicably. Chen braced himself, thinking it might lash out, but it suddenly began to shrink into a cloud of black smoke. Attempting to flee. However, it was a moment too late. Gung had already awaited its arrival. Strangely, Gung did not attack the smoke. Instead, it opened its maw wide and absorbed it. This peculiar scene left not only Mu Kurson slightly bewildered, but Chen was equally taken aback. Gung did it just consume that creature? After swallowing the smoke, Gung emanated a faint black glow. Its previously ethereal form appeared to solidify significantly. Gung do you feel anything unusual? Chen inquired, stepping closer. Gung abruptly shook its head, its crimson eyes gleaming with a hint of satisfaction. Master, Gung power has increased. Its age has grown. Its age has increased. Chen was momentarily perplexed. After all, in red wine, the older the better, but Gung. Suddenly, a thought struck him. In the anime, there was the millennia-old Gaisu atop the lighthouse. In that instant, Chen seemed to grasp something significant. It turned out that ghost-type Pokémon truly become more potent with age. Thus, could Gung also attain such an existence? Chapter 71. The frenzied devouring of Gung to enhance itself. As Chen had surmised, the power of ghost-type Gung manifests not only through its skills and traits, but also via its age. Much like those mythical beings in dramas that have cultivated for a millennium compared to those who have trained for a century. My millennium of cultivation surely surpasses yours, right? It could be said that Gung on its meteoric rise, would likely annihilate any similarly attributed Pokémon it encountered. This revelation transformed Chen and Gung into the hunters of the jungle. Upon spotting such dark-furred creatures, no questions were asked. They simply ensnared them with ease. Moreover, these creatures truly exhibited a lack of intelligence. They were solitary beings, perpetually wandering the jungle. Chen observed that the most he ever saw were pairs, making their hunting remarkably effortless. Watching Gung grow larger and more solidified, Chen could hardly contain his amazement. Throughout the entire hunting process, Mu Kurson never once complained of fatigue, remaining by Chen's side, keenly observing him in all his endeavors. This made Chen cast a sideways glance at her. After all, it was rare for a girl to possess such stamina. Nevertheless, he remained accommodating towards Mu Kurson, ensuring their pace was leisurely, filled with stops and starts. Yet, even so, as they ventured deeper, Gung was reaping immense rewards. As they delved further, Chen noticed the frequency of these dark-furred creatures was increasing. This indicated that their numbers were multiplying. Fortunately, after Gung consumed the energy of these creatures, it seemed to have replenished its own stamina. Thus, it could maintain its combat readiness. Otherwise, Chen would have had to deploy other Pokemon to assist in battle, as the number of dark-furred creatures swelled. The pace of Chen and Mu Curson slowed. However, at this juncture, Gui's form had undergone a transformation. Originally standing around 1.5 meters tall, it was now gradually approaching 2 meters. Furthermore, a swirling aura of black mist enveloped it. This white body, coupled with the black glow, created an illusion of a new skin, adding an eerie quality to Gui's already ghastly visage. Just as this was happening, Chen suddenly felt a chill rise behind him. Almost instinctively, he lunged forward. A piercing sound echoed as a black figure materialized behind him, hovering ominously in the air. Its claws were sharp, and its visage was terrifyingly grotesque, resembling a malevolent spirit from a horror series. More alarming was that had Chen not reacted swiftly, the creature's attack might have struck him squarely on the head. "Are you all right? Did you get hurt?" Mu Curson rushed to Chen's side, attempting to help him up without even glancing at the creature. Zzzt. An explosive sound erupted as the creature failed to notice a far more formidable predator lurking in the shadows of the night. Gui unleashed a powerful thunderbolt, teaching it a harsh lesson. Yet what astonished Chen even more was that Gui disregarded whether the creature morphed into smoke. It simply opened its mouth wide and swallowed it whole. This scene was undeniably shocking. "Be careful!" Another shout rang out as Chen instinctively pushed Mu Curson down to the ground. It turned out that just as Mu Curson attempted to help Chen up, her peripheral vision caught sight of the same ominous silhouette. It was the same creature, once again attempting to ambush them. Almost instantaneously, Chen reacted, narrowly evading another strike. At that moment, Gui promptly moved to defend them once more. "Are you all right?" Chen glanced down at Mu Curson beneath him, instinctively asking. Just moments ago, he had clearly seen the creature's razor-sharp claws sweeping towards Mu Curson. "It's nothing." She shook her head, yet a shiver of fear lingered within her. After all, she had felt the claws rush past her from the side. Fortunately, Chen was there. Otherwise, it could have been perilous. "Get up quickly," Chen urged, rising to his feet and extending his hand towards her. Momentarily taken aback by the hand so close before her, Mu Curson eventually placed her delicate hand into his strong grasp. With his assistance, she stood up as well. "Stay close to me. It feels extremely dangerous now," Chen said, his gaze stern as he pulled Mu Curson forward. "Okay," she replied softly after glancing at their intertwined hands, following closely behind him. The ghostly creature swiftly dealt with its opponent, and despite his hesitation, Chen chose to press on. After all, he was unaware of what lay ahead, and turning back seemed far too simplistic. Though the situation appeared more perilous than before, he believed that caution would suffice. Fortunately, after this brief encounter, no further dangers emerged. Nevertheless, Chen and Mu Curson maintained their earlier pace, their hands clasped tightly together without them realizing it. Meanwhile, the ghost had entered this secret realm, consumed by a frenzy, continuously devouring the dark energy that Lugia had spoken of to enhance itself. The excitement only grew as they approached what resembled an ancient altar. At last, Chen and Mu Curson halted their advance. "Is this the end of the secret realm?" Mu Curson inquired, gazing at the altar ahead. "It should be," Chen replied, pursing his lips. This place resembled a focal point, surrounded by dense forest, with only this area open enough to reveal the overcast sky. "Is there something in the center?" Chen glanced at the middle, where a peculiar stone seemed to rest. "Let us go take a look," he suggested, moving forward. "Wait." Mu Curson suddenly grasped his arm. "What if some monster jumps out, like a guardian beast or something?" She clearly had watched her fair share of dramas. Yet, there might be a grain of truth in her concern. After all, climactic moments often usher in a significant twist. It's a trope in both dramas and games. "You stay here. I'll check it out alone. I'll be fine," Chen reassured her, a sense of curiosity outweighing his fear. Thus, he felt no hesitation. "No." Mu Curson quickly shook her head, wrapping her arms around his arm. "Let us go together." A blush adorned her cheeks, making her stand out in the night. Chen suspected she was merely seeking an excuse to cling to him, but he dared not voice it, simply nodding as they moved forward. Contrary to their expectations, no guardian beast appeared. Chen and Mu Curson easily reached the ancient ruins, which bore signs of age. Although not in ruins, it exuded a profound sense of history, hinting at millennia past. A thick layer of dust enveloped the surroundings, adding to its weighty ambience. You mean the stone? Mu Kursin pointed at a stone in the center of the altar, her fear dissipating. The stone was unremarkable, resembling a smooth, egg-shaped pebble, albeit in a peculiar black hue that radiated a faint chill. It possessed an inexplicable allure, as if drawing one's gaze. Yes, that's the one. Gu Chan felt an insistent pull towards the stone. He bent down, lifted it from the stone slab, and held it in his hand. Instantly, a cool sensation coursed through him, quite pleasant. What does it feel like? Mu Kursin, intrigued, blinked at him. Want to touch it? Gu Chun offered the stone before her. She hesitantly extended her delicate fingers to poke it. It's so hard, she exclaimed, her tone laced with disdain, losing interest almost immediately. Gu Chun, bemused, understood that she was simply expressing her disinterest, suggesting he put it away. After all, they had entered together, and it had always been Gu Chun reaping the rewards. She was indeed attentive. It looks just like an egg. Mu Kursin pouted, adding, yes, like a much smaller egg. I hadn't noticed until you mentioned it. Gu Chan observed, realizing the stone did resemble an egg in his palm. See? I'm clever, Mu Kursin said, a hint of pride in her voice. Never mind. Let us prepare to leave. Gu Chun surveyed the area. There seemed to be nothing more to discover at the altar. He could see its edges clearly and found no other valuable items apart from this stone. All right, Mu Kursin agreed, feeling fatigued as well. Just as Gu Chun secured the stone and prepared to depart with her, a sudden howl echoed through the sky. The ghost, mistaking it for an attack, promptly revealed its presence. Gu Chun looked up to see 5 three-headed dragons soaring above, heading towards them. There was an oddly familiar sensation. It's the Elven Patrol. Gu Chun immediately recognized their uniforms. Don't worry, it's fine, Mu Kursin interjected nonsensically. Just as she spoke, the Elven Patrol closed in, and a middle-aged man leaped down from above. It was none other than Hao Tianxiu from before. You are Mu Kursin? He directed his gaze at Gu Chen's side, taken aback by the apparent intimacy between the two. For a moment, Hao Tianxiu was at a loss for words. Yes, Mu Kursin confirmed, seemingly unfazed, nodding as if she anticipated this encounter. However, Gu Chan sensed something unusual. How could she remain so composed around the Elven Patrol, even predicting their arrival? This hinted at a complex identity for Mu Kursin, and Gu Chen's suspicions began to crystallize. Soon, Hao Tianxiu noticed something else, his expression shifting to one of surprise and then profound astonishment. This is a ghost. Is it your spirit? He exclaimed, astonished. This was his first encounter with such a gung gue. Had it not been for the faint outline of the creature, he would have been unable to recognize it at all. Furthermore, its size was utterly terrifying, at least over 2 meters tall. Such a colossal gung gue. As the minister of the Elf Patrol Department, this was also his first experience of being astonished by someone else's Pokemon. Who exactly is this young man? Hao Tianxiu glanced at him twice, feeling an odd familiarity, yet he could not recall from where. It was not just him. His subordinates behind him felt the same astonishment. This enormous gung gue was truly astounding. Minister, we have discovered this stone slab. Before Gu Chun could respond, one of Hao Tianxiu's subordinates approached him with an item in hand. It was the very slab that had been used to support the stone earlier. Only then did Gu Chun notice it. Could it be some sort of treasure? Momentarily perplexed, Gu Chun surmised from their conversation that this slab was likely not their first discovery. Perhaps it was just an ordinary item? Let us take it back, he decided. Hao Tianxiu took a glance and remarked, this secret realm seems to hold little value now. Indeed, his subordinate quickly agreed. Let's leave this place. Hao Tianxiu then turned to Gu Chun and his companion, saying, this secret realm is about to close. We should exit. Chapter 73. The disappearance of the secret realm and the commencement of the summer camp following the personnel from the Elf Patrol Department out of the secret realm. Gu Chun did not face the usual scrutiny and accountability. After merely being asked a couple of questions, he was allowed to leave. Consequently, he gained a preliminary understanding of Mu Kursin's identity. If this girl didn't have a strong backing, they would have likely subjected her to a lengthy interrogation for sneaking in and even searched her for any items taken from the secret realm. However, Gu Chun did not undergo such treatment. Instead, the personnel from the Elf Patrol Department were quite polite and offered some words of counsel. Thus, those in the know understood the situation. Do you recognize this kid? Why do I feel he looks so familiar? After Gu Chun and Mu Kursin departed, Hao Tianxiu could not help but remark, Minister, you can't be serious. You don't know Gu Chun? Upon hearing this, The young subordinate became animated. Am I supposed to know him? Hao Tianxiu was bewildered. He was currently trending, with his videos garnering attention daily. Even a casual post on Douyin could earn tens of thousands of likes in an instant. The young subordinate displayed his Douyin, and upon seeing it, Hao Tianxiu exclaimed, "Goodness, he is quite the fanbase." The comment section was filled with videos of Gu Chen. "Minister, look at this." The video playing on the phone was Gu Chen's first upload, and it triggered a memory for Hao Tianxiu. Is this for real? It was not that he was uninformed. He simply worked too much to keep up with the trends that young people engaged in. Indeed, it's real. Most of the attendees came for him. The young subordinate added, seemingly recalling something, but what's up with his Gonggue? It appears to have evolved or something. It's too extravagant. How so? Hao Tianxiu found himself genuinely intrigued. This is it, the young subordinate said as he scrolled to a video of Gonggue in battle. The difference was indeed striking. How many days have passed since then? In an instant, Hao Tianxiu's interest in Gu Chen was piqued, and he wished to learn more about him. Yet, at that moment, his phone rang. Hao Tianxiu glanced at the number and hurried into the office to answer. "I'm leaving now." In the summer camp area, Mu Kursin waved her delicate hand at Gu Chen. "All right, let us head back." Gu Chen nodded, wanting to watch her leave. However, Mu Kursin lingered without moving. "Why are you not leaving?" he suddenly asked. "Gu Chen, you're quite dense, aren't you?" Mu Kursin placed her hands on her hips, her eyes rolling playfully, slightly pouting before continuing. "Don't you realize it's so late? Aren't you going to see me off? I'm a girl after all." She shook her head, implying that Gu Chen needed her guidance. "Well, if you want to see you off, just say so," Gu Chen replied, taking a step forward. "You girls are so strange, always playing coy." "Hey, you're quite perceptive." Mu Kursin was not offended and walked alongside Gu Chen, asking, "But how do you know which way my dorm is? Aren't all the girls living this way?" Gu Chen casually replied, "Wow, so you're actually concerned about this? Do you have ulterior motives, Gu Chen?" She teased, and Gu Chen had no retort. "Why are you holding my arm? Are you scared? This isn't the secret realm. Hey, with this super incredible beauty by your side, how could you not be happy? In such a light-hearted atmosphere." Gu Chen escorted Mu Kursin back to her dormitory. Upon returning to his own room, he discovered that Xiao Yasi had yet to sleep. The moment she heard the sound of his door opening, she promptly opened her own door, surprising him slightly. Still awake? Although the time in the secret realm did not correspond with reality, it was nearly 1 in the morning. "No, I just got up to use the restroom." Xiao Yasi blushed slightly as she took a few steps toward the bathroom. "Oh," Gu Chen nodded, then inquired, "How's your cold?" "Much better. I should be full of energy by tomorrow," Xiao Yasi replied, clenching her fist with a smile. "That's good," Gu Chen nodded. "The summer camp is about to begin." He added something that left Xiao Yasi a bit confused. "The summer camp is starting? Aren't we supposed to wait for the secret realm to disappear? Is it really vanishing so soon?" Xiao Yasi was perplexed. "Get some rest." Gu Chen nodded again before entering his room. He was indeed aware of the secret realm's disappearance. Having witnessed the entire process, Xiao Yasi bit her lip, watching his figure fade away, and sighed softly. She hadn't really gone to the restroom. Rather, she was genuinely worried about Gu Chen, especially since he had not returned so late. However, Xiao Yasi also wisely understood that some matters did not require excessive inquiry. Just like, she did not need to ask where he had been. All she needed was to see him return safely. Chapter 74. The best way to deal with Shelter is with Onyx. A night passed in silence. As Gu Chen had mentioned, by noon the following day, a notification arrived announcing the imminent reopening of the summer camp. The secret realm had vanished the previous night. Instantly, the students in the summer camp area were abuzz with excitement. They could finally frolic by the seaside again and gaze upon ladies clad in bikinis. How delightful! Thus, a throng of people surged towards the beach, and naturally, Gu Chen was swept along with the tide. This afternoon, due to time constraints, Gu Chen and his peers were promptly assigned to practice fishing by the shore. The summer camp provided fishing rods. However, many were aware that they had brought their own rods to the beach, so only a handful required the camp's equipment. Gu Chen, of course, belonged to the fortunate group that did not need to borrow one. After all, his fishing rod was obtained by signing in at the beach. Super invincible god-tier fishing rod used by Jiang Taigong. No bait required, you can casually catch anything, perhaps even a Gyarados. The system's annotations were delightfully cheeky. This time, however, there were no small print disclaimers. Gu Chen had magnified the text several times for clarity. as he pondered, exclaiming, "Damn it, I want to go out to sea. I want to catch a Gyarados." A student and his friend pushed off in a small kayak. Their shout prompted a fair number of others to follow suit. However, Chen was puzzled. This kayak was hardly suitable for catching a Gyarados. Even reeling in a mere Kingler would likely capsize them. Moreover, catching a Gyarados? Surely, no one in reality was foolish enough to entertain such notions, right? Chuckling at the thought, Chen decided to simply enjoy the atmosphere. He perched himself on a rock and retrieved his fishing rod. "Chen, may I join you?" Approached Xiaoyasi, her cheeks flushed as she inquired. "Of course. There is plenty of space in this vast sea." Chen responded graciously, not wishing to monopolize the area. However, the little Pokemon beside him was less than pleased. Yesterday, it had remained in its Pokeball to avoid the sunlight. But now it realized that avoiding the sun was not an option if it wished to spend time with its master. Yet, in such a short span of time, another person had arrived. Thus, the little Pokemon was quite dissatisfied. This was their rare moment of solitude. Whining softly, the little Pokemon understood its master would not comprehend its grievances. It climbed into Chan's arms and settled on his lap, a slight consolation. Yet, Chan felt uncomfortable. As he attempted to fish, the hefty creature weighing around 50 kilograms was making it rather difficult. Looking down at the little Pokemon's sulky expression, Chan realized that evading it was not an option. If this little rascal decided to create more mischief, he would surely have a headache. Thus, he resigned himself to the situation, reasoning that since the fishing rod required no bait, he could manage with a casual approach. "You and your Chikorita share a wonderful bond," Xiaoyasi remarked, casting a rod while observing Chan and the little Pokemon with a hint of admiration. "This little rascal is quite the nuisance, driving me to distraction," Chan replied with a smile, brushing it off. Little did he know, Xiaoyasi's gaze remained fixed on his face. "What is on your mind?" Chan asked, sensing her scrutiny. "Are you indulging in some Versailles literature again?" Xiaoyasi giggled, covering her mouth. Chan was taken aback. He never expected that the term Versailles literature would be recognized in this world, having originated from his own. Meanwhile, the little Pokemon nestled comfortably in Chan's embrace, beaming with joy, its eyes squinting in delight. Suddenly, a gasp erupted from the beach, followed by a commotion. Chan turned, curious, only to discover that a student had accidentally hooked a Shelder. This creature was notoriously tricky to handle, provoking startled cries from the onlookers. Given their novice status, the students were ill-equipped to confront such a challenge, struggling merely to defend themselves. Yet, Chan couldn't help but chuckle. In the past, he had enjoyed watching humorous Pokemon memes, and the sight of the Shelder brought those memories flooding back. "What is so funny, Chan?" Xiaoyasi inquired, intrigued. Even the little Pokemon turned its face towards him, curiosity evident in its gaze. "Do you know which Pokemon is most effective against Shelder?" Chan asked playfully. "Perhaps electric, grass, or fighting-type Pokemon," Xiaoyasi suggested, believing Chan was testing her knowledge of Pokemon types. No. Chan shook his head, a mysterious smile on his face. At that moment, someone provided the perfect answer. From a distance, their camp instructor, Long Qingqing, arrived just in time, exclaiming, "Quick, Onyx! Come out! Onyx, use Harden!" Chan observed this scene with delight. "Be careful, instructor! The Shelder is about to use water gun," a student warned urgently. "What water gun?" "That's called Hydro Pump." Long Qingqing calmly directed, "Onyx, dodge and use tackle." Ignoring the student's comments, Long Qingqing remained unfazed, skillfully commanding Onyx. The Hydro Pump had a notoriously low accuracy rate, making it a rather impractical move for those who lacked luck. Consequently, Onyx expertly evaded the Shelder's Hydro Pump and retaliated with a tackle. "Onyx, keep tackling." Long Qingqing was relentless, instructing Onyx to strike the Shelder repeatedly. This well-trained Onyx swiftly overwhelmed the Shelder, leaving it no chance to counterattack, and it ultimately sank into the water, defeated. Witnessing this unfold, Chan marveled at the instructor's prowess. Long Qingqing appeared to be an expert at dealing with Shelder, executing each attack flawlessly, precisely as Chan had envisioned. It was truly remarkable. He even suspected that the instructor was well aware of the meme. Chapter 75. Chan. Teach me to swim. In fact, the dynamic between Onyx and Shelder is a well-known trope in the games. It harkens back to the Heart Gold and Soul Silver versions, where a couple of trainers utilized a combination of Shelter and Onyx. Thus, the internet birthed this amusing meme. The Onyx utilized Harden, causing the Shelmet to tremble with fear. Then, the Onyx grew gigantic while the Shelmet unleashed Water Gun. The Onyx retaliated with Horn Drill, landing a critical hit that proved devastating. The Shelmet responded with a Sound Attack, activating its swift ability to unleash a tidal wave. It was utterly astonishing. The Onyx was felled in an instant. As it foamed at the mouth, unable to maintain its form, it suffered a tragic defeat. Ultimately, it was humorously suggested that one might wish to place their Onyx into the Shelmet. If a male trainer were to court, he might inquire, "I have an Onyx. Would you be my Shelmet?" Such is the whimsical nature of Pokemon puns. Chen was well aware of this, and thus he laughed heartily, while Xiaoyasi appeared quite bewildered. Was it due to the Onyx's ground typing that it proved effective against the Shelmet? This girl once again voiced her doubts, her innocent mind unaware of the underlying meanings. In this world, such puns were non-existent. Close enough, Chen chuckled. Xiaoyasi seemed to grasp something and nodded. But at that moment, a voice rang out from the side. "Chen, you're lying. You clearly haven't thought this through." It was Mu Kurson. When did she arrive? Chen was momentarily taken aback, but the one more astonished was Xiaoyasi. This girl was simply stunning, even as a female. She couldn't help but marvel. Mu Kurson's cheeks flushed as she appeared behind Chen, adorned with a broad-brimmed hat. Her rosy complexion was not from sun exposure, but rather from overhearing Chen and Xiaoyasi's conversation, coupled with witnessing Long Chengqing's encounter with the Shelmet. It seemed she had an inkling of what was happening, hence her sudden blush. Yet, she remained uncertain if her assumptions aligned with Chen's thoughts. "What is wrong with me? The Shelmet isn't one I caught." Chen chuckled, skeptical that Mu Kurson understood. She was merely a tad bolder than Xiaoyasi. In essence, they were quite similar. You surely haven't considered the situation properly," Mu Kurson remarked, sitting closely beside Chen. "It's so hot. Why are you sitting so near me?" Chen said, shifting slightly to create some distance. The little actor was about to voice her discontent. But Chen's instinctive movement made her obediently silent, savoring the moment. Xiaoyasi, who initially felt a twinge of discomfort, found her spirits lifted upon witnessing this scene. Truth be told, she could never muster the boldness to sit so close to Chen like Mu Kurson did. However, this small detail made Xiaoyasi realize that the beautiful girl must have feelings for Chen. Her rival had arrived. In truth, Xiaoyasi had anticipated this day. For the current, Chen effortlessly attracted admirers. She often perused the comments beneath Chen's videos online, where many female trainers expressed their desire to bear him a little chimchar, a testament to his popularity. Yet, she hadn't expected competition to arise so swiftly, and the threat was quite significant. Unbeknownst to Xiaoyasi, she was unaware of when Chen and Mu Kurson had become acquainted. "Hey, where's your hat?" Mu Kurson asked. "What hat?" Chen was puzzled. "The straw hat I gave you yesterday." Mu Kurson twirled her delicate, pale feet playfully. "I tossed it," Chen casually replied. "What? How could you do that?" Mu Kurson immediately expressed her displeasure, her face displaying a mix of indignation and mild anger. "Just kidding, it was in my room." Chen merely sought to tease her. "I knew you couldn't be that bold. But why did you buy such a masculine hat?" Chen remarked, glancing at the feminine hat Mu Kurson wore today. "It's perfectly normal and quite feminine. I have plenty of hats. That one was just a random choice. I don't even like it," she declared, lifting her chin with a hint of pride. "That's why I offered it to shield you from the sun. Who knew you wouldn't appreciate it?" "All right," Chen nodded. Xiaoyasi remained silent, quietly listening to their exchange. However, she held her own judgments within. "By the way, Chen," Mu Kurson suddenly seemed to remember something. "Teach me how to swim." "No way." Before Chen could respond, Xiaoyasi had already stood up, drawing both Chen's and Mu Kurson's attention. Chen is too busy. He doesn't have time to teach you that." Xiaoyasi's cheeks flushed as she stumbled over her words, nervously concluding, I can teach you how to swim. It would be much easier for me." The intimacy of teaching swimming prompted a reaction from her, and her heart raced as she spoke. "Yes, I think Xiaoyasi teaching you sounds quite good." Chen nodded in agreement. After all, he was far too lazy. Chapter 76. The ball sea lion caught while fishing in the end. The matter of who would teach Mu Kurson to swim remained unresolved, for Chen had something else on the line. A blue and white sea lion Pokemon. The The ball sea lion was reeled in. Wasn't he this the legendary Pokemon of the girl who fished up Kyogre? However, Chen held no interest whatsoever, as he already possessed a Mega Gyarados. This was the Pokemon that aligned with his aesthetic. The West Sea Lion was simply not to his taste. Moreover, it might very well be male. Yet, while Chen was disinterested, Xiaoyasi was not. The moment she laid eyes on the ball sea lion, her eyes sparkled with desire, an unmistakable longing evident in her gaze. Chen naturally noticed. Xiaoyasi, capture it, he urged, observing the bewildered ball sea lion. There was no need to look. Mu Kursen's attention was entirely elsewhere, showing no interest in the ball sea lion. What she truly wished to capture with a Pokeball was Chen's Pokemon. Is that all right? Xiaoyasi glanced at the ball sea lion and then at Chen. After all, it was his catch. Of course, if you don't act quickly, it will escape. Chen reminded, having noticed the ball sea lion's attempts to flee. All right. Xiaoyasi quickly sent out her Piku. The battle commenced in an instant. Do not be deceived by Xiaoyasi's seemingly delicate appearance. When it comes to combat, she exhibits remarkable prowess. With a swift combination of electric shocks, defensive maneuvers, and consecutive slaps, she rapidly overwhelmed the aquatic creature known as the Chiuchiu sea lion. Although water types are inherently vulnerable to electric attacks, Xiaoyasi's strategy and execution were nothing short of impressive. Otherwise, it is unlikely that the Chiuchiu sea lion would have succumbed so swiftly, given its commendable skill set and judicious choice of offensive moves. In summary, she demonstrated an undeniable talent for battle. Observing this, Chen could not help but nod in quiet approval. Unexpectedly, the moment Piku triumphed over the Chiuchiu sea lion, its friendship level skyrocketed, resulting in an evolution amidst a shimmering light. One could truly say that today, Xiaoyasi emerged as a winner in life. Yet, she was acutely aware that this was not the time for celebration. She had to summon her own Pokeball. With a flash of light, the Pokeball trembled momentarily before settling, indicating a successful capture. However, a sudden cry for help pierced the air from the shoreline. Before Chen could extend his congratulations to Xiaoyasi, he was drawn to the sound, turning to see that the students who had initially boasted about fishing for Kyogre were now in peril. Even Chen, standing atop the rocks, was taken aback by the sight. What a disaster! Had they unwittingly disturbed a nest of tentacle and tentacruel? In the distance, a terrifying swarm of these jellyfish loomed ominously, and the students' boat lay in ruins. To make matters worse, the students themselves had fallen into the water. Though this area was not deep, their struggle to swim back suggested they had been stung by the tentacle's venom. This was a grave situation. If help did not arrive soon, they would surely perish. Fishing for Kyogre? It seemed like Kyogre had cursed them with the wrath of the tentacle. With these thoughts racing through his mind, Chen wasted no time in summoning his Mega Gyarados. Leaping into action, under the watchful eyes of Mu Kursen and Xiaoyasi, he soared away on his Pokemon. The two girls had yet to process the situation when Mega Gyarados had already taken flight. The cherubi nestled in Chen's arms peeked out from his shoulder, casting a smug glance at the retreating figures of Xiaoyasi and Mu Kursen, a proud smile gracing its petite face. However, the little creature's moment of triumph was short-lived, as Chen promptly returned it to its Pokeball. The truth was, the ocean was far too perilous for such a fragile being, especially since it lacked any psychic abilities. For its safety, Chen decided to temporarily withdraw it. On the shore, the teachers, witnessing the unfolding drama, readied themselves to assist. They boarded their airships, moving swiftly, yet Mega Gyarados matched their speed effortlessly. Watching from a distance, Wang Jinyun breathed a sigh of relief, grateful for Chen's presence. But he quickly realized that he needed to summon medical assistance to stand by, as venom was no trivial matter. With that thought in mind, he hurried off. Just as Wang Jinyun departed, a ripple surged across the ocean's surface. Suddenly, a cerulean figure leapt from the depths, soaring into the sky. Chen, atop Mega Gyarados, was momentarily stunned. Not only him, but the students on the shore erupted into cheers and gasps of astonishment. Even the teachers rushing to the rescue were taken aback. For Chen, this was a familiar sight. Suicune had reappeared, and it was ascending majestically from the ocean, looking ethereal and noble. In the meantime, Zhong Yufeng had joined the summer camp as per Chen's arrangement. The only regret that gnawed at him was that he had failed to bring his camera when the massive Gyarados evolved into Mega Gyarados, thus missing the opportunity to capture that pivotal moment. Now, he lamented the lost chance for a sensational topic. However, that very oversight had made him more vigilant. He now carried his camera everywhere. And indeed, a new spectacle was unfolding. The emergence of the tentacle swarm and Chen's heroic act aboard Mega Gyarados. Such a riveting narrative, a portrayal of bravery, was precisely what Zhong Yufeng had been waiting for. He swiftly set up his camera, ready to capture the unfolding drama. But before he could fully prepare, the ocean stirred once more. Suicune, one of the legendary beasts, appeared. Zhong Yufeng's excitement soared. It was as if he could feel the tides of fame approaching him. He was perfectly poised, eager to see what interaction might transpire between Chen and Suicune. Even if nothing happened, the mere presence of Suicune was a topic worthy of discussion. Before long, Chen caught sight of Suicune, and Suicune, in turn, noticed him. The two shared a gaze across the distance for a brief half-minute. Then, Suicune sprang into action. It surveyed the tentacle below and unleashed a barrage of icy beams from its mouth, instantly freezing the surrounding waters. The tentacle found themselves immobilized, effectively isolating the students from danger. With a soft call, Suicune elegantly stepped forward, its body gracefully leaping and shedding a cascade of silvery winds intermingled with glistening ice shards. The sight was utterly breathtaking. Even as it executed its blizzard attack, Suicune exuded an air of grace that was unparalleled. Its actions sent ripples of awe through the students on the shore, who erupted into cheers, heralding the legendary creature's assistance to human trainers as a beautiful tale. Undoubtedly, Suicune's name would be celebrated for some time as one of the revered legendary beasts. Chen had initially intended to assist in some capacity as a result. Shui Jun has already stepped forward without hesitation. However, why does he feel that this sacred beast has always been surrounding him? Could it be that he is too narcissistic? Or is it possible that Shui Jun truly harbors some ulterior motive towards him? Does it mean that he wishes to prostrate himself beneath Chen's genes? Is his charm truly that formidable? Upon such contemplation, Chen found himself feeling a tinge of excitement. Meanwhile, the teachers from the summer camp had already approached, gradually escorting the injured and poisoned students back. This indeed spared Chen a great deal of trouble, as he was no longer needed. The crisis had been averted due to Shui Jun's appearance. The rescuing teachers were all leading the students towards the shore. According to the normal script, at this moment, Shui Jun should have been gracefully departing from this maritime expanse. Yet this time it did not. It seemed to gaze upon Chen once more from above the heavens. On the shore, Zhong Yufeng's camera was completely focused on this moment. Even all the students held their breath, eager to see what drama would unfold below. Why did Shui Jun suddenly halt? Shouldn't it have floated away? One student posed the question. Damn, is it that Chen again? Could Shui Jun have taken a liking to him? What the hell? Does every divine beast have a crush on him, just because he's handsome? Does good looks grant one the liberty to do as they please? Why can't I? As soon as this student spoke, many turned to look at him. Yet, in the next moment, countless individuals wished to cleanse their eyes. Damn it, why do I feel like Chen is about to pull out his great Pokeball? Indeed, one could not deny that the hand he had resting behind him seemed to be itching with anticipation. Upon hearing Chen was going to draw out a Pokeball, a frenzy erupted along the coast. Ever since Chen captured the Super Magikarp, the sales of Pokeballs at the summer camp's Pokemon shop had undoubtedly surged by several percentage points. Everyone understood, at critical moments, regardless of whether one could capture it, it was best to throw a ball first. Thus, when they saw his motion to retrieve a ball, they were all stunned. However, Chen did not proceed with it. In that fleeting moment, he merely scratched his back, feeling a bit itchy. He had no intention of retrieving a ball. In fact, he could sense that Shui Jun did not wish to be captured by him at all. Thus, the two, one human and one sacred beast, gazed at each other amidst the bustling crowd. At that instant, it felt as though time had paused. The space itself seemed to solidify, leaving only Chen and Shui Jun locked in their gaze, as if they were conveying something profound. After a prolonged silence, amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Shui Jun finally moved. It gently lifted its feet, floating upwards, its ribbon-like form dancing gracefully without the need for wind. It did not look back, simply gliding away with utmost elegance. However, what was that? A keen-eyed student on the shore seemed to have spotted something. Wait, is that a feather?
Did Shui Jun leave behind a feather? Was it a sign of disdain towards Gu Chun? Was it a message implying, you wish to capture me? You are nothing. One student even attempted to provide a voice for Shui Jun. The crowd erupted in discussion, their imaginations running wild, with some unable to contain their laughter. In an instant, the shore was abuzz with excitement, while Gu Chun quietly gazed at the feather gently descending. Foolish humans, this is a rainbow feather, the token of the rainbow hero. To witness this is to behold the emblem of the divine beast Ho-Oh. Gu Chen's heart raced as he reached out to grasp the iridescent feather in his hand. The splendid plume, now resting in his palm, radiated a spectrum of colors. Gu Chen smiled. He was indeed a trainer with a pure heart. This, perhaps, was the highest form of praise. Nonetheless, it felt exquisite. Gu Chen firmly held the feather, aware that its brilliance would soon fade, revealing its original hue. In truth, he genuinely wished to meet the super large-mouthed sparrow. That creature might currently be lurking in some corner, posing for the photographer. Chapter 78. Must you treat me so specially? On the coastline of Donghai City, within the summer camp area. Gu Chun, show me. Mu Kursen's curious voice rang out. Show you what? Gu Chun feigned ignorance, wanting to tease her. Your feather. Mu Kursen's tone was slightly petulant, as she knew he was aware. Which feather? Oh. Mu Kursen's voice grew increasingly frantic, and without needing to look, Gu Chun could picture her blushing face. All right, Gu Chun chuckled, unable to suppress his laughter. If you want to see that feather, I shall show you. With that, he pulled the rainbow feather from his pocket. Is this the rainbow feather from the legend of Ho-Oh? The girl did not dare to touch it, merely gazing at the feather in Gu Chen's hand. Her large eyes filled with wonder. Her cautious curiosity was rather endearing. Not only her, but even Xiao Yasi could not resist coming closer. In an instant, Gu Chun found himself surrounded by them. Do you know the legend? Gu Chun was surprised that this world also possessed such tales. Yet it made sense, considering the presence of the rainbow feather. I know. It seems like this is the first time I've seen such a marvelous object. Even Xiao Yasi appeared quite animated. This rainbow feather signifies that you, Gu Chun, are the rainbow hero, correct? You may have the opportunity to meet Ho-Oh in the future. However, Gu Chun shook his head. Uncertain. I can't shake the feeling that it's not that simple. He gazed at the rainbow feather in his hand, truly sensing that it was so. That night, Gu Chun sat in his room, watching the video that Zhong Yufeng had just posted. It had only been a short while. It was already flooded with likes and shares. Unlike the students present at the scene, those online recognized what it truly was. What a feather. It's clearly Ho-Oh's feather. The rainbow feather. Although the video was shot from a distance and lacked clarity, its brilliance had still been captured by others. Instantly, the internet erupted. News of Gu Chun being the rainbow hero spread like wildfire across the online realm. Numerous trainers began to discuss it. Even those who typically paid little attention to Gu Chun had started to focus on him. Among them were even some top-tier trainers, men and women alike. The elite of the elite, or perhaps certain organizations. Their gazes were all fixed upon Gu Chun. However, the person at the center of it all remained blissfully unaware. Yet, he understood quite well. He would attract attention, but it mattered little. Gu Chun boldly declared that even if he were to give away the rainbow feather, it would be of no use to anyone else. Only he could wield its power. This is his confidence. At this moment, the little performer momentarily set aside his tablet, scampering over to Gu Chen's feet and gazing up at him. The little one now stood at least 80 centimeters tall, no longer needing to stretch on tiptoes to reach him. Consequently, he willingly climbed into Gu Chen's embrace without needing to be lifted. Gu Chun, well acquainted with the little fellow, recognized that he was sleepy and ready for rest, so he simply held him close, allowing him to nestle against his chest. The little performer found comfort there, resting gently like a child. However, as if struck by a sudden thought, he struggled free for a moment to plant a soft kiss on his owner's face, before returning to his previous state. Was this a good-night kiss from the little performer? Gu Chun mused, glancing down at the small face adorned with a gentle smile. Indeed, the air felt sweetened by the moment. The following day, Long Chengqing approached Gu Chun. Gu Chun, we will soon commence some battle training, he stated, casting a somewhat embarrassed glance at him. However, your Pokemon is simply not suited for participation in this training. So, I don't need to take part. Gu Chun initially assumed he would be exempt from the battle training, but Long Chengqing's next words left him bewildered. No,
Long Ching shook his head. You must still participate in the battles, but not with your own Pokemon. He produced a Pokeball and handed it to Guchan. This is a Pokemon for you to use temporarily. I believe you'll manage well with it. Even as he spoke, Long Ching felt a twinge of awkwardness. Curiosity piqued. Guchan wondered what Pokemon resided within the ball. 5 minutes later, he finally laid eyes on the creature, a solitary Caterpie, the one rumored to evolve into a Super Butterfree at level 100. The little creature exhibited no sense of danger. Upon emerging from its ball, it quietly began munching on the leaves before it. Guchan was utterly taken aback. He had been treated specially within the training camp, ending up with just this Caterpie. Observing the munching little one, Guchan sought Lilia's assistance to discern its skills. The results were even more disheartening. Tackle and string shot, just 2 skills. How was he to engage in battle training with such limited abilities? He had already noticed many malicious glances directed his way. Students from all around clearly aware that he would be battling with only a Caterpie. They all considered this their prime opportunity to defeat Guchan, believing that missing this chance would be a grave mistake. An opportunity to boast for an entire year. Just imagine, telling others come September that they had once bested Guchan in battle. It would be a tremendous source of pride. In an instant, nearly everyone eagerly anticipated the chance to challenge him, while Guchan, the one directly involved, gazed somewhat helplessly at his Caterpie. Chapter 79. Perhaps I shall use you for an experiment. Guchan had no desire to endure the humiliation of being repeatedly defeated, even with only a Caterpie at his disposal. He would not allow anyone to trample over him without consequence. Holding the Caterpie, he began preparing for his daily sign-in, placing his hopes on the system. After all, he had discovered that the items obtained from sign-ins were often related to whatever was nearby. Perhaps he could secure something advantageous. Clenching his teeth, Guchan declared, "Sign in. Ding. Signed in for the 30th day at the beach. Ding. Sign-in successful. Received 2 bug-type skill reagents. Ding. Due to signing in for 30 days, rewards doubled. Ding. Received 4 bug-type skill reagents." The system delivered several prompts in quick succession. To be honest, this was the first time Guchan had obtained such skill reagents from sign-in. Immediately, his gaze turned to the description of the skill reagents. Bug-type skill reagent, a reagent that can double enhance the skills of bug-type Pokemon. Cumulative usage is permitted. This was a very serious and detailed explanation. The seriousness of the description made Guchan acutely aware of its potential. Not only did this reagent enhance skills, but it could also double their effectiveness and accumulate. This indicated that when he applied these 4 reagents to the Caterpie, the skill strength could potentially reach a staggering level of 2 raised to the 4th power. This was an absolute enhancement. However, it seemed that the reagent could only enhance the existing 2 skills. Yet even so, Guchan was already intrigued. Meanwhile, the battles within the camp had commenced. Guchan could even feel the concerned gaze of Xiaoya upon him. But given the circumstances, they couldn't converse. Clenching his teeth, Guchan wasted no time, applying the 2 reagents directly onto the Caterpie. A series of notifications rang out. Ding! Caterpie's skills have been enhanced. Ding! Caterpie's skills have been enhanced. The 2 notifications indicated the number of reagents he had used. Yet at that moment, the Caterpie still stared up at Guchan with its big, innocent eyes, completely unaware of its newfound strength. Finally, Guchan was met with his first opponent, a trainer named Wang Gang. This individual clearly did not belong to the same school as Guchan, as he had been eyeing him as a rival since the beginning. As he sent out a Pidgey against Guchan's Caterpie, it was a shrewd move indeed. However, with his skills now strengthened, Guchan felt confident. He patted the Caterpie encouragingly, saying, "Little one, when you go out there, just give it your all. Don't hesitate, trust me, all right?" The Caterpie responded with a couple of chirps, its big eyes squinting into narrow slits, resembling a carefree child. Guchan was unsure if the little creature fully understood him. But to his surprise, when the Caterpie faced the Pidgey, it exhibited no sign of fear whatsoever. On the contrary, it appeared eager, its gaze brimming with fighting spirit. It was a remarkable display of courage, considering the natural predator-prey relationship between a Caterpie and a Pidgey. This revelation took Guchan by surprise. Just as he was contemplating, the Pidgey, soaring above, descended with astonishing speed, delivering a peck to the green caterpillar. The little creature cried out in agony, incessantly squeaking as it appeared to be in dire straits. However, through this encounter, Chen discerned the true capabilities of the Pidgey. Consequently, as the next attack approached, he decisively commanded, Green Caterpillar, use String Shot. Remarkably, despite enduring the peck, the Green Caterpillar executed the battle command with impeccable timing, unleashing a stream of white silk towards the Pidgey in the sky. Ordinarily, the Pidgey could easily counter this string shot with a gust of wind. Unfortunately, Vong Gong, the trainer, reacted far too sluggishly, allowing the Green Caterpillar's attack to strike true. This was no ordinary silk. It had been fortified, rendering it exceptionally resilient. The Pidgey found itself ensnared on the ground, thrashing helplessly, unable to break free. Chen, far from becoming arrogant, directed the Green Caterpillar to unleash a series of tackle attacks. Bound tightly, the Pidgey could only endure the relentless assaults, akin to a ball being repeatedly struck, until it ultimately succumbed to exhaustion. This spectacle caught the attention of Long Chengqing, who observed with raised eyebrows. After all, the Green Caterpillar had been casually captured from the forest just the day before, intended as a gift for Chen. To his astonishment, this young man had managed to secure victory using it, and moreover, in a counter-strategic manner. Indeed, one who could claim 3 victories was not to be underestimated. Long Chengqing licked his lips. He had just witnessed the interaction between Chen and the Green Caterpillar, indicating that the trainer had bolstered his Pokemon's spirit before the battle. Otherwise, how could the creature exhibit such fighting spirit? This thought elevated Chen's standing in Long Chengqing's mind significantly, a fact unbeknownst to Chen himself. For the other students, Wang Gang's defeat of the Pidgey still bore an impact. However, they did not ponder whether Chen was too formidable. Rather, they questioned Wang Gang's competence. How could one with such an advantage still emerge defeated? In an instant, the crowd derided Wang Gang, deeming him utterly inept. Well done, little one, Chen exclaimed, having lifted the victorious Green Caterpillar into his arms. To be candid, most people found the Green Caterpillar repulsive in reality and hesitated to touch it. Yet, truth be told, this little creature was delightfully soft to the touch, lacking any grossness, and rather endearing. This was perhaps due to Chen's lack of fear towards insects. The battle was far from over, and Chen faced no immediate challenges. However, he redirected his gaze towards the Green Caterpillar, resolute in his decision. After all, the skill-enhancing reagents were exclusively applicable to bug-type Pokemon, so he might as well utilize them all. He was eager to discover just how potent these enhancements could become. Not only that, but he also focused on his skeletal enhancement reagent. It is well known that insects do not possess bones. However, the pink antennae atop the Green Caterpillar's head were indeed skeletal structures. Chen pondered, if this reagent were to be fully applied to the Green Caterpillar's forehead, would it significantly amplify its strength? With a surge of determination, Chen wasted no time and directly administered the reagent to the Green Caterpillar. He was eager to experiment and unveil the extent of these enhancements. The Green Caterpillar would serve as his test subject, and with the system at his disposal, he felt no remorse. Chapter 80. The Green Caterpillar's spring, the skeletal enhancement and skill enhancement reagents were both administered to the Green Caterpillar. Experimentation was one reason, but more importantly, it was a reward for the little creature. After all, it had shown no fear when facing its natural enemy, the Pidgey. This aspect left Chen quite satisfied. It deserved such recognition. The application of these reagents visibly transformed the little creature's vitality. It appeared more robust and lively. Moreover, upon gently touching its antennae, Chen could sense a newfound hardness within. It was previously soft, but the skeletal enhancement reagent had proven its efficacy, hardening it instantaneously. Lost in thought, Chen was soon met with an unexpected challenger. This time, he was filled with confidence. The Green Caterpillar mirrored his enthusiasm. The opponent was a trainer wielding a Spearow. At this stage, trainers with evolved second-stage Pokemon were a rarity, making this individual stand out in Chen's eyes. This trainer had undoubtedly experienced numerous battles. Without further ado, the battle commenced. The Spearow exhibited extreme caution, circling the skies before finally opting to dive down at tremendous speed. In truth, the Spearow possessed a significant advantage over the Green Caterpillar, being a fire and flying type Pokemon, which naturally counters bug types. Green Caterpillar, do not be afraid. Chen's voice resonated, instilling a sense of calm in the little creature. It lifted its gaze to the descending Spearow, eyes brimming with determination. "Now, tackle," Chen commanded. All onlookers were taken aback. At such a moment, rather than ordering the green caterpillar to use string shot to disrupt the Spearo's rhythm, he was calling for a direct tackle, a head-on confrontation. This was sheer audacity. The students present, though silent, seemed to foresee Chen's imminent defeat. Even Long Chengqing let out a small sigh, resigning to the thought that this was where Chen's journey would come to an end, lacking any remarkable performance. Indeed, the Spearow appeared poised to dominate the green caterpillar. What? Long Chengqing's thoughts were interrupted by sheer astonishment. It was as though he had witnessed a ghost. His face displayed a mix of terror and disbelief. How could this be? In the moment when the Spearow struck with its swift dive, Chen's green caterpillar leapt upward, delivering a head-on collision with the opponent. It had withstood the Spearow's attack. To his astonishment, the Spearow was sent crashing down. Appearing somewhat dazed, what on earth? Was this still a green caterpillar? Was it not a bug king? How could it possess such tenacity? What sorcery was this? The mere impact had sent the spectators into a frenzy. Even the Spearow's trainer was momentarily lost in thought. What was happening? Where was the anticipated type and species advantage? Had all those years of education been for naught? Has the rigorous preparation of 3 years of examinations and 5 years of simulations been in vain? The trainer of the rocket sparrow is already in disarray. Observing closely, Chen, without uttering a word, once again commanded the caterpie to launch a tackle. He would not allow himself to be distracted by the spectators on the sidelines. He merely wished to validate whether his ideas were indeed correct. Upon receiving the command, the caterpie, with unwavering determination, advanced boldly ahead. In that instant, its speed was akin to a bolt of lightning, akin to the electric mouse executing a thunderbolt, swift beyond measure. Moreover, a faint white aura trailed behind it, a special effect that could only be achieved by slicing through the air. It seemed as though the onlookers could hear the surge of energy rippling through the arena. Long Chengqing stood agape, astonished. Was this truly the same caterpie he had caught just yesterday, listless and despondent? Unbelievable! The rocket sparrow flapped its wings, attempting to take flight. It could not soar. It was cowed by the formidable presence of the caterpie. Consequently, the caterpie's tackle connected with it, sending the rocket sparrow, larger in size by more than double, hurtling through the air like a shooting star. Silence enveloped the scene. No one had anticipated that this diminutive caterpie harbored such immense power. How could they not be astonished? Their mouths agape, as if they could fit a Pokemon egg within them. Long Chengqing gazed at the caterpie, which was slowly approaching the trainer, his heart swelling with a complex mix of emotions, yet ultimately filled with pride. What could be more delightful than witnessing hope and vitality in the youth? Chen was indeed extraordinary. Long Chengqing silently admired Chen, having given him countless thumbs-ups in his mind. This Pokemon battle would last an entire day. Thus Chen need not worry about a lack of opponents or subjects for experimentation. However, as the battles progressed, the initial eagerness of the spectators to face Chen transformed into a palpable fear of encountering him, a sentiment akin to wishing to avoid a ghost. Was this caterpie even still a bug type? The intensity of its tackle was incomparably stronger than that of a dragonite, which relied on its head for attacks. How perplexing! The students were left speechless, yet they could not refuse the arranged battles. Thus, by the end of the day, Chen's caterpie had swiftly risen to fame within this summer camp. Everyone recognized that Chen's Pokemon, even if it were merely a caterpie, was remarkable. It was a hidden gem with extraordinary abilities. Why? Because throughout the day, regardless of whether it faced a disadvantageous matchup or a favorable one, whether it battled first stage or second stage Pokemon, victory was always assured. Even more astonishing was that Chen's caterpie had only employed a single move, tackle. A simple yet effective tackle that could break through anything. Even a Geodude or a matchup's defensive maneuvers were ineffective against it. Furthermore, not even a Squirtle's head but could withstand its tackle. By the end of the day, chaos ensued at the summer camp, with everyone rushing over to witness Chen's battles. Of course, who could resist watching a battle featuring the legendary caterpie? Chapter 81. Visitors from East Sea Battle Hall as the day of battles concluded. Tales of the caterpie's exploits spread throughout the summer camp. Everyone understood that Chen's caterpie was exceptional, but they also realized that not every caterpie possessed such prowess. This understanding kept the caterpie population in the surrounding forest safe. Meanwhile, the protagonist, Chen, was currently instructing his caterpie to unleash its tackle against the largest tree it could find. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted as the tree, which could be embraced by a single person, was shattered into countless fragments, collapsing in mere moments. Indeed, after 4 consecutive enhancements of its skills, the caterpie's tackle had grown immensely powerful, its speed rivaling that of the electric mouse's thunderbolt. What astonishing velocity! The caterpie exerted all its strength against the tree. Chen. Before he could finish his command, a voice called out from behind him. Without turning, he knew it was Curson. How did you know I was here? He had sneaked out after dinner, yet she had managed to find him? I saw you sneak out. I simply followed you, Curson replied, approaching Chen and glancing at the caterpie at his feet. She reached out to touch it and exclaimed, "It's so hard. Why are its antennae so firm?" Her words were filled with curiosity. She had longed to ask about Chen's caterpie after witnessing its battle earlier, but only now was the opportunity presenting itself. At such a young age, every word she spoke was sharp as a blade, and he couldn't help but tease her. "What do you mean?" Curson blushed at his remark and retorted, "I was being serious." Standing up, she shot him a playful glare, her cheeks glowing in the night like radiant stars. How could someone so young possess such captivating charm? If she were to grow older, like Luo Wuxi and her companions, it was hard to imagine the effect she would have. Even the Pokemon beside me are like this, don't you think? I can't explain that to you. Chen shrugged, then directed the caterpie to use string shot with all its might against the wooden target. In the next moment, Curson was left speechless. She witnessed the string shot skill strike the tree like a cannonball, leaving a gaping wound larger than a bowl on its trunk. This string shot could be used in such a manner? Wasn't it supposed to be soft and feeble? How was it capable of inflicting such damage? Before Curson could voice her astonishment, Chen spoke again. "Caterpie, try to tie this tree up with string shot." Just as Chen had anticipated, the string shot could indeed be used for offense. However, the caterpie's attempt to replicate the delicate control required for binding was proving challenging. It needed perfect precision, otherwise, each attempt would only result in a powerful projectile. Binding something was nearly impossible. After several failed attempts, the little creature, displaying remarkable perseverance, did not give up but continued to try time and again. Chen patiently observed, occasionally offering guidance. Curson chose not to interrupt, her face adorned with a gentle smile as she watched Chen's efforts. At long last, she understood. Everything in this world has a reason. She pondered. Perhaps she could fathom the reasons behind Chen's selection as the rainbow hero. At long last, after numerous failures, the green caterpillar had triumphed. Yes, that was the feeling. She had captured it. Chen hastily voiced his encouragement, unable to suppress a smile of satisfaction. Surely, there is no joy greater than finally achieving success after countless setbacks. After training late into the night with the green caterpillar, Chen deemed it sufficiently adept before he decided to take his leave. "Hey, Chen, take me to capture some Pokemon." Curson piped up on their way back. "Sure, what kind of Pokemon do you want?" Chen replied with a glance at her, readily agreeing. You're not even going to ask why?" She pouted, a hint of displeasure crossing her face. "I had prepared a whole speech, and now it's all for naught." Chen chuckled, "Given how quiet you've been tonight, just tell me what you desire." I haven't thought it through yet," she admitted, taken aback by his swift agreement. "Then let me know when you're ready," he said, unperturbed. With Chen's promise in hand, Curson felt elated, her steps noticeably lighter as they walked. What delighted her even more was that Chen, without her prompting, knew to escort her back to the dormitory. This realization was akin to a long-dormant tree bursting into bloom, igniting joy within her. The night passed in silence. The following day, due to Chen's disruption of the training schedule the previous day, the battle training at the camp would continue for some time. However, it was evident that Chen was no longer part of it. His green caterpillar was likely not a Pokemon anyone at the summer camp wished to encounter. Thus, Long Ching, feeling somewhat helpless, suggested that Chen go off to fish for a while. Yet by noon, an unexpected visitor sought him out, introducing himself and revealing his purpose, someone from the East Sea Battle Arena. He aimed to challenge Chen to a battle. Chapter 82, Minimal Damage. Highly insulting. Speaking of battle arenas, in this era, they are akin to martial arts schools. Within them, one can relish the joys of taking on apprentices and engaging in battles, equipped with various tools for training Pokemon. The only difference is that a city can have 3 or 4 such arenas, as any entity recognized by the Pokemon League can establish one. However, one aspect mirrors the gyms from anime. Challenging the arena masters can earn you qualification badges. Collecting 16 badges from different cities grants you entry into the league, which is primarily aimed at elevating one's trainer rank. For instance, should Chen hold the title of Gold Trainer, he need not worry. He can enter the secret realms without hindrance from the Pokemon League. Thus, it can be said that a trainer's status in this era is attained through league participation, and these competitions are held in high esteem. After all, only the top 3 can secure badges for rank elevation. You wish to battle me? Chen inquired, gazing at the middle-aged man before him, who appeared to be at least 30 and was known as the sole master of the EC battle arena, Meng Haifei. Indeed, let us battle. Meng Haifei uttered these words, albeit with a touch of trepidation, for he was well aware of the Pokemon Chen possessed. However, he found himself in a bind, as his fans had clamored for him to challenge Chen after his reputation spread in EC City. Originally, Meng Haifei had no intention of coming, declaring he would only do so upon receiving 20 super spaceships as a challenge fee. To his surprise, that very night, a wealthy patron gifted him 40, declaring the surplus a reward. Thus, Meng Haifei was compelled to accept, as the income from the super spaceships amounted to nearly 200,000 star coins, an equivalent to his earnings from streaming for an extended period. Chen observed the middle-aged man, understanding that in this era, challenging an arena master yields qualification badges. However, he had not yet intended to embark on his journey as a challenger, planning to save it for after university. Yet here it was. Then let the battle commence. Have you prepared a badge? Chen inquired, having noticed the equipment carried by Meng Haifei's team. He had an inkling it involved a live stream. Yes, Meng Haifei, taken aback by Chen's swift agreement and initially intending to evade, now realized he had no choice but to give his all. With determination, he set himself, arranging the camera, while Zhong Yufeng, Chen's dedicated cameraman, hastily arrived at the scene. It was evident that this would be a 3v3 battle. As trainers, both parties understood the gravity of the moment. In the first match, Meng Haifei sent forth his Emperor Nebo. Chen was not surprised. He anticipated the final evolution of a Pokemon. Meanwhile, Meng Haifei's live stream was going wild. Originally, his channel had fewer than 10,000 followers, barely reaching 2,000 or 3,000 views per day. Yet, with Chen's battle announcement, the streaming platform promptly featured a stream at the top. In an instant, viewership soared from 30,000 to 100,000, then to 200,000, and finally 1,000,000. Regardless of gifts, the viewer count surged exponentially. Moreover, Meng Haifei noticed his follower count skyrocketing to 200,000, causing the back end to lag. Damn, this is Chen's influence, Meng Haifei thought, gazing at the young man across from him. For him, this battle, regardless of the outcome, was a lucrative opportunity. Let us go. Send out your Pokemon. Meng Haifei bellowed, fully committed to the challenge. At that moment, the viewers in the live stream witnessed Chen retrieving his Pokeball, their anticipation reaching a fever pitch. The chat erupted with messages. Will the Super Gyarados take the stage? Show us that striking Gung-Gue. Come on, just let Lugia wipe the floor with him. But in an instant, all the chatter on the screen condensed into a single word, damn. To everyone's astonishment, it was indeed a cater pie. Chen had actually sent out a cater pie during such a serious and sacred battle. It is safe to say that apart from the students present who understood Chen's choice, even the viewers in the live stream, including Meng Haifei, were utterly perplexed. What on earth is this? After all this build-up, he sends out a cater pie? In an instant, the online community erupted with outrage, furiously commenting in the chat. Are you joking? A cater pie? Meng Haifei, gazing at the spirited little creature with its big, sparkling eyes, couldn't help but swallow hard. Chen, you could easily defeat me with your most powerful Pokemon. There's no need to show me any mercy. This is what a trainer should do. But to send out a cater pie, what is the meaning of this? Meng Haifei exclaimed, growing increasingly agitated as he tugged at his collar. As the esteemed master of the East Sea Battle Arena, this is a blatant act of disrespect. Do you understand? It is an affront to me as a trainer. Meng Haifei's indignation was not without merit. Respect for a trainer means putting forth every effort and employing every strategy to overcome them. Yet, what was Guchen doing? He had powerful Pokemon at his disposal, but chose to send out a Caterpie. This was nothing short of an insult to Meng Haifei. It was a trivial act, yet one steeped in profound disrespect. Naturally, as the master of the East Sea Battle Arena, how could he not be furious? Unquestionably, Meng Haifei's words resonated with the viewers. The chat exploded with accusations of Gu Chen's arrogance, his blatant disregard for the competition, and a lack of respect for the identity of a trainer. As he lost sight of who he is after capturing a legendary Pokemon, in an instant, a torrent of negative comments flooded the screen. However, Gu Chen remained unfazed. "This Caterpie is also my Pokemon," he stated, his gaze deepening. "In my heart, all Pokemon are equal. They hold the same significance to me. If you look down on my Caterpie, it is you who disrespects me and the profession of a trainer. Do you understand? What right do you have to belittle a Caterpie?" Gu Chen's fervent declaration reverberated across the screen, electrifying the atmosphere both in the venue and online. Like a proverb, his words rang true. Pokemon are not defined by strength. If you disdain my Caterpie, it is you who fails to respect me, disrespecting the very essence of a trainer. What right do you have to look down upon a Caterpie? These succinct phrases rendered the viewers momentarily speechless, silencing the earlier barrage of criticism. Was Gu Chen wrong? Absolutely not. Every trainer begins with such ideals, firmly believing in them. It is merely that over time, such convictions can fade. Yet, as Gu Chen revived these sentiments, everyone felt an unprecedented sense of resonance. In that moment, they were overwhelmed with emotion, akin to reliving a cherished memory of a time when they caught a Caterpie in the wild, unable to sleep from excitement. That starting point belongs to every generation of trainers, for nothing is easier to capture in the wild than a Caterpie. In an instant, the chat fell silent. It seemed as though everyone was lost in contemplation. Even the atmosphere in the venue was eerily quiet. Each individual was echoing Gu Chen's calm, yet impassioned words in their minds. Young people's emotions are easily stirred, and they wholeheartedly embraced Gu Chen's heartfelt sentiments. Thus, the emotions of everyone on the coast were ignited, not just the students, but also the spectators, teachers, and coaches alike. They felt a sense of nostalgia and exhilaration, cheering, "Gu Chen, go for it. Caterpie, you can do it." It was unclear who had the courage to speak first, but soon the air was filled with those two rallying cries reverberating like a tsunami. Unbeknownst to them, the chat was fervently refreshing with these encouraging words. In this shift of sentiment, everyone stood firmly behind Gu Chen. What went unnoticed was that Caterpie, upon hearing Gu Chen's words, glimmered with emotion in its eyes. It glanced at Gu Chen, determination radiating from its gaze. "Gu Chen, you are a wonderful trainer." After a moment, Meng Haifei finally spoke, but not out of pressure from public opinion. Rather, it was purely because he felt a similar resonance. "I apologize for my previous remarks. Now let us battle." Caterpie. Gu Chen wasted no time. The battle was about to commence. "Emperor Nebo, use Drill Peck," Meng Haifei commanded, and Emperor Nebo executed the order flawlessly, preparing to deliver a devastating blow to the fragile Pokemon before it. Yet, in the next moment, both Meng Haifei and his Pokemon were taken aback. For instead of evading or launching a string shot to disrupt their rhythm, Caterpie charged straight at Emperor Nebo with astonishing speed. The chat erupted with exclamations. "What the heck? This Caterpie can use Quick Attack. Is there a glitch? Is this live stream enhanced with effects?" Yet, they fell silent again as Caterpie collided fiercely with Emperor Nebo's Drill Peck. In an instant, a dull thud resonated as everyone observed that Caterpie not only remained unscathed but stood its ground resolutely. To their astonishment, Emperor Nebo, whose size was 6 times that of Caterpie, was sent flying back, stumbling for 5 or 6 meters before regaining its footing. The audience was left dumbfounded, even forgetting to comment. But battles unfold in the blink of an eye. Here, Caterpie, under Gu Chen's command, chose to press the attack. Just as Emperor Nebo steadied itself, Caterpie charged once more. In an instant, it struck again, sending Emperor Nebo reeling. This turn of events was utterly unexpected for Meng Haifei. He was momentarily stunned, taking time to remember to command his Pokemon to retaliate. However, Emperor Nebo had already endured no less than 5 consecutive hits from Caterpie, leaving it disoriented. With one final blow, it was knocked a full 10 meters away. Gu Chen was not at all surprised by this outcome. He had learned from his experiments the night before that even a tree could be toppled. It seemed this little creature had grown considerably stronger, while he remained unfazed. The viewers in Meng Haifei were utterly astonished. What in the world? Is this really a cater pie? No wonder Gu Chun dared to utter such words earlier. The flavor of this metaphorical soup has indeed changed. One must ask, how many green caterpillars in this world are like that? Nevertheless, the battle continues. This time, Du Haifei has unleashed the Iron Claw Lobster. The moment this sprite appears, it radiates an imposing presence, and from afar, one can sense the might emanating from it. It is even larger than the average Iron Claw Lobster, showcasing its exceptional development. As the battle commences, the Iron Claw Lobster swiftly advances towards the green caterpillar. Its massive pincers gleam with a silvery light, charging forth with the intent of delivering a decisive blow to teach the caterpillar a lesson. Indeed, this presents a significant threat. Thus, Gu Chen commands Spit Silk. Without a moment's hesitation, the green caterpillar releases silvery strands from its tiny mouth. Fear not, sever it. Du Haifei, although unfamiliar with Gu Chen's green caterpillar, instinctively chooses this offensive approach, aware of the properties of these silk strands. However, clang, clang, clang. A cacophony ensues as the caterpillar's silk strikes the lobster's pincers, producing an odd sound that sends shivers down the spines of onlookers. Is this truly the silk of a green caterpillar? In an instant, doubts arise among the crowd. Could this be a divine beast masquerading in the guise of caterpillar? Yet the battle rages on. In a moment of distraction, the careless Iron Claw Lobster raises its claws again, attempting to swat away the silk. But this time, the green caterpillar does not grant it such an opportunity. The silk not only remains intact, but ensnares the lobster's pincers. In that fleeting moment, the caterpillar's silk descends once more, thoroughly binding the Iron Claw Lobster. The resilience of this silk is utterly astonishing. No matter how the lobster rides, it cannot escape. Seeing this, Du Haifei breaks into a cold sweat. He has never encountered such a battle before. What should he do? But the green caterpillar reassures him. There is no need for concern, for the Iron Claw Lobster has already followed the path of the defeated Emperor Nebo. Chapter 84. The Ultimate Choice of the Green Caterpillar. The Fall of the Iron Claw Lobster. This outcome is utterly unforeseen. After all, this behemoth appeared poised to crush the green caterpillar. Yet, it has been vanquished. In an instant, the barrage of comments in the live stream erupts with fervor. Green Caterpillar is incredible. Divine Beast Green Caterpillar. There is no chaos here. All comments resonate with this sentiment. Du Haifei's heart is not merely astonished. In these two battles, he was caught off guard, completely bewildered. He scarcely resembles the master of a battle arena. His performance is even inferior to that of student. Shaimoshes over Du Haifei? Continue the battle. Gu Chen interjects. Not only he, but even the green caterpillar's spirit remains undaunted. There is but one opponent left. This diminutive green caterpillar can indeed sweep away the opposition. It seems the time has come to unleash you. Du Haifei grits his teeth and retrieves his Pokeball. Go! Charizard! With a deafening roar, the massive crimson sprite soars into the sky. This Charizard, over 2 meters in height, appears far more robust than others, showcasing Du Haifei's true strength. However, he is evidently shaken by Gu Chen's green caterpillar. Gu Chen senses a hint of gravity in the air. The sprite soaring above, Charizard, is indeed formidable. It may even surpass the previous Spearow in prowess. Its elemental advantage once again overwhelms the green caterpillar, rendering this a challenging confrontation. Furthermore, Gu Chen himself acknowledges the difficulty of this battle and the potential for defeat. Yet, he seems unconcerned. His sole desire is to refine the green caterpillar's abilities and witness its growth. Charizard, use Fire Spin. This time, Du Haifei approaches with caution, intending to ensnare the green caterpillar with flames. In truth, he need not take such measures. Any hit from Charizard would likely spell defeat for the caterpillar. Therefore, evasion is paramount. The green caterpillar charges toward the nearby stone. As Gu Chen's command echoes, the caterpillar springs into action, placing unwavering trust in its trainer. Onlookers, after a moment of confusion, realize Gu Chen's intent, evade the fire spin, and the caterpillar succeeds. Gu Chen understands that the green caterpillar requires a target to initiate its charge. Thus, he utilizes this principle to guide it away from the impending attack. Just as spectators marvel at this brilliant maneuver, they are once again gripped by anxiety, for Charizard swoops down with incredible speed, aiming to seize the green caterpillar. Charizard succeeds. Although dodging the fire spin was impressive, this flying-type sprite is not to be underestimated. The green caterpillar, caught in Charizard's grasp, exhibits visible distress, its face contorted in agony. Yet, after a swift spiral, Charizard ascends once more into the air. In that fleeting moment, Chen comprehends its intention, to drop the green caterpillar from a great height. This is catastrophic. Such a fall would surely spell disaster for the caterpillar. This is reality. It is not a turn-based game, where one can simply restart after defeat. In this world, a fallen sprite meets a final end. Chen cannot admonish Du Haifei. After all, this is the attack method chosen by Charizard itself. With determination igniting in his eyes, Chen seizes an opportunity as the green caterpillar begins its descent. Spit Silk and ensnare Charizard's foot. One must commend the green caterpillar caught in the wild by Long Ching. Its quality is indeed exceptional. In terms of psychological resilience and intelligence, it surpasses many sprites. Thus, it quickly comprehends Chen's directive. Even in a state of imbalance, it swiftly ejects its silken strands, accurately striking Charizard's foot. Then, before the astonished eyes of the crowd, the green caterpillar swiftly ascends. Just as everyone, including Chen, believes it aims merely to cling to Charizard, a shocking scene unfolds. The silk snaps. A silvery glow faintly emanates from the green caterpillar's antennae. A piercing howl echoed from the heavens, reaching the ears of every onlooker present. The green caterpillar, with unwavering determination, made what it deemed the most righteous choice. Whoosh! Harnessing the recoil of its silk, the caterpillar propelled itself upward, akin to a cannonball, delivering a staggering blow to the Charizard's pale yellow underbelly. This was a desperate strike, a gamble where life hung in the balance, for at that moment, the caterpillar was devoid of its silk restraints. This meant that its body was now utterly unbalanced, facing an irreversible descent from the sky. Yet, the result was astonishing. The Charizard's belly was deeply indented, and it too lost its ability to maintain equilibrium in the air. The crowd was left in stunned silence, captivated by the caterpillar's choice, until suddenly, bang, a thunderous sound erupted as both the Charizard and the caterpillar plummeted onto the beach, stirring up a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, the spectators on the beach, including trainers in front of their screens, finally grasped the unfolding events. The Charizard, having fallen from such heights, had completely lost its fighting capability and appeared gravely injured. A blackened mark, still emitting heat, marred its pale belly, evidence of the confrontation with the caterpillar. This collision, while influenced by inertia, was powerful enough to momentarily astonish Chen. It was truly formidable. However, the audience noticed the absence of the caterpillar, the very creature responsible for this upheaval. Where had it gone? Despite their curiosity, a profound silence enveloped the scene as everyone anticipated the outcome of this battle. Had the green caterpillar triumphed, or was it a draw? Observers could clearly see that the Charizard, battered and fallen, had lost the ability to fight, rendering its defeat indisputable. But what of the caterpillar, the small creature that had risked everything for victory? As if to answer the crowd's unspoken questions, the wings of the Charizard began to tremble, and a vibrant green figure gradually emerged before the spectators. Though adorned with a bit of dirt, it stepped forward with unwavering confidence, its large eyes filled with confusion. It seemed perplexed by the unexpected silence. At not one. Then, an overwhelming wave of sound surged forth. Roars of excitement, cheers, applause, and viewers typing 666 in the chat, all in celebration of the green caterpillar and its exceptional trainer, Chen. In truth, Chen understood that continuing the battle against the Charizard would lead to only one outcome: defeat. The Charizard possessed countless ways to secure victory. Yet, the caterpillar's choice at that moment was undoubtedly the most astute decision, even more so than Chen could have anticipated. Fueled by steadfast conviction, it took that leap of faith and secured its own victory, a triumph that deserved thunderous applause. Even Chen should have joined in the acclaim. However, from a distance, the victorious caterpillar gazed intently at Chen, and in that fleeting moment, their eyes met across the expanse. Gu Chun smiled, and the caterpillar returned the gesture, its eyes squinting in joy, its front legs scratching against one another in sheer delight. Incredible, Gu Chun. This is for you, Du Haifei remarked, his face alight with genuine admiration. Although he was merely the head of the East Sea Battle Arena, he was a golden trainer in his own right, proud of his achievements. His heartfelt words reflected his deep respect for the young man before him. Thank you, Gu Chun replied modestly, accepting the blue and white medal badge from Du Haifei. Feel free to visit the East Sea Battle Arena anytime. You're always welcome. Du Haifei extended an invitation. Sure, I will when I can, Gu Chun responded as he prepared to leave. However, the audience in the live stream was not satisfied. They insisted that Gu Chun say a few words. Even Du Haifei found himself unable to resist, urging him to share his thoughts. Gu Chun, though momentarily at a loss for words, finally spoke. In truth, I have no interest in legendary creatures. This statement triggered another wave of 666 in the chat. Only those who possessed legendary beasts dared to claim such disinterest. Those who have achieved greatness are the ones who can say such things, right? Have you all understood? Gu Chun continued, unfazed by the playful mockery in the chat. Honestly, I have no interest in legendary creatures. I don't even know what purpose they serve. Gu Chun remained steadfast in expressing his genuine feelings, undeterred by the banter. The happiest days of my life were spent as a child playing with my Pokemon. I hold a pure love for them. Therefore, I hope that as trainers, you can remain true to your original intentions, forever young and perpetually moved to tears. After delivering this heartfelt message, Gu Chun departed gracefully. His words, though reminiscent of a well-known narrative, truly reflected his innermost thoughts. He recalled that his happiest days were spent playing Pokemon Gold and Silver as a child, with a fan and those cherished memories encompassing his entire youth. Gu Chun remembered the first Pokemon he ever caught was indeed the green caterpillar, while the first Pokemon he received from the professor was a Charmander. Though he had returned to a reality where Pokemon existed, those cherished days remained vivid in his memory. Unbeknownst to him, as he left, the atmosphere of the live stream shifted once more. The audience fervently echoed his parting words. Forever young, forever moved to tears, trainers. A slender woman, exuding an air of elegance tinged with a hint of languor, reclines gracefully on the sofa, her features obscured by a facial mask. Yet, judging solely by her demeanor and physique, she must undoubtedly be a stunning beauty. A voice, dripping with a relaxed charm, emerges, capable of sending shivers down one's spine and quickening a heartbeat. She extends her delicate, fair hand, casually picking up a book from the table to glance at it. YNGZHU Spirit University? She muses. Very well, this shall be the place. In Donghai City, within the summer camp area by the sea, Gu Chun is savoring a solitary dinner. Beside him is a small actress, diligently attempting to engage with the elfin cuisine while on the table. A recently battle-worn caterpie hunches over its meal. As for Jengar, its terrifying presence is best kept away from the dining table. Little Lugia should remain discreet. The appearance of a Mega Gyarados would surely cause a scramble for seats. Lilia, uninterested in food, opts only for electricity. Thus, only Kairu Lillian and the caterpie are permitted at the table. Opposite Gyu Chen sits Mu Kexin. Xiao Yasi, bound to accompany her friend, is unable to join them. After all, it was she who first extended the invitation to this summer camp. She could not possibly stand them up. Consequently, her freedom is curtailed compared to Mu Kurson's. Do you not feel anxious sitting across from me? Gu Chun inquires, casting a glance at her. Anxious? Why would I be anxious? Mu Kurson responds with a grace that belies her typically boisterous demeanor, chewing her food delicately. With so many eyes upon you bearing ill intentions, do you not feel pressured? The term ill intentions carries dual meanings here. Firstly, she sits opposite Gu Chun, a figure of considerable controversy at this summer camp. Secondly, Mu Kurson herself is strikingly attractive, inevitably drawing the gaze of admirers who wish to steal glances at her. After all, the hearts of these young men and women are often a tangle of emotions. If you feel no pressure, what reason have I to feel any? Mu Kurson pouts, glancing at Gu Chun, seemingly unfazed by the attention. It appears she has grown accustomed to such scrutiny. After sipping her milk tea, she suddenly lifts her gaze to Gu Chun and exclaims, by the way, Gu Chun, I've thought of a Pokemon to capture. Her eyes sparkle with excitement, her face radiating with a thrill of her newfound decision. Oh, what Pokemon? Gu Chun recalls his promise to her. You must promise to help me once I reveal it. She insists, a hint of anxiety coloring her cheeks. Are you not going to ask me to catch some legendary beast? Chen responds, slightly flustered. Sensing his emotional shift, the small actress beside them glances over but quickly returns to her meal, prioritizing the culinary delights before her. Indeed, in the presence of exquisite cuisine, all else must take a back seat, including Chen, the host. Not at all. Mu Kursin hastily shakes her head, her face flushing as she surveys the area before whispering, "Oh dear, could you speak a little more quietly?" All right, Chen concedes, feeling awkward about his previous outburst. Just tell me, as long as it's not a legendary beast, I am willing to assist. However, Mu Kursin, shifting nervously, looks at him and finally admits, I wish to capture a love disc. As she utters these words, she momentarily loses her usual confidence, appearing somewhat bashful. Chen is caught off guard, then clears his throat and asks, is this love disc very powerful? Is it imperative that you capture it? Of course. Chen is well aware of the significance of this Pokemon. Although he may be somewhat oblivious, he is certainly not ignorant. The symbolism of love disc is unmistakable. Come on, just say whether you will help or not. Mu Kursin gazes at Chen with wide, starry eyes, her heartbeat quickening. She fears that he might inadvertently refuse her request. Very well, Chen nods, then adds, however, this love disc might be difficult to find, so we may need to venture out to sea. Is that acceptable? This Pokemon is notoriously elusive in these shallow coastal waters. Furthermore, fishing is not as straightforward as in games. One might wait half an hour without a single bite. Thus, a sea expedition is necessary. That's perfectly fine. It's just a trip to the sea. Mu Kursin beams, her initial fears of the ocean forgotten, perhaps reassured by Chen's presence. And so, they happily resolve to set sail the following day. Upon returning to his dorm, Chen observes the events online. It must be said, Zhong Yufeng's editing skills are commendable. He has perfectly compiled the footage of Chen's battle and remarks. Chen notices that his video account has inexplicably gained numerous followers, all echoing the same phrase. Platforms like Xiaopost, Douyin, and others are flooded with his words, giving rise to a swarm of imitators that amuse Chen. Moreover, a plethora of individuals online claim they have become fans of Chen, pledging lifelong support. Should any keyboard warriors dare to disparage him, they would rally to his defense. Initially, one might have thought this was merely a gimmick to ride Chen's coattails, yet it appears he has genuinely inspired a fan club, drawing in many eager supporters. In the face of such developments, Chen finds himself at a loss for words. Yet, as long as no negative news or harm comes his way, he would typically remain unconcerned. Some comments merely target the caterpie, baffled as to how it could possess such strength. Many are left pondering whether they have underestimated the potential of any Pokemon. Perhaps some aspects cannot be assessed solely through data. With attentive nurturing, even those Pokemon that appear to have low potential might achieve miraculous feats. This very topic has ignited a fervent debate across the internet, all thanks to Chen's emergence. The individual responsible for everything now lies comfortably in bed, ready to embrace sleep. Chapter 87. The legendary week Ding Fish School the following day. Under careful arrangements, the students of the summer camp were to engage in the expected combat training. Due to special circumstances, Chen was exempt from these activities and could be considered the most relaxed participant in the training camp. There was, however, another person who shared a similar disposition, Mu Kursin. Setting sail, upon witnessing Chen summon the formidable Mega Gyarados, her excitement was palpable. According to their plans, Chen was indeed to accompany her on this venture to capture the elusive heart fish. The most pressing concern was whether such creatures even resided in the vicinity. After consulting some materials yesterday, Chen discovered reports of sightings in the EC. Though the odds were akin to finding a thumb-sized pearl amidst a multitude of shells, quite terrifying. Where are we heading? Mu Kursin inquired cautiously as she perched atop the Gyarados. I have heard that the chances of encountering heartfish are greater near sun corals. So let us head there and test our luck, Chen replied, clearing his throat. Only upon her shedding her outer garment did he realize she was clad in a swimsuit. While such attire was commonplace at the beach, the seclusion of their current situation rendered it somewhat awkward. Yet, Mu Kursin seemed utterly unfazed. She suddenly shifted back, her eyes sparkling with delight. Did you really look up information just for this? Her exuberance made Chen fear
she might tumble into the sea. Be careful. He instinctively reached out. But the Mega Gyarados, displaying remarkable awareness, abruptly halted, causing Chen to lurch forward. Mu Curson gasped, and they collided with considerable force. She found herself enveloped in Chen's embrace, her delicate face pressing against his chest. If one listened closely, the rhythmic thumping of his heart was audible, and a faint blush crept on her cheeks. At that moment, they resembled a couple caught in a tender embrace. Are you all right? Chen couldn't help but glance down at her, his own heart racing as well. I'm fine, Mu Curson stammered, her earlier bravado completely vanishing, even amidst the crashing waves. The atmosphere had turned decidedly intimate. Your hand, she murmured, her voice trembling. Only then did Chen realize his hand rested on her waist, prompting him to withdraw it hastily. He muttered an explanation for his instinctive action, pondering why the Mega Gyarados had chosen to stop so abruptly. I understand. Mu Curson nodded vigorously, betraying her inner nervousness. Sit tight. We wouldn't want to fall overboard, Chen advised. Okay. Following this incident, Mu Curson seemed considerably more subdued, her usual exuberance tempered. The two maintained a slight distance, the atmosphere thick with unspoken tension, yet the Mega Gyarados continued its journey, alleviating some of the unease. Eventually, they arrived at a vast expanse of water, a considerable distance from the shore. Surrounding them were clusters of rocks, an area likely abundant with sun corals. Chen scanned the surroundings and, indeed, spotted some sun corals nestled among the rocks. The small creatures appeared tranquil and unafraid, closing their eyes as if basking in comfort. Let us head to that large rock and allow the Gyarados to dive beneath the waves to search for heart fish, Chen decisively suggested. All right, Mu Curson readily agreed. However, before they could reach the rock, Chen noticed a small fish suddenly surfacing. Is that a weak-dinged fish? Mu Curson asked, observing the blue and white fish. Indeed, Chen replied. This species is reputed to be quite feeble, residing at the bottom of the food chain. He reached out to capture the weak-dinged fish for a closer look, but the nimble creature slipped away in an instant. It seems the weak-dinged fish possesses a school status. Isn't that rather impressive? Mu Curson remarked. School status? Chen had almost forgotten, but her words reminded him that the collective strength of the weak-dinged fish was indeed formidable, making them a small power in the ocean. Suddenly, Chen's gaze caught a dark shadow approaching from a distance. Its size was unmistakable. No way, Chen exclaimed, alarmed. That shadow. Mu Curson's voice was filled with trepidation. Gyarados steered aside, Chen urged, patting the Gyarados below them. The creature, understanding the command, swiftly accelerated toward the nearby rocks. Mu Curson, upon seeing the enormous shadow, fell silent, her bravado diminished. Fortunately, the Gyarados' speed proved advantageous, and they safely reached the rocks, momentarily escaping danger. Yet, the Gyarados was not inclined to let the weak-dinged fish school off so easily. After all, this creature was rather irritable. How dare the weak-dinged fish provoke it? The moment they disembarked, the Gyarados let out a furious roar and charged towards the massive school of weak-dinged fish, eager for battle. Chen could only watch in silence, for since its capture, the Gyarados had yet to engage in combat. This encounter with an opponent was undeniably thrilling for it. Chapter 88. The dominance of Mega Gyarados with its dark blue-black form, nearly 10 meters long. The Gyarados was a fearsome sight. The weak-dinged fish school leaped high out of the water, defiantly challenging the Gyarados. Truly, they were deserving of their title as the sea's monsters. However, this audacity only served to enrage the Gyarados further. With a thunderous roar, it plunged into the sea, and when Chen next beheld it, the Gyarados soared from the depths, unleashing a blinding burst of light from its cavernous maw. The dragon's fury, with a resounding crash, it struck towards the dark shadow in the ocean, sending waves crashing into the air, a deluge of mist and force erupting in an explosive display of raw power. The Super Magikarp truly exhibited an astonishing ferocity, leaving the two individuals perched on the rocks momentarily stunned. The battle unfolded in an instant. Yet the Super Magikarp displayed an unexpected temperament, contrasting sharply with its earlier docility. In that moment, it seemed as though its true nature had erupted forth. Chen, your Magikarp is formidable, far stronger than my father's, Mu Curson remarked, suddenly halting as if realizing something important. What were you about to say? Chen inquired, glancing back at her. Nothing.
I merely meant to say that your super Magikarp is impressive. She quickly retorted, subtly sticking out her tongue, internally chiding herself for nearly slipping up. All right then, Chen replied, redirecting his gaze to the fierce combat unfolding in the ocean. At that moment, the super Magikarp executed a powerful tail whip, sending a group of weak fish soaring through the air, splashing down into the sea and creating a misty spray. Chen, ever observant, noted that the weak fish were beginning to scatter, a testament to the super Magikarp's overwhelming strength. After all, this creature was nearly 20 meters long. Its ferocity was indeed commensurate with its size. Just as he pondered this, the weak fish began to flee, realizing they stood no chance against such a giant. This was their first encounter with such relentless aggression, and they found the experience utterly detestable. However, the weak fish grossly underestimated the super Magikarp's pursuit capabilities. With a swift surge, it cut through the water, relentlessly chasing them into the depths of the ocean. Chen had intended to call out a warning, but the creature had already vanished without a trace. Is this all right? Chen glanced at him, sensing his unease. It should be fine, Chen reassured her, shaking his head. In a vast ocean, the super Magikarp wielded a distinct advantage over many Pokemon due to its size. Unless faced with a Wylord, it was unlikely to be at a disadvantage in terms of physical confrontation. Indeed, Chen nodded in agreement, but as she spoke, her eyes widened in realization, halting her words. Why? Chen's sudden alarm caused him to lunge forward, covering her mouth with his hand. Perhaps you shouldn't say anything further, he urged, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. The weak fish have just appeared. If a Wylord were to show up, we would be doomed. Pokemon are far from docile in this era. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she nodded in understanding. Suddenly, a tremendous crash echoed across the sea. The weak fish leapt high into the air, while the super Magikarp mirrored their ascent, bursting forth from the water with its mouth agape, poised to strike the weak fish. In that instant, it resembled a true totemic dragon, exuding an aura of majesty and dominance that sent shivers down Chen's spine. With a swift snap of its jaws, an invisible force emanated from the super Magikarp, sending the weak fish scattering in all directions. Utterly overwhelmed by the ferocity of the attack, silver light glittered in the air as the weak fish, now in disarray, could do little more than flee. The super Magikarp, victorious, let out a triumphant roar, its gaze firmly fixed on the heavens, as if declaring itself the supreme ruler of these waters, unassailable in its status. Chen, witnessing the super Magikarp's prowess for the first time, was genuinely taken aback. It required no guidance, fighting with an innate ferocity that was astonishing. Its choices in battle were almost flawless, indicating a profound combat instinct that needed little cultivation beyond enhancing its skills. Reflecting upon this, Chen felt a renewed fervor for the super Magikarp's dream of flight. If only it could soar into the sky, it would surely ascend to the heavens. Such a feat would render it a master of both sky and sea. What about Rayquaza? When it encountered his super Magikarp, it would surely think twice. Alas, the system had proven unhelpful. Despite numerous attempts to summon it, he had yet to succeed. Lost in these musings, the super Magikarp returned to Chen's side. Just as he contemplated suggesting a dive to see if there were any love fish below, he suddenly recalled that he had not signed in today. With that thought, Chen felt a surge of excitement and approached the super Magikarp. Sign in, he declared internally. Beep, sign in on the 32nd day. Signing in on the super Magikarp. Beep, sign in successful. Obtained a feather of the mind. What? A feather of the mind? Chen's heart raced as he sensed an unusual significance to this item. Had the system finally responded to his desires? Without hesitation, he focused on the description of the feather of the mind. Feather of the mind. With dreams, one can soar, right? Groudon. Surely we can learn to return like a swallow. Seriously? Is it that cheeky? Chen was momentarily speechless. What on earth was this? Yet, knowing the nature of the system, he shifted his gaze downward. Indeed, there was a line of fine print that required magnification to read. Without delay, he enlarged the text. With dreams, one can fly. Pokemon that consume the feather of the mind have a chance to soar, but who knows? Chen,